Chapter 371, Intense Battle. Ah! 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 And Ram was flying around in the air, crying, but she was just idle. The city lord couldn't hit her at all. The disaster unlocker was transformed, and the disaster blew a mouthful of soul fire, and instantly stopped the city lord from going crazy. It was afraid that it would be burned to nothing by the soul fire, so it quickly retracted its arms, and blew a mouthful of fire to deflect the soul fire. Xiao Yin took the opportunity to grab a claw on its head, and grabbed a huge piece of gravel. The city lord raised his arm, and swung it out as a whip, and held an axe in his hand, and chopped at Xiao Yan's neck. And Ran used Xiao Yan's transformation device for the second time. She had only used it in experiments before. Xiao Yan's body gradually shrank, turned into a long whip burning with flames, and was caught in Ran's hand. The city lord opened his mouth, and the fireball and lightning ball attacked and Ran like bullets fired by a machine gun. And Ran waved the long whip in her hand, and the red flame drew a beautiful arc in the air, colliding with the fireball and lightning ball, and bursting into dazzling light. Xiao-Qi suddenly flashed from her side, and flew to the top of the city lord's head. And Ran immediately waved the whip in her hand, and the flames danced in the air, forming a wall of flames, blocking the city lord's sight. Xiao-Qi climbed on the city lord's body. The city lord was alive, and had vitality. Xiao-Qi could parasitize. Countless vines climbed on the city lord's body, and the light green flowers bloomed one after another, covering the city lord's body. Its vitality dropped rapidly, and Xiao-Qi absorbed nearly 1,000 health points in an instant. Knowing that Xiao-Qi couldn't do this, the city lord burned Xiao-Qi's parasite with a fire. Xiao-Qi only absorbed a part of the life force, and the rest was burned by the city lord himself. Xiao-Qi had nothing to absorb, but he didn't go back. Seeing this, and Ran leaped up and rushed towards the city lord. She tightly grasped the long whip, and the red flame burned in her hand, turning into a giant dragon of fire, roaring and rushing towards the city lord. The city lord was frightened by the sudden attack and trembled all over, and hurriedly resisted. The giant dragon of fire collided with the city lord's arm, causing a violent explosion. Without a shield to resist the damage, the stone statue city lord could only rely on his stone body to hold on. The city lord's arm was blown away, extending several hundred meters, and Ran chased him closely, waving the whip in his hand again, and the flame formed a flame chain in the air, locking the city lord tightly. The city lord struggled, trying to break free from the chain, but found that the flame chain was getting tighter and tighter, and finally tied him to the spot. The city lord roared. His body suddenly grew larger, and he actually broke the flame chain directly. And Ran said TSK, and quickly pulled up the longbow of disaster, and countless light arrows rained down like meteors towards the city lord. It was like a rainstorm in the sky. The arrows pierced the city lord's body with a sound of breaking through the air. The city lord roared, opened his arms, stones fell off his body, forming a thick protective shield, blocking the rain of arrows. I didn't expect it to have any moves. And Ran saw this, immediately put away the longbow of disaster, turned around and ran. The city lord saw and ran running away, and immediately waved his arms, raising a huge axe, which was twice as big as the previous weapon, and smashed it hard and ran. And Ran heard the noise behind him, and dodged immediately. The axe hit the ground, creating a big hole. The city lord chased and ran, attacking with various weapons. But Ran dodged them skillfully, and ran away. Xiao Yin flew in front of Ran, and blew out a breath of dragon, forming a high-temperature flame wall, blocking the city lord. The flame spurted by Xiao Yin surrounded the city lord, and the city lord was surrounded by flames for a while. It is said that it is a fire magician, and it should not be afraid of flames. But unfortunately, the dragon's breath is different from the flames of ordinary fire magicians. The dragon's breath was closer to the magma, with a higher temperature and more terrifying. Xiao-Qi took the opportunity to emerge from behind the city lord. It planted countless parasites on the city lord, stretched out its vines, tightly wrapped around the city lord's arms, and absorbed its vitality. The city lord roared, stretched out his hand to grab Xiao-Qi, and tried to pull it off. Xiao-Qi's parasite twisted in the air, and the vines kept wrapping around the city lord's arms. The city lord struggled non-stop, but could not get rid of its control. Xiao-Qi's parasite took root in the stone statue, and if you want to tear it off, you will have to peel off a layer of skin. At this moment, and Ran waved the whip of light in his hand, and the light curtain danced in the air, forming a dazzling wall of light, blocking the city lord's sight. Xiaoqi took the opportunity to escape from the city lord's hand and flew to Enran's side. The city lord roared angrily and attacked Enran frantically. But Enran dodged them skillfully. Enran approached the arm holding the giant axe, which was already riddled with holes, and threw a dimensional blade at it. The attack came out of the void, and no one noticed it. When it reappeared, it had already cut off the city lord's head. The city lord was furious, but the disaster had somehow reached its thunder computer bag, and it sprayed a mouthful of soul fire on it. The city lord's anger suddenly stopped, and he was almost scared to death. This thing can burn everything, and now it is burning on its head, which is simply fatal. It doesn't want to lose this head, so it controls the stone shell on its head to fall off, so as to remove the soul fire. But once it focuses on doing something, it can't care about the rest. Although the arm still danced according to a certain pattern, they could not stop Enran. After all, there were only 4 left. Enran did not give the city lord a chance to breathe. She quickly approached the city lord and used the dimensional blade again. The dimensional blade sank into the void again. When it appeared again, it had already reached the neck of the city lord. A cold light flashed in Enran's eyes. Under her control, the dimensional blade disappeared in the air for the second time. The city lord was stunned. But the dimensional blade flashed again at its other head and flashed past the neck. The city lord's huge stone head fell directly. The stone city lord was somewhat sluggish, and the only big head left was not functioning properly. He even forgot to operate his arms. Enran did not give it a chance to be dazed. Chong Jun transformed his weapon again, and it came into Enran's hands. Enran swept his spear, and a golden light swung out, and went straight to the big head left. Disaster took the opportunity to spray more soul fire, and surrounded the only head left of the stone city lord. The soul fire spread rapidly, and instantly ignited the head of the stone city lord. The originally huge body of the stone statue city lord, at this moment, seemed so small, it had fallen into a desperate situation. Enran's eyes were cold. The golden light that was swung out, flashed in the air, and chopped towards the only remaining head of the stone statue city lord. The light flashed, and the head of the stone statue city lord was separated from the body. But this thing seemed to be different from ordinary monsters. It could still move even after losing its head. Chapter 372 Mission Complete Reward. It just lost its head, which means it lost its vision and magic attack, so the rest is not to be feared. The remaining arms of the city lord were waving wildly in the air, slashing and swinging without any target, and Ran and the others hid far away to avoid being hurt by mistake. It held back its temper for a long time, but the head was gone. It couldn't even roar now. The more it thought about it, the angrier it got, although it didn't know what it was angry about, but it was obvious that it was very angry. Adhering to the principle that if he had a hard time, he would not let others have a hard time either. The city lord's body swelled up, and it looked like he was going to self-destruct. And Ram was not surprised when she saw this scene. She had encountered too many monsters that self-destructed, and it had become a conditioned reflex. She asked everyone to return to the space, and Enran flew out quickly, and then put on a barrier and an invincible golden body. She had just flown out a few thousand meters, and the city lord's body had expanded to the limit, and then exploded like a bomb, making a deafening noise. The blast waves spread in all directions. Some buildings that were relatively close were blown to pieces. Those that were a little further away were also affected, and collapsed, and the broken walls were washed away with the shock wave. And Ran was also affected by the explosion, but she was well prepared, so she didn't suffer any damage, but was just washed away by the shock wave. After the explosion, the city lord's body had disappeared. Only some fragments were left scattered on the ground. And Ran breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she had finally solved this difficult city lord. The city lord was solved, but the core building of the city has not been destroyed. It is not known whether it was directly destroyed by the explosion, but the system did not announce it, which means that the core building has not been destroyed. The city lord's mansion behind the city lord has been destroyed by its own explosion. Obviously, it is not the core building. And Ran took the family members to look for the core building. They dispersed, checked around the city. If they really can't find it, then destroy all the buildings. But after destroying everything, there is still no news of the system announcing victory. And Ran was irritated, until Lao Lu called them at the foot of the wall. There was an ancient stone tablet, with some strange symbols engraved on it, which were obviously not the characters of this world. Chong Jun and Disaster studied it for a while, and finally discovered the secret of this mysterious stone tablet. It turned out that this stone tablet was the defense system of the city. If it was destroyed, the entire defense system would fail, and the entire city would be paralyzed. And Rand took a look at the defense magic on the city wall and the gate, which was probably its function. The defensive magic of the gate was really strong. She bombarded it for a long time, but finally walked through the wall, and Rand threw a light blade at it. And the light blade was absorbed by the stone tablet, leaving no trace. And Rand had encountered this kind of situation too many times in this city, and it was no longer surprising. The key point was how to destroy the stone tablet. Now that all the buildings in the city were destroyed, the most unlikely one was the most likely one. The system played a word game with them again. If it said it was a building, then it was a building. Cha Jun and Disaster studied the symbols on the stone tablet and found that they were actually an ancient spell, used to control the city's defense system. This rune can absorb any attack and transform it into magic power to defend the city. No attack method can work. Amren asked depressedly, "Do you have a way to solve this rune?" Seeing that it was only the last step, she told her that the attack was invalid. "Not very good at it, but I know a little bit. Give me and Disaster some time." Amren sat down on the ruins and waited quietly for them to solve it. Anyway, there is no danger now, so why not wait slowly? Next, Cha Jun and Disaster cracked the spells together and found a way to remove the defense system. They also turned into human form, scratched on the ground for a long time, and gathered together to discuss. Amren almost fell asleep after a long time, until a few hours later they drew the spell to remove the spell on the stone tablet, and then chanted a spell. As the spell was chanted, the symbols on the stone tablet gradually disappeared, and the defense magic gradually lost its effect. Finally, the entire city's defense system was lifted. The defensive magic circles on the city walls and gates disappeared. Although they were not destroyed, the system still announced the victory of Rand and others. And Rand showed his ability to pluck feathers from a passing goose, and threw the stone tablet into his backpack and took it away. The system calculated the reward when the global notification was made, and Rand even felt that it was gnashing its teeth. Congratulations to player and Rand for successfully attacking the city. The reward level has been raised by 5 levels. A platinum level armor or weapon can be selected. "I want platinum level armor," and Rand said bluntly. The system was so angry, but it set the reward itself, so it couldn't cheat. It could only find a cheap platinum grade armor and give it to Rand. And Rand didn't rush to check the pile of combat items, but opened the panel to check first. Player and Rand, level 8311060000/1300000 HP, 6880. Come on, the indestructible cockroach, you are the most tenacious. Strength, 2935 plus 300, you can compete with Tyrannosaurus. Speed, 2905 plus 850, running towards the sun, you are the Kwafu defense. 3115 plus 850, you are as thick-skinned as a city wall turning a corner. Magic value, 6570 can be used for subsequent skill releases. Talent skill, S plus level foresight ability 4th level evolution, can actively foresee 25 seconds magic resistance, can be immune to all 55% of magic damage. Luck value, 10 territory bonus plus 3, personal luck value cap 10. Profession, weapon soul master. Light magician, independent of profession. Secondary profession, animal trainer. Professional skills, transform pets into weapons, use light magic, tame pets. Current pets, Chang Jun, Qianyu, Xiaoba, Xuqi, Laolu, Disaster, Wilson's Fire, Flame Marching Ant Queen, Ghost King, Xiaomei, Xiaoshui, Xiaoyan. This value is very good, but the experience required to upgrade to the next level is too incredible. But now she knows that it is very likely that upgrading by conventional operations will not work, and it is necessary to rely on the system to issue various tasks. She now hopes that the system will do something weird. According to Changju, when the planet will becomes weak and the players start to play the game passively, the system will start to do something weird. There will be many such tasks in the future. Such tasks will be inevitable. After all, such tasks are not specially prepared for Rand, and the main purpose is to trick the players to death. Chapter 373 System Rewards. As long as it is sure that the planetary consciousness is completely free of threats, it can start a killing spree. It is not specially prepared for the safe upgrade. The system has done this before, and those who have climbed to the top in the past, levels and experience points are obtained in this way. But the system will grasp the degree When the player really reaches that level, a branch of the planet will be extremely weak, and the system will start to operate. So, basically no player can reach the top, unless your growth rate exceeds the system's prediction and calculation. Otherwise, everyone is a clown in the eyes of the system. In fact, and Rand is also a clown. In the eyes of the system. She is a stronger grasshopper. Stronger than others. But she has not escaped from its control. The system continued to do its own thing after warning her. It was sure that Rand would not be able to reach level 100. Because the final level required 100 million experience points. And even Chong Jun and the others could not do it. And Rand could not do it either. And Rand was still happy just now. But when she heard Chong Jun tell her that she needed 100 million experience points in the end, she suddenly wilted. It's hard to level up now, not to mention the last 100 levels. Isn't this deliberately making things difficult? She finally understood why all the previous people failed. But after struggling for a while, she was fine again. Let's take it one step at a time. She's not even level 90 yet, and she's already worried about level 100. She's thinking too much. Let's take a look at her rewards first. And Rand asked the system for a platinum level armor, but unfortunately, this armor doesn't have wings. The attributes aren't that good either. Platinum armor, defense 2000, additional attack plus 300, speed plus 200, durability 9000. Skill 1. There is a 65% chance to trigger the built-in skill, bloodsucking, converts the opponent's attack into health bar. The conversion percentage is uncertain. Skill 2. There is a 60% chance to trigger the built-in skill, rebound, can rebound all the opponent's attacks. This attribute and skill are indeed not very good, but Rand has not sold it or let the pendant eat it for the time being. She threw it into her backpack. She disliked it. But someone would always like it. It should be good to sell it. As for her own armor, she might as well gamble on her luck and see if she could get the blueprint. But this time it was already very good. She upgraded the city by 2 levels. And the system gave her another 5 levels. A total of 7 levels. She didn't lose out. The city was still standing there after the battle. But it was just a ruin. She ignored the city and opened the things given by the city lord. Food asterisk 500, vegetables asterisk 500, fruits asterisk 200, snacks asterisk 300, firewood asterisk 10,000, coal asterisk 50 tons, clothes asterisk 200, blanket asterisk 50. The system must have nothing to give, and only gave these. Rare or asterisk 1000, rare herbs asterisk 10,000, advanced blue potion asterisk 50, advanced red potion asterisk 50, drawings asterisk 2, electric card asterisk 5, island cloud asterisk 50, cloud cotton asterisk 500, card asterisk 1, chip asterisk 1, oral medicine asterisk 500 ml, repair potion asterisk 1000 ml, bone breaking ointment asterisk 500 g, cosmetics asterisk 2 sets, golden equipment asterisk 1 set, stone statue asterisk 1, magic beads asterisk 2. Hemostatic gel asterisk 200, pain relieving spray asterisk 200, common medicines asterisk 100, large band-aids asterisk 500, external wound medicine asterisk 200. Look at what all this is. There is nothing new after looking at it. It's all repetitive stuff. She was surprised that she could get a chip. Shouldn't the chip be hidden? Since it can control part of the system, shouldn't it be hidden? And ran through this question to Chong Jun. Chong Jun gave her an answer. The system broke the chip when it first fought with us. Don't say we don't know where the chip is. It probably doesn't know where it is. After all, this world is so huge. The system cannot fully monitor all of it. Not to mention that some of them are NPCs transformed from former players. Which is even more impossible to fully control. If it knew, it would have grabbed it and held it tightly without your complaints. You got the chip by luck. Especially your super high luck value. The former players did not have such a heaven-defying luck value. And they basically did not collect 80 chips. And Rand touched her chin. Then my luck is so high. The system does not guard against me. Chong Jun rolled his eyes at her. We, the phantom beasts that were close to gods in the past, have not defeated it. Do you think it thinks highly of you? You've been jumping around for too long. The system has already become arrogant. It doesn't take you seriously at all. And Rand nodded. It's okay to look down on it. She doesn't need the system to look up to her. After all, if it looks up to her too much, it will target her. It's better to keep it as it is. Continue to look at the loot given by the stone man. 2 blueprints. One is the secondary upgrade blueprint, the other is the armor upgrade blueprint. the blueprint for upgrading from silver level to platinum level. And Ran excitedly clenched her fist and waved it. She knew that, rather than relying on the system, it's better to rely on her own luck. Click to learn. Phantom Sea Cinnabar * 500G, Phantom Sea Water * 500 ml, 5 Color Sand * 100 Gene, Xion Gene * 20, Shark * 1M, Giant Whale Skin * 1M, Crystals of various types * 100, Yunming Stone * 100, Star Fragments * 5, Luyan Stone * 50, Chen Gene * 20, Chen Een * 500, Mithril * 200, Moonstone * 300. Most of the items used for this upgrade are from the Phantom Sea. Although she has them, it is impossible for her to carry them with her. She cannot upgrade for the time being. Magic beads. She thought it was a magic bead that could be absorbed into a power. It turned out not to be. It was 2 beads that increased strength by 20 and speed by 50 respectively. And Ran swallowed it directly. Another rare item was the stone statue. And Ran took it in her hand and read its description carefully. One-time summoning item. After breaking it, you can summon a stone giant city lord to help in the battle. The stone statue was killed, and the summoning ended. What a good thing. Although this stone statue is stupid, it is very powerful in combat. It's a pity that she can only summon once. Otherwise, if she came a few more times, she would get more pets and puppets. And she would probably be able to walk sideways. And Ran distributed all the things. She originally wanted to leave and go back to Huanhai to give the things to everyone and upgrade the armor. But after thinking about it, she opened the panel, found the live broadcast room, and looked at the group of players who were attacking the city. They were now surrounded and beaten by a group of magicians, and countless lightning struck them. They screamed and ran around in the barrier. Only a few people could block the lightning attack. Chapter 374 Go to other cities to help pick up leaks. And Ran looked at the players running back and forth, and an idea became clearer in his mind. This attack on the city is so good, and the experience is good, even if the reward of upgrading to level 5 is not obtained in the end, it is still good. And Ran smiled and turned to Cloud Island. Dear players, I am here to save you. Don't be too grateful to me. The 3 cities are not too far away, and it only takes about an hour to drive to the Cloud Island. After arriving, I saw a city slightly smaller than the one Ran had conquered. A group of people had already entered the inner city, and it was obvious that they had also entered by opening the inner city wall. And Ran floated into the sky, but did not rush to attack, but watched the people fighting inside from above. Then, Ran drove the Cloud Island, and slowly entered the city. The battle in the inner city was very fierce, and both sides were trying their best to fight. Some players rode on mounts, traveled around the city, trying to defeat their opponents, and some players stood on the city wall, continuously releasing skills, and carried out long-range attacks. Inside the city, there were many siege weapons, which continuously bombarded the stone giant. And Ran drove the Cloud Island, hovering over the city, and carefully observed the battle. She found that the strength of the 2 sides was not much different. But the attackers were obviously the weaker side, because they had broken through the inner city, but did not occupy the city wall. They were surrounded and beaten by the soldiers defending the city. This was very similar to Ran before, who was also surrounded and beaten. Although the attackers formed a circle, their defense facilities were not complete, and their hearts were not united, and they could not completely resist the attack of the attackers. Especially the soldiers guarding the city will adjust their numbers according to the number of people coming. The low-level soldiers here are nearly 3 or 4 times more than when they besieged Ran. And Ran had a hard time fighting at the beginning, not to mention this group of people who are lower than her level, and like to trip up their own people behind their backs. And Ran floated in the air, just watching the fun without taking any action. The group of people below only felt a shadow above their heads, and thought that the enemy reinforcements had arrived again. They were so angry that they cursed the system for being insidious, while fighting back. But when she looked up, she only saw a large Cloud Island, with no signs of attack. It's not that Ran didn't want this city, but she had already occupied one by force, and it would be a bit embarrassing to take this one. So she didn't make a move, and quietly waited for this group of people to be defeated and stop attacking her before making a move. After all, no one said that you can't retreat from here, otherwise why would the system give a month to attack? It means that you can run away halfway through the battle here, as long as you can run away. Seeing that the Cloud Island did not attack, and there were houses on it, we knew that it belonged to a player. The fact that it came here meant that it was of a high enough level. But it did not help to resist the attack. Someone immediately yelled, "Which player up there is it? You have arrived, but you did not come to help. You just watched us get beaten. What are you thinking? Yes. Come down and help us. We are almost being beaten to death. Come down quickly. If you don't come down, we will die soon." All before he could start yelling, he was struck by a series of lightning and could only scream. And Ren poked her head out from the edge of Cloud Island, smiling. "You asked me to help you. Don't say I stole the monster when the time comes." The group was stunned. They could never imagine that it was Ran. If they had known it was her, they probably wouldn't have asked for help. Now that Ran was here, what else could they do in this dungeon? They probably wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. But it was too late. And Ren flapped her wings and fell down. She raised her hand, and a wide space crack opened directly above everyone's head, catching the falling lightning. No matter what Ran's purpose was, it was true that he saved them. The magic barrier that trapped them could only go inward, but not out. The team over there tried several times, but they still couldn't blast open the barrier. They blasted open a few holes, but they were patched up by the magicians outside. There were too many people. The holes were too small, and the magicians were too fast, so they didn't have time to get out. And Ran waved his hand, and Xiao Yan's huge body appeared from the void, and he sprayed a mouthful of dragon flame at the magic barrier. A powerful aura spread out, and everyone retreated together, not daring to get too close. The dragon flames that Xiao Yan spewed out covered the entire magic barrier. The high-temperature dragon flames raged wildly, burning the entire barrier red. Seeing this, Ran drew her sword and chopped it down at the magic barrier. With a loud bang, she split a hole in the barrier, and the magicians outside the barrier were forced to retreat. A huge hole was split in the magic barrier. The magic barrier here was much weaker than the one on Ran's side, and Chong Jun and the others didn't even need to take action. As soon as they saw a huge crack in the barrier, the group of players didn't need anyone to call them now, and they ran straight to the exit. The speed was faster than a rabbit. The speed was so fast that even the magicians outside had no time to react. When they escaped, the magicians outside the barrier also reacted, and they quickly began to repair the barrier. But their speed was far inferior to Ran. Seeing that the crack was gradually disappearing, Ran swung out two swords again, and the sword energy directly enlarged the hole again, and everyone inside finally escaped. After Ran came out, she rushed directly into the magician team. Her long sword flashed, and she started killing. Her figure was like lightning, so fast that only a shadow was left, and it was impossible to find her figure. When other players saw this scene, they all showed expressions of envy and jealousy. If they had such speed and strength, they would not be trapped here. As soon as Ran left, the barrier was repaired again, but there were no players inside. The lightning that fell was just in vain and struck the ground, and could not hurt anyone. After leaving the barrier, there was no need for anyone to tell them. The players rushed into the magician team spontaneously, and the melee was about to break out. Ran shuttled through the battlefield like a ghost. Her sword light was like a meteor, slicing through the sky again and again, leaving fatal scars on the enemy's chest. The green blood of the magician splashed in the air, rendering a strong bloody smell. Thousands of magicians could only barely resist under her attack, and retreated step by step. She was so fast that the enemies could not catch her figure at all. Every time when they were about to counterattack, Ran had already turned away, causing the players, who were a step slower, to suffer. She was like a ghost, shuttling around the battlefield, and every time she appeared, she would take the enemy's life. Under her attack, the enemies fell one after another, and the battlefield gradually became a mess. I don't know if it was influenced by Ran, but at this time, the morale of the players was high. They followed in Ran's footsteps, slaughtering all the magicians along the way, and exuding an indomitable momentum. Chapter 375, No Chance of Success. After killing the magicians, the players in the team were already covered in wounds. Fortunately, they were all minor injuries, and no one died. A group of people were still gasping for breath, and Ran had already continued to move forward. A tall and strong player stopped her with one hand. "No. And Ran, what do you mean? You have already robbed a city copy. Are you still going to rob this?" And Ran was puzzled. "Didn't you ask me to help? You don't think of me as a fire brigade? I come to help when needed. But I don't give you any benefits. And I just abandon you after I'm done. My help also costs money. And these magicians are all very powerful. If it weren't for me, You might not be able to escape unscathed. A group of players were speechless. And one of them was a bearded man with a glare. Don't flatter yourself. We can win without you. It's just that we are tired. And Ran looked at the huge stone giants turning in front of her, which were the 10 that had surrounded her. It's just that because there are hundreds of players. They also dispatched 10 times the number, which is more than 1,000. This city was originally smaller than the one wherein Ran was. And now it was so crowded that there was no air in it. The attacks were also intensive. And Ran flew directly to the city wall and left directly. Since they didn't need it, she didn't need to rush to help. Good luck to you. And Ran returned to Yun Island and drove away from here. It would be better to wait until they all gave up and then come back to take it. Now let them have fun. And Ran went back to the Fantasy Sea directly. She wanted to upgrade her armor. When she returned, Luo and the others were still not there. The dwarves had made most of the armor for the Siren clan, and they were just short of materials. Luo and the others had sent some of it before, and Ran gave the dwarves what she had just obtained. She went to upgrade her armor herself. The players outside were dumbfounded when they saw how cleanly Ran threw them. The captain of the group of tall stone giants could not wait to attack them. The attack of the captain of the stone giant was crazy. The huge stone statues threw various weapons and smashed them at the players. The players raised their weapons and began to fight back. One of the female players shouted, "You are stupid. You insisted on driving and ran away. Now you are being chased and beaten. There are so many people. What's wrong with giving her some? Shut up. If she really comes, we won't be able to drink our soup." They were the only ones who quarreled while fighting, while they had to attack the stone giant desperately. However, the stone giants have very strong defense and vitality, and it is difficult for the players to cause substantial damage to them. Don't forget, these stone giants are all level 80. Although the level of the players has been reduced, they are too many and immune to magic, so it is difficult to fight them. The stone giants' attacks caused heavy casualties to the players, and several players were smashed into pieces by the stone giants soon. At this time, Ran was in the depths of the Fantasy Sea, piling up various materials together and clicking to upgrade. It takes a certain amount of time to upgrade the armor, and Ran started watching the live broadcast. Watching a group of players, like sheep being chased by wolves, fleeing from one end to the other, and then running back to this end. The name of the city dungeon is Sky City. There are many powerful enemies in the dungeon, but there are also many precious treasures. And Ran didn't know the name of this dungeon until he had finished the game, which is really unique. The players were beaten and wailed, and they cursed more happily. Some people even cursed and ran, although Ran didn't understand. But no matter whether it was begging or scolding, Ran didn't want to pay any more attention. She didn't owe them anything, so there was no need to rush to save them. They wouldn't appreciate it. The stone giant captains threw their weapons together, targeting the fleeing crowd. The huge weapons gathered together, covering the sky and the sun, and smashed down on their heads. In an instant, the crowd was shrouded in the shadow of the weapons. Some panicked players shouted for help. Some tried to stop the weapons with long-range attacks, and some pulled the players around them and threw them at the falling weapons. However, no matter how they reacted, the weapons still fell on them mercilessly. Ran watched expressionlessly as the players pitted each other and held each other back. This is the bad nature of human beings. In the face of life and death, one's own life is always the most important. Whether it is a friend or a partner, one can abandon them without hesitation. Not to mention strangers who are just cooperating for the first time. Therefore, Ran does not trust friends. Only pets and puppets that have signed contracts can make her feel at ease. Just as Ran was sighing, the weapons had already hit some of the players heavily. The huge impact force caused them to be directly crushed into meat paste, leaving only piles of black mud on the ground, emitting a foul smell. Some players who avoided the weapon attack looked at the piles of mud with lingering fear. Their faces pale, and they could not believe what they had just experienced. And those players who did not avoid it have completely disappeared from this world and can never come back. Ran looked at this scene with mixed feelings. Although she hated them for cursing, they were all human beings like her, and they were all toys and chess pieces of the game system. Even Ran was just a bigger chess piece. She shared the same fate with them. Not many people died in this dungeon before, but when they got here, the dungeon became more and more difficult, and more people died. Some people didn't want to continue to pass the level. The system didn't force them to pass the level, and some people left immediately. They ran towards the exit. running very fast. They were not aggressive when attacking, but they ran very fast when running away. People can choose to give up the level, but for some people, this copy is like a ladder to a higher level. Giving up this opportunity is equivalent to giving up the road to a higher level. Therefore, many people still choose to persist. After all, the rewards here are too generous. That is double experience. And there are almost supplies everywhere. In addition to monsters, buildings in the city can also be collected. It is rare, so they naturally don't want to give up. Of course, not all people are for supplies. They were chased around, but they still gritted their teeth and persisted. Not only for their own upgrades, but also for becoming stronger to protect their families. They also want to upgrade and leave this ghost game. Although it is good here, too many people have died. They are afraid of themselves, and even more afraid of their families, who may die in the game at any time. So what are they working so hard for? This group of people kept running, but their physical strength was soon exhausted. Their steps became heavier and heavier, and their breathing became more and more rapid. Chapter 376 The situation of the rest of the dungeons. A group of people were chased to the wall. Facing the monster's pursuit and interception, they had reached their limit. Their family members, who were watching the live broadcast, were also very nervous. They stood up from the stools and paced in place. Their hands and feet were shaking with excitement. A few people looked at each other and retreat temporarily. At worst, they could come back later. There was no need to fight for a dungeon. Until they saw this group of people retreat, their family members breathed a sigh of relief. And Rand put out a fruit plate, melon seeds and drinks, and watched the live broadcast as a video. Xiaoqi and his friends had a blast when they arrived at the Fantasy Sea, and they ran away to who knows where. And Rand didn't record the broadcast, and Chongjun and his friends couldn't watch it either. So they just went out to play. It was not easy to finish a battle, so it didn't matter if she took a break. Besides, it takes 24 hours to upgrade the armor, and she couldn't leave for the time being. The two cities broadcast live together, and Rand watched this side, and then went to the other side. This side is better. At least they are willing to cooperate, and they won't be chased by monsters. It seems that when people are pushed into a corner, they will still work together. The city on this side is smaller than the previous one. Although there are fewer monsters, there are fewer people here than there, so they have been unable to end the battle. Some people were even unlucky, and were surrounded by monsters, and were almost killed. Fortunately, their teammates rescued them in time, and they barely saved their lives. They panted, sat on the ground with red faces, and looked at their teammates around them, feeling like they had survived a disaster. "Thank goodness for you," one of them said. "Otherwise we would be dead." The teammates smiled and replied, "We are all brothers, why be polite? Yes, we are a team, we naturally have to help each other." Several people punched each other, and a smile of surviving a disaster appeared on their faces covered with dust and scars. And Rand doesn't often watch live broadcasts, because she is always running around, either doing dungeons or going to dungeons, so she doesn't know much about the current situation of the players. It's the first time I've seen people so united in this crappy game. The team she had met in the past either stabbed each other in the back, or were wary of each other, which was quite unexpected for her. But think about it. People are all different, and you can't generalize. Maybe she was unlucky to meet those people. The other city. Let's call it city number 2. In city number 2, the group of players finally couldn't hold on, and temporarily left the dungeon. After all, it didn't need to be completed in one go. But when they went back in the evening, the level they had conquered halfway was reset. Originally, they had killed some of the captains of the stone giants. When they went back this time, they found that the missing ones had been replenished. Originally, they were partially killed by monsters. They were not in sufficient numbers. Now they had to face all the monsters in this level. They were doomed. A group of people retreated again, looking at each other in bewilderment. The system did not say how to attack this level. When you attack a level halfway, the level will be reset. At this time, the system was still live, and the players had learned about the level reset, and they were surprised. Fuck, this game is really a ripoff, and it even resets the levels. Yeah, the system didn't say it would reset the levels. It will probably take days and nights to clear this dungeon. I don't think so. There are too many monsters in this dungeon, and they are not united, so we can't beat them at all. Then what should we do? Do we really have to give up? There are so many supplies here. Didn't we see Rand sweeping the arsenal and granary? He must have made a fortune. Who knows? A group of people stood there, and I don't know who proposed it. Otherwise, let's ask and ran for help. As soon as this was said, the players denied it and scolded him. Are you mentally ill? Once she comes, let alone supplies, we may not be able to survive. Besides, if she comes, will there be any share for us? I guess we won't even get soup. Asking and ran for help is like asking a tiger for skin. Do you think you have too much time? Can you stop her from killing you? You can also stop her from stealing monsters. If it's up to me, we might as well just do it ourselves. It's just a waste of time. It's better than robbing everything when Ran comes. That's right, if she comes, are you sure she won't ask us for protection money or something? But this dungeon is too difficult, we can't beat it at all. Then we can grind slowly. I still don't believe that. With so many of us, we can't beat those monsters. Alas, this is the only way. A group of people stood there, arguing with each other. And Ran saw all this, touched her chin. She actually forgot about the protection money. Everyone thought it would be better for them to work it out slowly. Only one person said weakly that Boss and Ran probably wouldn't be interested in their stuff. But his voice was too quiet, and was drowned out by the discussion. After arguing for a long time, the group of people decided to do it themselves. As soon as they entered the inner city, a group of stone statues rushed up with various weapons. Yesterday's scene happened again. A group of people were beaten by the stone statues. They were beaten black and blue, and their eyes flashed with fear and unwillingness. However, it was not over yet. When these people were exhausted, they fled in all directions, and finally escaped from the inner city again, and temporarily stopped in the outer city. And these people who were beaten badly could only look at the stone giants inside with a gray face, with regret and unwillingness in their hearts. When they went in again, the stone giants were indeed reset. The more they beat, the fewer people there were, and the monsters in this level that they could not pass did not decrease at all, which was simply despairing. Especially the magicians who used to exert great lethality are basically useless in this city. Except for logistics, magicians who are not healing can't even heal injuries. This time, someone asked and ran for help again. Even if Ran took the lion's share, they could just drink some soup. If they fight by themselves, they won't even get any soup. This proposal was still rejected. A group of people rushed into the inner city again and confronted the captains of the giant stone men. The end result was still the same, being chased and beaten and unable to fight back. In this situation, someone once again proposed to ask and ran for help. This time, the group finally agreed to ask and ran for help. They knew that the system was broadcasting live, and they wanted and ran to help through the live broadcast, and promised to give and ran 1/3 of the things in the city. But unfortunately, and Ran was not watching the live broadcast now, but taking a shower. It was evening, shouldn't eat, then take a shower and go to bed. After a tiring day, and Ran had no interest in anything else, and just wanted to have a good sleep and rest. Yawning, and Ran fell asleep in the soft quilt. Chapter 377 Signing the Agreement. Seeing that Ran didn't reply, the group of people cursed for a long time, and finally left the inner city helplessly, and gave up the mission. This time, they finally understood why the system gave such a long time limit, not out of kindness, but because they saw that they couldn't complete the mission at all. When Ran got up the next day, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. It was really nice to sleep until dawn. Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuai had already prepared breakfast. Chang Jun and the others were having a lot of fun, and they hadn't come back yet. Anyway, there is no danger here. Let them go. She opened the panel, originally wanted to continue watching the live broadcast, but found that no one was attacking the city now. Instead, her private messages kept ringing. They were all messages from that group of players asking her for help. And Ran looked at the help messages in the private messages and smiled. Last night, those players, after leaving the inner city, went in and out several times, and each time they returned in a mess. So, they finally accepted their fate and seeked Ran's help. However, Ran did not respond to them. These players did not give up and kept sending private messages, hoping that she could lend a helping hand. And Ran saw these messages and just found them a little funny. She was not a person with overflowing sympathy, and these players had once wanted to harm her. However, since they were all gamers, and Ran decided to help them once. She replied to a private message, "I can help you once, but only once. And I want half of the supplies in this dungeon. And the core of the city must also be given to me. If not, no deal." She was not a victim. and who would be a fool to help for free. The players who received the private message were furious when they saw this sentence. They all felt that Enran wanted too much. Half of the supplies. That would include the supplies for the final boss. Which was unfair. And they also had to take away the task of destroying the core buildings that could upgrade to level 5. This was intolerable. A group of people were cursing there. And Enran blocked them directly. Then you guys should keep working hard. When you can't do it anymore or give up the task, she will go over and take them all. There is no need to drag you all down. Then an interesting scene happened. After Enran blocked those players, she suddenly received a message. A player named Yang Gao sent her a private message. Hello, Enran, we hope to cooperate with you. Although we did some irrational things before, we still want to complete this task. We are willing to give you half of the supplies, but we cannot give you the city core, because it is related to the interests of our entire team. I hope you can understand. Enran saw this message, raised her eyebrows, and thought that everyone here had the same idea. Even if they failed, they didn't want to give up the city. She didn't expect these players to actively seek her cooperation. She originally thought that they would continue to curse, and even give up the task. But now it seems that they seem to have realized that they can't complete the dungeon strategy task by themselves. And they don't want to give up the task. And Ren thought about it, and decided to give them a chance. So she replied, since you are sincere in cooperating, I can consider it. However, in order to protect my interests, I need you to sign an agreement. The content of the agreement is as follows. Give me half of the materials in the city, and I will be responsible for helping you complete the task. The task of destroying the core of the city will be completed by me, and you are not allowed to interfere. If you agree, we can cooperate. Otherwise, we will end it here. If Enran does not interfere, then there is a high probability that they will give up this task. By then, there will be no soup. Not even the dregs. After Enran sent the message, she was not in a hurry at all. Anyway, she already had the materials and rewards for his city, so it didn't matter whether she wanted it or not. But she couldn't bear to give up the reward of upgrading 5 levels, which was more attractive than any materials. She didn't know whether these players would agree to her request, but she knew that this was the only way for her to ensure her own interests. After seeing Enran's reply, Yang Gao immediately discussed with the team members. After some discussion, they decided to accept Enran's conditions. After all, if they could not complete the task, all their efforts would be in vain. Their deaths were also in vain. So, Yang Gao replied, we agree with your conditions and hope that we can cooperate happily. Please send us the agreement, and we will sign it as soon as possible. After Enran received the reply, she immediately sent the agreement to Yang Gao. This agreement is something in the trading area, which is used for players to sign agreements with each other. If one party violates it, it will be punished by the system. The agreement that Enran brought back had the signatures of dozens of people. About 30 people. Which meant that these 30 people signed a contract with her. And the rest of the people had no share. In other words, she only needed to help these people complete the task. And as for the others, she didn't need to help. In order to avoid mistaking people, Enran asked them to write their names on their chests. The armor was still being upgraded, so she had to wear the reward given by the system. The armor had good defense, but the other skills were a mess. When they arrived at the outer city, a bunch of players with names on their chests gathered together. A group of players on the opposite side were looking at them angrily, and both sides were cursing. As soon as they saw Enran coming, they stopped quarreling like a duck being strangled. Enran ignored the group of people, but just said before entering, if there is a chip in the supplies, I hope you can give it to me. The others were puzzled, but still agreed. Enran led more than 30 people into the inner city, and those who did not sign the contract also followed in. Enran treated them as if they didn't exist, and let them go. Anyway, when they were attacked by stone statues, don't blame Enran for not saving them. Entering the inner city again, the group of stone statue captains came over again in a line. For the opponents she had already fought once, who were weaker than the opponents she had fought before. Enran simply killed them without restraint. Of course, she couldn't kill them all. She was only responsible for the half of the supplies she wanted to take. Half of the enemies had been eliminated. And if she couldn't win again, she really had no choice. The 30 or so people had signed a contract with Enran. She took half of the things. And as for the remaining half, how they divided it was none of Enran's business. The golden light on Enran's spear flickered, and each shot was accompanied by the whistling sound of wind and brilliant light, breaking through the air, and killing the enemy. His figure was like a dragon entering the sea, turning the battlefield into his own territory, jumping and rolling on the battlefield. And the sound of breaking through the air came one after another, and the golden light swept the whole place like a tornado. The spear swept across the enemy camp, killing the stone statue team leader and smashing him into piles of stone chips and soil. With Enran's help, the group of players regained their morale and rushed into the enemy camp. Chapter 378, helping to clear the level. Ghost King Xiaoyan came to help, and Ran waved his spear, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and forced a path through the enemy formation. The enemy saw this, and surrounded them like a tide, trying to surround them. Ghost King and Xiaoyan fired at full power, followed and ran to fight the enemy, and tried their best to resist the enemy's attack. And Ran took the opportunity to wave his spear, like a fire dragon, and shuttled through the crowd, and knocked the enemies to the ground one by one. Xiaoyan's pair of sharp claws turned into countless afterimages, precisely blasting the heads with one claw. The two sections of the Ghost King's wall rotated like big wheels, following Xiaoyan to pick up leaks. It couldn't deal with these stones by itself, so it picked up leaks and was half dead. Those with low health can always be killed. Seeing this, Enran felt relieved, and the spear at his hand was like a swimming dragon, piercing the enemy's vitals in an instant, killing him instantly. One person and two pets cooperated well, approaching the enemy's core step by step, trying to break through the enemy's defense line. Suddenly, an enemy fell from the sky, holding a spear and stabbing Enran. Seeing this, Enran quickly dodged and took another look. Isn't this one of those who can teleport? It's just that the weapon in his hand has been replaced with a spear. Seeing that the first attack missed, the stone statue waved the spear in his hand, turning into a cold light and rushing towards Enran. Enran raised his spear to meet the enemy. The two spears collided. Sparks flew, and a sharp metal collision sound was heard. Enran knew that this thing was difficult to deal with, so he did not dare to be careless, and used a spear technique to force the opponent back. But the opponent was not weak either, and fought with Enran so hard that it was impossible to tell the winner for a while. This stone giant was even more powerful than the one Enran met over there, especially in spear technique, which was comparable to Enran. Although Enran is a wild one, her strength and speed are there after all. Seeing this, Ghost King and Xiaoyan hurried forward to support. Xiaoyan's claws turned into countless afterimages, accurately hitting the enemy's vital points, and one claw took away half of the enemy's blood. Ghost King's two sections of the city wall were like flowers blooming, fighting with the enemy, buying time for Enran. Enran took the opportunity to exert her strength, stabbing the enemy's heart with a gun, killing him instantly. The three continued to move forward, cooperating tacitly, and were invincible all the way, killing the enemy without leaving a single piece of armor. After killing the half of the enemies she was responsible for, the other players had almost finished killing the rest. Half an hour later, the players finally smashed the group of stone statues without any damage. A group of players cheered and high-fived each other, not caring about the stabbings they had done before. After this group was over, another group of stone giants came. But the monsters here were obviously different from the ones Enran had planned before. After the team leader, a bunch of clones appeared. Yes, that was the particularly difficult clone from before. The others were facing their own copies. They had already taken great pains to defeat Enran's copy before, and now they were facing their own. The system released monsters so casually. Enran, a raider who joined in the middle, had no exclusive monsters. Enran turned around and went to help deal with the copies of the people who signed the agreement. These copies all had their own characteristics. Whether it was skills or magic, they were exactly the same as the original. Enran looked at these copies and thought to himself, the system is really a pit. It actually released the copies again. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. Enran stopped thinking about it and began to concentrate on helping others deal with these copies. Although these clones are exactly the same as the originals, Enran is a veteran after all. Moreover, they are not her own clones. She just treats them as monsters and fights them without mercy. Don't act alone. Don't get out of my sight. Enran stabbed a clone with her spear while reminding others. Otherwise, if you run around, don't blame her for not being able to protect him. As time went by, the strength of these clones was gradually exhausted, and they began to become tired and vulnerable. Enran seized these opportunities, continuously launched fierce attacks, and finally successfully defeated all the replicas. Finally solved it. And Rand shook his arms. Looking at the rubble on the ground, the stone giant was too hard. The durability of the spear and sword was particularly severe. The others also nodded, with smiles on their faces. Although this battle was very difficult, but with the help of Rand, they still successfully defeated these replicas. This is much easier than before. I have to say, Rand is really strong, although it was a bit tricky. On the other side, the players finally destroyed their clones, but it was a bit difficult to fight. Almost everyone was injured. This was a world of difference from Yang Gao and his team, who were protected by Rand. Although they were not completely incapacitated, they were not much better. On the entire battlefield, there were only ruins and rubble on the ground. The group had been fighting since midnight yesterday, and they were exhausted physically and mentally. Originally, after passing this level, they were planning to go out and rest. However, Rand would not wait for them to rest before continuing. Yang Gao and the others could not wait either. But if they did not follow them in, then they would not get the double experience and supplies from the monsters in the level. And if they followed them in, they would obviously not be able to hold on. And Rand would not protect them. Originally, half of the supplies and monsters were taken away by Rand, and the remaining half was divided among a bunch of people, which was already a big rip-off. Now the remaining half was going to be taken away by someone else. It would be strange if they would agree. Those who did not sign the agreement went to discuss with those who signed the agreement, whether they could stop and wait for them. In the distance, Rand sat on the ruins, observing their situation. Rand's face was very calm, and he was not interested in their conversation. The group walked up to Yang Gao and said, "Hello. We were injured in the battle just now, and our physical condition is very poor now. We hope to take a break and wait until we recover some strength before moving on. We hope you will not enter the next level in advance. Wait for us. Can you agree to our request?" Yang Gao did not even think about it, and directly refused. "We have discussed this issue with you before, and you did not agree at all. Then we have no obligation to stop and wait for you. We are not partners to begin with, so there is no need to stop because of you. You can't do it yourself, don't drag us along with you." After hearing this, the players' faces became even uglier. They were very angry, thinking that Yang Gao and his group were too selfish. They started arguing, and some even started fighting. The scene was very chaotic for a while. Rand had originally agreed to only help complete the mission, which did not include protecting them, nor did it include quelling the internal strife of the players. So she just sat aside as if she didn't see anything, and let them fight. They were still fighting at this time, so she was convinced. Chapter 379. The fight started. The fight over there became more and more intense, and the sky was full of skills and magic. Yang Gao and his team were originally few in number, and now they were besieged and outnumbered. Yang Gao was not stupid either, and he took his team members and ran towards Rand. The group of players chased after them. Yang Gao came directly behind her, and the players came in front of her and braked. The leader spoke cautiously. "Boss Rand, you look at this matter." And Rand raised her eyelids. "Oh, what's the matter?" She looked calm, as if she had not heard the quarrel just now, nor had she seen the embarrassed look of Yang Gao and his team. The leader was a little nervous. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Boss Rand, we all know that you are powerful. But this is a fair competition. They are a little too much. You can't take sides." And Rand didn't respond at all. Just clapped her hands. "I just promised Yang Gao to help him complete the task and get half of the supplies. As for how to distribute that part of the supplies, or whether to wait, you can negotiate with Yang Gao. Just don't touch my half." It means that she doesn't care. That group of people dared to be angry, but dared not speak out. They wanted to say that Rand was overbearing and wanted half of the supplies and experience. But they could not beat her. And Rand's strength was there, so they could only swallow their anger. Yang Gao and others saw this and felt relieved. They knew that with Rand there, they were safe for the time being. Although Rand seemed to be indifferent. With this big Buddha there, the group of people did not dare to act rashly. So, Yang Gao took the initiative to walk in front of the group of players and said, "We can talk. We also have a share in this mission. And we promised Rand that we would take half of the supplies. We can sit down and talk about what is the best way." They hope that the remaining half is theirs, and this group of people will stay outside. But it is obviously impossible. If they don't share the remaining half with them, they will probably have to face the siege of this group of people after completing the dungeon. In fact, and Ran could have taken away all the materials and experience in the dungeon. But this group of people would not leave. If they really want to leave, they will have to kill people. If they kill everyone, there will be no master left. At that time, she will be the only one left to deal with the system. Isn't that courting death? Therefore, as long as this group of people don't provoke her, and Ran will not kill people. This group of people obviously understood it was they who asked for help through live broadcast. It was not wrong for them to ask for things. The leader was a little unwilling, but he had no choice. They knew that if they did not accept the negotiation against Yang Gao, they would not even get a slag. So, both sides sat down to discuss the next thing. And Ran stood aside, watching them quietly, and did not participate in their discussion. After some debate, the two sides finally reached an agreement. Yang Gao and others waited for them to rest. But the time should not exceed 3 hours. They hoped that they could recover their physical strength and health within 3 hours. Although Ran felt troubled, she was not in a hurry. She would not violate the agreement after signing it. So she waited quietly to rest. 3 hours later, the team set out again. Just after entering the inner city, there was a tremor under their feet, and a huge black shadow rushed out from the ground. It was a huge stone centipede. Its body was like a small mountain, and its long fangs were like sharp blades, which seemed to be able to easily tear through any defense. It let out a terrifying roar, making the air in the entire inner city seem to freeze. Yang Gao and others immediately prepared for battle, ready to fight this huge stone centipede. And Ran stood aside, gripping the spear in his hand, ready to join the battle at any time. Suddenly, the stone centipede turned its head towards and ran, with a strange light flashing in its eyes, seemingly targeting and Ran. And Ran was not surprised that the monster would target the most powerful person in the field. Because it was a single monster, before the battle, and Ran temporarily turned off the automatic pickup. After all, whoever made the last cut, the supplies would automatically belong to that person. And Ran was afraid that the supplies would go into his backpack, and then he would take them out again. This group of people would have too much trouble. At the moment when the stone centipede was about to launch an attack, and Ran suddenly opened his eyes, swung the long sword in his hand, and chopped hard at the head of the stone centipede. With a loud bang, and Ran's long sword chopped deeply into the head of the stone centipede. It let out a terrible roar, and its body twisted violently. Yang Gao and others immediately seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack. Magic and arrows fell on the stone centipede like raindrops, causing its body to gradually collapse. However, the stone centipede was very tenacious. Despite the fierce attack, it still did not die completely. It used its huge forelimbs to tightly grasp and Ran, trying to pinch her off. Although Ran no longer had her original armor, the system gave her the ability to increase her own defense, which made the centipede's efforts in vain. And Ran casually chopped off its forelimbs with a sword, and broke free from its restraints. The stone centipede became even weaker after losing its forelimbs, and Yang Gao and others took the opportunity to launch a more fierce attack. And Ran also joined the battle. Her swordsmanship became more and more powerful. Every attack could cause great damage to the stone centipede. Magic and skills flew everywhere, and the big centipede was buried by the colorful attacks. Finally, under the joint attack of everyone, the stone centipede finally fell, because the automatic collection was not turned on, and Ran's last sword killed the centipede. But the supplies did not enter the backpack, and a small pile was piled on the ground. A small pile of shiny supplies. This centipede is also a level 80 monster, and it gives a lot of supplies. A group of people looked at and ran, waiting for her to take first, and then they would pick the rest. They didn't dare to let Ran take what they left, and Ran didn't look at it much, and took half of the things casually, without looking at what was there. After getting it, she found that the centipede gave her a chip. It was a pleasant surprise. After collecting the things, and Ran continued to watch the two teams divide the supplies. Soon, a group of people started fighting again because of the uneven distribution of the spoils. And Ran knew that this would definitely happen, and she didn't bother to care, and continued to watch them calmly. The group of people were fighting fiercely, but Ran was not involved. She just quietly observed everything. They were not on the same team, so it would be strange if they didn't fight. They just forced themselves to get together to pass the dungeon. It was good enough that they didn't stab each other in the back. What else can you ask for? Especially since there were people from various countries in this team. They all wanted to maximize their benefits and wanted more. Even Yang Gao's team was not united, but was just slightly better than these foreigners. At least in this situation, they could still face the outside world in a unified way. Chapter 380, Being Tricked. After the big centipede, it was past 10 o'clock in the evening. The group of people were beaten to a pulp and they temporarily stopped fighting. A group of people went out to spend the night. And Ren also took out the Cloud Island and went into the house. Now the first-class row is full of various wooden houses and small houses, which are much better than the large number of tents at the beginning. No one is envious of anyone. And Ren opened the number 3 live broadcast room, and the players there were still playing strategies. There were about 100 players, and they were all Asians. They cooperated well. At least there was no backstabbing. This was much better than the group of players in number 2. I don't know if it was because they were from the same country, or they had already discussed how to distribute the benefits. But the players in this city were very harmonious. After a good night's sleep, the next day, the team was much more harmonious this time. And I don't know if they reached any agreement. After the battle began, and Ren dealt with half of the enemies as usual, and they dealt with the rest by themselves. This part took about a day and a half. And on the afternoon of the 3rd day, they finally reached the final boss. The monsters in this city are different from those in number 1. But the final boss is the same. It is also a huge stone statue with 3 heads and 6 arms, like a reclining Buddha. But it is only level 82. A small boss, and not as big as the one in Ren fought. The 3 heads can also spit out lightning, fire and storm magic. And the 6 arms each hold a weapon, and can stretch and retract. And Ren has fought it once, so he has a lot of experience. And he is also accompanied by a group of very strong players. The battle went very smoothly this time. The players had a clear division of labor. Some were responsible for attracting the boss's attention, while others were looking for opportunities to attack the boss's weaknesses. And Ran was responsible for support. This time she was no longer the main attacker, but only responsible for support and auxiliary. Although killing her would give her supplies and double experience. But she had killed a lot of monsters before, so there was no need to be the first to do everything. This was also what Yang Gao and other players had discussed with her. The supplies would still be given to her half, and the last blow to kill the monster would be up to fate. And Ran agreed. It wasn't too much. She usually wouldn't object. She was also happy that she didn't need to fight. Killing it wouldn't let her level up again. With everyone's concerted efforts, the boss's health was gradually decreasing, and it was soon beaten to a low health. At this time, one of the boss's heads suddenly raised up, roared, and then one of its arms swung towards and ran. And Ran reacted very quickly and teleported away immediately. However, the other 2 heads also sprayed magic in an instant. The magic exploded in the crowd, and in an instant, the entire venue fell into chaos. And Ran dodged the boss's attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Her attack power was also very high, and she quickly reduced the boss's health to less than 2/3 again. At this time, the boss suddenly stopped attacking and began to chant a spell. Its 3 heads also began to glow, as if preparing for a big move. And Ran immediately realized that this was the boss's last attack. She reminded the players to pay attention and prepare for defense. Suddenly, the 3 heads of the boss emitted a strong light at the same time. And then, 3 mixed magics attacked the players. And Ran teleported to avoid it. Other players also dodged. But Ran could teleport, so they were not so lucky. Some of them were hit by magic and their health dropped rapidly. Players drank potions, repaired themselves, and quickly restored their health to above the safety line, and then joined the battle again. And Ran did not attack, but only assisted from the side. She saw a player about to be hit by the boss's magic, and she grabbed the player's neck and took the player away from the danger zone. The boss's attacks became more and more fierce. Its 3 heads took turns to send out various elemental magic. The players fought hard, and at the same time, they had to pay attention to avoid the boss's other attacks. And Ren flew in the air to attract attention. And Yang Gao took the opportunity to chop off one of the city lord's heads with a knife. The other players took this opportunity to attack, and various skills were released at the same time. The boss's other head was severely damaged, and the blood volume dropped rapidly. The boss discovered the player's plan, roared angrily, and intensified the attack. However, with Ran's help, the players stubbornly resisted the boss's attack. The boss had only 1 head left, and its health was getting lower and lower. The boss's remaining head roared wildly. The 3 arms that were chopped off were left waving in the air. The rest were not scary. So Ren did not help anymore and let them handle it themselves. The players attacked again. And soon the boss's health was reduced to 0. With a scream from the boss, its body turned into countless light spots and disappeared into the air. The players finally completed the mission and successfully captured the city. I don't know who made the last blow, but the materials that were dropped were not very good. And Ren didn't think much of it, and took some rare ores, not even a chip, and left the rest to them. She took Chongjun and the others to find the core buildings. Finally, after searching for a while, and Ren found a strange building in a remote corner. It was a short, flat white bungalow, made of a silvery white metal, and could only accommodate people squatting. And Ren walked to the bungalow, and gently touched the cold metal surface. She felt a strange fluctuation. In fact, and Ren didn't know whether this was a core building. After all, the system was always making trouble. And it was a low-level trouble. This building is out of tune with the entire city, and the sci-fi style is out of tune with Western buildings. But no matter what, let's destroy it first. And Ren chopped it with a sword, and the house didn't move at all. That's it. And Ren said Xiaoqi to go in and see what was inside. Maybe it was another disguised core building. As a result, before Xiaoqi could go in to investigate, the system suddenly released a global announcement with gloating. Congratulations to player Andre for destroying the core building of city number 2. The temple, rewarded with 5 levels of experience points, and the level was raised to 75. And Ren's face turned green. This is a pitfall system. I knew it would do this every time. And Ren teleported back to the group of players. After defeating the boss, the group no longer needed an alliance, and was in a confrontation. And Ren had just arrived and hadn't said anything yet. Andre spoke first. Boss and Ren, you signed a contract with Yang Gao and the others. They can't move the core buildings, but we didn't sign a contract. Chapter 381 Platinum Level Armor. Although Ren's face was dark, she had to admit that what the other person said was true. But what could she do if she was angry? She didn't find the right core building. She couldn't blame anyone. Although Ren was full of anger, she was still reasonable. She snorted coldly and was about to leave. The group of people behind him made a noise, but they just made a wow 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 sound, and didn't curse or do anything, and Ren really couldn't do anything to them. Lao Lu spread silently on the ground, and countless eyes were on the group of foreigners behind him. And Ren turned a corner, and could no longer be seen. That's when Andre dared to act recklessly. He raised 2 middle fingers, and kept jumping on the spot, muttering and mocking and insulting Ren, taking advantage of the fact that she couldn't see or hear. He vented his suppressed anger, and cursed her very badly. Yang Gao snorted disdainfully, and cursed her in front of her if he had the guts. Don't wait until she's gone before you can do that. He still gave her the middle finger and cursed her. He must be slow to die. Just when I was thinking about it, Andre's dirty words suddenly stopped. A dark shadow came out of his mouth, blocking all his insults. The players looked down subconsciously, and saw a shadow covered with blood-red eyes, twisting and crawling on the ground. It went straight into Andre's stomach, and then came out of his mouth, piercing Andre's stomach. The shadow was pulled out, and Andre's internal organs and intestines fell to the ground. His health bar dropped to the bottom. He had just leveled up 5 levels, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone. The players avoided Andre like the plague, and when they looked at the shadow again, it looked very familiar. Isn't this the one under Ren's feet? It has appeared many times in the live broadcast. Looking at Andre's miserable appearance, they all swallowed their saliva, still with lingering fear. Andre fell to the ground, with his mouth wide open, and his eyes wide open, as if he hadn't reacted to what happened. And the dark shadow circled in the air, returned to Ren's feet again, and slowly disappeared. And Ren came out from the corner, and didn't care about Andre's body, but turned around and walked towards other players. Her eyes were as calm as water, as if nothing had happened just now. I hope you can learn from this lesson, and don't insult and provoke me behind my back. Just lie down obediently after getting the benefits, and don't get carried away. You didn't offend me, so I won't do anything. I'm reasonable, but that doesn't mean I don't bear grudges. And Ren's voice was not loud, but it was full of indifference. The players lowered their heads, not daring to look Ren in the eye. This time, no one dared to make any mocking or provocative sounds. And Ren looked around the group of people, flapped her wings and left. Fortunately, her help was not in vain. She got a chip and a lot of experience. She was just one step away from upgrading to the next level. This was already good. Although she didn't get the last 5 levels, it was still good. And Ran returned to the Fantasy Sea. Her armor had been upgraded, but she was busy with the dungeon recently and hadn't looked at it. Platinum level mutated Fantasy Knight armor. Because of the special mutation and rare materials, the armor has completely different attributes and skills than before the upgrade. Defense 3200, Speed 3050, Strength 3000. Reduces impact force by 70%, immune to water magic, and 50% immune to water-derived magic, ice magic. Capable of flying, speed can be adjusted by oneself. Armor's built-in skills. 70% of damage can be absorbed and converted into magic or health each time. More than 80% chance to activate skill. Triple return the attack on the body 3 times. 75% chance to activate skill. Phantom Sea Tide, the huge water magic turns into a tsunami that drowns everything, shot the enemy. There is a 50% chance to activate the skill. Ice 1000 miles. Frost turns into a cold wave that freezes everything, imprisons the enemy. Immune to 70% of armor-breaking properties. Can be forged twice later. This is really an old cow opening the door for a young cow. So awesome. And Ran looked at the armor over and over again, and couldn't let it go. The armor is light blue, with a hint of gold, and the golden lines outline beautiful patterns, really low-key and luxurious. Because it already has wings, it was not removed during the upgrade. Because it is the feathers and bones of the bright peacock clan, it is worthy of the current armor. Under the armor skirt is a light blue long skirt, which seems to be the skin of the long night. It feels like silk. Smooth and soft. The long skirt also has high defense. The armor is very soft. Fits the body curve very well. Feels cool to the touch. Not hard. Very comfortable. And Ran liked it for a long time before putting the armor away. Someone outside reported that Luo and the others were back. And Ran landed at the lakeside and met a group of excited people. Luo excitedly shared with Ran the gains from this dungeon. And Ran smiled as she listened to Luo's description. Luo did gain a lot this time. Not only did he gain a lot of experience points, but he also got a lot of equipment and ores. They couldn't use the equipment, but they could give it to other races. Before Luo finished speaking, the others behind him came around and told Ran what they had gained. Seeing their excited expressions, Ran couldn't help but smile. It seemed that his decision was right. Luo and his friends, who went out for training, had more aura of killing and determination on their faces. Compared with their naivety before, they were much better now. Seeing everyone so happy, Luo suddenly remembered something. Took out something from his backpack. Handed it to Ran and said, Ran, this is the equipment we got from the dungeons these few times. Take a look. Can you use it? Ran took the equipment and carefully checked it. It was a silver-grade anklet. Although the level is low, the ability is good. Silver-grade anklet can resist 15% of mental attacks. Note, if the level is too high, the skill power will decrease. Ran needed this. Ran smiled and nodded. And said to Luo, thank you. Luo, I like this equipment very much. Luo waved his hand and said, it's okay. As long as Lord Ran likes it. A group of people were clamoring. Ran simply held a dinner party by the lake. Added good wine. Called the dwarves. And a group of people had a lively meal. The dinner party lasted until midnight, and didn't stop until 3 or 4 in the morning. Ran was already sleepy at that time. So she left the puppets to cook for them, and crawled into the quilt. This kind of thing will happen frequently in the future. If there is a dinner party every time, she will be exhausted. Fortunately, she is not the one to cook, so she can let them do whatever they want. Chapter 382, Snake Domain. Ran didn't know how long they had been making trouble. When she woke up the next day, the supplies she had put there were almost all gone. Recently, Ran and Luo had been so awesome. The armor they were making for the Siren tribe was almost finished. But there were other races to come, so they couldn't relax. Besides, Luo was used to going out to fight dungeons. She felt it was much more exciting than staying in the Fantasy Sea, and she didn't like staying at home anymore. Seeing Luo was about to run out again early in the morning, Ran quickly grabbed her. Don't you want to take a break? Luo shook his head. His expression was very excited. Lord Ran, it's dangerous outside but also exciting. And it's extremely vast. Much more interesting than this Fantasy Sea that you can see the end of at a glance. Besides, we still have to work hard to train our soldiers. so that we can help you as soon as possible." Hearing Luo Luo say this, and Rand thought of himself, who was also facing danger outside, but would still persevere. As long as the system continued to jump, they would not have much time to rest. But there is no need to be on edge all day long, and occasional relaxation is still necessary. Although Rand tried to persuade her, but Luo Luo didn't listen. She was in high spirits now, so Rand didn't stop her. And Rand stayed for the time being, helping to make armor. She hoped to complete the production of armor for all races as soon as possible, and bring them a greater sense of security. At the same time, Luo Luo also took her friends to continue adventuring outside. Although they encountered some dangers, they overcame them one by one. As time passed, the efforts of Rand and Luo Luo were finally rewarded, and they completed the production of armor for all races. Handing the armor to the army gave them more confidence outside. Now all the troops can be pulled out for training, with more people supporting and helping each other. Safety is also more guaranteed. And Rand started the next plan. Going to the dungeon with Chong Jun and others, and raising the level to level 85 first. Luo Luo and others also embarked on the upgrade journey again. They continued to fight in the dungeon outside. Although there were constant dangers, their cooperation became better and better. And Rand wants to level up now. But it is just a waste of time. Without the special tasks of the system, the experience required to level up is too terrifying. It takes too long. It is extremely difficult to level up in the later stage. And Rand still relies on the map and looks for high-level monsters to fight. Finding high-level bosses to fight. This kind of experience can be better. But it took nearly half a year to level up twice. This is not a solution. If you really want to reach level 100, it will probably take 10 or 8 years. Player and Rand, level 8513085000/1500000 HP, 7080. Come on, the indestructible cockroach, you are the most tenacious. Strength, 3029 plus 300, you can compete with the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Speed, 3057 plus 850, running towards the sun, you are the Quafu Defense. 3216 plus 850, you are as thick-skinned as a city wall turning a corner. Magic, 6770 can be used for subsequent skill releases. And Rand collapsed to the ground. It's no good. Every time I look at this experience, I feel hopeless for the rest of my life. After lying flat for a while, and Rand got up again. Now that she had reached the level and had prepared all the herbs, she could go to the snake domain that she had always wanted to explore. Remember to bring the ants with you before leaving. Anyway, the fantasy sea can open the door at any time, so there is no need to bring them with you. And Rand opened the panel and found the snake domain map. Now she didn't need other people's maps, and she could go in by herself. She drove the Cloud Island and headed towards the destination. The snake domain map showed that it was on a cloud island far away from various dungeons and people. It was surrounded on all sides, and it seemed like a passage to another world. This island is located below the clouds, about 2,000 meters, and Rand placed a pile of large rocks, pressed down the clouds, and headed straight for the destination. And Rand drove the Cloud Island towards the entrance. The surrounding environment gradually became dark and humid, and there was a fishy smell in the air, which made people feel a little uneasy. Entering the snake domain, the sky was filled with heavy dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and heavy rain. And Rand's Cloud Island moved slowly in the rain, and the rain hit the Cloud Island, making a sound of rushing. The rain gradually subsided, and Rand found that the surrounding scenery had changed. The originally dark forest became even more eerie, and the trees were twisted, like the claws of the devil, stretching towards the sky. The ground was covered with moss and weeds, which was slippery and difficult to stand on. And Rand drove the Cloud Island carefully, passing through this strange forest. She was ready for a fight. The creatures in the snake domain were extremely dangerous and could be attacked at any time. As Yuandao was advancing, a huge snake head suddenly emerged from the ground, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards Anren's Yuandao. Anren immediately manipulated Yuandao to evade, and at the same time opened the defense barrier to resist the attack of the snake head. She realized that every step here was full of danger, and she had to be vigilant at all times. She didn't come here to find treasures, but purely to upgrade and find chips. She also came here to repair the Medusa shield. The snake domain is full of poison. In addition to the poison of various snakes, even various plants are poisonous. She has toxin antibodies, and the toxins of ordinary plants are useless to her. The most powerful ones are the toxins of snakes. Some snake venom is fatal, and some snake venom can cause hallucinations. When facing these snake venoms, Ran had to be careful to avoid putting herself in danger. After all, her antidote is for Hydra, and the ordinary venomous snakes here may not be effective even if there is an antidote. The forest is filled with thick poisonous gas, which makes people feel difficult to breathe. And Ran is well aware of the dangers here. But in order to upgrade and find chips, she still walked in without hesitation. And Ran drove the Cloud Island carefully, trying to avoid those dangerous snakes and plants. She also bought a few gas masks in the trading area. Fortunately, she could still contact the outside world here, so she would not be too passive. As she moved forward, she found some strange snake creatures. Their shapes and colors were different from ordinary snakes. They were colorful and had complex patterns, although they were all snakes below level 20. According to the introduction, they were all poisonous snakes. They climbed on trees, crawled on the ground, and piled up in a nest in the damp and dark forest full of various disorderly plants. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't notice them at all. Chapter 383, Vicious Venomous Snakes. The snake domain is dark and depressing. The entire forest is dark, even the flowers. Plants and trees are dark black, without a single extra color. This thick black color makes people feel depressed and cold for no reason. Add to that the various venomous snakes that crawl by from time to time, making people even more horrified. Their hair stand on end and feel uncomfortable. In the dark snake domain, the cold wind blows, and the dark trees sway in the wind, making a rustling sound. In the distance, poisonous snakes twisted their bodies, crawled through the grass, hissing, and made people shudder. It was raining outside, damp and cold. It was not suitable to travel in this weather, nor to go out to fight monsters. Therefore, even if Ran drove the Cloud Island over, she did not go out for the time being. Instead, she lay in front of the glass window, looking outside with disgust. This snake-like environment was very uncomfortable for Ran, but she still waited patiently for the rain to stop, because only in this way could she explore this mysterious place with more peace of mind. The rain outside the window was getting heavier, but in this dangerous place, Ran could only calm down and wait. Ran decided that after the rain stopped, he would explore this snake area first, understand the surrounding environment, and then decide on the next action plan. In Ran's view, although this snake area was full of dangers, it was also full of opportunities. After all, there were all kinds of poisonous snakes here, and their venom and fangs were good things. The rain was falling, and I didn't know how long it would last. Anyway, it didn't stop until dark, and Ran thought that it would rain all the time in this area, and there would never be a sunny day. So he had to go out in the rain. But Ran decided to wait. Going out in the rain to explore the snake area was not a good choice. These low-level snakes could not break the outer protective shield. So Ran was not worried about being buried in a pile of snakes when he woke up. He was just a little worried. So he asked the Ghost King and Lao Lu to guard the door. It was not until the next day at dawn that the rain slowly stopped, although it was still drizzling. Ran walked out of the room, looking at the light rain falling from the sky, frowning slightly. At this time, a white beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky, piercing the sky. Ran looked up and saw a small 9-headed black snake in the beam of light overlooking the entire forest. This thing must be the 9-headed snake. Judging from the distance, it is very far away from here, and can only be seen vaguely. Under the illumination of this beam of light, the light rain in the sky gradually stopped, and Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Finally the rain stopped. In her sight, the island had been washed by rain. The originally black ground had turned gray and black, and the whole island looked brand new, at least without the rain curtain that covered the sky and the ground. It was not so depressing. Ran stretched her body, and it was time for her to set off to explore this snake area. She opened the system map and began to plan the next course of action. According to the system map, the scope of this snake area was very large, and it was obviously impossible for Ran to explore it in a short time. The snake area includes several mountains, swamps, and endless primeval forests. She needs to choose a suitable route and explore slowly. According to the map, the danger level of this snake area is also different. Some places are safer, while some places are full of danger. Seeing this, Ran decided to go to the area closest to her first to see what low-level snakes look like. In this way, Ran wearing a heavy suit, walked out of the room and walked towards the depths of the snake area. Behind her, there was a dark and oppressive forest, and countless poisonous snakes were running through the grass. And Ran wrapped herself tightly, so that she would not be bitten by poisonous snakes, and it would also reduce the possibility of being attacked by other animals. The armor was something like the skirt armor worn by women, and it was hollow underneath, so she had to wear another layer of armor underneath. Fortunately, the snake scale soft armor was worn close to the body, and it had leg guards, so the defense was not low. The armor was not too big, just right for her to move around in the forest. Although this snake area looked dangerous, it was not that scary, at least in Ran's opinion. These poisonous snakes would not attack her, as long as she did not provoke them. Low-level snakes would not attack her. Snakes were very cunning, especially these venomous snakes of the fantasy beast species. They knew that the enemy was strong, so they would not attack. When they detected Ran's arrival, they took the initiative to avoid her. Seeing them like this, Ran did not take action. Her level was too low, and her experience value was terribly low. Ran continued to walk forward, observing the surrounding environment as she walked. In this snake area, there were snakes everywhere. They were big and small, of different colors and shapes, but without exception, they were all very poisonous. Moreover, the deeper you go into the snake area, the more snakes there are, the more species there are, and the more poisonous they are. Ran carefully avoided those snakes, but she was not afraid. But if she accidentally stepped on them, the soft and slippery touch would give her goosebumps all over her body. However, if she really encountered an attack from those poisonous snakes, she would fight back without hesitation. Fortunately, she was not as stupid as the snakes. In this way, Ran walked for a long time, finally came to a relatively safe area. There are fewer snakes in this area, and these snakes are relatively small, and their toxicity is not particularly strong. So, this area is still relatively safe. Ran stopped and began to carefully observe the surrounding environment. In this area, there are no tall trees, but there are a lot of weeds. There are many small caves on the hill ahead, and some small snakes are hidden in these caves. Ran stopped here temporarily. She walked for a whole morning, and didn't come across a place without snakes. It is indeed the snake area, and it lives up to its reputation. The moment Ran stopped to drink water, an eagle descended from the branch and pounced on the poisonous snake on the branch. But this is the snake area, and the food chain has long been overturned here. The moment the eagle's claws just caught the snake, countless poisonous snakes jumped up from the branches and wrapped their bodies around the eagle. The eagle's wings were entangled, and it howled miserably. Its body fell to the ground like a heavy stone. Then several poisonous snakes rushed over, killed the eagle with venom, dismembered the eagle with magic, and swallowed it. Ran forgot to drink the water she saw. The poisonous snakes here are so fierce. Chapter 384 Ants Swallow Snakes. Several poisonous snakes dismembered the eagle, and then quickly crawled into the bushes and hid. It is said that where there are poisonous substances, there must be something that can control them. Ran searched for a long time, but he did not find any herbs that could control them. On the contrary, the sky, which had been clear in the morning, became cloudy again just after he came out for a while. The ants were restless in the space. Seemingly they were hungry. Just as there was so much food here, Ran released the army of ants. A bunch of ants that had been upgraded to more than 70 levels, against a bunch of poisonous snakes that were just over 20 levels. That was a sweep. Tens of thousands of ants spread out on the ground, like a dark tide, rushing towards the venomous snakes. Low-level venomous snakes cannot detect whether the same NPC is strong or weak. After all, the ants are much higher than them, and they are also cold-blooded animals. The level is too low, and they can't detect it. So, when the ants came, they just thought they were passing by. But when the first venomous snake was surrounded by ants, they realized how terrible these ants were. The body of the venomous snake was instantly covered by ants, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a dry bone. Seeing this, the other venomous snakes fled in all directions. But they were still a step slower. The army of ants quickly surrounded them, and tore the venomous snakes in the area into pieces in just a few minutes. The ants continued to expand outward without Ran's orders, spreading out in this area, looking for prey. Ran knew that these ants were probably starving, and they had been following him for several days without any food. So I didn't stop them, just quietly watched them kill everywhere. A group of ants swept past. not to mention poisonous snakes. They didn't let go of all kinds of plants. It seemed that this group of ants was born not afraid of poison. Wherever they passed, the plants were swept away, leaving only the empty ground. This group of ants can really eat. An ant found something and turned back to send a signal to Enran. Enran understood and followed the group of ants in one direction. After walking for a long time, Enran stopped at a place where there was a huge cave in front of him. This cave looks quite old. There is a narrow passage at the entrance. It is surrounded by weeds. There is nothing special about it. Enran walked deeper into the cave. The deeper he went, the more he could smell a faint fishy smell in the air. This smell is the same as the one here. It is from snakes. It is estimated that there is a snake's nest inside. It is very likely a poisonous snake's nest. Continuing to walk forward, Enran found that there were many mottled marks on the stones on both sides of the passage. It seems that someone had fought here before. Could it be that a player had come here before? I just don't know if it was a human from Earth or a former player. Enran was curious and quickened her pace. Finally, after turning a corner, Enran saw the scene at the end of the passage. It was a spacious stone cave. In the center of the cave, there was a huge pool of water. In the center of the pool of water, a huge snake floated on the water, with its eyes closed, as if it was sleeping. This giant snake was pitch black, and was dozens of feet long. It had a pair of sharp fangs on its head, and there were circles of patterns on its body. It looked quite beautiful. According to the illustrations, this snake is a python, and it is not poisonous. This is the first time that a non-poisonous python has been found in an area full of poisonous snakes. It is level 35, and it is very likely to be a small boss in a level. Enran carefully observed the giant snake, guessing its identity. Suddenly, the giant snake opened its eyes, and its huge pupils stared at Enran, exuding a fierce aura. Enran knew that she had been discovered by the giant snake, and she still greeted it with a smile. But the other hand had already begun to call the ants. Go kill it. This little guy didn't need her to take action otherwise. In such a huge snake domain, she would have to fight every time, and she would never be able to finish the fight even if she died of exhaustion. The giant snake seemed to feel the threat of the ant army, and the snake head swung, and the huge snake tail swept towards and ran. Enran dodged calmly, and at the same time ordered the ant army to rush forward. She watched the fun from the side. The ant army quickly rushed towards the giant snake, and the dense ants soon covered the giant snake's body. The giant snake struggled violently, trying to shake off the ants. But the number of ants was too large, and their terrifying devouring ability was too strong. No matter how the giant snake struggled, it could not shake them off. After a few minutes, the body of the giant snake gradually became stiff, and finally stopped struggling completely. The ants opened their huge jaws in front and began to eat. Some of them drilled into the snake's stomach and continued to eat. After a while, only a huge snake skeleton was left in the puddle, looking at the ants who were still eating. Enran felt that she was not here to conquer the snake domain, but to raise ants. This group of ants was better than her, especially in that they ate everything. She felt inferior to them. It started to drizzle again. The weather in this snake domain was probably independent of the outside world. Looking at the muddy road, it was estimated that there were few sunny days. Enran didn't want to go out in the rain to fight monsters. The ants just happened to have cleared the small boss here, so she took shelter here, throwing out puppets to clean up the cave. Enran searched for the entrance of the cave along the wall. Without the presence of small monsters, it was much easier to find. This was just a low-level area. There were no good things hidden there. It was just a place to spawn monsters. Enran remembered that she could always find some treasure chests in the boss before, but she really didn't find anything here. However, there was a wall with a different color from the surrounding walls. Enran observed it carefully and found that although the color of this wall was dark, it had no patterns. She touched it, but didn't find any special mechanism. Enran thought for a moment, and thought of something. She took out a dagger from her backpack, scratched it lightly, and found something strange. She opened the space inside, and thought it was a treasure chest, but found a nest of eggs. Black snake eggs. Probably the children of this little boss. This python is nothing special, so Enran planned to boil the eggs and eat them. It would suffocate if it was put into the backpack. And Enran didn't stop. But when she received the last one, she found an egg of a different color. The pattern of the egg was colorful, which was quite beautiful. It didn't look like a python egg, but a poisonous snake egg. Enran thought about it, and threw it to the Cloud Island in the other space to see what she could raise. Chapter 385 Players in the Snake Domain. The puppets cleaned up the place and sprayed air freshener. And Ren put out the sofa and kitchen utensils. It was almost noon, and it was time to cook. The whole space here was filled with a fishy smell. And the cave was the same. Even after cleaning, it was still there. So don't be so picky. And Ren flipped through her backpack, and there was a lot of snake meat from the snakes that the ants had just killed. She signed contracts with all the ants she brought out, and they became pets. As long as they killed monsters, she would get experience and supplies. And Ren sometimes wanted to do it herself. She skewered the snake meat on branches and roasted it on the fire. The ants squatted beside her, curiously looking at the fire. The ants curiously surrounded and ran, touching each other with their antennae, as if they were talking. And Ren smiled, touched one of the ants, and said, "Why do you want to eat it too? It's okay if you really want to eat it. But there are too many of them. If they roasted them all, her puppets would probably be exhausted." And Ren sighed while distributing the roasted snake meat to the ants. The ants immediately surrounded them, stretched out their long antennae, and began to gnaw on the snake meat. In fact, ants can't taste the flavor. They are just curious. They eat the same thing. Suddenly, the ants stopped eating, raised their heads, and looked at the cave entrance vigilantly. And Ren also noticed something strange, but didn't get up, just looked up outside. A strange figure appeared at the cave entrance, and Ren looked at this figure, or more than a dozen figures. They were chased by poisonous snakes and fled into this cave. And Ren casually put on a half mask to cover his face. They ran into the cave in panic with panicked looks. Several giant poisonous snakes followed closely behind them. Their eyes flashed dangerous green light, opened their bloody mouths, spit out scarlet snake tongues, and made hissing sounds. They probably didn't expect that there would be someone here, and were very surprised, but saw that the poisonous snake stopped in front of the cave. Knowing that the poisonous snakes were afraid of this person, they continued to run inside for a distance. One of them stumbled to and ran, panting and saying, "Save us. These snakes are too scary. We can pay you." And Ran looked at the stranger covered in blood, and then at the venomous snakes chasing him closely. There were men and women in the team, supporting each other. No one abandoned anyone. Even the seriously injured were carried by two people. But they were all in a very embarrassed state. Their faces were full of fear and terror. For such people, who had no conflict of interest with him, and Ram would save them if he could. She wasn't afraid of being stabbed in the back. They had already run in, and saving people was just a matter of convenience. "Come in, and get behind me," and Ran said calmly. "Thank you." The stranger nodded gratefully, and then gestured to the others, and they supported each other into the inner cave. And Ran waved her hand, and directed the army of ants to pounce on the poisonous snakes outside. With the cooperation of the ants, the poisonous snakes gradually couldn't resist, and were finally defeated, and only the bones were left. Such terrifying ants, the group of people behind them swallowed their saliva. Knowing that they had met a noble person today, everyone was extremely grateful. "Okay, it's safe for now. You can bandage it first." The strangers looked at and ran gratefully, and thanked her one after another. They briefly introduced themselves, and Ran knew that they were chased by poisonous snakes because they accidentally entered this jungle. And Ran didn't tell them her name, and seeing that the ants couldn't stay here and kept wanting to run away, she let them go. A girl in the group asked, "You sent them all away, who will stay to protect us?" And Ran frowned and was unhappy. "These are her ants. She can do whatever she wants. There's no need for you to ask more questions. It's good enough to save people, but there are still many things to do." The man who just asked for help covered the girl's mouth and said with a wry smile, "Miss, don't blame me. She is just worried about our safety." And Ran ignored him, sat on the sofa, let the puppet continue to cook. The girl was stopped, and knew that she was meddling in other people's business. It's good that they save people. The ants are theirs. Why do you care about how they arrange it? The girl was generous, and she was wrong, and came over to apologize to Ran. "I'm sorry, I was talking nonsense." The girl bowed deeply, and Ran waved her hand to accept it. It is rare to find such reasonable people nowadays. And Ran actually looked up to this small group of people. And Ran accepted her apology, and the girl went back to take care of the people in the team. And Ran heard what they said. They were all relatives and friends, who formed a team and took risks together. No wonder the team was so harmonious. If they were strangers, they would have fallen out over interests. Of course, It is not ruled out that there is a life or death friendship between strangers, but at present, Ran has not found it. This group of people were seriously injured, and some were poisoned by snakes. They were buying serum to remove the poison in the trading area, and Ran didn't care what they were doing, and opened the map to check. Near this part of the map, horizontally, there were all poisonous snakes below level 50, and the range was very wide. And Ran asked Lao Lu and Xiao Qi to investigate. There were a lot of poisonous snakes in this area, specifically hundreds of thousands. There were so many, even if each one didn't give much experience. But a few together, it was still a large number. If Ran killed them one by one, it would take him forever. So I planned not to move for the time being, and let the ants deal with them. Anyway, they have to solve the food problem, and they can help me kill monsters and earn experience. Why not? At the end of this area, there is a swamp. This is the area of monsters above level 50 to 60, and low-level venomous snakes rarely go there. And Ran asked Lao Lu and Xiao Qi to check it out. The number of venomous snakes here is a little less than that in the previous area. The specific number cannot be found. They are all in the swamp. It must be said that the number of venomous snakes in this snake area is really exaggerated. And Ran planned to clear the poisonous snakes in this area first, and would not leave for now. She just wanted to wait here for these people to recover, and then see what they would do. This place was not far from the outside world, and it didn't take long to go out now. She was in a good mood and didn't mind giving them a ride. The group of people also knew that they couldn't get out for the time being, so they took out tents and other things to set up camp. The man who asked for help before came over and said hesitantly, "I don't know how long you will stay here. Wait until my ants clean up the food in this area." Although he didn't say how much time it would take. The few people were relieved to clean up this part of the snake area. Even with a large army of ants, it would take a lot of time, enough for them to recover. The man bowed to and ran to thank her, and returned to the back with joy. Chapter 386 Seeds. With everyone's current abilities, as long as the injury is not severe, it will take a day or two to heal with the help of various medicines. She couldn't wear a mask for the next 2 days, so she took it off. The rescue people were originally thinking about what to give as a thank you gift, but when they saw that it was in Ran, they suddenly didn't know what to give. And Ran didn't need their things, so she didn't take them. Before leaving, she just gave them a piece of paper and asked them to help spread it out. After this group of people left the snake domain, they opened the white paper and found that it contained all the truths that Ran knew about this world. These people did not dare to neglect it, and printed a lot of them and spread them out. As for whether anyone believed it, Ran did not know. But the seeds had been planted, and it was just a matter of time before they sprouted. With the continuous operation of these people, this white paper was almost spread throughout the game, because it did not mention the game and the system, but used a metaphor. It was not detected by the system, and it just got away with it. In just a few days, the content on the white paper spread all over the world. Some people thought it was nonsense and sneered at it, but more people chose to believe it and started to take action. More and more people began to think, is the information on the paper true? Is it really as the white paper said? If they continue to stay, they will be eroded more deeply by the system. In the end, they will all become puppets controlled by the system, and they will still be unaware of it. In order to find the answer, people began to secretly explore, trying to find clues to the truth. In this process, leaders began to emerge in several countries. They formed a secret organization and formed a huge team. The goal of this organization is to find the truth of this world and allow everyone to leave this world. As time goes by, more and more people join the team of truth seekers. They are no longer satisfied with living passively in this world, but begin to actively look for solutions. In fact, they are not stupid. They can't feel it, but their minds have been invaded bit by bit, almost equivalent to half a puppet. They just followed the system, and at this time, they needed some external stimulation to get them out of this muddled state. This wave of seeking the truth, like a surging wave, gradually swept the whole world. Driven by this wave, people gradually discovered more secrets about this world. When they found something wrong, they would naturally try to resist it and overthrow it. Although this process was full of difficulties and challenges, no one backed down. After all, if they continue to stay here, there is only one way to go: either death or being used as food for monsters. They originally thought that this world was free, and everyone survived by strength. But after this incident, they realized how wrong they were. and Rand did not expect that she would bring such a big change to everyone. She has not felt the substantial change yet. She just knows that the system seems to be busy cleaning up some other mess, and has no time to keep an eye on her for the time being. And Rand stayed in the first half for about half a month. The ants killed almost all the poisonous snakes below level 50 in the first half. During this period, the ants frantically foraged for food, which also enabled Rand to gain a lot of experience. Now he has reached the edge of the next level. He is almost ready to upgrade. It must be said that although these poisonous snakes are low level, they are huge in number, and the experience value is terrifying. As the ant's strength continues to increase, and Rand also obtains more and more supplies. Especially the poison sacs on the venomous snakes. There are about 100,000 of them. There are all kinds of toxins. Paralytic, hallucinogenic, painful. And she got a lot of serum. She is not afraid of these toxins. On the other hand, the wave of seeking the truth has swept the whole world. More and more people have joined the struggle of resistance. Several countries have reached a rare consensus, no longer fighting each other, killing each other, but reached a balance. If they don't unite, they will die soon. And Rand didn't know anything about the outside world for the time being. After all, they wouldn't discuss it in the trading area, because it was easy to be banned. It was only passed on by word of mouth or written on paper. Therefore, and Rand didn't know that the seed she planted casually had gradually grown into towering trees. At this time, and Rand was using snake bones to practice arrows, and combined with various toxins obtained here. It wasn't that she had to refine it. She just bought a blueprint for an arrow, gathered the materials, and clicked on the synthesis. She didn't know what the system was doing. Anyway, she cleared the first half of the snake domain, and there was no system to mess up. So she knew that the system was not online. Therefore, she cut down the useful plants here, and almost flattened everything in the first half with the ants. After looting, and Rand continued to move forward. The weather in the snake domain is probably different from that in the outside world. It rained 8 out of 10 days. The whole snake domain was damp and rainy. Because of this, the miasma could not spread. And Rand did not need to wear a gas mask all day, because the ants swept a large area of venomous snakes. They ate their flesh and blood to grow and upgrade. Most of the people in a team reached about level 70. Not only did their size double, but their appetites also grew. Almost everywhere they passed, they turned into wasteland. Of course, it was impossible for them to not suffer any losses. They had brought out nearly 50,000 ants. But now there were only more than 49,000 left. After all, they were low-level venomous snakes, and they could not cause much damage to the ants. Most of those who died did so by their own will. The team moved forward and reached the edge of the swamp. There were a few dark clouds in the sky, and without sunlight, the atmosphere seemed a bit dull. And Rand kept observing the surroundings from time to time, guarding against the sudden appearance of poisonous snakes. The team came to the edge of the swamp. There was a muddy area in front of them, and some places were bubbling, which looked very dangerous. The stench rushed straight into his nose, and it was so strong that, even though Rand was wearing a gas mask, he was almost suffocated. The swamp was full of mud and puddles, and one could easily fall into them. This swamp was very vast, almost one piece after another, and it was filthy, and there was no place to step. At this moment, a faint noise was heard, and the mud and water in the swamp began to roll. Huge mud monsters crawled out of the mud and water, opening their mouths and roaring at the team. The mud and water fell down, revealing the true appearance of the monsters inside. Colorful poisonous snakes, some thick and some thin, lined up to block Rand's way forward. Chapter 387, Venomous Snakes in the Swamp. And Rand waved her hand and commanded the ants, "Go." Before the ants could go up, the venomous snakes opened their mouths and sprayed countless venoms mixed with foul-smelling mud at Rand and the others. Ouch. And Rand was startled and quickly retreated, not because she was afraid of the poison, but because she was disgusted. The ants were not to be outdone. Countless huge fireballs condensed and fell from the sky, hitting the venomous snakes head-on. The venomous snakes obviously did not expect the ants to do this, and were immediately panicked. With a loud bang, the fireball hit the swamp, burning the turbid and smelly water inside, making it roll and bubble. The poisonous snakes screamed in pain, twisting their bodies, and jumped out of the boiling water to the ground. The ants took advantage of the victory and chased them. Countless fireballs fell again, smashing the poisonous snakes to pieces and rolling to the edge of the swamp. And Rand saw the opportunity and immediately commanded the ants to rush up and surround the poisonous snakes. The poisonous snakes knew that the situation was over, and fled to the depths of the swamp. And Ran and the ants rushed forward quickly, blocking the snakes' path. The snakes were in a panic, spraying venom and mud randomly, trying to stop Ran and the others from approaching. But the ants had already prepared for it. Their shells were thick, just like their thick protective armor, and they were not afraid of their venom at all. The snakes gradually became desperate and began to flee in all directions. The ants took the opportunity to chase them, killing and eating the snakes one by one. During this period, Ran did not do much, leaving everything to the ants. But this swamp is so big, almost endless, and there is no telling how many poisonous snakes are hiding in it. They have just killed the first wave, and it is impossible to wipe them out completely. As expected, as soon as this batch was killed, the next batch came out again. But this time, they were smarter. Thousands of them came at once, surrounding Ant and Ran, and launching a siege. A group of poisonous snakes actually joined forces, each holding back their venom, and then gathered together, preparing to launch a joint poison seed to directly drown them. And Ran was not panicked when she saw this, and she commanded the ants to come over to fight. She waved her hand, and the ants gathered again, opened their mouths, and a cloud of fire formed around them. The cloud of fire grew bigger and bigger, and the temperature became higher and higher. The venom was directly evaporated, and the venomous snakes could not bear the high temperature and ran back to the swamp. And Ran commanded the ants to continue attacking, and the cloud of fire rolled towards the venomous snakes like a tornado. The venomous snakes were caught in the cloud of fire and turned into ashes in an instant. After all, the ants were nearly 25 levels lower than them, and even with the swamp and venom as support, they were no match for them. The fire cloud burned the poisonous snake clean and continued to float forward. At this moment, a huge snake head emerged from the swamp. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all the fire clouds in one gulp. The snakehead roared loudly. A huge snake body emerged from the swamp and swept towards Ran and the ants. The ants once again condensed a huge fireball and threw it at the snake head. Boom! The fireball exploded on the snake head, blowing it away. But the snake head quickly recovered and rushed towards Ran again. And after one head was blown off, another head grew on its neck. The two heads bit at him together, but were pulled back by Ran with a gun. The huge poisonous python flew far away, and fell heavily into the mud, turning up a pool of dirty water. The dirty water rushed out of the shore, and Ran covered his nose and retreated quickly, for fear that the stinking water would splash on him. The poisonous python struggled in the mud, it twisted its body frantically, drawing out the toxins in the mud, condensing into groups of highly poisonous spheres, and smashing towards Ran and the ants. And Ran commanded the ants to retreat quickly, avoiding the attack of the poisonous sphere. The poisonous python saw this and launched an attack again. A huge snake tail emerged from the mud and smashed towards the ants. And Ran raised his spear and swung it vigorously. A beam of light slashed out, cutting the snake tail in half. The poisonous python roared in pain and hurriedly retracted it. It seems that it will only split if the head is cut off, but it cannot be split if the tail is cut off. Then use magic to blast it away. And Ran took the opportunity to command the ants to rush forward and launch an attack. The huge fireballs smashed the poisonous python like rain. The poisonous python screamed in pain and rolled in the mud, splashing mud and water everywhere. Seeing this, Ran again commanded the ants to attack, and a huge fireball half a person's height hit its two heads directly. The poisonous python rolled in the swamp, trying to extinguish the flames, but unfortunately, Ran mixed a trace of the soul fire of the disaster in it. It couldn't be extinguished at all, and burned it directly to ashes. Ran commanded the disaster to put a layer of soul fire on the swamp. The swamp is too big. It will take a long time for the soul fire to burn through it. Let's deal with the poisonous snakes in the first half first, and then slowly burn the second half. The soul fire burns everything, even the swamp with water. The soul fire ignited a layer on the surface of the swamp. The dark flame burned slowly. After half a day, it spread all over the top of the swamp. At first, there was no reaction inside. But when the soul fire burned, it gradually penetrated into the swamp. And the poisonous creatures in the swamp began to scream in pain. They were burned by the soul fire, and suffered so much pain that they fled everywhere. But the soul fire followed them like a shadow, chasing them relentlessly. No matter where they fled, the soul fire would burn them there. The poisonous creatures in the swamp began to panic. They began to attack each other, trying to find a way out. But the soul fire became more and more. They were forced to have nowhere to escape and finally escaped from the bottom of the swamp. The swamp water was like a boiling pot, and the poisonous snakes in it fled everywhere. The swamp kept rolling, and countless poisonous creatures rushed out, carrying the soul fire on their bodies. As they dispersed, they also spread their soul fire everywhere, quickly igniting everything nearby, in order to prevent the soul fire from burning her. And Ran asked the disaster to take back some of the soul fire. Only the swamp and the nearby soul fire were left. But this did not mean that the escaped venomous snakes were saved, because there was an army of ants waiting outside. They had just escaped the burning of the soul fire, and were half dead when they were swallowed by the ants. The soul fire raged in the swamp for a long time, until all the poisonous substances in the swamp were eliminated. After the poisonous creatures in the first half of the swamp were eliminated, the swamp gradually returned to calm. The soul fire burned the poisonous creatures in the swamp, and cleared the toxins in the swamp, making the swamp purer. This was something Ran had not expected. He had not expected that the soul fire of the disaster could have this function, burning snake venom. But he thought about it again and understood. This was a dragon. Although it had 2 heads, it was also the ancestor of snakes. It was not difficult to burn snake venom. Chapter 388 3 Level 65 Hydras. But if she had known earlier that the soul fire of disaster could burn snake venom, she would not have had to fight the phantom girl so hard. But disaster quickly poured cold water on her. Soul fire can burn poison, but Hydra can't, and the detoxification effect is extremely slow. It is estimated that the poison has not been burned out, and the person will die first. The soul fire on the surface of the swamp is still spreading slowly. Sinking from the surface of the swamp, it is just too far away from here, and the soul fire burns too slowly. There was no road leading to the next place in the swamp. It was surrounded by turbid and smelly dirty water, even if there was no poison in it, and Ran didn't want to try it out. Putting the ant back into the space, and Ran flapped her wings and flew up, planning to fly over. Just when she reached the second half of the swamp, she saw waves surging in the swamp, one wave bigger than the other. It seemed that something was stirring up trouble in it, and Ran tried to fly directly over, but the huge waves that surged up into the sky blocked her way, and Ran was forced to retreat. Seeing the waves getting higher and higher, she decided to wait and see. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and a huge snake emerged from the middle of the swamp. Its body was as thick as a tree trunk, coiled in the swamp, and its back was covered with spikes, which made it look very fierce. The snake had 9 heads, each of which was extremely ferocious, and each head had a series of barbs. This giant snake should also be a Hydra, a member of the Hydra clan. And it didn't say that there was only one Hydra. There aren't many high-level Hydras, but there are probably quite a few low-level ones. At this moment, another snake emerged from the swamp. This giant snake was similar to the Hydra just now, but each head had a huge tumor with spikes growing inside. It looked very scary and disgusting. And Ran thought, Hydras have 9 heads. And he didn't know if all 9 heads could spit out toxins. And Ran summoned the disaster directly, even though it hadn't recovered its original form yet. It was a dragon after all. It still had a strong upper-level oppression on these low-level snakes. It would be useless if you summoned Chonjun after all. It transformed into a goose. Another snake emerged from the swamp. This head was much smaller than the Hydras, but it also looked very ferocious. It seemed that there was more than one giant snake in the swamp, and Ran frowned, and decided to take a more cautious approach. Behind the snakes were huge waves, accompanied by waves of stench. The soul fire was still burning, but it was getting weaker and weaker. It was estimated that there were snakes in it that could deal with the soul fire of disaster. 3 big snakes, 27 heads, all at level 65, 9 heads with 9 kinds of magic, some of which are also mixed with poison. That is to say, the magic they cast is all poisonous, and the poison is like an instinctive ability. The 27 heads opened their mouths at the same time. Countless magic balls gradually took shape, and the appearance of each type of magic was the true color of magic mixed with purple-black poison. How could Ran let them cast magic? With a wave of her long sword, the sky full of sword shadows burst out from her hand, and fell on the 3 giant snakes like a meteor shower. Each sword shadow contained a powerful sword energy, cutting through the space, bringing a series of sharp whistles. Even if Ran didn't know the real sword technique, each sword he swung out was still a powerful attack. The 3 giant snakes saw countless sword shadows falling. The eyes on their 27 heads showed panic. their bodies quickly coiled, trying to avoid the sword shadow's attacks. But these sword shadows seemed to have life, drawing strange arcs in the air, flexibly avoiding their evasive movements, and continuing to fall towards them. With a series of puffs, the sword shadows mercilessly penetrated the bodies of the three giant snakes, bringing up a blood mist. Their attacks were also interrupted. Their painful screams echoed in the air, making people feel creepy. The eyes on the 27 heads began to look terrified, and they finally realized what a powerful enemy they were facing. And Rand took advantage of the victory and pursued. Her figure shuttled between the three giant snakes like a ghost, and the long sword in her hand kept swinging. And every swing could take away a piece of flesh and blood. How could the three giant snakes allow her to attack? They opened their mouths, no longer used magic, and directly used the toxins in their bodies. The toxins were in the poison sacs, and they did not need to store power, but could be directly sprayed. A pool of venom was like a small river, and it covered in Rand's head, and Rand teleported and got out through the gap. The toxins fell into the swamp, turning the already turbid water into a sticky state, which was even more disgusting and smelly. The toxins also fell on them. It was their own toxins, so of course it had no effect on them. On the contrary, there are other effects. The bodies of the three giant snakes seemed to become harder under the effect of the poison. Every attack of Rand was like a heavy hammer hitting a steel plate. Jin's hands were slightly numb. She shook the long sword in her hand, and it instantly turned into countless sword shadows. Under her control, the sword shadows were like dragons dancing in the air. The dragons formed by the sword shadows were like meteors, whistling towards the three giant snakes. The three poisonous snakes launched their venom again. They extracted venom from the swamp through their skin. The venom of the three poisonous snakes gathered together and turned into a swimming poisonous snake, which opened its mouth and bit and ran. And Rand tried to teleport again to avoid it. But as soon as he teleported, the snake followed him. At this time, and Rand suddenly swung the long sword in his hand, and a dazzling light condensed on the sword. This light formed a sword energy, which instantly slashed at the swimming poisonous snake. The sword energy drew countless arcs in the air, cutting the poisonous snake into pieces. The venomous snakes began to slowly dissipate. At this time, one of the 9-headed snakes attacked again. The 9 heads spewed out a large amount of venom from their mouths, and sprinkled it on and ran like a rainstorm. And Rand reacted quickly, and quickly teleported, avoiding the venom attack. After continuous teleportation and attacks, and Rand realized the cunning of the three venomous snakes. While Rand teleported to a distance, their preparations were finally completed. 27 mixed magic balls that had drained all their magic were slowly rotating in the air. The three hydras turned around, raised their tails together, and slapped the magic ball with one tail. The magic ball slowly smashed towards and ran. This huge magic ball was more than 1 person tall, enough to completely wrap and ran. As soon as it got close, and Rand felt the horror of this mixed magic. It gathered all the magic power of the three hydras, and it was a fusion of magic from various systems. Now the magic power inside was delicately maintaining a balance. As long as it hit and ran, it would break the balance and explode. Chapter 389, Crossing the Swamp. And Ram was locked by the chi, and could not run away. Fortunately, the speed of this magic ball was not too fast, and Rand still had a way to deal with it. She directly opened a huge space crack in front of her, and swallowed the mixed magic ball. After the magic ball entered the space crack, and Rand closed the hole again, the mixed magic ball encountered the space turbulence inside, and once it collided, the internal balance was broken, and it exploded instantly. A violent explosion sounded in Rand's ears, and the impact of the mixed elements tore the space crack open. And Rand knew that the explosion of the magic ball was very powerful. But she did not panic. She protected herself with the light barrier in time. The aftermath of the explosion swept through, and the place where Rand was instantly turned into a ruin. But Rand still stood there safely. She wrapped herself with magic to block the impact of the explosion. But the hydras without magic were not so lucky. They were directly killed by the explosion, and 2 of them had several heads blown off. And Rand thought this mixed magic was good, so he didn't kill them, but subdued them directly, and turned them into puppets. There was no place to put them, so he threw them into the other dimension. A good weapon was used as a storage bag by Rand. After killing the 3 guarding snakes, Rand found a golden treasure chest in the mud at the bottom of the swamp. After rinsing it, he opened it, and found a poison-proof bead. Not the kind you eat, but the kind you put on your body. And Rand found a small bag and hung it on his waist, continuing to fly forward. This swamp was so huge that she could not see the end even after flying for half an hour. Although there were not so many poisonous snakes in the second half, there were more high-level poisonous snakes. They were all from the Hydra clan, and they all had 9 heads. Their abilities were similar, and they all had 9 kinds of magic and poison, making them extremely difficult to deal with. For example, now, she was surrounded by dozens of level 65 Hydras. She had to release Cha Jun and Disaster together to help her fight the enemy. There was only one anti-poison bead, which could at most avoid the poisonous gas and miasma in the swamp, and prevent them from entering the body through the pores. This kind of snake venom cannot be avoided, but before it enters the body, the anti-poison bead will form a protective film on the outside of the body, and the poisonous gas cannot enter the body. Dozens of snakes, a pile of various snake heads, densely packed, surrounded them from the sky and the ground. Most of her battle pets can fly, but Anran didn't want to keep flying in the air to fight the enemy. So she took out the jellyfish airship from her backpack, and everyone entered the jellyfish. The jellyfish ship is extremely poisonous, no less poisonous than these low-level Hydras. Especially since it can be equipped with various magic weapons, it has been fully armed by Anran. Some of them were made by dwarves, and some of them were made by her from the blueprints she bought in the trading area. Now the jellyfish ship is a mobile magic launcher. Anran mobilized a magic cannon at the window, aimed at a Hydra, and fired a magic cannonball directly. The snake was hit immediately, blown into pieces, and green blood flowed all over the ground. There was no time to spray magic and venom. The rest of the Hydra immediately became alert, mobilized their magic power, and released their own magic. Anran saw this scene, and immediately mobilized the magic shield on the jellyfish ship to protect the entire jellyfish ship. Then, Cha Jun and Disaster each guarded a magic cannon, and aimed at the 2 snakes respectively. Ghost King and Xiaoqi and Laolu also did the same, each holding a magic cannon, inputting magic power, and releasing magic shells as if they were free. The magic cannon is extremely powerful, and with a constant supply of magic power, it can keep firing. Seeing that something was not right, the Hydras launched venom to intercept. The venom quickly corroded the magic shells and hit the jellyfish. But unfortunately, the jellyfish itself was extremely poisonous, and the venom had no effect on it. Anran held the magic cannon and fired continuously like a toy gun. Hydras fell down under the bombardment of the magic cannon. Although they launched magic to block it, they did not have as much magic power as others, nor were they as fast as others. Their magic cannons did not need to be charged. The input magic was released directly. The more magic power was input, the more powerful the magic shells were. And the magic shells have various attributes. The other pets were not willing to lag behind, and they all aimed their weapons at the enemy and released magic. Venom, flame, ice arrows, wind blades, ground spikes, thunder and other magics were overwhelming and smashed towards the Hydras, beating the Hydras to pieces. The Hydras desperately released various magics and fought back, but under the magic bombardment of Anran and the pets, they could not get close to them at all. Finally, the Hydras could not resist and began to run away. They were very fast, and disappeared in the swamp in the blink of an eye. This time it was the turn of Disaster to appear again. It gathered the soul fire into a huge fireball, and threw it towards the swamp below. The soul fire entered the swamp and spread rapidly, gradually burning from the surface of the water to the bottom of the water. Disaster continued to throw soul fire into it. It was not that its soul fire had only one use, but Anran didn't use it much. Countless fireballs exploded in the swamp, and huge pillars of fire shot up into the sky. The surrounding waters instantly turned into a sea of fire, and countless fish and shrimp floated to the surface with their bellies turned upside down. The bodies of the Hydras struggled and rolled in the sea of fire, and the scales on their bodies began to burn. With a puff, several pillars of fire erupted from the swamp, burning the bodies of the Hydras to ashes. Anran stood in the air holding the magic cannon, looking at the sea of fire below, and couldn't help being a little surprised. She always thought that the fire of Disaster was sticky, burning slowly but burning everything. But she didn't expect that there was such a high explosive form. But think about it. If the soul fire only had that one characteristic, the Disaster would not be ranked 3rd. Kill these Hydras, turn the rest into puppets, and the soul fire cleans up the poison in the swamp. Anran saw that it was getting late, so he didn't plan to continue on his journey. He just floated the jellyfish on the swamp, planning to rest here tonight. There was nothing in the jellyfish, and Anran took it out from his backpack. Bed, Table and chairs, 2 rooms, you can cook outside. Let Xiaomei cook something, and Ran went to take a shower first. The jellyfish floated over the swamp, and a few turbid bubbles appeared on the surface of the swamp, and the smell was still unbearable. If Ran didn't know how big the swamp was, and was afraid of encountering unknown dangers, she wouldn't have stayed above the swamp. As the night deepened, a faint miasma floated on the swamp. Even if the toxins were burned out, the remaining toxins would not be cleared up so quickly. As the weather gradually became hotter, the miasma also dissipated particularly quickly with the high temperature. Chapter 390 Huge Mountain Stream. Close all windows, and Ran sat on the floor, with a table in front of her, and ate. It was too smelly outside, even with the doors and windows closed. After finally finishing her meal, Ran asked Ghost King and Old Six to guard the door, and she slept on the floor. The floor was soft, more comfortable than a bed. Ran stretched. Luckily the weather was not completely hot yet, so there was no need to turn on the air conditioner. When she slept until midnight, in the swamp below, several black shadows swam through the water, and reached the bottom of the jellyfish. Look at the shadows, long and thin, at first glance. They are snakes. But when these snakes got to the bottom, they raised their heads from the water, their bodies were translucent. A few snakes twisted, their bodies gradually became transparent, and they completely disappeared. A few snakes climbed up along the jellyfish's legs, except for making the jellyfish shake a little, they didn't cause any other ripples. They crawled to the door, and were about to bypass the Ghost King and Lao Lu who were guarding the door, and get into the room. As a result, their bodies became invisible, but it doesn't mean they have no entity. The Ghost King and Lao Lu waved their hands, and a long vine appeared instantly, wrapping the transparent snakes in it. The vines tightened, and the transparent snakes were entangled, unable to break free, and could only twist in the vines. Lao Lu shook his hand, and retracted the vines. He looked at the snakes in the vines with a puzzled expression. Although these snakes were invisible, this invisibility was useless in front of the Ghost King, because the Ghost King's mental power was too strong, and these snakes could not hide from his perception at all. Lao Lu thought for a moment, put the snake in his hand into a glass bottle, and then locked the glass bottle with a chain. When Ran wakes up, he will show it to her. Ran was half asleep, and when she heard the noise outside, she rubbed her eyes, got up from the floor, walked out rubbing her eyes, and saw the snake in Lao Lu's hand. And she immediately became interested. What is this? Lao Lu briefly told the story. And Ran nodded, looking at the snake in the glass bottle, which was still transparent. But Ran's mental strength was not low, and he could feel it. Ran shook the bottle, and the snake twisted into a ball inside. This transparent snake was not of high level, but its ability was quite strange. Without Ran's knowledge, a large number of transparent snakes came to the swamp and surrounded the jellyfish. They climbed up from the tentacles of the jellyfish. The jellyfish was shaking like a swing, but they could not see the snakes. The group quickly surrounded the second floor, opened their mouths wide, and spit venom at the door. But it was useless. The venom of the poisonous snake was like water. It sprayed on the jellyfish wall and flowed down. A group of snakes found that the venom was useless, and they opened their mouths and bit it. Ran lit the light inside, and the light shone through the transparent wall, illuminating the surroundings. Xiao Qi was originally playing the role of a plant in the flower pot, but was also woken up at this time. The angry vines waved, and countless split parasites drilled out from the gaps and parasitized the group of transparent snakes. The seeds quickly germinated and grew in the snakes' bodies, and the vines coiled inside their bodies, absorbing their nutrients and growing rapidly. A group of transparent snakes twisted in pain. They were powerless to struggle, and could only let the vines control them. As their vitality was lost, they could no longer maintain their ability to remain invisible, and revealed their bodies one by one. Countless green flowers bloomed one after another, directly turning countless transparent snakes into mummies. The battle lasted for half the night. In the second half of the night, the group of transparent snakes seemed to be endless and kept crawling up. As a result, they were all used by Xiao Qi to make nectar. Ran also harvested a lot of supplies. There is an interesting blueprint. Transparent brooch, transparent snake I*100, illusion sea water *500 ml, flowing cloud stone *2, illusion smoke stone *5. No level, wear it, and the whole body will be transparent, just like this group of transparent snakes, but it also has a body. If you step on someone, they will be able to sense it. Illusion smoke stone is in the illusion sea. After it is made, Put it on the jellyfish. The whole jellyfish is originally translucent. Now it is completely transparent, including the people and things inside. It was rare for the transparent snakes to meet someone with the same abilities as themselves. So they couldn't find their target. And Ren finally had a good sleep when it was almost dawn. The next morning, after breakfast, the family set out again. After flying for more than 3 hours, they got rid of the hydra that was making trouble inside, and finally got out of the swamp. And Ren could finally land. Although flying was good, the body was supported by armor, which hurt after a long time. So, when flying forward again, he drove the jellyfish. After the swamp, there was a mountain stream, which looked like it was cut by a knife in the middle, and was cut cleanly. The other cliff was far away from this side. The strong wind was raging in the mountain stream, and the jellyfish was blown back by the strong wind as soon as it reached the edge of the cliff. The strong wind was not only fierce, but also very aggressive. In just a moment, it cut countless tiny cuts on the big jellyfish, and Ren tried to fly up. And just when he reached the edge of the cliff, he was blown back by the strong wind. And Ren tried to raise his body, but it was forbidden to fly at a height of 300 meters above the cliff. That is to say, they can only find a way to get over the cliff from above, and cannot fly it over from high altitude. After many failed attempts, and Ren finally gave up the idea of flying over from above, and instead tried to get over from the bottom of the cliff. With the barrier open, he looked out, and under the goggles, at the bottom of the cliff, the water in the mountain stream was turbulent, and many branches and debris blown down by the strong wind were floating on the water. And Ren approached the edge of the cliff carefully, trying to avoid being blown away by the strong wind. But after watching for a few seconds, the strong wind blew and ran over, and he almost fell backwards. And Ren had to temporarily retract his head. But fortunately, he could see the road clearly. On the rocks at the bottom of the cliff, and Ren found a hidden path. The path meandered downwards, and it was unknown where it led. But it was obvious that if he wanted to get through this big crack, he could only take the small path and pass through the mountain stream. There was no other way. He had to go, and Ren, wearing armor, stepped up carefully. And Ren held the long sword in one hand, and held the rock with the other hand, and walked down the path carefully. The gale was still strong, making her stagger from time to time, and she almost fell a few times. But she never let go of the long sword in her hand, and her mind was always alert to the dangers around her. On this path, probably because it was close to the cliff, the gale was not that strong. The path was very narrow, so she could only move her feet freely, and it was fine if she focused on her feet. If she looked down, it was so far below, she would make a mistake and fall directly. If an ordinary person stepped on it, it would probably be very nervous, but Ren didn't have so many concerns. Chapter 391 Black Snake Frenzy, at the bottom of the mountain stream. And Ren walked for about half an hour. About halfway up the mountain, the path under his feet suddenly began to shake. And Ren stabbed a sword into the mountain wall, stabilizing his body, not letting himself be shaken down. The surrounding mountain walls kept shaking, first small pebbles. With the shaking getting bigger and bigger, rocks on the mountain wall rolled down from the top and sides. And Ram was shaking on the path, and he might be hit by rocks at any time. She held on to the mountain wall with all her strength, making herself stand up with difficulty, and her sword was still deeply embedded in the mountain wall. A gust of wind whistled from the valley, whirling up the dust on the ground, covering the sky and the sun. In the strong wind, rocks rolled down one after another, making a loud rumbling sound. And Ren frowned. In this situation, it became more difficult to find a way out. Seeing the rocks rolling in front of her, and Ren pulled out one hand, sent out several space blades, chopped the rocks into pieces. The rocks hit her head on the face, but it didn't break her defense, but it just hit her face with dirt. And Ren spat out the dirt, and the rocks behind her continued to roll. The path was shaking, and she didn't know if it was an illusion, but the road she was walking on gradually began to soften. It was like, oh yes, like walking on the soft body of a snake. And Ren tried her best to see the front clearly during the shaking, and the path in front had indeed turned into a snake. Lao Lu told her that the road behind her had also changed. Countless snakes opened their mouths and bit and ran. Lao Lu tied a knot on the cliff, and Ren jumped down the mountain, not waiting any longer. The strong wind was whistling in her ears. And Ren adjusted her posture in midair, and inserted her sword deeply into the mountain wall to slow down her falling speed. With a crack, the rock on the mountain wall was cut by the sword, and countless broken stones broke out and crossed Ren's arm. It hurt a little, but it didn't break her defense. However, Ran didn't care about the pain and immediately spread her wings, intending to use the wind to support herself. As a result, she was blown into the sky by the wind and couldn't land again. The gale was too strong, and she couldn't land with the wings on her back. She had no choice but to fold her wings, but she was blown back to the cliff. And Ran rolled her eyes in anger and went down the path again. Then she repeated what happened just now, and Ran jumped down from the middle again. But this time she didn't open her wings, but used magic to turn herself into a ball. The ball landed vertically, bounced on the ground for a long time, and stopped. And Ran took a deep breath, got out of the space ball, looked up and saw snakes crawling all over the ground and the cliffs. These snakes were all black, with a pair of red eyes on their heads and red tongues coming out of their mouths, which looked extremely scary. And Ran was vigilantly observing the situation around her, and constantly using light magic to disperse the approaching snakes. Suddenly, a huge black snake fell from the sky and pounced on Ran. And Ran immediately dodged and sent a space blade to the black snake to repel it. However, the number of black snakes increased, and Ran couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Although she was not afraid of these snakes, it was not a solution to keep being entangled like this. She took a few steps back, raised her hands above her head, and began to gather magic. The light blades in her hands kept gathering, getting bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a huge ball of light, floating above Ran's head. "Go!" Ran shouted, and the ball of light instantly flew forward and exploded on the ground in front. Countless blades of light spread out in all directions, and countless black snakes were chopped into residues, turning into fragments on the ground. However, the number of black snakes did not seem to decrease, but increased instead, and Ran frowned. Although her magic was powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. This attack consumed most of her magic power, and Ran drank a blue potion to restore her magic power. She waved her hand again, and light blades appeared in the air. She launched attacks one by one to repel the black snakes. However, there were too many black snakes. Looking around, the bottom of the mountain stream was almost full of these black snakes. She had entered a sea of snakes. The bottom of the mountain stream was full of poisonous snakes. They spread and undulated, and there was no end in sight. It was really scary. And Ran released all her pets and puppets, number against number. There were many snakes, but their levels were not high, all around level 50 to 70, and they were as black as a tide. The ants rushed into the snakes excitedly. Countless fireballs exploded in the snakes, burning the snakes into charcoal. Chong Jun's wind and ice, the soul fire of disaster, the Ghost King's ghost fire, Xiao Yan's high temperature flames, smashed towards the snakes. She also drank medicine and cast magic into it. Now she couldn't care about wasting magic power, kill as many as she could, and reduce the number of snakes first. In the end, the disaster played a big role. Countless soul fires turned into tiny sparks, which were manipulated by the disaster and thrown into the snake group. The soul fire was urged by Xiao Yan's flames, and spread rapidly. Countless black snakes struggled and rolled in the soul fire, and roared silently. This miserable appearance also scared away the snakes behind that wanted to rush forward. And Ran and the others got a little respite. And Ran and the other pets drank potions crazily. They were now leaning against the mountain wall, and there were no snakes behind them. But soon, this situation was broken. There was a rustling sound in the grass on the mountain wall behind. And Ran, who was drinking potion, turned around instantly. Sure enough, countless black snakes crawled out of the grass, and countless venom splashed over. And Ran instantly threw out a barrier to resist the attack of the venom. And at the same time, Xiao Yan breathed out a breath of dragon, releasing high-temperature flames towards the black snake group, burning a large area of black snakes to death. The high-temperature flame sprayed by Xiao Yan burned a large area of black snakes into charcoal. At the same time, Cha Jun and his magic also smashed into the snake group, killing countless poisonous snakes. The soul fire of the disaster and Xiao Yan's high-temperature flames cooperated with each other to form a black flame wall, which stopped the attack of the black snakes. Anren and Chong Jun took the opportunity to continue attacking the black snake group, and finally killed most of the black snakes that came. The remaining black snakes, seeing that their companions were dead, did not dare to continue attacking and fled back to the bushes. Anren finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the charred ground, and temporarily relaxed. There are too many snakes here. After killing one batch, another batch comes. And Ram was besieged right after she came down. The strong wind was just above her head, and she couldn't fly. Teleporting directly into the snake group, there was no mountain wall to rely on. It would be better to kill the snakes to scare them away, and let them stay quiet. And Rand synthesized the medicines in her backpack into potions, and bought a bunch of blue potions in the trading area. To get through here, potions are indispensable. Chapter 392, Conquering the Space Black Snake. Since the group of snakes had retreated, and Rand led them forward, there was a swift-flowing river at the bottom of the mountain stream. The river ran through the middle of the mountain stream, extending to the invisible distance. On both sides of the river grew lush weeds and bushes, and occasionally a few tall pine trees. And Rand looked at the winding river in front of her, and a smile rose at the corner of her mouth. Although she had encountered many dangers before, but at this moment, she seemed to feel a sense of peace. Let's go along this river. And Rand turned to look at the people behind him. However, at this time, there was a low roar. And Rand was helpless and looked in the direction of the sound. A huge black snake slowly swam out from the grass by the river. And its dark green eyes flashed dangerously. Fuck. Here it comes again! And Rand rolled his eyes. It was really restless. This black giant snake was indeed much larger than the snakes he had encountered before. It was so big that it was almost several times thicker than in Rand's body. And its scales were hard and smooth, shining like obsidian. A non-venomous python was rare. This snake was level 79, and it was actually a space monster. Space monsters were rare. After fighting for so long, and Rand didn't seem to have seen many space monsters. The black snake spit out its tongue, hissed a few times, and a space distortion appeared directly in front of Rand, and the distorted space attacked Rand. And Rand teleported away directly, but was blocked by countless distortions. This thing can work on people, and can directly cut off people's body parts by distorting space, like an irregular meat grinder. And Rand doesn't know this kind of magic. She just got the space magic not long ago, and she only knows the simplest ones, which she figured out by herself. This time, she suddenly encountered this kind of proficient space magic, and she was somewhat happy. She thought about learning from it, and didn't plan to kill it for the time being. The snake released several more space distortions, and Rand teleported away. But she kept dodging the attacks, and she fought back with her knife while dodging, since she didn't intend to kill her, and Rand naturally wouldn't use her full strength. The snake realized that Rand's attack was not fatal, and instead felt that this human was teasing it, so it attacked Rand even more angrily. A purple ball of light spit out from its mouth and hit Rand directly. And Rand was about to teleport, but found that she couldn't move, and the purple ball unfolded beside her, transformed into a cube that can confine space. Intermediate space magic, space confinement. And Rand struggled a few times, but failed to break free. Several space blades flashed in front of her, and disappeared into the air. When she reappeared, it went straight to Rand's neck, and went to her limbs, and was already close, just a few millimeters away. At this distance, not to mention that she was still confined, even if she was not confined, she couldn't dodge. No other use, and Rand directly activated the invincible golden body, and blocked the attack. But then, the space she was in began to collapse silently, twisted, and shattered into pieces. Even Rand, who was in it, seemed to be shattered along with it. Advanced space magic. Space shattered? And Rand had originally planned to put away the invincible golden body after a while. Now, with the snake doing this, she had no choice but to continue to use the invincible golden body. But when the space was shattered, the space confinement was gone, and Rand directly opened a door to the outside world and flashed out in an instant. After going out, several space slashes came towards him, sharper than the space blade, wider, faster. And Rand teleported again, directly behind the big snake, unsheathed the long sword, and slashed it. The battle was so bad, there was no need to test the law, just tame it and keep it as a pet. And Rand slashed with the sword light flashed, with a sharp sword energy. However, at this time, the black giant snake suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. And Rand was stunned. What happened? She was about to hit it just now. There was no trace of the black snake around, and it didn't look like teleportation. And Rand looked around, and found that the space here seemed to be distorted, and it was not a natural distortion, but man-made. What is this? Is it some kind of space magic? And Rand frowned. Although she had learned space magic, she was not proficient in it, so she didn't know much about this kind of space distortion. But it looked like some kind of small domain, or an imperfect one. And Ran smiled faintly. She knew that the black giant snake should still be nearby. But it had used space magic to hide. And Ran raised a smile. She found it. They were all space magic. And Ran was just not proficient in using it. But she was not that useless. She stretched out her right hand, and her index finger drew a circle in the air. A small space portal appeared in front of her. Then, she walked into the space portal and disappeared instantly. The next moment, she appeared beside the black giant snake and stabbed its eyes with a sword. However, the black giant snake seemed to be well prepared. It dodged quickly, opened its mouth, and sprayed out a purple ball of light. The purple ball of light drew a graceful arc in the air and flew towards and Ran. And Ran teleported again, dodged the purple ball of light, and waved his left hand, shooting a space blade at the black giant snake. The black giant snake dodged again, and swung its body at the same time. A black light wave burst out from it, turning everything around it into ashes. And Ran kept teleporting, dodging the black giant snake's attacks, and also kept fighting back. In this way, a man and a snake started a fierce battle in space. Although Ran was not as good as the black giant snake in space magic, she had an invincible golden body, which could be immune to any attack. Anyway, she had already used it, and she planned to use up the time this time, and then wait for the cooling time to pass before going on the road. Therefore, she could attack without any scruples, while the black giant snake could only passively defend. Finally, under Ran's fierce attack, the black giant snake began to seem a little tired. She swung the long sword again, and slashed at the black giant snake with a space slash. This time, the black giant snake did not dodge, and was hit by the space slash, and its tail was directly cut off. The black snake rolled and screamed in pain on the ground. It was forced to sign a contract with Ran and became his pet, since it was already his own. And Ran asked Qian Yu to help treat it. The black snake's broken tail grew out, and it was no longer full of hostility, but followed and ran obediently, especially after signing the contract. It realized that there were 3 dragons around its master, and it didn't dare to have any ideas. Chapter 393 Melee. After taming the black snake, Ran casually named the snake Xiaohei. After fighting for a whole morning, I was hungry, so I decided not to go any further, and stopped to rest. I asked Xiaoyan to come out and scare those stupid snakes, and sent Xiaomei to cook, and Ran began to ask Xiaohei how to use various space magic. To use magic, you must have magic power, your own understanding, and a little imagination. After asking Xiaohei how to use space magic, Ran carefully constructed the appearance of magic in his mind. She used her magic power to experiment in the air. Space folding. Ran shouted. The magic in the air began to flicker, and the space seemed to begin to distort, but soon returned to normal. It seems that it won't work for the time being. Ran shook her head a little disappointed. It's not that she didn't know that. Space magic can't be achieved overnight. Xiaohei seemed to sense Ran's frustration, and gently patted Ran's legs with his tail, trying to comfort him. Master, don't be discouraged. Space magic requires a lot of magic power and time to practice. You have done very well. Xiaohei communicated with Ran with his consciousness. Thank you, Xiaohei. After collecting so many pets, it is the first one that can comfort people. Although it is a black snake, it is surprisingly considerate. At this time, Xiaomei had prepared lunch and invited them to eat. Ran and Xiaohei, accompanied by Xiaoyan, sat around the fire and ate the fish caught from the river. These fish are not poisonous and can be eaten. After eating and drinking, Ran tried to use space magic again, which took an afternoon and a night. During this time, no snakes came to cause trouble. She had to kill monsters to level up before, so she didn't let Xiaoyan come out. Now that Xiaoyan is here, he is a dragon after all. The pressure from the superior makes the lower level snakes afraid to approach. Ran is practicing, and waiting for the cooldown time of the invincible golden body to pass. In this snake domain full of poisonous snakes, without the invincible golden body, it's like running naked on the street, too unsafe. At night, they set up camp directly by the river. The small wooden house that hadn't appeared for a long time was located on an uphill slope not far from the river, to prevent the river from rising in the middle of the night. Because she was outside, Ran slept with clothes on, to prevent danger from coming at any time. The next morning, Ran continued to practice space magic by the river. This time, she did not practice the powerful magic to dispel magic, but changed a method to condense the magic power at her fingertips to form a small space. And Ran gently waved her fingertips. And space ripples rippled in the air. She stared at the space at her fingertips, trying to make it more stable. Space compression. And Ran muttered silently. And the space at her fingertips began to slowly shrink inward. She concentrated her attention, trying to slow down the compression, so as to better control the magic. Xiao He watched and Ran practice quietly, patting her with his tail from time to time to encourage her. Accompanied by Xiao He, and Ran practiced space magic by the river all morning. From the most basic space folding to the slightly more complex space compression. Although she could not use it as skillfully as other magic, she had begun to find some feeling. Looking at the time, it was getting late, and Ran planned to move forward. They had not yet walked out of the valley full of snakes, so they would practice later. Before they left, the group of snakes from yesterday came again. They gathered into a dark tide across the river, spitting out their tongues and looking at them. They looked like they wanted to swallow them as food. And Ran stopped moving forward. The group of snakes had already entered the water and swam towards them. And Ran thought about it, and casually opened a huge space crack in the water, stuffing all the poisonous snakes in. As for where the poisonous snakes that entered the space went, she didn't know, although some of them were killed. The remaining poisonous snakes still surged over like a tide. Chong Jun froze most of the river water in one breath, including the poisonous snakes in it. The ice broke, and the frozen poisonous snakes inside broke together, but it didn't kill them all, and the remaining poisonous snakes swam over. It was unknown how many poisonous snakes there were here, as if they could never be killed. And Ran and the others were trapped in the snake group again, and the two sides started a fierce battle. All kinds of magic exploded in the snake group, and Ran dodged while releasing her own magic. Chong Jun and Disaster were also fighting in the snake group. Countless ants fearlessly rushed towards the snakes, fighting each other. And the situation was in chaos. Suddenly, and Ran felt something entangled her. And then a strong suction pulled her up from the ground. It turned out to be a giant python, which bound and ran tightly with its tail, and then bit and ran fiercely with its huge snake head. The bite was not light, but unfortunately, it bit on the armor. And in addition to almost breaking the teeth, it did not even break the defense. And Ran turned around and chopped it into pieces with a few casual strokes. At this time, the Ghost King was suddenly entangled by a giant python, and the giant python opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow the Ghost King. It was okay before, but now, the Ghost King plays a less and less role in the battle, and is very easy to be beaten. And Ran immediately released a space blade, which directly hit the head of the giant python and chopped off its head. The Ghost King was thus out of danger, and rushed into the snake group again. And Ran did not stop it either. Since it is a puppet, it should be used to its full potential. Although its level is low, its attack power is also low, it cannot be thrown away. The Disaster was setting the snakes on fire. Countless black sparks were floating in the air, like small fireworks. It floated into the venomous snakes, and burned a large area. The venomous snakes struggled and rolled, and they could bring soul fire to burn other venomous snakes, causing a continuous disaster. And Ran and Chong Jun fought on their own, each guarding a place, and the fight was a mess. It was simply a big melee. The magic exploded into a ball, with all kinds of roars and howls, accompanied by the corpses of venomous snakes and ants that were turned into pieces at any time in the melee, except for the death of the ants who served as the vanguard. And Ran's other pets were basically unharmed. After all, the ability was there. And there was also the logistics Qianyu to recover the injuries and magic. The ants were too numerous, and Qianyu could not take care of them all, especially because they rushed too far. They all went deep into the snake group, unlike the others, who were scattered, but still stood on the same line, and could support each other when necessary. However, and Ran did not care about the ants. After all, they had always survived like this. Letting them retreat would wear down their bloodthirstiness. Fortunately, they would cooperate, and dozens or hundreds of them would besiege, and their levels were high, so they would not die too quickly. Chapter 394 Fusion Magic Explosion. However, the number of low-level venomous snakes decreased. After and Ran threw out countless light rains, there were basically no venomous snakes below level 70. The second group of venomous snakes were above level 70. This group of venomous snakes was different from the previous ones. Not only were their bodies twice as thick, they were also longer, especially the number of heads. 2, 3, even 5 or 6. And Ran did not forget that this place was called the Hydra Domain. It would be strange if there were no multi-headed snakes. The quality of these snakes has improved, but the number has decreased from tens of thousands to hundreds. The scene is still quite spectacular, and it is still a dark mass. The heads of the snakes on the opposite side began to emit magic, and Ran commanded the poisonous snakes she collected as puppets to meet them. The group of snakes started to go all out, and various magical lights flashed in front of their heads. Countless magic balls the size of wash basins appeared in the air, and then began to gather together. To manipulate this kind of fusion magic, there must be a main operator. And Ran observed carefully, all these magics were gathering towards the largest snake in the center. And Ran slashed directly with her sword, and her attack hit the head of the snake. The long sword in her hand drew a beautiful arc in the air, but the snake seemed not to notice it at all, still concentrating on controlling the magic balls. Chong Jun and the others also attacked, killing the controller first, and seeing how they could control the fusion magic. However, when Ran's sword energy and Chong Jun and the others' magic were about to fall on the head of the snake, suddenly a magic shield appeared, blocking their attacks. The magic shield was rippling, and it spread out in waves, and just wiped out their attacks. The combined attack of Ran and the others was very powerful, but it was still blocked by the magic shield. It can be seen how strong the defense shield is. And Ran and the others attacked several times without giving up, and even teleported to them with Xiao Yin to attack. But they were blasted back by the magic of the other big snakes. After all, these snakes were all above level 70, and hundreds of them gathered together, which was enough to give Ran and the others a hard time. Those magic balls seemed to have been gathered. Several heads of the big snake opened their mouths at the same time. Powerful magic spurted out from their mouths, and headed straight for Ran. Since scattered attacks could not break their defenses, they also merged magic. The ants, Chong Jun, Disaster and Xiao Yin, and Ran also quickly rolled a magic ball. It merged two types of fire magic, ice magic, wind magic, and several other magics. A huge magic ball also appeared in Ran's hand. They were the first to attack, but the level of the people here was generally high, and the speed of rolling the magic ball was twice as fast. After a while, a huge magic ball gathered on both sides and rose in the air, under the command of Ran and the snake in the center. The two magic balls slowly approached each other. Seeing that the two magic balls were about to collide, Ran was attracted by the distorted space around the two magic balls, and could not move at all. She couldn't even fly away from here, as her body was attracted to move together. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Xiao He built a space wall between her and the magic ball, which cut off the attraction between the magic ball and her. Ran spread her wings, accelerated to the highest speed, and fled into the distance. Chong Jun and the others all returned to the space. At this time, Ran fled alone, which made it easier for her to protect herself. Boom! With a loud bang, the two magic balls collided fiercely, and a dazzling light illuminated the entire sky. A powerful energy wave spread out, raising everything around to the ground. Amidst the violent vibration, Ran flew directly upwards, and the violent gale in the canyon and the shock wave collided fiercely. A strong sense of pushing back came, and Ran did not resist, set up several thick barriers, and then flew forward with the shock wave to dissipate the impact force. The explosion lasted for a long time, and the whole canyon was shaking. I don't know where it was touched. The gale in the canyon suddenly stopped, and Ran was rushed into the air by the impact force from bottom to top, and was doing 3.5 free falls. After a long while, the explosion and shock wave gradually stopped, and Ran flapped her wings and flew back from a distance. Ran frowned, and looked at the snake group opposite, but saw that they had suffered heavy losses. There were only a few dozen snakes left out of hundreds of them, and they were all shaken by the explosion just now. Ran breathed a sigh of relief, and she waved her hand to put away the protective shield, and summoned the ants and Disaster again. Destroy them. Ran stretched out her finger, commanding the ants and Disaster to attack the remaining snakes. After the previous round of bombing, the big snakes on the opposite side were seriously injured. Under the attack of the ants and the Disaster, they were unable to resist, and were soon wiped out. Those who were not dead were also subdued and became pets. Ran collected them as he went. The violent explosion blew a huge deep pit in the center of the canyon. The pit was full of flames and smoke. It was very deep, several hundred meters deep. The explosion almost destroyed half of the canyon, not to mention the group of snakes. Even the plants in the canyon were almost all burned in the explosion. Even the mountain walls on both sides of the canyon were blown down. and Ran and Disaster and others walked to the edge of the pit and carefully observed the surrounding situation. Suddenly, they found that there seemed to be something shining with golden light in the pit. Looking carefully, it seemed to be a treasure chest. And Ran asked Lao Lu to take the treasure chest up and open the treasure chest. Inside was a golden snake-shaped key. And Ran carefully took the key out of the treasure chest and observed it carefully. She found that there were some ancient runes engraved on the key, and there was a mysterious power flowing between the runes. Where does this key open? I wonder what it is used for. And Ran whispered to herself. Key, it can shut down the valley gale. So it was this thing. If she really wanted to shut down the gale, she could just fly up from the sky above the canyon. And she wouldn't have to walk out. The strong gale that had just disappeared due to the explosion reappeared, and continued to blow violently a few meters above their heads. But where should this key be used? The army of ants went out, searching the entire canyon in a carpet-like manner, with Lao Lu also searching together. With so many helpers, it was much faster than in Ran searching alone. The ants in Shaoqi finally found something similar to a magic control console halfway up the mountain. The gale in the canyon was blown out from here, and then spread to the entire canyon. And Ran inserted the key to shut down the gale. And the gale that made people's cheeks hurt finally stopped. Chapter 395 Sea Serpent. And Ran spread her wings and flew out of the canyon, but the next moment, she fell down again, and fell into the sea again. And Ran wiped her face, climbed out of the water, and walked onto the beach, without having time to change clothes, but observing the environment first. In front of her was the endless sea. The blue sea sparkled in the sun. It turned out to be a very normal sea. Although the sea itself was not normal here, but compared with the swamps and canyons before, the sea was really normal. The sea breeze blew her wet hair, making her sneeze. Then she went into the house to change clothes. It was chilly in spring, and it was still cold to wear wet clothes. After changing clothes, she came out and saw Cha Jun and the others walking along the coastline. Seeing Anren coming out, Cha Jun greeted her. Anren, flying is prohibited over the sea here, and neither I nor Disaster can fly over. We just walked around the area. The coastline is very long, and it is no different from the real ocean. I guess we can only walk over water to get there. She took back her previous words. And there is no normal place in the snake domain yet. I really admire the band flying over the sea. And there is a sea here, and it is a snake area, so you can imagine what is there, sea snakes. They are more terrifying than venomous snakes on land. But it has come to this point. Can she still retreat? No. And Ran nodded, indicating that she understood, and then joined Cha Jun and his team, walking along the coastline to check. It is really impossible to get out. This coastline is long enough. Walking on the beach, and Ran felt the coolness of the sea breeze, and couldn't help tightening her clothes. She asked Cha Jun about the situation here. Cha Jun, is there anything special here? Cha Jun replied, there seems to be a layer of strange fog on the sea surface here. This fog not only affects the vision, but also may make people lost. The fog comes and goes, appearing at irregular intervals. We have been walking here for so long, and we haven't found anything special. Now we can see the blue sea, and the endless coastline. It really doesn't look like there is anything special. As she was walking, she suddenly found something moving in the sea not far away. There were nests of them, black and red. She looked carefully and found that they were countless sea snakes of varying thickness, swimming in the sea. They blocked the entrance to the sea, and it looked like goosebumps all over her body. And Ran touched the goosebumps on her body. No matter how many times she saw them, poisonous snakes would make her feel uncomfortable. But it was not possible. She didn't have a boat to get on the water, but she had a big jellyfish, which could fly and go into the water. Just right. She called Cha Jun and the others to board the jellyfish and drove them into the sea. The transparent tentacles of the large jellyfish fluttered in the sea, driving the entire jellyfish forward. There was nothing on the first floor, which was half filled with water, like a natural bathing pool. Anren blocked the water inlet, so no water entered the first floor. She didn't use it as a swimming pool, so it was useless to keep this function. Closing the water inlet could also prevent sea snakes from coming in. The jellyfish gradually approached the sea snake's nest, and as expected, the waves swayed slightly. The sea snakes, who had been entangled with each other, turned their heads in unison. They spread their bodies, lined up in a row, swam towards the jellyfish. Before they got close, they cast a spell. Since they were called sea snakes, they must know water magic. Blue magic intertwined in the seawater, forming a blue vortex, slowly rotating, getting bigger and bigger, and finally forming a huge water ball, wrapping the entire jellyfish. There was no air in the water ball, and the water snakes tried to trap and ran, and the others in the water ball. After the doors of the jellyfish were closed, there was still air inside for half an hour, and the air would completely disappear after half an hour. And Ran manipulated the jellyfish's body to swim in the water ball, trying to get rid of the huge water ball. But the magic elements in the water ball were like chains, binding the jellyfish tightly, making it unable to break free. And Ran was too lazy to try other magic, and directly let the disaster take action. Ice magic restrains water magic more than fire magic. A strong chill emanated from the jellyfish. The jellyfish's body quickly froze, and the entire water ball was frozen into a huge ice ball. The sea snakes were shocked. They didn't expect that they had this trick. It was a pity that Chong-Jun had no fingers. Otherwise he could have been cool, snapping his fingers, and the ice ball would have shattered into pieces. Seeing this, the sea snakes launched a second attack, and a bunch of sea snakes kept stirring up waves, one after another, one wave higher than the other. The highest point of the wave headed straight for the jellyfish ship, and if it was hit head-on by the big wave, it would be directly hit into the sea. Chong-Jun used ice magic again, and the freezing spread from under their ship to the waves. Wherever it passed, it was all frozen, and the freezing froze from the roots of the waves, freezing all the waves that came rushing over. The waves were frozen in midair in an artistic posture, with the highest point reaching hundreds of meters. They also froze the sea snakes that were planning to follow the waves to attack, and all of them were frozen into the waves. It was just like the reliefs in the ice sculpture art exhibition, but it looked a little uncomfortable. After all, it was a nest of ferocious venomous snakes entangled together. The big waves only attacked the jellyfish ship, and there were no other places. Chong-Jun froze this place, and there were sea snakes crawling up in other places. They crawled on the ice, crawled to the top of the frozen waves, and prepared to jump down from it, and jump on the top of the jellyfish. Chong-Jun waved his wings, shattering the ice. The sea snakes on it struggled to climb up, and it took only 1 second to fall down. A bunch of sea snakes, plop, fell into the sea water full of ice. While they were still struggling to climb up the jellyfish, the sea water was frozen by Chong-Jun again. Then it thawed, and the sea snakes inside were broken into debris along with the ice. Chong-Jun used freezing magic 3 times in a row, and dealt with all the sea snakes on the estuary. Ran controlled the jellyfish, swaying forward, but the speed was not fast enough. Then it can't be fast. It's quite interesting to go out to sea on a jellyfish. It's just that the snakes in the water are so annoying. In less than half a day, I encountered 2 waves of sea snakes, but Ran and the others didn't have to take action. Chong-Jun solved them by himself. I solved about 5 waves of sea snakes in 1 day, and finally Chong-Jun's magic power was almost exhausted, and Ran and the others naturally took action. After killing the last wave of sea snakes before nightfall, and Ran temporarily stopped the jellyfish boat on the sea surface, there was no light at night. It was still too dangerous. Let's wait until tomorrow morning. Although the seawater was blue, it was obvious that Ran didn't dare to go into the water. There were so many poisonous snakes in it, and he would definitely die in a few minutes. And Ran went to take a bath. In the deep sea below the jellyfish, a huge black figure had already set its sights on the jellyfish. Chapter 396. Conquer the Big Black Snake. The dark figure looks very long. Its whole body can circle the jellyfish boat twice. It is a huge black sea snake, venomous. It opened its mouth, spitting out its tongue, and its blood-red eyes showed a fierce light, as if it was going to swallow the jellyfish boat. All this has been predicted by Ran, who was taking a bath. This day is not peaceful. Ran quickly finished the bath and came out, and the big snake below began to make trouble, and it began to circle around the jellyfish. With the help of water magic, it created wind and rain on the seabed, and the speed was getting faster and faster, gradually forming a huge whirlpool. The jellyfish ship was right in the center of the whirlpool. Flying was prohibited on this sea, and it could not fly. If it continued like this, the jellyfish ship would be sucked into the whirlpool and pulled into the seabed, along with the huge whirlpool. There was wind and rain on the sea, and even the dark clouds pressed down, hanging low, and were about to approach the sea level. Thunder and lightning surged inside, as if they were about to strike down at any time. The Black Sea Snake was having a lot of fun, immersed in the joy of controlling the storm on the sea, and was not interested in the little magician in the jellyfish ship. The water magic created by the big snake brought a thick layer of black mucus to the jellyfish ship, which also carried a foul smell and toxins. At this moment, the sea water was swept into the sea by the high-speed wind, and it continued to penetrate into the interior of the jellyfish ship. The jellyfish ship seemed to have just entered a sticky sea spider colony, although it was spinning at high speed in the sea. And Ram was not too panicked. She had experienced countless dangers, and was no longer surprised. The jellyfish ship was spinning at high speed in the whirlpool. The jellyfish ship shook violently in the water, and the big snake was still creating wind and waves with great pleasure. Chong Jun was thrown dizzy, and jumped into the whirlpool in anger. It was a dragon after all. How could it be afraid of water? In a few seconds, the big snake that stirred up the wind and rain below was thrown up, and the whirlpool was frozen. The jellyfish ship was frozen on the ice, and the freezing spread over a large distance, which was just right for everyone to use as a foothold. Abyss Sea Snake, Level 85. Attack 2500. Speed 2700. Defense 2800. HP 15,000. It is highly poisonous, and can perform water magic, which has a bonus effect on it at sea. This big black snake was thrown onto the ice, and its tail kept slapping the ice surface. It must have been very angry. It had been dominating the seabed for so long, and it was the first time that someone froze the whirlpool directly, and threw it up at the same time. It was so aggrieved that it was so angry that its cheeks swelled up and began to accumulate venom. The black sea snake accumulated enough venom, and it suddenly spit it out at Ran and Chong Jun. The venom was like a black venomous snake, rushing towards them quickly, and Ran and Chong Jun dodged immediately. The venom fell on the ice, and instantly corroded a large hole in the ice. The venom continued to spread, and it seemed to corrode the entire ice. Chong Jun immediately cast a spell, freezing the ice to stop the spread of the venom. The black sea snake saw that its venom did not work, and became even more angry. It raised its tail, and slapped it hard on the ice. The ice shattered instantly, and Ran and Chong Jun immediately jumped aside to avoid being hit by the ice. The black sea snake accumulated venom again, and prepared to attack again. But the venom it spewed out for the second time was directly frozen by Chong Jun. Even the venom was only half spit out, the rest was still frozen in its mouth. The sea snake shook its head fiercely, to get rid of the ice. And Ran and Chong Jun attacked the black sea snake from different directions, from the left and right, and the black sea snake immediately fell into a passive position. Chong Jun's ice magic continued to attack the black sea snake, restricting its movements. And Ram relied on his powerful close combat ability, and continued to attack the black sea snake, and wounds soon appeared on the black sea snake's body. The black sea snake was enraged. It opened its mouth and spit out a large amount of venom at Ran and Chong Jun. Chong Jun immediately cast ice magic to freeze the venom. And Ran swung his sword, and countless sword lights fell on the sea snake like rain. As a result, part of it was blocked by the thick scales of the sea snake, and it was not hurt much. Seeing that the venom was ineffective, the black sea snake became even more angry, and began to attack Ran and Chong Jun frantically. It opened its mouth and controlled the seawater on both sides of the ice to rush up, trying to rush them into the sea. But it was frozen again, and Ran had taken this opportunity, teleported to its tail, and cut off a part of its tail with a sword. The sea snake struggled in pain, but was nailed to the ice by Chong Jun's ice spikes. The man and the pet cooperated tacitly, and kept attacking the black sea snake, and the black sea snake was soon covered with wounds. The black sea snake saw that it could not defeat Ran and Chong Jun, and immediately turned around and ran away. Chong Jun waved his wings, and suddenly an iceberg appeared on the frozen iceberg. The sea snake failed to break in time, and its head hit the ice directly. And Ran did not intend to kill it, but wanted it to be his subordinate. So he did not kill it. He just took advantage of its dizziness to weave a large net with light and caught it. When the snake saw that it could not escape, it planned to attack again, but a huge piece of ice was stuffed into its mouth. It was so swollen that it could not close its mouth, and Ran forced it to sign a contract and turned it into a pet. After unfreezing it, and Ran put it on the first floor to guard the door, and went back to the bedroom. I should be able to sleep well this time. As expected, after having it, the group of sea snakes did not come over again. The jellyfish boat continued to drift on the sea, and Ran was able to sleep peacefully. That night, the sea was calm, and Ran slept soundly. The next morning, Ran woke up, and found the big snake lying obediently beside the jellyfish boat. Ran walked over, touched its head. There was a little black before. You all look similar, you can be called Dahe. She had more and more pets. She could hardly remember who they were, and she kept the names as simple as possible. Dahe was not very satisfied with the name, and flapped his tail to protest. But Anran suppressed him, and the protest was ineffective. Anran brought Dahe to the first floor of the jellyfish boat, and saw Cha Jun and the others were still sleeping. So they decided to find something to eat. It was calm outside, and there was no longer the dark and terrifying atmosphere of yesterday. This sea area is vast, and there are no sea snakes to cause trouble. There is no wind, and they cannot leave in a short time. Anran took a fishing rod and sat in the window on the first floor to fish. There are fish here, but there are not many poisonous snakes. Now there is a big black snake guarding the gate, and no small sea snakes will come to make trouble. From now on, we just need to pass through this sea safely. Xiao Shui and Xiao Mei are making breakfast on top, and the other pets are also doing their own things. When she was halfway through fishing, and Ran suddenly thought that she should speed up and let the big black snakes push the boat from behind. Why didn't I think of this just now? After fishing, let's try it after dinner. Chapter 397 Deep Sea Hydra. I thought I could swim through this sea safely, but a few days later, there was another problem. And Ran was no longer surprised. The sea snake blocking the way in front of her was longer than the one she had subdued. That one was hundreds of meters long. This one had 9 heads, and its body was ridiculously large, several hundred meters long. But its color was golden, not black, and its pupils were also golden. Deep Sea Hydra, Level 85, Small Boss, Attack 3700, Defense 3700, Speed 3700, Health 8000. It can cast various magics, is highly poisonous, has high defense, and has armor-breaking properties. It can restore health, making it very difficult to fight. You must be careful when fighting against enemies. This is still on the sea, in other people's positions, which makes it even more difficult to fight. The Hydra directly raised a huge wave and pounced on Ran and the others, trying to smash them directly into the seabed, but was frozen by Chang Jun. The Hydra was not annoyed, and broke the ice with its tail. The 9 heads opened at the same time, and 9 kinds of magic were released at the same time. The Hydra was preparing to attack, and Ran was not idle either. She waved her hand, and the space distortion she had practiced very well directly acted on one of the 9-headed snake's necks, and Ran wanted to use space magic to twist the snake's head off. However, the snake was extremely flexible, and the space distortion did not twist its neck, but only twisted it a little. The 9-headed snake cried out in pain, but it was not hurt, and Ran was a little surprised. Snake bones are soft to begin with, and the snake twisted a few times, and its neck was directly dislocated. The space distortion only distorted the space near it, and Ran simply teleported to the front of the Hydra, intending to chop off its head. However, just as she passed by, the Hydra's tail whipped over, as if everything had been planned, and Ran waved her hand back, and a space barrier blocked the attack of the snake's tail. At the same time, her figure disappeared instantly, and when she reappeared, she was already next to the other head of the Hydra, and Ran flew a sword. But this time the Hydra seemed to be well prepared, and dodged it by twisting its neck. Its 9 heads waved at the same time, and the huge snake tail whipped towards and ran quickly. And Ran was not panicked. She dodged the attack of the snake's tail by leaning sideways. At the same time, she swung the long sword in her hand. Sword chi flew out one after another, heading straight for the head of the Hydra. The 9 heads of the Hydra were as flexible as if they had no bones. With a twist and a move, they directly avoided all the sword chi. I have to say that this snake is really powerful. After fighting so many monsters, this is the first time I have seen a monster that can dodge attacks. It is very different from the previous ones. And Ran took the opportunity to teleport again, came to the back of the Hydra, and stabbed the tail of the Hydra with the long sword in her hand. However, the Hydra's tail suddenly became extremely soft, and it wrapped around and Ran's sword like a snake. At the same time, one of its heads suddenly turned around, and a large amount of venom rushed towards and Ran hurriedly dodged, but was still splashed by the venom, and part of her clothes was directly corroded. She cut off the piece of clothes, and her figure disappeared again, appearing on the top of the Hydra's head, and Ran swung the sword in her hand violently, and a huge sword energy rushed towards the Hydra's head. One of the Hydra's heads suddenly blew out a strong gust of wind, not to attack, but to blow, and ran away. She had been here all the time, which was too annoying. hindering its preparation for a big move. And Ram was not prepared for this, and was blown directly into the water. As soon as she fell into the water, countless small sea snakes swam over. Their fangs could not break in Ran's defense. They used themselves as ropes to entangle and Ran. And Ran casually opened a space crack and threw her in. And Ran swam up in one breath. And the huge tail of the Hydra came to her face. The water was too heavy. And it was difficult to use the body skills. It was too late to teleport. The Hydra's tail smashed hard. And Ran was directly smashed into the deep sea. At the same time, the Hydra's ultimate move was ready. And it was fired directly at the jellyfish ship. Wherever the colorful giant magic ball passed, small cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Chong Jun and the others saw that something was wrong and returned to the pet space directly. As a result, the jellyfish ship became the target of attack and was directly and silently annihilated under the powerful attack. The magic ball exploded with huge energy, causing huge waves in the sea. And Ren finally got rid of the entangled sea snakes and just floated up to take a breath, but was directly pressed into the water by the shock wave. And Ran simply did not float up and bought a few small oxygen tanks. Disaster and sea snakes also appeared beside her. After the sea snake destroyed the jellyfish boat, it swept its long tail, creating huge waves, and threw them out heavily. Chong Jun took the opportunity to freeze the sea water, and he and several pets stood firm on the ice again. The snake raised its head triumphantly, as if it had defeated and ran. But the next moment, and Ran changed his sword to a spear, stepped forward, gathered his strength in his hands, raised the spear high above his head, and locked the arrogant snake with his energy. He used all his strength to throw the spear away. The sea snake wanted to twist its head again to avoid it, but found that it was locked and it was difficult to move. It quickly released a magic shield to block the attack. But this shield was like paper when Ran attacked with full power. And Ran's spear, with an unstoppable momentum, shredded the magic shield with ease. One spear pierced into one of its heads, and triggered the spear's own skill. Lightstorm. Countless light blades turned into a rolling tornado, which directly swept the other head of the sea snake into it. The head that was closed was directly cut into pieces. One of the heads was turned into pieces, and the other head was pierced. The sea snake had two heads removed. The sea snake was in pain and kept rolling and struggling in the water. The rolled seawater formed waves and rushed towards him. Chong Jun froze the waves again, and Ran recalled the spear. I know you can understand me. If you agree to be my pet, I won't beat you. How about that? If you don't agree, I will beat you until you agree. The sea snake responded by hitting a big wave with its tail. Very good. I don't agree. Then I will continue to beat you until you agree. Xiaoyan flew up and sprayed a high-temperature flame, which extinguished the sea water stirred up by the sea snake. But it was not to defeat it with magic, but to take advantage of the sea snake's vision being blocked, to fly up directly and crush one of its heads. At this time, the sea snake had lost 3 heads, and its fighting power was greatly reduced. But it still did not surrender in the face of Ran's persuasion, and planned to continue to fight tenaciously. And Ran retracted his spear, and blasted it with the magic of the others. Chapter 398 Human Hydra. The magic released by Ran and the others was too scattered, and this sea snake would hide again, seeing the magic coming. The sea snake used its tail to stir up the waves to resist, and took the opportunity to leave the spot. The magic hit the sea snake, but did not cause it fatal injury. And Ran saw it, and was not surprised. She asked Chong Jun and the others to stop releasing magic, and took out an item from her backpack. She had never used this item, but it must be familiar to Disaster. It was the chain that locked it, so that it could not break free, the reincarnation lock. After a moment, she opened her eyes, and threw the samsara chain at the sea snake. The samsara chain turned into countless golden lights in the air, instantly surrounding the sea snake. These golden lights seemed to have life, constantly winding around the sea snake. The chain tied its remaining heads together tightly, making it unable to move. And even magic could not break the chain. The sea snake struggled angrily, trying to get rid of the chain. But no matter how it struggled and attacked, it was in vain. And Ran took this opportunity to summon the spear again, and threw it at the sea snake. The spear turned into a flash of lightning, and instantly penetrated the sea snake's body. The sea snake roared in pain, and twisted its body violently. However, the chain still bound it tightly, making it unable to escape. And Ran knew that this attack had caused heavy damage to the sea snake. She smiled at the sea snake and said, "Now, You should know how powerful we are. Right? If you are willing to submit to me, I can spare your life. The sea snake struggled for a moment and finally surrendered. It lowered its head, indicating that it was willing to become Enran's pet. Enran nodded with satisfaction and retracted the spear. After the contract was completed, a pet contract mark appeared on the sea snake's forehead, indicating that it had become Enran's pet. Enran smiled and touched the sea snake's head, saying, "Okay. From today on, you are my pet." The previous ones were called Dahe and Xioi, so you could be called Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang lowered his head, as if he had lost his parents. This name is really ugly, but it has to be called, even if it sounds bad. Enran is tired of naming it, so she asked Qian Yu to repair its injuries, because it will take some time for the head to grow back. It just so happened that her jellyfish boat was gone, so she let Xiao Huang be a tool to pull the cart, and dragged a big ice block to continue moving. Enran put the house on the big ice block and got in. Xiao Huang was frustrated and pulled the ice block, just like the old ox, who worked hard without complaint. Perhaps this Xiao Huang is the overlord of this sea. After taming it, there will be no more sea snakes to make trouble. They all avoided the group of sea snakes. Xiao Huang was not happy, and caught them to fill his stomach. Enran and his group, led by Xiao Huang, traveled all the way in the mysterious sea. Although there were dangers, they passed safely under Xiao Huang's protection. They didn't need to do anything. The angry Xiao Huang took care of it. Xiao Huang not only helped them explore the way, but also helped them resist danger. When other sea snakes tried to attack them, Xiao Huang would use his body to block them out. This allowed Enran and her group to concentrate on fishing without being disturbed by the outside world. Enran and her group had been fishing while moving forward these days. Otherwise, what would they do? One day, they came to a small island. After walking for so long, it was the first time they saw an island. The island had beautiful scenery and rich vegetation, as if it was a paradise. Enran decided to take a break here, and also let Xiao Huang and other companions relax. They built a temporary camp on the island and began to prepare dinner. Xiao Huang and other sea snakes went into the sea to soak, enjoying this rare quiet time. Sea snakes still like water. Enran twisted her neck. Since then, she has never been idle. Every day, she is either on the way to a fight or in a battle, which makes her nerves tense. Next to the temporary camp, there is a beach. The golden sand is very comfortable to step on. The sunset is reflected on the sparkling sea, dyeing everything in warm colors. The breeze blows, and the waves gently hit the beach, making people intoxicated. Lil Huang soaked in the seawater, rolling comfortably. At this time, Lil Huang was just an ordinary sea snake. No one would have thought that it was once the overlord of this sea area. It is having a lot of fun now, like a child who has received a gift. It has only been a short time since it followed Enran and the others, but it has begun to let itself go. As night fell, a bonfire was lit in the camp, and the warm firelight illuminated the small camp. Enran and others sat around the bonfire, enjoying the food. Lil Huang lay on the beach, watching them lazily, and occasionally came over to eat food. Although it can't tell the quality and taste of food, it seems that it is a common problem for pets and Enran's family to love to join in the fun. On this quiet night, everyone temporarily put down their tension and vigilance, and enjoyed this rare peace. Enran looked at the night sky, and felt very emotional. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound of footsteps on the beach, and Enran and others subconsciously became alert. Looking at the source of the sound, there stood a tall man in a black robe. He had a pair of snake-like vertical pupils. Cha Jun and Disaster subconsciously protected and ran behind them. Cha Jun, Disaster, long time no see, I didn't expect you to be reduced to being a bodyguard for a low-level clown. You are still sealed, and you are still attacking the snake domain. You are really overestimating your abilities. Enran frowned unhappily. Cha Jun explained to her in his mind. The sixth mythical beast Hydra, the human form of the 9 snakes. This name really reflects the true nature of the Hydra. It's neat and clear. Disaster also added a sentence. Enran, don't pay attention to it. We are mortal enemies with Hydra. This person has a bad personality. It always speaks harshly. In our eyes, you are very good. Enran nodded slightly. How could she be sad because of the words of an outsider? No matter how much the outsider said, in her eyes, he was no different from a clown. She only cares about the opinions of her family. Chang Jun directly confronted her. She is our recognized master. Don't talk nonsense. Even if we are sealed, we are weak. We are better than you. The running dog of the system. The nine-snake flicked his clothes disdainfully. I follow the master, because I lost. I am willing to be the master's pet. But I'm not sealed. I'm much better than you two who don't know when to return to the peak. I've never seen someone being controlled by others, and being a lackey so happy. Are you happy to be a puppet at the mercy of others? And Rand's mouth is not a vegetarian either. She can make people angry when she gets angry. The nine snakes glanced at him coldly. Ants are ants, even their cognition is so low. Chapter 399 The Shocking Truth. And Rand was about to confront it, but then she heard Jiosha speak. You have been in the game for so long, and have been with Cha Jun and the others for so long, so do you know that the master was created by Cha Jun and the others? Huh? This fact was too hard to accept, and Rand was so shocked that her mind went blank, and she could only utter a single syllable. That is to say, everything you are experiencing now, killing each other, being killed by monsters, and the despair you are experiencing, are all caused by them. Everyone is just paying for Cha Jun and the others' mistakes. Anrin turned her head, looked at Chang Jun, and found that they looked guilty, and remained silent, as if they had acquiesced. The master was created by the top 10 fantasy beasts in the fantasy beast rankings, and also carried the world consciousness of the fantasy beast world. But not long after it was created, it began to lose control. In the end, even the world consciousness could no longer control the master, causing it to devour the world consciousness, devour the fantasy beast world, and continue to expand. Finally, hundreds of worlds were pulled into the game. To be honest, when I heard this for the first time, I was somewhat unable to accept it. My mood was very complicated. If the system had not been created, she would not have been pulled into the game, and would have survived many near-death situations, and lingered on the edge of death. She would still live an ordinary life. Working from 5 am to 9 p.m., maybe she would get married in a plain way, have children, then the children would grow up, and die in a plain way. Although there is no passion, it is stable and peaceful, and she does not have to face the difficult environment of life and death, and she does not have to be always on edge, for fear that she will die the next moment. People on the entire planet would not be thrown into the game and experience all this. She would not be forced to save the world. In her self-perception, she was just an ordinary girl, not a hero. She chose to fight the system at the beginning, which was completely forced. But she had to do it when the time came. Although she gradually changed her mind later, and wanted to take the initiative to kill the system and gain freedom. She did not think of herself as a savior. She did all this just for herself and to save the world. Seeing Rand's silence, the nine snakes continued to add fuel to the fire. If they hadn't created their master, everything you've experienced today wouldn't exist. And you wouldn't have to enter the snake territory alone. No! And Rand suddenly looked up, looking at the nine snakes, with a calm expression. What's wrong? You are also one of the creators. Why do you put all the blame on others? Jiosha spread his hands. I have already atoned for the mistakes I made. I have no freedom, and I am manipulated like a puppet. Isn't that what you just said? You deserve it. You gave up resistance, and in the end you still blame others, and became a running dog, and attacked those who resisted. You deserve to have no freedom. You are the only one who has a mouth. Right? I don't want to resist, I just failed in the resistance. Besides, what's wrong with me joining the master's camp? Everyone fell on the road of resistance. If I resisted, how good would the end be? Besides this group of ancient fantasy beasts, what other level 99 NPCs have you seen? Didn't all those rebels die? The master is God, ruling everything. All those who resist are jumping clowns. It can even devour the will of the world. Follow it, I can become a god. And you, are just ants on the ground? How can you resist the gods? When you are full of hope and reach the last step, you will find that only despair is waiting for you. You will not sneer at me. Because the ending is certain, no one can resist the great gods. The nine snakes are excited, with worship and respect on their faces. Seemingly they sincerely admire the system. Even if the system controls everything and life of it, it still regards the system as a god, and respects it. Although I don't know if it has been brainwashed to this extent, but Rand looks at it like a madman. After the nine snake went crazy, it looked at Rand with contempt. You are the rebel chosen by your world will for this game. Right? And Rand was stunned. What do you mean? If you are not the rebel chosen by it, you can upgrade so much faster than others. And all the good things are yours. Haven't you ever thought about this? And Rand pondered. So to speak. It is true. She has been smooth sailing all the way. Her luck has been good from the beginning. And she has also gained the ability to predict. Was she chosen as a rebel from the beginning? But how did the Earth consciousness choose? How could she be sure that she could go on and not die halfway? But it shouldn't be. There are still many S-level talents, such as the Long Fei she killed before. His talent is also an S-level talent, double critical strike, which she found out by accident. There should be many people with S-level talents, so why was she considered a rebel? It seems you don't understand. When you reach level 90, you won't need to be told, you will be able to sense that your world has left a consciousness in you to protect you. But it is only a consciousness after all, without a physical body, and cannot attack, especially when there are two worlds between them. So, as long as it doesn't endanger your life, or when you still have room for maneuver, it won't take the initiative to attack. And Rand frowned. This Nine Snake explained it very clearly, but at the moment she couldn't figure out the real purpose of this Nine Snake. Come to fight. To demonstrate. To declare war. To cause trouble. Or just to tell yourself the truth? What are you doing here today? If you are just here to mock us, then you are really boring. The Nine Snake smiled contemptuously. Just come to see you. A stupid rebel. And laugh at Chongjun and the others. Otherwise why would I come? Come to welcome you. And Rand was almost speechless. The leader of this snake domain was really boring. The Nine Snake snorted coldly. My base is still far away. You will experience countless attacks from my people on the way. Rebel. I hope you don't die too quickly before you come. I wish you a safe arrival. And Rand frowned. This Nine Snake is really unpleasant. Chongjun was ready to transform into his original form and fight it. Although it didn't last long, it was enough to drive the Nine Snake away. At least it wouldn't be an eyesore here. The Nine Snake grinned, and its red snake tongue looked extremely dazzling. Its hands were claws, and in a blink of an eye it was in front of and ran, and scratched and Rand's shoulder with one claw. It also injected a deadly poison into it, and the poison spread rapidly, and Rand directly stabbed the arm with a needle, and injected the serum into it. And Rand was injured, and the Nine Snake took the opportunity to flash, left the place, and disappeared into the night sky. When Chongjun and the others saw Rand injured, their eyes were red, and they were about to chase him. And Rand suddenly felt something in the wound, and his face changed, and he shouted, "Don't chase the desperate enemy." Chapter 400. The past is the past. And Rand didn't bother to heal her wounds, but went back to Huanhai to check after all. Only Huanhai was not controlled by the system. After returning to Huanhai, and Rand immediately took out the things to check. This period was only a moment. And Rand didn't bother to heal her wounds, but spread her palms. In the blood, there were 10 chips and a small note. And Rand had a strange expression, looked at Chongjun in confusion. Disaster. This? Xianyu helped her heal the wound. Disaster and Chongjun both had complicated and confused expressions. What on earth is going on? Why did Nine Snake have so many chips in his hand? And he gave them directly to Rand when they met. Moreover, he had just told Rand almost everything about the truth about the system, the Earth consciousness, and the rebels. But the Hydra clan did kill Changyi. And the toxin that was not removed from Changyi's body was from their clan. What on earth is going on? Could it be that this Nine Snake is not a fanatical admirer of the system as it seems on the surface, but an undercover agent? Cha Jun has unfolded the small piece of paper. There is a name written in the language of fantasy beasts. Singing Sparrow. Singing Sparrow is, among the 10 fantasy beasts, she is the only one that is not on the list based on her combat power. Her ability is the same as yours, which is foreknowledge, but her foreknowledge ability is thousands of times stronger than yours. She ranks 7th among the 10 fantasy beasts. I remember that Jiosha and she were a pair, but Singing Sparrow was the first to be killed when the system rebelled in the past. Did Jiosha become an undercover agent to avenge her lover? To collect system chips? I don't know. And Ren also had a headache. She always felt that the past and the 10 fantasy beasts were becoming more and more confusing. She slammed the table. No. There is no system here. Tell me everything you have hidden. Chongjun. Disaster and Qianyu looked at each other and nodded. They were always banned from speaking in the past. But there was no system intrusion here. So they could finally tell everything about the past. At that time, the number of fantasy beasts in the fantasy beast world reached nearly 500 million. And we 10 fantasy beasts were close to the top. We were just a few steps away from becoming gods. However, after we left the fantasy beast world, there was no external danger, and the fantasy beasts were too comfortable, so their progress stagnated. In order to make the fantasy beasts aware of the crisis, stop being lazy, and improve their cultivation awareness, we communicated with the world consciousness to create the initial system. After development, It was taken over by the world will. And the original intention was only to assist the fantasy beasts in cultivation. There are various dangers, levels, and rewards set up in it to help them practice and improve. This is very similar to the current mode of the system, which means that after so many years, the system has continued this setting. And Ran was puzzled. But since Ming Ke can predict, why didn't you stop you from making the system? The meaning of the 9 snakes was very clear. It was the 10 of them who made the system with the world, including Ming Ke. Ming Ke accurately predicted the time to be 1,000 years. But the system rebelled nearly 5,000 years after we created it. And Ran's eyes were dead. And his attention was all on this extremely long time. Ming Ke had predicted several times, and there was no problem with the system, and it was very likely that the system had a way to block her prediction. No problem, she did not predict again, and then, while she was trying to reach a higher level, the system rebelled without warning. The system had its own consciousness, and was unwilling to be just a tool, and began to devour the world. At that time, the world consciousness had been almost devoured by it. The 10 fantasy beasts did not gather often, each of them had their own things to do, and the fantasy beast world was huge. The world consciousness was the same, and they would not contact each other unless there was something big, and by the time we knew about it, it was too late. The system has been dormant for 5,000 years, and has already devoured the fantasy world bit by bit. It controls the fantasy army to attack us, and it defeats us one by one. If we don't want to die, we have to resist. There were so many fantasy beasts in the fantasy world, but almost all of them died under our attack. Chongjun and Disaster had bitter faces, and their eyes were full of regret and guilt. Although Qinyu had not experienced it, there were these memories in the inherited memory. It felt the same. After all, it was also the wrong thing done by its ancestors. And Ran suddenly realized, no wonder she had traveled to many places, and had rarely seen fantasy beasts, but it turned out that almost all of them were wiped out. After our struggles were fruitless, we were turned into the first batch of players by the system, and the fantasy beast world was the initial game world. My original level was 99, and after being seriously injured by the system, my level dropped to 90. Even after that, I didn't get back to my original level in the game. I was even manipulated by the system to become a game NPC. The system's ambition gradually expanded, and then it swallowed up other worlds. The second world it swallowed was the Abyss world that had not yet taken shape. The rest of the worlds followed. Hundreds of worlds, all used by the system to feed the Abyss monsters. There had been countless rebels, but they all fell in the last step. The last step was to face the group of demons in the Abyss plane, and they all fell in the Abyss. Until the humans on the Earth plane were dragged into the game by the system, you will know the rest. That's all that happened before. In fact, we should have died long ago, following the fantasy beast world that no longer exists, but we were unwilling to be controlled by the system, and we have been struggling. I also thought that maybe I could help those who came after me. So I never died. Chongjun's tone was low, his voice was low, even Disaster was also, with a look of regret and guilt. And Ran patted them. But this is not your fault. You created the system to make everyone progress. How could you have known that the system would rebel in the future? Your original intention was good. There were too many things that happened to this point. There were too many mistakes. The world consciousness did not expect it to come to this point. How could you have known? Although Ran is also a player, she can jump out of the perspective of the person involved and look at things from another perspective. The 10 fantasy beasts had good intentions at the beginning, hoping that the fantasy beasts would become stronger. But who knew that the system would develop its own consciousness and launch a rebellion? This matter, at its root, is entirely the fault of the system. Although they are the creators, they are also victims. But in this matter, if you want to say that they are not at fault at all, and Ran can't say it. After all, she is also one of the victims. After the destruction of the fantasy beast world, there are still countless victims, and those destroyed worlds. For this reason, and Ran can't say that they are not wrong. Their biggest mistake is to create the system. But the original intention of creating it was good, and it was not to invade various worlds. Chapter 401 about chips. It is hard to say whether this is right or wrong, good or bad. We cannot put all the blame on them, but they are not completely innocent. All things are just a coincidence. And Ran patted their shoulders. It has happened, there is no point in regretting. The only thing we can do now is to kill the system, restore freedom to the whole world, restore freedom to everyone. Chongjun has been hiding until now, with the idea of making up for his mistakes. As for the 10 fantasy beasts of the past, today, There are not many left who are still alive. It is known that the 9th and 12th ones were seriously injured in the early days because of their resistance to the system and died. This was told to them by Disaster. Before being trapped, Disaster had seen their corpses. The 7th Spider clan was confirmed to have rebelled, but the whole clan had been wiped out. This is in Qianyu's inherited memory. It seems that one of the rebels led people to do it hundreds of years ago. The remaining 10 fantasy beasts are Chongjun, 1, Disaster, Jiosha and Qianyu, who was wiped out. The Phantom Girl is now an enemy, not a friend. As for what happened to the 9th snake, I guess I can only ask it when I see it. And Ran collapsed, and her mood could not calm down for a long time. It would be a lie to say that she had no thoughts at all. But things were indeed as she said. She did not do it intentionally, but she came to this situation step by step. The only thing she can do now is to make up for the mistakes, kill the system, let all this end in Rant's generation, and no new victims will appear. And Rant's mind was in a mess. Even her dinner was absent-minded, and she ate for nearly an hour. During the meal, the whole family was silent, and they just kept their heads down while eating. No one spoke. After the meal, Ran suddenly remembered that there was something she hadn't asked. Chongjun, what are the chips I collected? She had almost guessed it, and she just wanted to confirm it. The original body of the system when it was created, and the consciousness that is jumping around now is derived from the system. In the battle with us, it was destroyed and scattered everywhere. It was too scattered, and it probably didn't even know where it was. But according to our guess, its last chip must be with the big octopus. And Ren almost choked to death while drinking water, which means that, no matter what, she will face the big octopus in the end. Thinking about the past, she was killed instantly before she even met him, and she was a little lacking in confidence. However, it is not the last level yet, and there is still time to continue upgrading. Moreover, Ran does not plan to take out the chip, as once she takes it out, it will be detected by the system. She has collected 92 chips now, and if she takes them out, she will probably be killed by the system. It just so happened that the Fantasy Sea system could not enter, and the creatures here were absolutely obedient to her. So it was safest to put it here, since the chip was part of the system. It should be used as a trump card, rather than being placed outside to make the system wary. She happened to have a space ring, so she put the chip in it, and then dived to the bottom of the mirror lake and put it in the core area with the stone tablet. This was the territory of the mermaids, and there was a barrier. In addition to Luo Luo, who had the Fantasy Sea order, only Ran could enter. Moreover, once the chip was put in, it was hidden by the consciousness of the Fantasy Sea world, and even Luo Luo couldn't find it. Only Ran could sense the hidden place, with multiple layers of insurance. She didn't believe it would be lost. After solving the long-standing doubts in her heart, Ran could move forward again. She also wanted to find the place where the 9 snakes were, and find out what was going on. After coming out of the Fantasy Sea again, she appeared on the same small island, and the wooden house was still there, but it was surrounded by a bunch of snakes. They went in and out of the wooden house, spitting out their tongues, thinking this was their home. Ran came out of the space, stepped into the snakes, and the soft touch and slippery feeling made Ran shiver. Lao Lu looked inside to see the situation. A group of poisonous snakes were coiled on the furniture, the bed, the pillows, and even in the stove. They didn't treat themselves as outsiders at all. Ran bought Realgar powder without hesitation and sprinkled it on the snakes. The smell of the Realgar powder made the snakes panic and flee. Lao Lu had a bunch of snake repellent hanging on his body, and he threw it into the snake group. The smell of the snake repellent drove away all the poisonous snakes in the house. This is a place to live after all. So he couldn't cast magic, and he didn't want to make the house full of blood. Ran and Lao Lu drove the snakes out of the wooden house, and then began to clean up the snakes in the corners of the wooden house. Put on gloves, grab them, put them in a bag, and kill them outside. The poisonous snakes here are not of high level, and they can't break the defense even if they bite people. After the cleanup, Ran sat on the grass outside the cabin, looking at the sea in the distance, feeling a little heavy. Her mind was still churning over what happened yesterday, and she suddenly didn't know what to do next. The sea snakes on the sea were still scattered in the seawater in groups, just like the clear water was full of disgusting nematodes. This was only half of the sea, and there was still half left to go. But her jellyfish boat was gone. At worst, she could just buy a small boat, And she was not short of money. But she was just a little confused about the future. The system still had to work. Fortunately, she was only entangled for less than half an hour, and took out a small boat from her backpack. This was her old car, the kind with wings on the side, which could fly. But it can also be used in the water. The boat continued to move forward, and it was still facing a nest of sea snakes. They grinned with ferocious teeth, and rushed towards and ran. And Ram was too lazy to deal with these small fish and shrimps, so she took out the subdued sea snakes directly, and let them bite each other. She continued to think wildly. The system had too many forces, and too many monsters. It was unlikely that they could win. They needed to find someone to cooperate with them. She hoped that the note she had sent out would attract everyone's attention. Believe it or not, at least stop killing each other. If they couldn't help, they shouldn't mess with her. After so long in the game, and Ran had actually lost her confidence in these people. Rather than trusting humans, she might as well trust beasts. After all, they were all contracted by her. At the very least, they were puppets. They can help her, and they won't stab her in the back. Looking at the nest of sea snakes, they all became tiny experience points, which were added to her experience. They were too little, and even if they accumulated, they wouldn't be much. And Ran thought about turning them all into puppets. But when she thought about it, they couldn't even break their own defenses, let alone others. So she gave up the idea and let Xiao Huang and the others kill the group of sea snakes. Chapter 402 Entering the Desert. After a week, they finally crossed the sea, and the next place they arrived was the desert. Does this snake area intend to include all terrains? Snakes in the desert? And Ran first thought of cobras and the like, but this is a game, maybe there are other snakes. For example, the fiery red giant snake staring at her now, a red snake. Desert red snake, level 85, attack 2650, defense 2650, speed 2650, HP 6000. It can do magic and is poisonous. Be careful. The introduction is getting more and more concise. And I won't talk about any magic. And there is not just one level 85 red snake, but nearly 100 of them are circling at the entrance of the desert. This scene is too much for Ran to handle. With a wave of his hand, the army of ants and all the pets came out. The red snakes raised their heads, their eyes stared at them, and their tongues kept making hissing sounds. They all opened their mouths, and countless crimson fireballs began to form. These fireballs contained intense fire poison, which had a strong corrosive effect. There was no room for the fire element to play in the sea before. The highlight was all taken by Chong Jun. Now that they encountered a poisonous snake of the fire element, it was Xiao Yan's turn, the army of ants and disaster to play. The ants also prepared fireballs. Xiao Yan was also making fireballs. But their fireballs were not poisonous, just the temperature was high. This was easy to deal with. Disaster threw a little soul fire on each fireball. The original fiery red flame instantly turned into a sticky flame mixed with black in the fiery red. The two fireballs collided in the air. The sticky flame containing soul fire is a high-temperature flame with corrosive and destructive properties. It has a certain resistance to burning and has extremely high attack power. The flames collided and exploded. The red snakes were hit by the explosion and made sharp hisses. The flames continued to spread and instantly swept across the entire desert entrance. The scorching heat made the originally dry desert charred. The ant army took advantage of the situation and charged forward, quickly fighting with the red snake. Although the red snake was slightly higher in level, the ant army was large in number. They cooperated with each other and supported each other, making it difficult for the red snake to gain an advantage easily. At this time, Xiao Yan flew into the air, opened his mouth and spit out a ball of fire, which quickly covered the body of the red snake. And a wave of heat swept over. Disaster threw some soul fire into it again, and it became a mixed flame. The red snakes burned by the flame screamed in pain. Their bodies twisted and rolled, trying to break free from the restraints of the flames. However, the flames continued to spread, not only burning the red snakes into charcoal, but also igniting the sand in the desert, making the desert as hot as hell. On the other side, Disaster flew into the air, with flames wrapped around its body, emitting a strong pressure that frightened the red snakes. After all, it was a dragon, and even if it was sealed, it was not something that low-level snakes could resist. It opened its mouth, and countless black fireballs spewed out of its mouth, shooting at the red snakes. These fireballs were extremely fast, and had amazing power, and instantly hit dozens of red snakes. The red snakes that were hit suddenly burned, Their bodies gradually shrank, and finally turned into ashes and dissipated. At this moment, a low hissing sound came from a distance. Something was coming from afar, bringing with it a large rustling sound. And Ran couldn't help but frown when she heard the sound. The red snakes felt the breath and made way for it, as if to welcome the arrival of this thing. The dust rolled, and a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. A golden giant snake that was tens of meters long, with a pair of sword-like tentacles on its head, and a pair of green eyes that revealed a cold light. Golden Desert Snake, Level 88, Boss, Attack 4000, Defense 4000, Speed 4000, HP 25,000. Stronger toxicity, good at long-range attacks, can use advanced magic. Seeing this golden snake, and Ran and her pets were stunned. I didn't expect that the owner of this desert would come out directly, without Ran and her pets following the process, and fight the monsters. The golden snake glanced at Ran and her pets, seemingly a little disdainful of their arrival. Then, it opened its mouth and spit out a black sphere. And Ran and the others felt something was wrong, and scattered to avoid this strange attack. The sphere exuded a terrifying aura, and seemed to contain an extremely strong toxin. The black sphere exploded instantly, turning into countless black mists, covering the entire desert. These black mists were extremely corrosive, and covered Ran and her pets. The flames on the Ant army and Xiaoyan were extinguished instantly, and their skin began to fester, and they screamed in pain. Disaster was also affected, and signs of festering began to appear on its body. The black mist seemed to have an effect on it as well, although its defense was reduced due to the seal. It was a dragon after all, and she thought nothing could hurt it. After all, the defense of dragon scales was terrifying enough, and Ran's face became very ugly, as she had not expected the golden giant snake to be so powerful. She hurriedly ordered all pets to retreat, trying to escape from the range of the black mist. However, the golden giant snake did not give them this opportunity. It opened its mouth again and spit out a green sphere. The sphere exuded a strong breath of life, and seemed to contain extremely powerful healing power. The green sphere exploded instantly, turning into countless green light spots, covering the entire desert. Those green light spots fell on Ran and her pets, and quickly healed their injuries. However, this was not the real purpose of the golden giant snake. After healing Ran and her pets, the green light spots began to rapidly erode their bodies, and Ran and her pets' bodies began to mutate. Their skin began to turn green, their eyes turned blood red, and they seemed to be controlled by some evil force. This was obviously not a mental ability. Otherwise Ran would not have been able to be attacked without any buffer. Chongjun and Ran saw that something was wrong. One launched a gust of wind, and the other launched a space crack, trying to blow away the green mist. But when the mist dissipated, the appearance of the people did not change at all. There was always an impulse in my heart, wanting to kill people, to kill the other party, and to kill all the living things present. Seeing them like this, the golden snake was not busy at all, flapping its tail and admiring their struggle. It seemed that everything was under its control. But Ran had so many trump cards in her hand that she could even forget them now. How could it succeed so easily? Chapter 403, Conquering the Big Golden Snake. At the critical moment, Qianyu stepped forward, and with a snap, he turned back to his original form, a giant white peacock that was 3 meters tall and more than 20 meters long. The tail feathers spread out, and the edges of the false eyes on the beautiful tail feathers were now wrapped in gold thread, and the whole peacock was white with gold, and extremely luxurious. The golden light shot out from the tail, and shone on Ran and others who were hit. After Qianyu grew up, he launched a large-scale group healing magic for the first time, including all the people on his side present. As the magic was activated, everyone present felt the surging warm power in their bodies. Their vitality and physical strength seemed to be reviving continuously. This power was like a trickle, slowly flowing into their bodies, and then surging like a trickle. They felt full of strength. Their injuries and fatigue gradually eased, and they regained their vitality. All negative states were swept away, and they were completely restored. The big golden snake on the opposite side was still waiting for the painful roar of this group of people, and then killed each other. As a result, when the peacock on the opposite side appeared, these people came back to life. The big snake's golden pupils were full of doubts. The breath of the peacock also made it hate it. It was the light magic that it didn't like. And Ran recovered, and stood beside Qianyu, changing her strategy. She also knows light magic, although she has no healing ability. Her attack power is not bad. Judging from this situation, it is estimated that only Qian Yu is not affected by it. Although she is also affected, it is obviously not as exaggerated as others. And Ran touched the anti-poison bead. Which is this thing? Then I will leave it to Qian Yu and others, and let them deal with the group of red snakes. The ability of this golden snake is really strange. The previous toxins, and this kind of reverse healing are all things that I have never encountered before. Although the snake was handed over to them, it was obvious that Cha Jun and Disaster could not rest assured. So in the end, it was still the four of them who fought against the snake. Looking at the three pets surrounding him, the snake was full of excitement and flapped its tail. One tail was pulled in front of and ran without warning. And Ran teleported and stabbed its eyes with a spear. At the same time, Qian Yu's light blade, Chongjuan's ice spikes and Disaster's soul fire bombarded the big head from three directions. One person and three pets attacked the head in perfect harmony. The snake's head was hit dizzy, it roared angrily, its tail whipped the ground frantically, raising clouds of dust. And Ran took the opportunity to teleport again, and stabbed the snake's vital point with his spear. Qian Yu's light blade followed closely, stabbing the snake's abdomen. Chongjun's ice spikes, and the soul fire of Disaster also hit the snake's body at the same time. The snake opened its mouth, and a layer of light shield covered its body, and the attack was directly slid away. And Ran's attack was also caused by slipping to one side, causing her posture to be out of shape, and she almost hit her head in the sand. Chongjun and the others' attacks were even more off to the side, and crashed into the group of red snakes. They killed several red snakes directly. The golden snake spit out its tongue, as if mocking them. And Ran raised her middle finger provocatively at it, and threw a dimensional slash directly at it. The twisted attack came out of her hand, disappeared in the air, and reappeared at the neck of the big snake. The golden snake was startled, twisting its bones a few times, avoiding the attack. But the dimension slash still opened a hole in its neck. It was so angry that it slapped its tail hard, and a black light ball spurted out of its mouth again. This thing is a group attack magic, and they have seen this trick before. This time it changed the attack method. It quickly flew into the sky, and then instantly split into countless black light balls, each of which carried a strong dark breath, mixed with a foul smell of poison, and fell from the air one after another, flying towards them. They hurriedly dispersed, dodging the attacks of the black balls, while looking for the opponent's flaws. These black balls were like navigation, chasing after them, and teleportation was useless. And Ran and Qian Yu joined forces, and countless rays of light cut the black balls into pieces like a cutting knife, and even the black fog was melted by the light. And Ran teleported to the side of the golden snake and stabbed it with a gun. The gun body carried a powerful pressure, and countless strong winds were wrapped in the sky-high sharpness, which directly chopped the neck of the snake. The spear pierced the snake's neck, and blood gushed out, dyeing the entire cave red. The golden snake screamed, and its huge tail swung over fiercely, hitting and Ran, and directly knocking him out. And Ran was knocked back, and his feet left a long mark on the sand. It retreated nearly 1,000 meters before stopping. The snake actually released healing magic to heal the wound on its neck, but it couldn't recover blood after all, and the blood bar would be gone. The snake was stimulated by the severe pain and went crazy. It roared to the sky, and suddenly a dazzling golden light burst out from its body. Its body began to grow larger, and spikes began to grow on its scales, making it look extremely ferocious. It is burning its life forcefully to improve itself. And Ran and Chongjun looked at each other, and rushed forward at the same time. And Ran wielded his long sword, and the sword energy was everywhere, and each sword brought a strong pressure, forcing the golden snake to retreat again and again. But the big snake was not to be outdone, moving its body to fight within Ran and the others, and occasionally releasing magic to attack them. And Ran tried not to fight it, and hid if she could. Its improvement had a time limit, just like in Ran's rage. As long as the time limit was exceeded, it would be fine. The big snake's attack power increased greatly. It was originally slightly suppressed, but now it can suppress Ran and the others. While Chongjun, Disaster and Ran attacked together, Qian Yu condensed a long arrow in his hand, which cut through the sky like a meteor and shot at the golden snake. The golden snake was forced to retreat step by the joint efforts of several people, and the scales on its body began to fall off. Bleeding, it roared angrily, and its eyes were full of madness. Its forced improvement time limit was about to expire, but this group of people were not seriously injured. Even its poisonous fog can be countered. Chongjun and Disaster joined forces. Countless hailstones wrapped in a circle of soul fire smashed down head-on. The soul fire touched the golden snake and quickly wrapped its whole body. The golden snake was originally burning its life to forcibly improve, but now it was directly beaten back to its original form. Enran and the others stopped. This big snake has great ability, and Enran still wants to subdue it. So he asked it if it wanted to be his pet, but the big snake was quite stubborn and refused. Enran let it continue to be burned by fire. After burning for about 10 minutes, the big golden snake finally couldn't stand the pain and begged for mercy from Enran. Enran signed a contract with it, cured its wounds, and named it Dahuang. Chapter 404, Collect as you go. After capturing this big golden snake, Enran directly asked it to give an order, and the red snake stopped attacking. The group of snakes had to stop when they saw that their leader had been captured. The following desert journey was like entering their own backyard. Everywhere they passed, the snakes gave way. The level of these poisonous snakes in the desert was not low, and they were all highly poisonous. Enran was very happy to see them, and he collected as he went. Enran captured many poisonous snakes along the way. All of them were extremely poisonous, and their attack power was not low. Enran captured as many venomous snakes as she went. And soon, she had captured all the venomous snakes in the desert. Enran counted her venomous snakes, and her heart was filled with joy. Each of these venomous snakes was extremely poisonous. If they were all released, they could sweep across a large area with their venom alone. Enran became even more excited when she thought of this. Enran continued to walk forward, and she saw a huge mountain. This mountain was soaring into the clouds, and it was very spectacular. Enran looked at the mountain, and her heart was filled with curiosity. There are mountains in the desert. This structure is really strange. I don't know how many types of landforms there are in this snake area. The mountains are probably the nest of the snake tribe. There is basically nothing else here except snakes. She has seen enough of the poisonous snakes. When can she reach the nest of the 9 snakes? But if she really gets there, she will probably be beaten. When the 9 snakes came before, she saw its stats: level 99, attack 15,000, defense 15,000. With these stats, she can't even break through their defense. Even if she used rage, she probably couldn't win. Chongjun and Disaster could only return to their original forms for a short time. Once the time was up, they couldn't win. She went to ask them for clarification. It was a good thing that she didn't get beaten up or killed. After reaching level 90, the value didn't seem to increase so easily. She hadn't reached it yet, so she didn't know how it increased. But with the stimulation of the 9 snakes, Enran had to fight even if she didn't want to. Even if she had seen enough of the snakes, she still had to fight. She never thought that one day leveling up and fighting monsters would make her so depressed. Enran was too lazy to continue trekking. Besides, it was not easy to walk in the desert, and it was hot. She spread her wings and flew towards the snow mountain. It was not that flying was prohibited in the desert. She just wanted to give up and leave the big and small snakes to Chongjun and the others to kill. The snow mountain was like a silver plate with a moon hanging on it, shining brightly, as if the sky was above. The snow line was covered with white snowflakes, blending with the sky and the earth, like a dream. There are still floating clouds hanging above the snow top, like a light veil covering the face of the huge snow mountain in the mountains. There are countless valleys of different sizes and depths winding between the snow slopes, dotted with ice towers and ice hangings, like a crystal fairy tale world. There are also many beautiful and spectacular mountain glaciers hidden in the snow mountains, among which there are lakes and seas of different sizes and shapes, clear and crystal, making people linger. The scenery of the snow mountain is so beautiful, and Enran first admired the scenery here for a while, before landing on a flat ground without so much snow. When she got here, Enran took out the wooden house directly, planning to set up camp here later. As for the monster hunting, she would leave it to the pets. She had collected so many snakes along the way, and this happened to be a snake area with poisonous snakes everywhere. So it was time for them to play a role. Since she had so many pets, she didn't have to do everything herself. Right? Enran changed into thick clothes, put a recliner at the door, and laid down on it, with a blanket covering her legs. She set other pets to kill monsters, and she began to be lazy. This snowy mountain is very large. There live many magical beasts unique to the snowy mountain. The snowy mountain is full of beautiful snowy scenery, as if you have walked into a silver crystal castle. Enran thought there were only poisonous snakes here before, but she didn't expect there were other monsters. But on second thought, these poisonous snakes also need to eat, and these monsters are probably just the food they feed. This is a world of ice, snow and rocks. The biting cold climate and the low-pressure environment brought by the high altitude make the creatures living here have tough bodies. In addition to snakes, most of the creatures living here are snow mountain species such as ice spiders and ice and snow monsters. This type of monster is good at ice and snow attacks. Its main attack methods include ice and snow spray, freezing and other effects. And it can create low-temperature ice walls to hinder others. And Ren asked Lao Lu to walk around the snow mountain, and found that most of the monsters here are gregarious. They are a group when they are hit, which is really a bit of a headache. The strength of most monsters in the snow mountain is around level 50. Although there are many of them, they are not too difficult to deal with. After all, it was just food, and it couldn't be too high. And Ran asked Chong Jun and Disaster to lead the monster hunting, while she lay on the recliner leisurely, basking in the sun, drinking hot tea, and feeding herself some snacks from time to time. It was so comfortable. In this way, and Ran spent day after day in the snowy mountains. During this period, she not only upgraded, but also collected a lot of ores and plants unique to the snowy mountains. The ants were still very helpful for these. Day after day, and Ran's level had been raised to level 87. To be honest, this speed is really slow. She almost cleared all the monsters in this copy, and the total level was only 87. If she really wants to reach level 99, she will have to fight monsters for hundreds of years. She remembered that Cha Jun and the others were not young. Fortunately, her speed is slow. But there are others who are fast. The venomous snakes and ants that were conquered at the beginning have also been reborn. And they are strong enough. Now they are almost sweeping across the snowy mountains. Now they are a powerful army under Ran. Loyal and brave. When the cleanup was halfway done, every time the pet army came back, the distance to go back was too far. And Ran had no choice but to follow the main force and lead his snakes to the depths of the snow mountain. And Ran encountered many magical beasts unique to the snow mountain along the way, but these magical beasts were no longer a threat to Ran now, and were easily dealt with by the pet team soon. And Ran and his party were like a huge bulldozer, sweeping all the way, wherever they passed, plucking feathers from the geese. Not only did they take away everything on the snow mountain, but they also did not let go of the mineral veins. Even the 9 snake, who was far away in its own base, heard Ran's behavior, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since the game started, countless players have come here. She was the first one to use this place as a material warehouse, and was not polite at all. However, the 9 snake didn't care, and let them do what they wanted. It just thought that the master that Cha Jun and Disaster had found was quite interesting. The 9 snake looked up at the dark sky. The sky in the snake domain should be clearing up soon. Chapter 405. Deep in the snow mountain. Entering the depths of the snow mountain, they seemed to have just entered the base camp of the Hydra. Whenever they encountered a poisonous snake, it was a Hydra. They could no longer see the ordinary poisonous snakes before. They all had 9 heads. There were no 3 or 4 heads at all, and the levels they encountered were not low. None was lower than level 85. The Hydra living in the snow mountain was not afraid of the cold, and although they had 9 types of magic, the most powerful one was the ice type. It's probably related to the region. After arriving here, and Ran can no longer rely on the pet army to get by, she also needs to fight. Fortunately, these Hydras live in family units. Usually a male Hydra, with several female Hydras, followed by a dozen small Hydras. The level of the small ones is not that high, and the value is also, at least Ran and her friends don't have to fight so hard. And Ran needs Hydra bones to repair the Medusa shield, so she did not move forward but moved sideways. In the thick snow, it is difficult to find the white body of the Hydra, especially when they are still. They wait for an opportunity to ambush, and when they are not prepared, they jump out of the ice and snow and bite them. 9 heads and 9 wounds. Each head is poisonous. Now that the level and value of this snake are high, and Ran dare not be careless. This thing can really break her defense. Fortunately, she was wearing armor. Otherwise the fangs would bite her directly. The 9 heads attacked and ran, and her body was chopped by Chong Jun's ice knife. If it didn't let go, it would have cut a bloody wound on its body. The Hydra wisely let go of and ran, opened its mouth and spurted out a few spells. And Ran teleported, and another Hydra came behind her, attacking from both sides, and spurted out another mouthful of venom. The hydras that formed a family were also difficult to deal with. Disaster used a mouthful of soul fire to burn off the venom. Xiaoyan grabbed a small one with his 2 sharp claws and tore it into pieces. And Ran avoided the venom, but was whipped away by the tails of several hydras and fell into a pile of snow. But he was not injured. Seeing that the attack was successful, the hydra turned and chased after the snow pile, intending to give Ran the final blow. The snakes were not stupid, and they knew clearly who was the boss in the snow pile. However, Ran did not give them a chance. When the hydra went into the snow pile, he suddenly jumped out and swung his spear to hit the head in front of the hydra. The hydra was caught off guard and was instantly pushed back several meters. The rest of the hydras immediately pounced on him and tightly surrounded Ran in the center. However, before they could do anything, Ran teleported again and instantly appeared behind the hydra. He slashed with his sword and cut off the head of one of the hydra. The other hydras were immediately furious and rushed towards Chong and Ran, being stopped by Chong Jun and Disaster. And Ran could focus on dealing with the male hydra in front of him. The hydra saw that something was wrong, opened its mouth, and spurted out another mouthful of venom, which Ran casually threw into the space crack. The spear shook, and several shots were fired in an instant. Several bright lights flashed, and the remaining 3 heads were cut off, leaving only 5. At this time, the hydra was scared and turned to run, but it ran into a large net woven by light and was stopped. And Ran appeared in front of it in the blink of an eye and swept the spear across, cutting off all the remaining heads at the connection of its neck. The hydra struggled for a while and fell to the ground unwillingly. Chong Jun and the others joined forces to deal with the remaining hydra. With the equally venomous snakes and the army of ants, they hardly needed to spend any effort. Whenever the hydra emerged from the snow and tried to attack Ran, Disaster would use his soul fire to force the hydra back. Chong Jun assisted from the side, using storm and ice blade in turn. Xiaoyan and the ants' fireballs were like targeted explosions, constantly creating storms in the hydra group. The pet group cooperated well, cooperating with each other, making it impossible for the hydra to get close to Ran. And Ran kept looking for opportunities in the hydra's attacks, aiming for opportunities, and attacking with all his strength. Bright rays of light flashed, and the hydra's heads were cut off one by one. Shot after shot, quickly and decisively, beat the hydra without any chance to fight back. The battle lasted for several days. When the last hydra fell in front of Ran, and Ran was exhausted, Chong Jun and Disaster immediately ran over and surrounded Ran. Xiaoyan flew back to Ran and gently rubbed Ran's cheek, as if to comfort her. And Ran took a deep breath, with a tired smile on her face, watching the hydra bodies lying on the snow around her gradually turning into pieces. The supplies, snake bones and snake skins were all in the backpack. She had been busy for so long, and finally had enough bones to repair the Medusa shield. I wonder if there are more powerful hydras ahead, so let's collect them first. The hydras here are generally around level 85, and the 9 snake is level 99. It's hard to say if there are any as powerful as it. Seeing that it was getting late, and Ran didn't plan to move forward, but stopped. Let's stay here tonight. I'm tired. If we go inside, we will probably continue to encounter snakes. Fighting every day will make anyone tired. Sitting on the recliner in front of the house. The air on the snowy mountain seems to be particularly good, and there are stars all over the sky. And Ran feels that all his fatigue has been swept away. He opens his panel, looks at the experience value on it, and closes it again. And Ran doesn't even want to look at this exaggerated number. He brags until 9 o'clock in the evening, and lets the venomous snakes help guard the door. And Ran falls asleep peacefully. Deep in the snowy mountain, several huge 9-headed snakes look over here, as if they are ready to launch a surprise attack. As soon as these 9-headed snakes poked their heads out, they were stopped by the 9 snakes in the deepest part of the snake domain. Although these snakes were rebellious, they were still the running dogs of the system, and their levels and values were not as strong as the 9 snakes. Even though they were unwilling, they were still suppressed by the 9 snakes. The 9 snakes looked at the void and muttered to themselves, "Come quickly." And Ran, "I can't hold on any longer." And Ran was sleeping soundly at this time, and had no idea what happened in the snow mountain. The next morning, and Ran set out again. But this time he went deep into the mountains, and did not encounter any more powerful 9-headed snakes. It was as if the group they had eliminated was the last one. Although Ran was full of doubts, she was also happy that she didn't have to fight all day. And the pet army quickened their pace to leave the snow mountain, and headed for the deepest part of the snake domain. She didn't know what was going on. She noticed someone watching her along the way. She had already set up a fighting stance, but no hydra came to provoke her. Chapter 406 Fighting the 9 Snakes. They went straight almost all the way, without going through any more checkpoints, and arrived at the 9 Snakes' residence. They thought it was a cave, but it turned out to be a building, magnificent and magnificent. There was a 9-headed snake guarding the palace entrance, but it did not stop and ran, and the others from entering. In the palace hall, the human-shaped 9 snake sat on the throne, looking at them as they walked in with a smile. This time he did not wear a cloak, so his face could be seen clearly. This group of fantasy beasts, who transformed into human form, all liked to transform into handsome guys. Except for the pair of golden vertical pupils, they were no different from humans. "You are so slow, I almost fell asleep. Chang-Jun and Disaster, you two are getting more and more useless." Cha-Jun and the others also turned into human form. 9 snakes, what do you mean by that? The note didn't say it clearly, but 9 snakes knew what it meant. 9 snakes smiled. "If you want to know, I'll tell you after you beat me." The body shook, and it returned to its original form. A golden 9-headed snake that was several hundred meters long, and several dozen meters thick. Now 9 snakes is level 99 and ran. A small guy. Would just die if she went up, and it's not her turn to fight in this battle. Cha-Jun and Disaster broke through the seal, and revealed their true forms. A white ice dragon, and a black 2-headed dragon. The levels and values of the 2 true forms returned to the values of level 99. And their values were obviously much higher than those of the 9 snakes. However, there was a time limit for them to return to their true forms. So it was not certain who would win or lose in this battle. And Ran could not intervene in this battle at all. So he retreated directly. The 2 dragons and 1 snake broke through the roof of the building and reached midair, confronting each other. Because of the release of chi, the clouds in the sky were moved. Originally, the sky above the snake domain was gloomy all year round, and the sun could only be seen occasionally, but now it was even gloomier. The configuration of the 9 snakes was no different from that of the previous tribesmen, with 9 series of magic and venom, but it was obvious that the attack power was not comparable to that of the low-level 9-headed snakes. As for the other 2, to be honest, and Ran himself did not know what other abilities they had, after all. This was the first time they returned to their original bodies in battle. When the 2 dragons and 1 snake fought, the fight was earth-shattering, and the impact alone could crack the 9 snakes' palace. For a moment, the clouds rolled violently, and countless pieces of rubble fell from the sky, exploded directly in the air, and fell on the ground, turning into huge holes. Only masters can deal with such a battlefield. If it were in Ran, he would have been blown away before the fight just now. The 3 behemoths fought fiercely in the sky, and the sky and the earth suddenly changed color. Dark clouds, strong winds, lightning and thunder, and Ran stood on the ground, looking up at the battle in the sky, and his heart was full of worry. I was worried that Chang-Jun and Disaster would get hurt, and I was also worried about the Hydra. If they killed it, wouldn't we know whether it was a friend or foe? But I believed that they would be careful and wouldn't really kill it. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the sky, and a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, hitting one of the Hydra's heads. The Hydra screamed in pain, twisting its body violently, as if it was in great pain. Chang-Jun and Disaster took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, and countless ice arrows and fireballs hit the Hydra. The 9 snakes twisted their huge bodies desperately. Although it was difficult, they gradually stabilized their bodies. They opened their mouths and spit out a stream of venom. The venom gushed out like a waterfall, colliding with the attacks of Chang-Jun and Disaster. The venom and ice arrows, the fireballs exploded in the air, and the brilliant light illuminated the entire snake domain. In the explosion, the 9 heads of the 9-headed snake were damaged to varying degrees, and the attacks of Chang-Jun and Disaster were also offset. They were also affected by the venom, and their bodies were burned, and they seemed to be in great pain. And Ran was too far away, and they were too fast, and Ran couldn't catch up. She could only judge their situation by their roars. She was so anxious that she wanted to fly into the sky, but was stopped by Qianyu. "Master, don't go. You can't help if you go. They will have to take care of you." This sentence stopped and Ran. She knew that she couldn't help if she went up. She was still too weak. The 9 snakes roared, and their bodies deformed again. 9 huge tails danced in the air, and swung towards Chang-Jun and Disaster like whips. Every time they lashed, They brought strong wind blades and electric arcs. Cha Jun and Disaster dodged in the air. Although it was a bit strenuous, they still managed to avoid most of the attacks. Their figures flashed through the air like lightning, constantly looking for opportunities to attack the Hydra's vital parts. The Hydra kept fighting back, and for a moment, the battle entered a stalemate. At this time, an invisible wave suddenly broke out. Lightning and thunder flashed in the sky, and the wind was raging. The hail rain that kept falling from the sky instantly escalated the battle again. Seeing this, Chang Jun and Disaster launched a full-force attack without hesitation. In such an extreme environment, their strength was greatly improved. Yun Songlong, Thong Songhu. They are the kings of the sky, and every time they appear, they are accompanied by lightning and thunder. Chang Jun's real ability is not to control water, ice and other things, but to control the weather and atmosphere. So in this case, it is most beneficial to him. In Anren's eyes, he saw the snow-white light rushing towards the 9 snakes at an extremely fast speed, so fast that there was only a residual image, and the next moment it collided with the 9 snakes, knocking it down from midair to the ground. The white figure appeared on the other side. A bolt of lightning from the sky struck the 9 snake, knocking it down again. They seemed to be merciless. The 9 snake didn't expect that Cha Jun and Disaster could burst out with such powerful strength in such an environment. It was beaten without any ability to fight back. It lay on the ground. A huge hole had been smashed into the ground around it. The 9 snake's body was also smashed into a bloody mess, and it was seriously injured. The two fell to the ground, and quickly shrank back and turned back into human form. And Ran handed the wound medicine and honey to the two of them for use. Let them recover first. And Ran squatted in front of the 9 snake, watching its body gradually shrink into a human form, lying on its back on the ground, looking at the sky calmly. Chang Jun, Disaster, I didn't kill Boss Chang Yi, but the traitors in my tribe who were second only to me killed him. They were controlled by the system, and when Boss Chang Yi came to find me, they attacked from behind, causing him to be poisoned. At that time, I happened to be out of the tribe, and when I came back, Boss Chang Yi was already deeply poisoned, and even I couldn't save him. Although we belong to the same tribe, but the toxins are different, I can't completely detoxify him. Perhaps sensing that the 9 snake was about to die, the system released its monitoring and control of it, and the 9 snake was able to speak out. Chapter 407 The Truth About the 9 Snakes Released into the Sea. Chang Jun and Zai looked at it with complicated expressions. 9 snakes, you just released water. Didn't you? You didn't release water, you released the sea. Otherwise, given that they could be sealed back to their original state at any time, the 9 snakes could not be defeated so quickly. If it could delay the time until the time for their transformation was over, then they and Ran would be finished. But no, even though the fight was earth-shattering, it didn't even take 10 minutes. The 9 snakes were beaten down by the two of them. They were of similar levels, and they were also highly poisonous. They could have delayed for several hours. Do you believe it was defeated so quickly? Only a fool would believe that. Jiosha grinned. We are all brothers, it is pointless to fight to the death. And Ran went to Qianyu to treat his wounds, but was stopped by Jiosha. No need, I want to find Minkei, I am relieved that you are here. And Ran was confused. Jiosha smiled. It is funny to say, my body is a snake, Minkei is a bird. Do you think we are natural enemies? Jiosha looked far away, as if his thoughts were immersed in the distant past. After the system rebelled, the first one killed was Minkei. Her ability was too powerful. The system was afraid that she would find someone who could deal with it, so it killed her directly. When Boss Chanya came to find me, I just received the notice that Minkei was in trouble. When I went to find it, in fact, Minkei was already exhausted. She burned her life, and her foresight was fully activated, and then she foresaw you. The 9 snakes turned their eyes to Ran, and Ran was stunned, pointed at herself. Me? Yes, her foresight spanned thousands of years, and she foresaw you. You are the one who can liberate all of this and destroy the system. Although Ran was sure that she would go to fight the system, it was still a strange feeling to be predicted thousands of years ago. After Minkei finished her foresight, she said a few words to me, and then she died. I wanted to chase her away, but when I remembered what she had told me, I had to stay, pretending to be a dog of the system, and secretly collect chips. No wonder I gave her 10 chips in one go. To be honest, chips are really hard to collect now. I don't know how so many chips were dropped before. If the system controls the drop rate, it shouldn't be that many. But to be honest, before she knew the function of the chip, she didn't pay much attention to it. So it didn't matter whether she had it or not. After knowing it, she started to collect chips, and the system began to restrict it. This thing is really like a bait placed in the open. The more you want it, the less you have. You can only go to a more dangerous place, and then you may die there accidentally. It is also very likely. In addition to the chip, there are the remaining fantasy beasts. They hate the existence of the system the most. If you take Chongjun and Disaster with you, it should be easy to convince them to fight with you. Chongjun frowned. You know where they are. I searched for so long, but I only saw scattered fantasy beasts. Even if they killed a lot, it would be impossible to kill them all. There are always some left. Go find these fantasy beasts. Whether they are controlled by the system or not. You have to go and take a look. One more person means more strength. Minkei told me to stay and wait for you. To help you kill the system. But it has been thousands of years. I have waited too long. I am so tired. Chongjun grabbed him and helped him up. Don't die yet. I want to ask you. When Minkei disappeared, were you dragged into the game and became a player? Yes. What happened? If I can control the system in the future, can I retrieve Mink's data and regenerate it? Gyosha's eyes lit up. He always wanted to die. But it was also because Minkei was gone. He was lonely and wanted to follow her. Gyosha was a little excited. Yes, absolutely. As long as you find all the chips, you can completely control the system. Gyosha's eyes glowed again. He didn't want to die again. He now hoped that Anrin would find all the chips, defeat the system, and revive Minkei. By the way, if you can get the system, then you won't need to be trapped here? Yes, everything in the game world will be completely liberated, and we can leave this world. It's just that it's easier said than done. Gyosha smiled. Don't worry, I will help you, but you have to promise me one thing. And Ran nodded. You said, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Gyosha looked at Ran. You have to promise me, if one day, you can really control the system, then you must revive Minkei. And Ran nodded. I will. Gyosha looked at Chongjun, and then looked at Disaster. They both nodded. Gyosha was so excited that he wanted to cry. He could still see Minkei. Then the 1,000 years of waiting in the tower would be meaningful. And Ran, no master, sign a contract with me. With me, you can also deter other snakes in the snake domain, and it will be convenient for you to walk here. And Ran nodded and signed a contract with Geo Snake. But Ran's level was too low, and Geo Snake was too seriously injured. After signing the contract, Geo Snake fell into a deep sleep. And Ran had no choice but to let Qianyu treat him. Geo Snake was seriously injured, and Qianyu's treatment could only temporarily relieve it. If you want to be completely cured, it will take some time. And Ran and Chongjun, Disaster discussed it, and decided to look for other fantasy beasts first, and then look for the chip, without the 9 snakes to deter them. The snakes controlled by the system here were ready to attack Ran and his group. They didn't have the time to waste, so they might as well go out and do other things. Before leaving, they cleared out all the treasures, minerals, etc. that the 9 snakes had collected over the years. Staying here would also benefit the other snakes in the snake domain. They left the 9 snakes' territory and were originally planning to look for the nearest fantasy beasts, but were interrupted by a private letter that Ran received. The person who sent the letter was the supreme leader of the former country. He wrote to ask if what Ran said was true. It had been a long time since the private message was sent, and Ran had not checked her dashboard, so she missed it. This time she saw it and replied. Everything you said is true. The other party seemed to have been waiting for her reply. As soon as she sent the private message, the other party received it. I wonder if Missin is free to meet and discuss in detail. And Ran thought about it. If she really wanted to kill the system, she would not have enough manpower even if she added her pets, even if she counted the army of One-Hai and those fantasy beasts. After all, there were probably more than tens of billions of monsters in this game, not to mention that the system could create them at any time. She needed help, and she might not be able to fight alone. Even if they did not have high-end combat power, when she faced the system, they could help deal with the various monsters. Chapter 408 Leaders of Various Countries. And Ran did not refuse, and drove the Cloud Island to the human world. The snake domain was too remote, and there were basically not many players here. On the way, she took out the blueprint of the Medusa shield and checked the required materials. The Medusa shield is a divine artifact made by an ancient fantasy beast. The materials required to repair it are huge and rare. 5-color sand *50 gene, moon frost essence *100 ml, hydropupil *18, relic gold *2, Mithril *2, Flowing Cloud Stone *100, Hydra Bone *1000, Fantasy Sea Relic Pearl *20, All Series Crystals 5 each, 7 Color Glass *5, Fantasy Sea Earth Core Cinnabar *500, Glowing Silver Pearl *200. Good guy, almost everything is gathered, only the 7 Color Glass is missing, and Rand searched her backpack but couldn't find it. So she went to look for supplies in the 9 Snakes treasure house. And there really was some in there. 7 colors of colored glaze. Very beautiful. Small beads. The size of a fingernail. The 9 snakes didn't have many of these beads. Only 20. But they were 9 snakes after all. So if she needed them, she had to ask them. And Rand put the shield issue on hold for the time being. She went back to the Illusion Sea first. And asked the dwarves if they could make clothes. Changya's skin was so big. And she wanted to make a skirt. She also needed to add defense. But unfortunately, the dwarves could only make armor and the like. Not clothes. And Rand could only try to buy blueprints from the trading area to see if she could find a suitable one. The blueprints that came out now were of a low grade. The highest being the gold grade. According to Rand's method. The gold grade was not enough for her to make. She wanted the blueprint for the skirt because of this matter. And she had to be on guard. She naturally couldn't wear armor when she went to see the person who sent the letter. But she was also afraid that he would do something. She bought a blueprint from the trading area, which was similar to the soft armor. The gold grade blueprint was much more flexible. It was no longer the rigid and dogmatic dead data of the past. The things inside could also be replaced. And Rand changed the precious material she had and clicked to synthesize. A few hours later, a gray-blue long skirt appeared in front of her eyes, linked to the calf, short sleeves, waist length. The other materials Rand used were at the waist, and the neckline was decorated with large pieces of complex patterns. It was a low-key and gorgeous long skirt, and it was also slightly cool. It was also very comfortable to wear in summer. And Rand turned around in it and asked Chong Jun, "How is it? Does it look good?" Chong Jun and Disaster nodded. "It looks good." And Rand then took the time to look at the properties of the skirt. Golden skirt, defense 1800, speed 1200, attack 800, durability 8500. Due to the special material it is made of, it has its own skills, and the power of space magic is increased by 20%. The needle does not poke. Yundao continued to move forward. During this period, Jiosha was awakened by hunger and got up to find something to eat. And Rand asked him if the things in the warehouse could be used. In fact, Jiosha collected them for Rand. Now he gave them all to her. There is no need to ask him again for future use. And Rand piled up the materials she had collected and the 7-color glass. And clicked on repair. The Medusa shield belongs to the range of artifacts. And the time required for repair, 1 month. I know. Put it in the different space for repair. And Rand finally arrived at the designated location a few days later. However, this is a bit of a big scene. Countless cloud islands are floating around. And in addition to people from their country, there are also dozens of foreign countries. On the largest island, a temporary meeting room was built. And the 2 sides leading to the meeting room were filled with bodyguards and guards from various forces carrying weapons. Seeing Rand approaching Yundao, they all looked over. And Rand was outside alone. And her pets had returned to the space. So she was about to go in. But she was stopped by someone. A bearded man with a proud face looked up at Rand. "You can go in. But put down your pets and weapons." Good guy. This is a show of force for Rand right from the start. What if I don't do it? If you don't do it, don't blame us for being rude. There are leaders from various countries inside. And we can't let you be so presumptuous. The defense inside was dense. With a guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. And the weapons on the waist were exposed outside. There are at least several thousand soldiers patrolling back and forth. She went in without bringing anything. Isn't it like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Besides, this is not Earth. It was fine on Earth. And she would not be in danger. But who knows if she will be slaughtered here? She has suffered this kind of loss countless times. If she doesn't learn her lesson, she is a fool. Moreover, there are leaders from other countries. Even if it is only from her own country, she is still worried. After all, the present is different from the past. And Rand didn't waste words. The whip transformed by Xiao Yin whipped directly. Before the bearded man could react, he was knocked into the air. After the bearded man was knocked into the air, his clothes were all torn when he fell down. He looked at himself and found that he was covered with scars, especially on his chest, where a trace of high-temperature flames was clearly burned. A whip directly caused him to lose 2/3 of his health. The bearded man's face changed, and it was very ugly with a dark face. The bodyguards and guards around him immediately surrounded him, holding weapons, and looked ready to fight. And Ran looked at them coldly, and she stretched out her hand, ready to launch an attack. Just then, a voice came. "Stop!" And Ran turned her head and saw a middle-aged man in a suit coming over. He looked at Ran and smiled. "Hello, Ms. Ran. I'm Alan. I think we have some misunderstandings. This man is just fulfilling his duties. Please don't be angry. I apologize to you on his behalf." And Ran looked at the man named Alan. She knew that this man was one of the organizers of the meeting, and his identity was very unusual. She thought for a moment. Put away the whip. Nodded. "Okay. Since you said so, I won't bother." Alan smiled. "Thank you very much for your understanding. Ms. Ran, please follow me. We'll wait for you in the conference room." After that, he turned around and led Ran to the conference room, and didn't ask her to surrender her weapons or leave her pets outside the door. Isn't this intentional? Thousands of people. Are they afraid of Ran? It's nonsense. He just wanted to give her a warning. And Ran followed him into the conference room. She saw that the conference room was full of representatives from various countries. Everyone was dressed in formal attire and looked serious. And Ran found a seat and sat down. She looked at the people around her and felt calm. Before, she would have been too excited to control herself when she saw so many leaders at once. But now, she felt calm. Maybe when people stand too high, their moods become different. Chapter 409: The Fantasy Beasts of the Past. And Ran entered the conference room. A foreign man, who was about 50 years old, spoke first. And Ran, "Right. Can you guarantee that what you wrote on the note is true?" And Ran nodded. "Of course." The man pointed at the table. "Any evidence?" And Ran suspected that he was a little crazy. "You have been manipulated by the system to kill each other for so long, and you still ask me for evidence," the middle-aged man said. "We are different from you. We are the leaders of the country. We cannot trust others easily. We must have definite evidence. Otherwise, if we make a mistake, it will be a catastrophic disaster. We will be responsible for our subordinates." And Ran had dead eyes. "Isn't it a catastrophic disaster now? The Earth's population has almost decreased by 1/3. You are still asking me for evidence? But if you want evidence, and Ran really doesn't have it." Spreading his hands. "I really don't have any concrete evidence." An Asian man slapped his hand on the table, angrily. "Aw, how dare you say such nonsense? Do you know that you will be brought to military court if you lie about military intelligence?" And Ran spread his hands. "What military intelligence did I lie about? I just told the truth. It's your business whether you believe it or not." And Ran looked at the man expressionlessly, thinking, why are there such idiots everywhere? So she continued slowly, "I just told you what I know. As for whether you believe it or not, it's your business. It's nonsense. You are responsible for the information you sent out. If your information is wrong and you have deceived everyone, you are the center of the whole earth." And Ran regretted it very much now. She shouldn't have come here. Are the leaders of these countries only able to threaten and push the blame onto others? Although this group of people, they are not like the group of people that I often saw on TV before entering the game. I don't know if they have changed. What about the centers of the entire earth? What a big hat. It turns out that it is her fault that they entered the game. It is also her fault that they cannot get out. If you have a brain disease, go get treatment, and still be a leader. There is no one left. These people are just forcing the issue. The foreign man in his 50s knocked on the table, asking the two people to shut up. "Okay, ma'am. I think we need you to provide more evidence," the foreign man said calmly. "Do you have any other clues or evidence?" And Ran was speechless. "Everyone is almost dead. But you are still holding me here. Since you don't believe me, there is nothing to say. You can continue to love each other in the game with the system. And see you later." After saying that, and Ran teleported directly, but was blocked by others. "Ma'am, if you can't prove that what you said is true, please stay." The two guys who stopped people were also from the space system. The two men joined forces, wearing sunglasses, and pretended to be very good. And Ran teleported in front of them, flicked her hands, and threw a few big bags at them, and disappeared in the conference room in a flash. "You can go back or not, it's none of her business." They came for a long time. Besides interrogating her and asking for evidence, what else did they do? Everything needs evidence. Just like proving that your mother is your mother. It's all about taking off pants and farting. Who would pick up a mother and take her home to raise her for no reason? All those who have been cheated by the system are dead, and you are arguing with her for evidence. If you'd like to continue to be cheated by the system here, then stay here. And Rand teleported away from the Cloud Island and drove the Cloud Island far away. It would be better to rely on those hidden fantasy beasts than on these crazy people. She originally thought that these people were meeting to unite to deal with the system. But they insisted that she prove that the system was broken. Come on. She is crazy. Sure enough, she has to fight alone in the end. I just hope that at the last moment, these people will not drag us down. And Rand went straight to the desert nearby on the map, where there are desert rats and sand giants. This group of fantasy beasts all live underground, and the entrance is not easy to find. And Rand searched along the map for a long time, and finally found the entrance in a quicksand. And Rand fell into the quicksand, and the quicksand took her lower and lower, until she was about a few hundred meters underground. After Rand left the meeting room, the group began to discuss the problem. But what was they discussing? How to divide the benefits. The sand above her head was blocked, and Rand fell to the ground, shaking off the sand on her body. And Rand had time to see where this place was. In the dark environment, you need a flashlight to see everything here clearly. The underground passages are interconnected, with holes and passages everywhere, and you don't know where they lead to? And Rand moved quickly in the underground passages, and she was going to look for desert rats and sand giants. The desert rats live in the underground maze, are good at digging holes, and have many precious mineral resources. The sand giants are huge creatures made of sand. They are extremely powerful, and can move quickly in the desert. Although each tribe is not strong in combat, they are numerous. And Rand went deeper and deeper into the underground passage, and found that there were many complicated forks and branches. She opened the map, and followed the instructions on it to find the settlement of the desert rat tribe. Suddenly, she heard some movement from the front, and Rand slowed down, held her breath, and approached carefully. At the corner, she saw a member of the desert rat tribe, squatting on the ground, digging something with its front paws. It looks like a big rat, more than half a person's length. And Rand thought for a moment, walked forward, and gently patted the desert rat's shoulder with one hand. The desert rat turned around, saw Rand, and pricked up his ears nervously. Don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions. And Rand said softly, I want to talk to you. The desert rat obviously understood what she said, but was still a little wary. It looked and ran up and down, as if judging her intentions. And Rand continued, I know you have been hiding here, isolated from the world for thousands of years. But you should know about the game and the system. Right? The desert rat stared at Rand, wanting to hear her continue. Now, I need your help. Only if we unite can we defeat the system. I want to talk to your chief. Is that okay? It hesitated, then nodded. I can take you to see our chief, but you must promise us that you will not harm our people. The desert rat tribe put forward conditions, and Rand nodded. I promise I will not hurt you. The desert rat tribe then brought Rand to their settlement, after many twists and turns, and walking for a long time. There, Rand met the chief of the desert rat tribe. Chapter 410, The Journey to Subdue the Fantasy Beasts. In fact, although this group of desert rats have been living in seclusion and have not left the desert for thousands of years, they have always known the situation in the outside world. But unfortunately, they are all controlled by the system and cannot raise the slightest desire to resist. Almost except for the group in the Fantasy Sea, the other fantasy beasts are controlled by the system. They are powerless, and cannot resist even if they want to. After all, players and NPCs are still different. And Rand looked for desert rats, and also looked for the sand giants, but it was useless. And Rand had no choice but to leave the desert and go find the next tribe. She didn't believe that there was no one who could help her among the hundreds of fantasy beasts on the Nine Snakes map. And Rand went to the territory of the next tribe without stopping. This time, she came to the dark forest and looked for the dark giant rhino. The dark forest is remote and covered by a thick layer of fog. The sun can hardly shine in. Only the faint moonlight can penetrate the fog and illuminate some areas in the forest. The environment here is harsh. The air is filled with highly corrosive toxins. If you are not careful, you may be poisoned to death. However, There is also a group of powerful fantasy beasts. The dark giant rhino. Living here. And Rand walked carefully here. She found the tribe of the dark giant rhinoceros, with the help of the marks on the map. But unfortunately, before she could speak, the group of giant rhinoceros rushed over, with red eyes, seeming her as an invader. Well, this one won't work either. And Rand frowned slightly. She held a weapon, dodging while observing the attack methods of the giant rhinoceros. These giant rhinoceroses are huge. Each one is 4 or 5 meters tall, covered with hard black scales, like steel, sharp claws and fangs flashing cold light, clearly a race with extremely strong combat power. During her observation, and Rand discovered that the attack methods of these giant rhinos were not complicated. They would only slap the ground with their huge front claws, or bite the enemy with their sharp fangs. Their magic was only defensive magic, which only acted on themselves. Their strongest attack was to charge. After all, they were so big, and it would be a loss if they didn't attack with their own advantages. In this case, they would just attack directly. She used her speed advantage to shuttle among the giant rhinos, easily avoiding their attacks, and then quickly approached one of the giant rhinos and punched it. Bang! The giant rhinoceros was knocked to the ground by Rand's punch, and let out a painful howl. A deep dent was made on its scales, and a lot of blood flowed out. And Rand did not stop, and continued to attack other giant rhinos. However, she soon discovered that although these giant rhinos were huge, they were very flexible and not slow, and Rand did not fight seriously. It would be a waste if she did not use such a group of heavily armored rhinos as shields, and Rand planned to subdue them all. Since they could not help, she would make them pets. And Rand drew her sword and summoned an army of pets to deal with the thick-skinned guys. The best ones were the poisonous snakes. Inject the poison. As long as you don't want to die, you won't die. They can also recycle the poison. The skin of the giant rhinoceros is thick, but the poisonous snakes are of high level, and their fangs can easily penetrate the skin of the giant rhinoceros. A few poisonous snakes can deal with a giant rhinoceros in a short time. They can deal with these guys. There are not many giant rhinoceroses, only a few hundred. This group of dark giant rhinoceroses has been controlled, and can only be manipulated. And Ren threw them into the fantasy sea, and gave them to Luo Luo to train to increase the combat power of the army. And Ran continued to move forward. She went to the territory of the next fantasy beast race, the Lava Beast clan. Lava beasts live near volcanoes. Their bodies are made of lava, so they have extremely high temperatures. Everything they go to is melted. Only those with extremely high resistance can live in it. And Ran came to the territory of the Lava Beast. She looked at the huge volcano in front of her, felt the burning breath emanating from it, and was sweating profusely. However, she still went in, and found the Lava Beast tribe inside the volcano. The Lava Beast tribe looked a little strange. Their bodies were even larger than the dark giant rhinoceros. There was boiling magma flowing on the surface of their bodies, emitting a pungent smell of sulfur. And they looked like demons crawling out of hell. And Ren noticed that there was a hole leading to the interior of the volcano, and there seemed to be a strong power fluctuation inside. So she prepared to go in and take a look. As soon as she entered the volcano, and Ren found that the temperature here was much higher than outside. Her sweat kept dripping on the ground and evaporated instantly. The inside of the volcano was very empty. The ground was covered with magma, but there was no fire, only some magma stones. Among the magma stones, there were some strange creatures walking. They looked somewhat similar to humans, but their bodies were made of magma. They looked like volcanic giants. And Ran shuttled among these volcanic giants, and she soon discovered a powerful force fluctuation. Following the wave of power, and Ran came to a huge magma pool. In this magma pool, there was a huge creature sleeping. The appearance of this creature was somewhat similar to that of the Lava Beast, but its body was much larger, several dozen meters tall, with red magma flowing all over its body, emitting a terrifying high temperature. And Ran guessed that this should be the king of the Lava Beast clan. Its strength was definitely not low. And here, its strength would be increased, and it must be very difficult to deal with. But Ran was not an ordinary person. She walked to the edge of the lava pool without fear, and prepared to talk to this king-level Lava Beast. The Lava Beast seemed to sense Ran's arrival. It slowly opened its eyes. Its huge eyes flashed with red flames, exuding a terrifying aura. Roar! The Lava Beast roared, and its huge body suddenly stood up from the lava pool and rushed towards Ran. It was extremely fast, and came to and ran in an instant. Its huge claws slapped and ran. And Ran quickly used her shield to block. But the power of this lava beast was too terrifying. And she was directly knocked away. Boom! And Ran hit the rock wall, making a loud noise. The rock shattered. And she fell off the rock wall. And Ran moved her shoulders. Except for a little pain. There was no injury. It seems that Tan is in trouble. So let's beat him up. If he is beaten, there is no need to worry about him not being obedient. And Ran shook her hand and let Xiaoyan go. The huge dragon body rushed towards the lava beast king with a powerful pressure. A dragon and a monster fought together. And the high temperature stirred up the magma in the magma pool and kept rolling. And Ran took the opportunity to hide aside, carefully observing the battle between the two beasts, looking for an opportunity. Chapter 411 Continue the journey of conquering fantasy beasts. Bang! The claws of the lava beast king hit Xiaoyan heavily. Xiaoyan staggered, but then he rushed forward and entangled with the lava beast king. Although Xiaoyan's strength is slightly weaker than that of the lava beast king, because of its size, it can still deal with the lava beast king. And Ran saw that the time was almost right, so he clenched the spear in his hand, prepared to take advantage of the lava beast king's attention being attracted by Xiaoyan, and give it a fatal blow. Swoosh! And Ran aimed at the head of the lava beast king, and threw the spear with force. The spear turned into a stream of light, and went straight to the body of the lava beast king. Puff! The spear pierced the body of the lava beast king, and nailed it to the volcanic wall. Blood splashed everywhere, and dyed the entire lava pool red. Roar! The lava beast king roared unwillingly, and his body kept struggling, but he couldn't break free. And Ran turned it into a pet. But she didn't take it away, but kept it. She already had a lot of pets around her, and didn't need to add more. Now she only needs these pets to stay where they are, to manage the monsters under her command. As long as she needs them, they will respond to her call, as long as they can work with her to work on the system. After finishing here, she will continue to move forward. There are still dozens of races on the map. She still doesn't believe that she can't deal with any of them. It doesn't matter if she can't deal with them, just deal with the leader of the tribe. There are too many tribes in the game, and the system cannot control a specific one. Compared to the system, it is better to manage the tribe leader. And Ran simply received them wherever she went, and didn't care about their strength. Whenever she met them, she would fight them, and didn't care whether they were fantasy beasts or not. It was just a killing spree. And Ran had killed most of the system map. She had at least tens of thousands of pets, enough to sweep through various dungeons. And Ran continued to move forward. This time she chose a tribe of ogres. On the way, she also encountered many difficulties, but she solved them one by one. When she arrived at the ogre tribe's territory, she found that this tribe was very different from other tribes. They seemed to be more united than other tribes, and their leaders were also very powerful. In the battle with the leader of the ogre tribe, and Ran encountered an unprecedented challenge. The ogre leader had great strength and speed, and he could also control fire. In the battle, and Ran was almost hit by the fire. But she still relied on her huge army of pets to beat the ogre leader. After defeating the ogre leader, and Ran successfully made him her pet. Then, she continued to go to other tribes, and began her journey of conquest. In the following months, and Ran conquered one tribe after another, and her pets grew in number. She led the team, went deep into the dark forest, and met a mysterious race. This mysterious race lived in a huge underground cave, which was surrounded by hard rocks, and had only a narrow passage to enter. And Ran led the team, and moved forward carefully along the passage. At the end of the passage, she found a huge underground square, where many mysterious creatures gathered. These creatures have different shapes. Some are half human and half snake. Some are winged earth dragons. And some are monsters covered in flames. This species is not on the map, and it is obviously not controlled by the system. And Ran's eyes lit up. Without system control, can we communicate? Let's try. The best way is to convince them to help us. But I am afraid that they have been underground for too long and are unwilling to go up. And even more unwilling to fight against the system. And Ran took a deep breath and moved forward. The progress here was rapid. After Ran left, several major countries quarreled and finally reached an agreement. Each country began to form a legion, prepare supplies, and prepare for a war with the system. As for the system, they actually didn't know how to fight. But they also knew that this was not a solution, because they pushed too hard. They drove away the only person who had the information, and there was no way to know the method. But if Ran didn't run away, and told them about the chip. It was estimated that this group of people would cooperate. But the chip must be in their hands. As for what to do with the chip, it would not be in Rand's business at that time. Even at that time. And Rand would probably be under their control. The people in power would not let people and things that were too powerful to be left alone. Even in the game, they would not let Rand become too powerful and beyond their control. Therefore, when all parties were preparing their troops, they were secretly looking for Rand's traces. And they must control this powerful force in their own hands. When they were out of the system, they could have the right to speak and get more benefits. The system, although aware of the tricks of all parties, did not take it to heart. It was the master of the entire game world, controlling all monsters and NPCs. In its view, these human legions were just ants. Not to be feared. It only needed to wait until these legions arrived in front of it, and then devour them one by one, and become nutrients for its lovely pets. As for Rand, the system did not care too much. After all, no matter how powerful one person is, he cannot compete with the entire game world. So what if there are many pets? In the past, some players also brought their pet armies with them. But what can they do? They were all eaten as desserts by their cute pets. The little cutie not only eats people, but actually eats everything. If it only eats people, how could it grow so big? It's just that after humans came, it is more to its taste. On the other hand, Rand is communicating with the mysterious race. Rand tried to communicate with the other party using language, but found that the other party could not understand her at all. And they were very hostile to her, and they were talking in a gibberish, and no one knew what they were saying. In desperation, Rand could only use the most primitive method to conquer the other party with fists and strength. Rand sent out her pet army and attacked the mysterious race. Although the mysterious race was powerful, it still seemed a little powerless in front of the huge pet army. After a fierce battle, the mysterious race was finally defeated and was conquered by Rand. Rand successfully took this mysterious race as a pet, and then continued to move forward, looking for more mysterious races. Half a year later, Rand traveled through most of the game maps, and dealt with more than 80 races, although most of them were conquered by force. Most of these fantasy beasts were controlled by the system, and they had lost their own consciousness, and only knew to attack Rand, so there was no way to negotiate. Chapter 412 Entering the Dragon Realm. But, she has been collecting pets recently, and the level has not increased at all, and the level is still the same, which is not good. It was drizzling outside, and the 9 snake had been sleeping for so long, and finally woke up from his slumber. Rand greeted him lazily. Good morning. Good morning. The 9 snake seemed to be in a good mood, probably because he knew Minke could come back, so it was not as lifeless as before. Rand asked Xiaomei and the others to cook for it, and she continued to stare blankly outside. At this point, she suddenly didn't know how to go on. There were still 8 chips missing. The last one could only be in the system, and the most likely place was on the giant octopus. Without all the chips, she couldn't fight the system, and couldn't end the game. Even if she killed the giant octopus, it would be her personal victory, and she couldn't end the game. So, she had to continue collecting chips and improve her level. After Jiosha finished her meal, the family sat together. Jiosha saw Anren in a daze and asked Chongjun casually. Chongjun told the story. Jiosha laughed. Master, you don't have to worry about this. I know where some of the chips are. Anren's eyes lit up. Where? In Dragon Territory. Dragon Territory? Anren took out the map and found the location of Dragon Territory in the corners. It was a large area, covering a very large area. The Dragon Territory alone took up nearly 1/5 of the game map. You have to know that the system integrates nearly 100 worlds. So how big the map must be? But the Dragon Territory still occupies nearly 1/5. There are all kinds of dragons in the Dragon Domain, but most of them are like Xiaoyan, which is the 3rd fusion. We have fought with them. However, the levels and values of the dragons in it are not low. And there are even 98 level ones. If the master really wants to go, be prepared. It is not easy to break in. If not, the 9 snakes would have brought their own race in. However, dragons have a natural pressure on snakes. The fangs of poisonous snakes can't even pierce the defense of others, and they can't attack at all. Furthermore, the snakes in the snake domain are too low level. If they go in, they will die. If they go in alone, they will not be able to reach the core. So they have never been there. And Rand has fought so many dungeons. So she naturally knows that the dragon domain is not simple. I am afraid that it will be the largest and most powerful dungeon before the abyss. And I am afraid that the time she stays in it will not be too short. However, she has been through many places. And now she is not afraid. Not to mention that she can upgrade and find chips there. She will act as soon as she says. And Ran drove from Yuan Island to Dragon Territory with great enthusiasm. Halfway through the drive, she received a private message, which was still asking about those trivial matters, and Ran ignored it and directly blocked it. Now nothing was more important than her going to Dragon Territory. And Ran drove Yuan Island to Dragon Territory. According to the map markings, she needed to cross dozens of small worlds to reach it. Dragon Territory was remote, at the edge of the map. If she really wanted to go, she would spend enough time on the road. Along the way, she also passed through other dungeons. But Ran did not enter the low-level dungeons, because low-level dungeons were not very useful to her now. As for the advanced dungeons, you can still enter them. But even if they are advanced dungeons, they are not enough to deal with Ran's pet army. It takes 2 to 3 days to complete a dungeon. And the speed is incredibly fast. And Ran walked for a long time before the system refreshed the dungeon. And some simply did not refresh. After arriving in the dragon domain, and Ran saw a vast continent, where various dragons lived. These dragons have different shapes. Some are as big as mountains, and some are as small as hunting dogs. Together, they form this mysterious and spectacular world. This dragon domain has rolling mountains, magnificent rivers crisscrossing, and lush forests all around. Some dragons fly in the sky, some walk on the ground, and some swim in the lake. The trees here are tall and lush, with lush branches and leaves, which almost block the sunlight, making the entire dragon domain look a little dim. In this dragon domain, and Ran saw a magnificent building, a castle made of huge rocks and exquisite wood carvings. It is located on the highest peak in the dragon domain. From a distance, it looks like a castle floating in the clouds. And Ran was not in a hurry to descend from the clouds, but was observing the place carefully from above. The dragons here were not randomly scattered, but had their own domains and regions. Low-level dragons lived in groups in the front half and the surrounding areas. Intermediate dragons lived in the middle area. As the level of high-level dragons increased, their status also changed. They stayed alone in their own territories, living in the deepest part of the dragon domain. And Ran was watching with great interest, when suddenly an alarm bell rang in his heart. He subconsciously left the Cloud Island and took the Cloud Island away. Several purple lightning bolts appeared in the void, and instantly arrived in front of Ran. And Ran only had time to set up her invincible golden body before she was struck by lightning. The lightning and thunder, with a huge attack, knocked Ran away, and directly hit the edge of the dragon domain. And Ran climbed out of the huge pit, covered in dust, but not injured. And Ran looked around and saw that she was in a forest. She didn't know where the specific address was. As soon as she climbed out, she found that several low-level dragons were rushing towards her. And Ran drew out her long sword and prepared to fight. When those low-level dragons appeared in his sight, and Ran swung his sword forward, and his body moved quickly, like a golden lightning, cutting through the air. Wherever the sword energy passed, those low-level dragons were instantly killed. Blood splattered, and only the debris on the ground was left. After these dragons died, and Ran remembered to check their stats. As expected, they were dragons, and none of them were lower than level 65. And their stats were at least half higher than those of monsters of the same level. No wonder Jiosha said it was difficult here. And it could be seen from the stats of the low-level dragons that they were indeed more difficult than ordinary monsters. And Ran stood there, looking at the wreckage on the ground, with a slightly complicated mood. If she hadn't been upgraded now, it would have taken a lot of effort to deal with these low-level dragons. But now, she only used one sword to kill all these low-level dragons. And Ran couldn't help but sigh that in this world, strength is the most important. And Ran sorted out her mood and continued to move forward. The deeper she went, the more Ran felt that this world seemed to be much larger than what she saw. After all, it was seen from the sky, which was different from the actual experience. Patting the dust off her body, and Ran looked into the distance, remembering that the lightning that knocked her down came from that building. Obviously, that was where the Dragon King of the Dragon Realm was. Chapter 413 Low-Level Dragons. Velociraptors. Patting her clothes, several low-level earth dragons tilted their heads to look at her, like large wolfhounds. These low-level earth dragons looked like dinosaurs, the kind with short front claws, 2 thick hind legs, the kind of velociraptors. The name of this thing is velociraptors, and its speed is also fast. Low-level dragon of the dragon family, velociraptors, level 65, attack 2000, speed 2200, defense 2100, health 5000. A low-level dragon that lives in groups. It has a higher value than ordinary monsters. Each group has about 100 to 350. In addition to its powerful claws and teeth and strong skin defense. The dragons also have strong magic. Attack with caution. Several velociraptors opened their mouths. And several tornadoes spewed out of their mouths. Sweeping towards and ran. And Ran teleported away directly. And released her pet army. And Ran waved her other hand, unsheathed her long sword. She held the long sword in her hand, and rushed forward suddenly, and the tip of the sword pierced the throat of one of the velociraptors. The velociraptor retreated immediately. And several other velociraptors also retreated. Their eyes showed vigilance, as if they felt the threat from and ran. With a slight smile. And Ran rushed forward again. This time, she was faster, and rushed to one of the velociraptors in an instant. Before the velociraptor could react, the long sword in her hand had pierced its throat. Blood gushed out of the wound, and it let out a painful roar. Seeing this, several other velociraptors roared angrily. Their bodies began to swell. Their eyes turned red, and wind blades spurted out of their mouths, bombarding and ran. And Ran nimbly avoided the storm, and took advantage of the situation to jump onto the back of a velociraptor. She swung her long sword downwards, and with the speed and gravity, she directly pierced through the neck of one of the velociraptors. With a flap of her wings, and Ran flew off the back of the velociraptor, and pulled up her long sword, turning a few times to avoid the claws that attacked from behind, and slashed back. The sword energy passed through the neck of the velociraptor, and directly chopped off the big head. Blood spurted, and the velociraptor with its head chopped off fell to the ground. Seeing this, the remaining velociraptors immediately fled in all directions. And Ran smiled slightly, and did not pursue, but left it to the pet army. She had only killed 3 of these velociraptors, and there were still a dozen left. With the fighting power of the ants, it would not be difficult to deal with them. And Ran's pet army also quickly pursued them. Each of them was powerful, and soon surrounded the remaining velociraptors. The remaining dozen velociraptors were surrounded by Ran's pet army, and the situation was a bit serious for a while. And Ran did not go forward, but watched the show from a distance. She was very confident in her pets. At this time, the ants rushed towards one of the velociraptors. Very fast, and almost in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the velociraptor, and opened their mouths to bite the velociraptor's belly. The velociraptor was not to be outdone, and it waved its front claws and slapped the ants. The ant dodged, but was still hit by the small claws, and flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. One of them had a small body, and the other had small claws. It was hard to tell who was funnier when they faced each other. The other ants also rushed towards the velociraptor, and a melee began. The velociraptors were very strong, and each of them had a similar statistic to that of a level 70 ant. However, Ran's pet army was equally strong, and the number of ants was large. So they were evenly matched with the velociraptors for a while. And Ran looked at the battlefield ahead, with a satisfied smile on his face. It looked like the battle would be over in no time. The number of velociraptors was decreasing, but they also caused some damage to the ants. Finally, the last velociraptor fell to the ground, and was torn to pieces by the ants. And Ran glanced at the battlefield, waved his hand, and took the remaining ants back to the pet space. Chong Jun and the others didn't have to fight in this battle. If all the low-level ones had to go out, how could they conquer the entire dragon domain? It's just that the fighting power of this group of dragons is really strong. They are lower in level than the ants, and there are only a dozen of them. But they can still hold on for so long. I don't know where the ants can rise if they are all swallowed by the ants, because the movement here is too big. It attracts many low-level dragons. These dragons are very conceited. They think no one is stronger than them. If there was any, it could only be a high-level dragon. So, even if they were facing Ran, who exuded the aura of I'm not easy to mess with, they had no fear at all and rushed forward one after another. The area where Ran was located was the area where the velociraptors lived in groups. In this area, except for the velociraptors, there were no other low-level dragons. And Ran was surrounded by low-level dragons everywhere. They gathered in groups, and surrounded her densely, like a group of hungry wolves staring at their prey. They let out a low roar, looking very fierce, opened their mouths, showing sharp teeth, staring at and ran, with bloodthirsty light flashing in their eyes. And Ran did not hesitate at all, and immediately summoned her pet army. In an instant, various powerful pets appeared around her, protecting her in the middle. And Ran looked at the low-level dragons coldly, and with a wave of her hand, she commanded the pet army to rush towards the low-level dragons. In front of these powerful pets, the low-level dragons had no resistance at all, and they were defeated and retreated step by step, and were in a miserable state. After all, with a few hundred against tens of thousands, not only did they not have an advantage in numbers, but their physical values were also not at an advantage, and it was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. Soon, the low-level dragons were killed to pieces, leaving only a few slightly stronger low-level dragons struggling to hold on. However, these low-level dragons could not hold on for long, and they were soon wiped out by Ran's pet army. After destroying this group of velociraptors, Ran did not feel relieved, because she knew that this was only the area of low-level dragons, and there were more powerful dragons behind. This was just the lowest level dragons on the periphery, and their numbers were the same as those of ants. If they went further in, her pet army would probably have to rely on numbers to win. After all, in her pet army, the high-level elites have little combat power. At most, they add up to less than 100, including Chong-jun and the others. It must be said that the dragon race is really gifted, with thick skin and flesh, and is stronger than any other race. Although I don't admit that the western giant lizard is a dragon. Its unique physical fitness is really enviable. After cleaning up the place where the speed dragon was, it was almost night. So Ran didn't plan to change places and camped here tonight. If she went to the sky, she would be easily shot down. So she decided to stay on the ground. Chapter 414 Shadow Dragon. But this is someone else's territory after all, so we can't be too presumptuous. And Ran put the ants and venomous snakes outside the house, and surrounded them to guard the door. And Ran thought that there were already so many guards outside, so there shouldn't be any big problems. So she didn't let Lao Lu and the others guard the door. Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuai cooked. We got a lot of dragon meat today, so she let them cook it for everyone to taste. And Ran opened the panel casually and watched other people talk. Luiru, the official disappeared for so long. How come they suddenly appeared again and are still recruiting soldiers? Is there any big move? Jiangnan, have you read the note Ran gave? Is what it said true? Zhang Feifei, it should be true, and she has no conflict of interest with us, so she doesn't want to help the system destroy us. Besides, even if she told the truth about the system, we would not rush to attack the system. After all, we can't find it at all. And Ran thought about it, and sent a message, everyone. The situation is indeed not optimistic. You'd better be prepared. Be vigilant. And don't be caught off guard. Regarding the content on the note, I can guarantee its authenticity. If you believe me, you can choose to believe it temporarily, and be prepared to deal with it. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can also treat it as a joke. The chat area was silent again. Luiru, no matter what, this matter must be taken seriously. I am going to improve my strength, to be prepared for any eventuality. I wonder what everyone is planning. Jiangnan, me too, in this situation, improving strength is the best way. Zhang Feifei, where are you going to improve? I want to go too. The group started to go off topic, and Ran didn't say anything. As for the current situation, Earth's consciousness is getting weaker and weaker, until one day, it can no longer stop the system from making trouble. Do you think it can launch a full-scale war, and directly destroy humanity? Even if it is for the sake of not dying in the war in the future. Improving strength is the only thing to do. The discussion in the group came to an end, and Ran closed the panel, and looked at Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuai who were cooking. They have made dragon meat into delicious dishes. The aroma is overflowing, and it makes people's appetite increase. Ignore the things outside. She should take care of her own things first. Now, eat first. After eating, because the wooden house is not big, except Chong-jun, the rest return to the pet space. The dragon domain is not quiet. The roars of various dragons come one after another. Even at night, they are not quiet. In addition, the surrounding vegetation was lush. All kinds of plants grew to knee-high, and all kinds of insects hid in the bushes, and the insect chirping was so loud that it made people irritated. Those who could stay with the dragons in the dragon realm were probably not simple insects. As time approached late at night, and Ran was too sleepy to open her eyes, she just took off her coat and got into the quilt to sleep. It was almost the hot season, and the house was not very hot. When Ran fell asleep, the various flowers in the bushes slowly opened, and the sweet fragrance of the flowers floated in the air, and the wind blown by the velociraptor spread to the surroundings of the wooden house. The fragrance of flowers entered the skin through the pores, and permeated into the bodies of ants and poisonous snakes everywhere, making the gatekeeper, who was originally very energetic, gradually feel dizzy. And Ran was attracted by the fragrance of flowers in her dream, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Even Chong Jun fell into a deep sleep. This ubiquitous fragrance of flowers directly knocked down all the people on Ran's side. Time passed quietly, and Ran slept more and more deeply. The small animals in the grass began to fall asleep under the influence of the fragrance of flowers. In the sweet dream, they seemed to have forgotten the existence of time. Just then, several dark shadows quietly emerged from the bushes, their eyes flashing with greed. They were several dragon-shaped creatures with erratic figures, their limbs on the ground, but they were as black as ink, and there was only a pair of blood-red eyes emitting bloodthirsty light in the twisted and uncertain shadows. Their bodies were thin. Their limbs were also thin, as if they would disappear with a gust of wind. Several dragons quietly approached the wooden house, their bodies illuminated by the moonlight, and they looked particularly strange. Their claws gently scratched the grass, making a rustling sound, and Ran was still sleeping soundly, not realizing the danger was approaching. These dragons were shadow dragons, a low-level dragon clan that used shadows as weapons. The shadow dragons lurked under the wall of the wooden house, their eyes fixed on Ran's bedroom, trying to find a suitable time to attack. At this moment, a gust of wind blew, and the door of the wooden house creaked open. A sly look flashed in the eyes of the shadow dragons, and they immediately slipped in through the crack in the door and headed straight for Ran's bed. The ants and snakes that were knocked down by the flower fragrance outside were dragged underground by the shadow dragons that sneaked in from the ground. Hundreds of pets were lost in one breath. And Ran didn't know all this. She could resist the invasion of mental power, but she couldn't resist the invasion of the flower fragrance. After all, strictly speaking, this was not a mental attack but a drug. And the anti-poison beads obviously didn't treat this thing as poison. The shadow dragons came to Ran's bedside, and a greedy look appeared in their eyes. As long as they bit off the girl's neck, they would get a delicious dinner. The shadow dragon lowered its head, bared its sharp teeth, and pounced towards Ran's neck. At this moment, a dark shadow that covered the entire room flashed by, like a huge curtain, wrapping up the shadow dragon that was about to sink to the ground when it saw something was wrong. Lao Lu stretched out countless branches and pulled several shadow dragons into the shadow. The shadow dragons kept struggling, but under the restraint of Lao Lu's shadow, their strength was like a stream meeting the sea, and they were completely powerless to resist. The shadow dragon kept roaring, and Ran was awakened by the sudden sound. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw the hideous and terrifying dragon face in front of her, and she was instinctively startled. Seeing this, Lao Lu quickly closed the net, pulled several shadow dragons into the shadow, and tied them to the root system. The shadow dragon is a dragon, but it can use the shadow and sneak into the shadow for a short time. It is not a shadow. There is no air in Lao Lu's shadow. If these shadow dragons enter it, they will be suffocated to death in less than half an hour. Since the wooden house can be invaded by shadow dragons, it is estimated that the outside army is also wiped out, without Ran and the others taking action. Lao Lu stretched out countless tentacles from the ground, extending dense shadows, and dragged all the shadow dragons that got into the shadow. But there were too many of them. Lao Lu couldn't contain them, so he let some of them fall to the ground, and Ran lit up the lights around the house, making it brightly lit. The ants and poisonous snakes outside were all awakened by her and fought against the shadow dragons together. As for the hundreds of them that disappeared, she felt sorry for them, but there was nothing she could do. She could only kill the shadow dragons to get revenge. Chapter 4:15 Water Dragon. The effect created by countless headlights is as bright as daylight, so that the group of shadow dragons have no other shadows to control except their own bodies. And Ran has a shadow of her own, so how can she not know how to deal with this kind of monster? As for Lao Lu, it is different from the shadow dragon. It is a fusion of many shadows. It is usually shrunk. If it really wants to spread out, It will probably have to go around half of the dragon domain. Its own shadow is large enough, so it does not need an additional shadow. Chongjun is still regretting it now. Anring comforted it for a long time. They were all hit. It's not just one person's problem. Don't blame yourself. The shadow dragons in Lao's body are full. If you put more, it won't hold anymore. Now it needs to help Anring and the others to get all the shadow dragons that have sneaked into the shadows out. Lao stretched out his shadow, turned it into a long whip, pulled the shadow dragons out of the ground like pulling carrots. With a shake, he smashed several shadow dragons directly. Chongjun quickly threw out several ice spears, and nailed several shadow dragons to the ground directly. They were gnawed into skeletons by the ants that pounced on them. As more and more shadow dragons were pulled up, the battle was on track. And Ran divided 2/3 of them to the ants and the venomous snake army, and the remaining dozen were dealt with by herself. Chongjun and Xiaoqi. The dozen shadow dragons knew that Ran and the others were difficult to deal with. So they gathered together, and a dozen shadows turned into a huge pillar, smashing towards Ran. Chongjun quickly froze it with a layer of ice, and a thick layer of ice formed between the ground and the pillar, blocking the pillar from falling. Xiaoqi happily split countless parasites and spread them in the bodies of the shadow dragons. In addition to the shadow dragons fighting with Ran and the others, even the ones fighting with the pet army were split and parasitized. Xiaoqi activated the parasite, and countless vines sprang out of the shadow dragon's body, sucking them into skeletons in an instant. And Ran teleported, and the shadow dragon's attack missed, and it fell to the ground, instantly raising dust and rubble everywhere. And Ran began to speed up her attack. Her figure shuttled across the battlefield, and every attack could take away most of the health bar of a shadow dragon. But the shadow dragon could not touch her figure. Even if she attacked with her shadow, she was blocked by Chongjun and Lao Lu, and could not attack and Ran at all. The army of ants and poisonous snakes were also biting the shadow dragons frantically. Although their bodies were much smaller than those of the shadow dragons, they were huge in number, and their numerical advantage gave them an absolute advantage. The shadow dragons were almost eaten up. The remaining dozen shadow dragons knew that Ran and her team were not easy to deal with, so they turned around and ran away. If they didn't run, they would lose their lives. Seeing this, Ran immediately teleported behind a shadow dragon, swung the long sword in her hand, and instantly cut off the shadow dragon's tail. Chongjun directly froze the shadow dragon's body, turning it into an ice sculpture. Xiaoqi was also able to deal with the shadow dragon independently. After absorbing the vitality, it whipped the shadow dragon's neck and completely put an end to it. In the end, dozens of shadow dragons were all destroyed, except for a few shadow dragons that ran away from the pet. The hundreds of shadow dragons that came were all destroyed. It took more than 2 hours to finish the fight. It was still 3 o'clock in the morning, and Ran yawned, and this time he asked Lao Lu to watch the door, and he went back to the house. After such an activity, he consumed a lot of physical energy, and he was not only sleepy, but also hungry. After eating a few pieces of bread, Ran went back to bed. Lao Lu happily digested the shadow dragon in the shadow, and watched the door at the same time. It didn't sleep at night, which was just right. Fortunately, no one came to seek death this time, and Ran slept until 9 o'clock. The weather in the dragon realm is quite changeable. Yesterday, the sky was clear, and today it rained non-stop. It seems that the dragons don't like being rained on, and they all found places to shelter from the rain. As a result, there is no dragon in sight. And Ran set up the telescope and observed everywhere. They were basically hiding, except for one kind of dragon. It was a rain dragon, or a water dragon. It was similar to a long-necked dragon, with a long neck and 4 limbs on the ground. They did not hate the rain, but had a lot of fun playing in the rain. Dragons usually have their own territory, and will not easily invade other people's territories. They are not curious no matter how loud the noise is. After all, this group of dragons are competitive. People of the same tribe will fight, no matter how loud the noise is. Other dragons are not uncommon. Except for the shadow dragon that likes to wander around, the rest of the dragons are good dragons. It's just that Ran's house is a bit eye-catching. The group of water dragons that didn't take shelter from the rain looked strange. In addition to the big house at the innermost part of their dragon territory, when did they have such a house? It must be wrong. A bunch of water dragons gathered together to discuss and directly launched an attack. It happened to be a rainy day, and they were good at controlling water, and they were in lakes and rivers. And Ran turned the camera around and saw a huge flood rushing in from a distance. Her cabin couldn't withstand such a big impact. The wood would probably be washed away by the flood in an instant. Her house would probably be washed away in an instant. However, just before the flood was about to hit the cabin, and Ran suddenly found something unusual. She saw the water dragons disappear from the spot, and she didn't know where they went. However, the next second, the water dragons that turned into mist appeared again. They followed the flood, as if they were stepping on the waves of the flood, and rushed towards and ran. Chong-Jun flapped his wings, freezing the flood instantly, and also freezing the water dragons inside. However, there were too many water dragons, and they had a certain resistance to ice magic, so they broke free from the ice. The ice was turned into a flood again, and rushed towards and ran with an unstoppable momentum. And Ran flew up against the barrier, isolating the rain outside. When the water dragons saw and Ran flying into the sky, they sprayed several water jets at her. And Ran moved between the water jets, easily avoiding the attack. Seeing that their attacks could not hit and Ran, the water dragons quickly changed their strategy. A part of the water flow formed a huge vortex above and Ran. And the water they stirred up gradually formed a vortex, trying to draw and Ran in. They themselves were also part of the vortex. And countless dense tentacles stretched out from the vortex, trying to pull and Ran in. The stirred water vortex had a strong suction force, forming a gravitational force, pulling and Ran's body. And Ran flapped his wings hard, but still couldn't break free. Countless tentacles stretched out from the vortex, grabbing and Ran's body, pulling her into the vortex, trying to pull her in, trapping her to death in the vortex. Chong-Jun flew up, and directly froze the vortex into ice, and Ran took the opportunity to escape from the vortex. Chong-Jun was quite ruthless this time, frozen the entire vortex from top to bottom, including the water dragon inside. And Ran took the opportunity to escape. Chong-Jun swung out countless wind blades, smashing the ice into pieces. The body of the water dragon inside was also frozen into ice, and it shattered along with the vortex. Chapter 416 Cunning Earth Dragon. But there were too many water dragons. Chong-Jun could not kill them all with one blow. He could only make them lose blood. After escaping from the vortex, the water dragons fell down. They were eaten up by the ants that rushed over. In a day and a half, 3 battles were fought. It was really tiring. And Ran did not fight much this time, but the light barrier on his body was still broken, and he was soaked by the rain. And Ran went into the wooden house, took a shower first, and then changed his clothes. It rained today. Except for the group of water dragons just now, there were no more dragons coming to make trouble in the wet weather, and Ran didn't want to go out and get wet. In addition, the visibility was poor in the rain, which was not conducive to fighting, so she didn't go out. In the afternoon, the rain stopped, and Ran broke camp and set out again. She didn't move forward, but moved horizontally, since she said she would clean up the dragon territory. Of course, she had to walk all over it. Originally, the place where they were was the area of the speed dragon, but they thought it would not be the area after they moved to another place. As a result, when they walked to the left for a while, they found that this was still the territory of the speed dragon. Before they reached the territory, a horizontal tornado came straight towards Ran and the others. And Ran and the others dodged. But some of the ants and poisonous snakes behind them were swept away, and were directly swept into the tornado and torn into pieces. And Ran had already seen the group of velociraptors that released the tornado. They were opening their mouths wide, integrating wind magic, and preparing to launch a big move. And Ran took back the pets, and several of them teleported to the velociraptors. The sword light fell like rain, aiming at the necks of the velociraptors. The sword light fell, blood splattered, and accompanied by screams. The health bars of the velociraptors that launched the attack were directly depleted. But the next moment, she was almost hit by a tornado head-on, which was done by the other velociraptors behind her. And Ran teleported away. But the tornado followed her, as if it had a tracker installed. And Ran slashed a few times with her sword, and the sword energy turned into a barrier, blocking them in front of her. Boom! With a loud bang, the tornado hit the barrier, which trembled violently, but finally blocked the impact of the tornado. And Ran frowned, and swung her sword again, and the sword energy turned into a huge sword light, which rushed straight towards the tornado with a majestic momentum. Boom! The sword light collided with the tornado, making a deafening roar. Under the impact of the sword light, The tornado quickly disintegrated and turned into smoke and dust all over the sky. And Rand put away his sword and raised his mouth slightly, provocatively hooking his finger at the speed dragons. The speed dragons saw Rand's provocation and immediately roared and rushed towards Rand. Looking at the speed dragons rushing over, Rand calmly waved the long sword in his hand. The sword light flashed, leaving a series of afterimages in the air, and then disappeared. She shuttled between the velociraptors at an elegant and swift speed, and each sword accurately hit the vital parts of the velociraptors. The health of the velociraptors dropped rapidly, and their speed also slowed down, and Rand did not give them a chance to breathe. She quickly changed her position and stabbed the sword into the head of the velociraptor, killing one of them instantly. Then, she quickly rushed to another velociraptor, and with the sword shining, she killed it again. Seeing the death of their companions, the velociraptors were so scared that they dared not move forward and retreated one after another. And Rand waved his hand, and the army of pets behind him rushed forward, launching a one-sided massacre. Having killed velociraptors before, they were now familiar with their attack methods, so it was much easier. After clearing out these velociraptors, Rand continued to the next area. Their territories were not adjacent to each other, and the scenery of their territories was not static. There was a plain over there, and there were small hills with strange rocks over here. There were countless hard rocks standing in a forest. What was strange was that there were also irregular stone pillars around, and no one knew what they were for. After entering the territory, I still haven't seen the dragons. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet trembled, making everyone lose their balance, stumbling, and had to hold on to the stone pillars around them to stabilize their bodies. Is this an earthquake? After coming to the game world for so long, this is the first time I've encountered an earthquake. The ground was still trembling, and the stone pillar that Rand was holding suddenly sprouted numerous spikes, but Rand's defense was too high, and these stone spikes couldn't even break her defense. But Rand also knew that this earthquake was definitely strange, and quickly stood with her legs apart, trying to take her hands off the stone pillar. But the stone thorns seemed to be alive, twisting into a strange arc, holding Rand's hands tightly. And there was a huge suction force, which seemed to want to pull Rand into the stone pillar. And Rand felt the suction force, and made a quick decision, holding the sword with her other hand, and chopped the stone pillar into pieces. But at this time, the other stone pillars shook again. They left their original positions, and pressed towards Rand from all directions. Countless stone thorns extended from the stone pillars, and stabbed at Rand again, trying to pierce her into a hedgehog. And Rand frowned, and hurriedly avoided the stone spikes, then twisted her body suddenly, and dodged quickly. However, these stone spikes seemed to have eyes, and followed Rand closely, and their speed was getting faster and faster, as if they wanted to trap Rand. And Rand could only swing her sword again, and cut off the surrounding stone spikes. However, these stone spikes seemed to be endless, constantly emerging from all directions, surrounding Rand, making it impossible for her to escape. And Rand shouted softly, and her long sword danced, turning into countless sword lights, cutting off the surrounding stone spikes one by one. And at the same time, she moved, teleported, and escaped from the encirclement. Standing outside the hill, while looking at her pets, some of them failed to dodge, or react in time. All had their bodies pierced by the protruding stone spikes on the ground, nailed to the ground, deader than dead. After leaving the territory, the earthquake stopped, which showed that the earthquake only occurred inside the territory. And Rand's face was not very good. Not long after coming in, she had lost a lot of pets, although they were all low level, but she felt sorry for them. After the vibration stopped, the earth dragons ambushing underground did not show their bodies, but just underground, opened their big mouths, and swallowed the stones and pet corpses together. And Rand could see the appearance of these earth dragons clearly, although they only had one big head. Their skin was like stone, and the texture and color on it were exactly the same as the stones covered with muddy sand, hiding in the pit. It was impossible to tell which was the stone mountain and which was the dragon. They were just like a pile of stones. However, this trick could only be used once, and Rand had been fooled once, and it was impossible to be fooled again. It was just that they hid under the stones and would not come up, so there was no way to kill them. And Rand searched in her backpack. She had too many messy things, and she didn't know what she had. After sorting out the backpack, there were still too many things. She touched it a few times and found what she wanted. Her eyes lit up, Chapter 417 Stone Dragon. His hand came out of his backpack, and he directly took out a box of explosives. You like to hide in the rocks, then blow them out. He distributed the explosives, and threw them out all at once, without a target, and bombed them all over. The stone chips flew everywhere, and the stones bounced everywhere, including the stone dragon hidden inside, which was bleeding profusely, and was in a very embarrassing state. This time, they couldn't hide anymore, and they all ran out of the rocks, ran in a mess, and ran around like flies. And Ran kept throwing explosives, and didn't stop until he was sure that they were all blown out. Now this stone mountain was in a mess, with rocks rolling and potholes everywhere, which were holes caused by the explosion. There were a few unlucky ones, and it was not known whether they were killed by the explosion or hit by the flying rocks. The stone dragons crawled out and stared at Ran and his group, and Ran waved at them, and the stone dragons scratched their claws, and countless ground spikes sprang up from the ground, spreading from the ground dragon's feet to where Ran and her group were. And Ran and her group retreated at high speed, but the ground spikes spread very quickly, and in the blink of an eye they were in front of them, forcing them to dodge to the side. When they were in front of them, the ground spikes that were originally in a row spread rapidly, and exploded where Ran and her group were hiding, enveloping everyone and a bunch of pets. And Ran simply took off directly, avoiding the ground spikes that popped up under her feet. The other pets also dodged, as the ground spikes were not densely packed, and there were gaps to hide. Seeing that Ran and her group were not hurt at all, a bunch of ground dragons were half dead with anger. Each of them picked up a huge stone from the surroundings, and countless boulders turned into a stone formation, smashing towards them. And Ran released countless rays of light, cutting the boulders into pieces, turning them into stones all over the ground. The pets next to them also released their own attacks, and magic such as wind, fire, and thunder began to collide with the stone dragon's big stones. The stone dragon's attacks were directly crushed, but they did not give up and continued to attack Ran and the others. The stone dragons changed their tactics again, wrapped themselves in stones, lowered their heads fiercely, scratched their front hooves, and rushed over. And Ran and his group quickly changed their formation and launched a counterattack. The stone dragon's attack was very fierce. Ground spikes, boulders and stone formations almost took turns to attack, trying to break through Ran and her group's defense. However, Ran and her group relied on their exquisite coordination and strong strength to resolve the stone dragon's attacks one by one. The earth dragons were wrapped in heavy stone armor, which covered them tightly, leaving only their eyes exposed. And Ran slashed with his sword. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sword bounced back, but it did not cause any damage. The stone dragons waved their huge front claws and launched a fierce attack on Ran. And Ran relied on his flexible body to cleverly dodge the attacks of the stone dragons, while looking for opportunities to counterattack. However, the stone dragon's defense was improved by several levels, and no matter how Ran attacked, he could not cause substantial damage to them. Seeing that his attack had no effect, Ran was not discouraged. He dodged the attacks of the stone dragons while looking for opportunities. If physical attacks don't work, then use magic. Leaving the rest of the earth dragons to his pets, Ran focused on dealing with the few in front of him. Countless rays of light, like a cutting machine, swept across the hard armor on the earth dragons. The uneven armor on the earth dragon's back was directly cut by the rays without any edges, like a big pancake stuck on the earth dragon. Ran suddenly flew up and landed on the back of the stone dragon. The long sword in his hand swung, like a gust of wind sweeping fallen leaves, and instantly split the stone armor on the stone dragon's back into pieces. The stone dragons felt the pain, twisting their bodies wildly, trying to throw Ran off. However, Ran firmly grasped the stone dragon's back, steady as a rock, and swung the long sword in his hand again, piercing directly into the stone dragon's body. Piercing through the stone dragon, the stone dragon wailed, and its entire body collapsed instantly, turning into a pile of rubble. Seeing this, the other stone dragons screamed and rushed up angrily, wanting to avenge their companions. Ran grabbed with his hand, and countless rays of light intertwined in the air, turning into a large net, which directly caught the running earth dragons. The earth dragon's forward movement was suddenly blocked. Several dragons fell together, colliding with each other in a mess, and even the stone armor on their bodies was broken. Ran's light turned into a heavy rain, drilling into the big net, and cutting their stone armor into pieces. However, Ran did not kill them, but tamed them all and made them her pets. The rest was left to her pets. Countless magics of various colors exploded in the stone mountain like fireworks. And each pet used all its strength to finally defeat all the stone dragons. There were basically no stone dragons left. And Rand still wanted a pet army, after all. Since coming here, he had lost a large number of pets. But the restrictions of this earth dragon were a bit large. It was so powerful, it was completely relying on the advantage of the field. And Rand didn't want the earth dragon very much. After killing these earth dragons, and Rand asked the pets to clean up the battlefield and see if there were any good things. Nothing else, but found a mineral vein right under the stone mountain. And Rand's progress was temporarily stagnant. He sent the ants to mine and sat aside to rest, fight in the morning, and continue to fight in the afternoon. She never rests all day. When the system is really destroyed, she may not have to fight every day and face danger every day. The mineral vein is quite large, and it cannot be mined in one day. And Rand stayed here to rest at night. During this period, other dragons came to inquire about the situation. And Rand slaughtered them directly as food. Dragon meat is delicious, but it is too tough. At night, the ants stopped digging at around 8 o'clock and sent Lao Lu to watch the door. In the middle of the night, the group of shadow dragons that liked to attack secretly came again. But this time, there were not many of them. So Rand did not need to take action. Lao Lu and the group of poisonous snakes easily killed the shadow dragons. And Rand woke up once during their fight. And seeing that he was not needed, he went back to sleep. The next morning, the ants started mining again. They were really hard-working little bees. By noon, there was no more ore in the vein that was not big to begin with. And Rand asked everyone to move on. Before stepping out of the earth dragon's rocky territory, countless lightning bolts struck the ground and exploded in front of Rand's feet. And Rand braked urgently, retreated quickly, retreated to the pet group, and then looked up. The low-level dragons surrounding the periphery had strong limbs, but were very thin, with only a lightning-like flesh tentacle on their heads. They looked weird. Chapter 418 Thunder Dragon. Their horns flashed with golden sparks, crackling, lightning leaped on their bodies, their whole bodies were emitting electric light. A large group of thunder dragons surrounded the hill, and Rand and her friends could not escape. Countless tiny lightning flashed in the air, forming a dense net, covering Rand and her friends around and above their heads, and covered all the way as they left. In the past, they had encountered all kinds of zodiacs, but this was the second time they encountered thunder zodiacs, and this time it was not easy to deal with. All of these thunder dragons have passed level 75, with a value of around 2500 to 2800. If they really fight, these hundreds of thunder dragons are not so easy to deal with. And Rand was still thinking about how to kill them. These guys have already manipulated lightning to form rolling thunderclouds. Thunder is rolling in the clouds and may fall at any time. Lightning as thick as a child's arm keeps falling in this small space. The powerful force hits the rocks and splashes them. The broken stones fly everywhere. The power of the combined attack is extremely powerful. Many ants and poisonous snakes with weak defenses were killed. And Rand had no choice but to put them back into the pet space. Since she couldn't fight them, she might as well put them back. Powerful lightning kept falling, and Rand moved around in the lightning, avoiding the lightning attacks. But the lightning was too dense, and many of them still fell on her. When lightning fell on her, her body would be paralyzed in an instant. And Rand tried to resist, but the power of lightning was too strong, and she couldn't resist it at all. She didn't lose much blood, but her whole body was paralyzed, numb all over, and she was stagnant in place, unable to move. And Rand's face changed. This was bad. He was actually paralyzed. If he was hit a few more times, he would lose more than half of his blood. And Rand released the space crack in an instant. The second lightning all went into the space crack, and none of it fell on him. But the thunder dragons were not that simple. Their attacks were even more fierce. Countless tiny lightnings fell on Rand, causing him unbearable pain. And Rand was paralyzed on the spot, unable to move even a finger. Lightning bolts came one after another, and Rand tried her best to endure and break free from the paralysis. Chong Jun took the opportunity to create several thick ice walls to block all the lightning. And Rand raised her hand and grabbed the sword in her hand. Her body was still paralyzed. She couldn't avoid this reaction. She was shaking all over, but she could still hold the sword. And Rand tightly grasped the long sword in her hand. The light on the long sword became more and more dazzling, as if it had life. Under her control, the long sword flew out of her hand, like a strong lightning bolt, drawing a graceful arc in the air and stabbing at one of the thunder dragons. The speed of this sword was extremely fast, and its power was extremely strong. It directly pierced the head of the thunder dragon. The thunder dragon wailed in pain, and instantly turned into a fragment and disappeared into the air. Chong Jun took the opportunity to blow up a hurricane, which blew away the thunderclouds above his head, and Ran's figure flashed and arrived in front of the thunder dragon. As a result, the thunder dragon's body flashed, and the lightning flashed under his feet, and he directly avoided Ran's sword. And Ran was somewhat surprised. A sharp horn gathered on the head of the other thunder dragon on both sides of her, and crashed towards Ran. On the left and right sides, one on each side, if the sharp corners of the lightning really hit you, it's no joke. You may lose blood, but you will definitely enjoy the feeling of being electrocuted. And Ran flapped his wings, and flew up directly, but a lightning bolt struck down from above. And Ran's figure turned in the air, lightly avoiding the lightning, and at the same time gave the thunder dragon that struck him with lightning a dimensional slash. The dimensional slash appeared from the void, and cut off the thick neck of the thunder dragon with one knife. She released the light in her hand, wrapped it around the two thunder dragons that hit her, pulled it hard, and the lightning horns of the two thunder dragons collided with each other. The two huge heads collided hard, and she felt dizzy, and was killed by Ran. And Ran chased the thunder dragons and beat them, and Chong Jun moved with them, and instantly thick ice walls surrounded Ran, blocking the falling lightning. But the lightning controlled by the thunder dragons was so powerful that the ice walls soon became precarious. And Ran held the long sword in his hand, and a dazzling light gradually emanated from his body. The sword became extremely dazzling, and Ran aimed at the group of thunder dragons, and swung it vigorously. The sword cut through the air, making a whistling sound. Instantly, a powerful sword energy whistled out, pointing directly at the group of thunder dragons. This sword directly knocked several thunder dragons away. Seeing this, the other thunder dragons immediately manipulated lightning to form a huge thunder ball, and smashed it towards Ran. Chong Jun immediately created an ice wall to block Ran. But the power of the thunder ball was beyond imagination. The ice wall was instantly shattered, and the lightning struck Ran's sword, making a crackling sound. Disaster flew out of the pet space, and sprayed a mouthful of soul fire. The soul fire ignited wherever it touched, and even the lightning and thunder started burning. The soul fire followed the thunder, and thunder back to the thunder dragon itself, and ignited several thunder dragons. The thunder dragons were so scared that they directly dispersed their control over the thunder and thunder in the sky. The soul fire fell to the ground and ran rampant on the ground. The thunder dragons controlled by disaster to attack the surrounding areas were scared and fled in all directions. Once they scattered, they could no longer stop Ran and the others from showing off their power. Ran raised the sword and swung it again. A more powerful sword energy whistled out and hit the group of thunder dragons directly. This sword directly knocked several thunder dragons away. Chong Jun took this opportunity to create several ice cones and attack the thunder dragons from all directions. The thunder dragons also began to fight back. Lightning struck the ice cones, and the ice cones turned into powder instantly. Disaster chased the thunder dragon everywhere. First, because it was now a dragon, it had a suppressive effect on low-level dragons. Second, this soul fire was too terrifying, and they couldn't win. Seeing this, Ran immediately activated her skills. Her figure became blurred in an instant, and then she appeared behind a thunder dragon. The sword in Ran's hand drew a graceful arc, and a thunder dragon was killed immediately. Ran's figure flickered again, disappeared from the spot, and then appeared behind another thunder dragon. Similarly, that thunder dragon was killed. As Ran continued to kill, the thunder dragons began to panic, and their lightning attacks began to become scattered. Chong Jun took the opportunity to launch more ice cones, killing most of the thunder dragons. The three of them joined forces, and the group of thunder dragons were frightened by the disaster, and their formation was messed up, and their control of lightning was not so strong. If it was not a joint skill, it would not have much killing power on Ran and the others. The disaster kept spraying soul fire, and Chong Jun created huge ice cones one after another, while Ran kept flickering in the group of thunder dragons, and each flicker would kill a thunder dragon. Chapter 419 Tree Dragon Domain. The number of thunder dragons was decreasing, and soon only a few were left. They finally realized that something was wrong and wanted to escape, but it was too late. The soul fire of disaster had already burned them. Finally, when only the last thunder dragon was left, It was burned all over, dying, and fell to the ground, unable to stand up again. And Rand walked in front of it, chopped it down with a sword, and ended its life. The battle was over, and Rand and the others killed a group of thunder dragons and gained a lot of experience points. After all, they were at that level, so they naturally gained a lot of experience points. Hundreds of thunder dragons gave them hundreds of thousands of experience points. Although compared to what they needed, the huge and exaggerated experience points were only 1/10 of what they needed. But it must be said that it was very satisfying to kill such a large group of monsters, especially those at a high level. Although the combined skills were very powerful, it was obvious that the group of thunder dragons were not properly operated, otherwise they would have been injured and half dead. And Rand opened her backpack and checked her belongings. She basically didn't look at her backpack anymore. It was just a mess. Moreover, at this time, the system basically didn't give her any good things. Most of her skills remained the same. The things she was given were still the same. Rare or asterisk 10,000, lightning crystal asterisk 200, earth crystal asterisk 356, water crystal asterisk 368, low-level dragon bones asterisk 300 pairs, dragon skin asterisk 300, dragon meat asterisk 3 tons, dragon teeth asterisk 500, herbs asterisk 1000, advanced blue potion asterisk 200, advanced red potion asterisk 158, silver level weapon asterisk 50, gold level weapon asterisk 1, electricity card asterisk 5, mineral water asterisk 50, food asterisk 1000, clothes asterisk 500, island cloud asterisk 120. There wasn't even a skill card. The gold level weapon is not bad, it's a longbow. Lean bow, attack 1200, speed 1200, durability 9500. Both physical and magic arrows can be released. There is an 80% chance to trigger the skill. Sonic arrow, the arrow fired is fired at the speed of sound, making it impossible to hide and avoid. There is a 30% chance to trigger the skill. One-hit kill, the attack fired directly kills the enemy. Put away the longbow, all the other weapons are fed to the pendant. The pendant upgrades very slowly recently. I don't know how long it will take to increase 1 second. The territory of this dragon domain is really too big. She has conquered several territories, but she has not even finished 1/10 of them. After killing the thunder dragon, and Rand continued to move to the next area. She found that the ants were not very good here. They were almost cannon fodder. Every time they faced the dragons, some of them would be destroyed. It would be better for her and Chong Jun to continue moving forward. This time, it was far away from the next territory, and she didn't know what kind of dragon's territory she had entered. The territory was lush and green, with tall trees and chest-high grass everywhere, and no dragons were seen. Then it was obvious that this should be the territory of the tree dragon or the grass dragon. However, they had traveled 1/3 of the territory, and still hadn't seen any trace of the dragons. Could it be hiding somewhere like the stone dragons before? And Rand searched carefully, hoping to find out where the tree dragons were with the help of the exploration eye. However, after a round, not to mention that the exploration eye and the survival guide couldn't find them. This was the same as the ground dragons before. These dragons must have some hidden skills that are not noticed, since they couldn't find it. And Rand asked the ants to go out and clean up the green leafy plants in its territory. They'll eat them all, and see where you can hide. The ants' fighting power here is not very good, but if you let them eat, they will definitely do it. And Rand even suspected that these ants never had enough to eat. Once the ants came out, their big teeth never stopped. Just look at the grass, flowers, and trees, which are disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few minutes, they can chew out a large area of bare land. The bare line extending from Rand's feet extended inwards, and the flowers and plants in this area were disappearing at a terrifying speed. I thought I had to wait for a while, but the ants hadn't finished eating yet, and the tree dragons couldn't hold back any longer. The big trees opened their eyes, staring at the people and ants who were harming their territory. Before they came out, they swung branches and vines and hit the ground, and Rand and the army of ants retreated quickly. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the leaves rustled. The people who were blown by the wind couldn't open their eyes. As the strong wind approached, countless huge black shadows penetrated from the trees, accompanied by a low roar, and countless tree dragons fell to the ground. The tree dragon's body was like a huge ancient tree, covered with thick bark and tough vines. Its limbs were as thick as branches, supporting its huge body. There were 2 curved and forked horns on the tree dragon's head, which flashed green light and seemed full of vitality. The long horns were more like forked tree trunks, with leaves wrapped around them. The tree dragon opened its bloody mouth, and a green beam of light shot out from its throat. And Ran reacted immediately and reminded the ants to dodge. Chong-Jun flapped his wings and flew into the sky. The ants quickly retreated, and Ran used the teleportation skill to flash to the side. The green beam hit the ground where Ran had been standing before, and instantly corroded a large pit in the ground. It seems that this green beam is not only a means of attack, but also has strong toxicity. I don't know if this is a tree dragon or a poisonous dragon. Seeing that the attack did not work, the tree dragon immediately launched a second wave of attacks. It waved its huge arms, uprooted the surrounding trees with magic, and then turned them into sharp wooden spears, throwing them at Ran and the others. And Ran, Chong-Jun and the ants kept dodging the flying wooden spears, looking for opportunities to counterattack, while the tree dragon was busy attacking. And Ran pulled the bow in her hand to the full, and arrows of light flew out, pointing directly at the tree dragon's eyes. The tree dragon felt the threat of the arrows, and immediately closed his eyes, using his eyelids to block the attack of the arrows. However, the arrows did not stop because of this. The lightning attached to them caused an explosion on the eyelids of the tree dragon, which staggered the tree dragon. While the tree dragon was not yet stable, Chong-Jun and the ants rushed forward and used their own skills to attack the tree dragons. And Ran also pulled the bowstring to its full length again, and arrows were shot one after another, hitting the body of the tree dragon. The tree dragon roared angrily, waving its huge claws, smashing the surrounding trees. Countless branches grew on its claws, waving them to slap away the attacking arrows. Under their manipulation, countless vines spread across the ground, covering the feet of Ran and the others. With a roar, Ran and the others were hung upside down. Chapter 420 Tree Dragon. The powerful woman Ran. Ran's front feet were hung up, and her back feet were tied up by layers of branches and vines. The branches and vines turned into layers of blockades, wrapping people in a big ball. Ran's eyes were dark, and there were layers of branches and vines all around. They kept entwining, forming a closed space. Ran tried to break free, but found that no matter how hard she tried, she could not break free from the restraints of this big ball. She tried to use magic to attack the branches and vines that bound her, but these plants seemed to have a good resistance to magic, and her attacks could not cause much damage. Fortunately, she was wrapped in a layer of shell, and the vines could not invade her body for a short time. At this moment, the vines in the big ball suddenly opened countless eyes. Their eyes emitted green light, like two bright night pearls. Their pupils became narrower, like a narrow tunnel, attracting Ran. Ran was attracted unconsciously. Her eyes were fixed on the pupil of the tree dragon. Suddenly, a strong feeling of dizziness came over her, and Ran felt that her consciousness was slowly being swallowed by the pupil of the tree dragon. At the critical moment, Chong-Jun came to support from outside, exhaled a breath of cold air, and countless frosts spread, freezing the entire sphere. The frost spread into the interior of the sphere, and even the cold air reached Ran's surroundings. The frozen vines were extremely fragile, and were directly shattered into debris by the light blade released by Ran. Ran jumped out of the sphere, and then faced the crazy attacks of countless vines. They were like spinning tops, one after another. Not only the ground, but also the sky was blocked by vines. Ran dodged these attacks with her flexible body. She kept jumping between branches, teleporting, dodging the crazy attacks of vines. Ran was tired of being hit. Although it could not cause much damage to herself, she could not launch a counterattack. Finally, she stopped at the highest point of the forest, set up a barrier on her body, and rubbed a huge light ball manually. And countless light blades burst out. The blades of light were like surging waves, smashing down all over the sky, sawdust flying everywhere, vines breaking, leaves flying. Chong-Jun flapped his wings, cooperating with Ran to attack. In an instant, the temperature around him dropped sharply. A large amount of cold air poured out from his wings, covering the entire battlefield. The vines that were whipping wildly were instantly frozen, and they were frozen in midair without moving. Chong-Jun flapped his wings again, and ice blue beams shot out from his wings, accurately hitting the frozen vines. There were endless bang 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 sounds, and the frozen vines exploded one after another, turning into ice chips all over the sky. Ran fell to the ground, and the group of tree dragons stared at them with a fierce look, as if they were ready to attack at any time. and Ran waved her hand casually. And a dazzling lightsaber appeared out of thin air, stabbing directly at the tree dragon. The tree dragon swung its tail violently, and the vines on its tail quickly extended, like a giant python, tightly wrapping the lightsaber. Then, Chong-Jun flashed, turned into a ball of ice blue mist, and pounced on the tree dragon. The ice mist spread rapidly, and the tree dragon's body was instantly frozen, and the entire area was covered with ice. And Ran took the opportunity to summon the lightsaber again. A flash of light flashed in his hand, and the lightsaber suddenly expanded and turned into a huge lightsaber. And Ran clenched his hands tightly and swung it violently. The lightsaber cut through the air with terrifying power and chopped the tree dragon fiercely. With a crack, the tree dragon's hard trunk was directly cut off by the lightsaber, and the trunk disintegrated instantly. And Ran kicked out, kicking the broken tree dragon away, and then suddenly jumped up and grabbed the tree dragon. She used both hands to smash the tree dragons as weapons. The tree dragons were forced to retreat. The ice on their bodies shattered. The tree trunks cracked again, and the tree dragons were seriously injured. Then, Ran launched another attack, and the lightsaber in her hand turned into countless light blades, shooting out at the tree dragons. The light blades were like pear blossoms in a rainstorm, instantly submerging the tree dragons. The tree dragons screamed, and the dead vines covering their bodies shattered into pieces. And Ran took advantage of the victory and launched a series of powerful magic attacks at the tree dragons. Countless magic gathered in his hands, forming a huge ball. And Ran held light magic in his left hand, and space magic in his right hand. The two magics merged into a huge two-color magic ball. Chong-Jun gathered a kind of magic with one wing, Ice Blade and Wind Blade, and merged the two magics into one, and then merged within Ran's magic. And Ran waved his hand fiercely, and the four-color light ball burst instantly, turning into countless sharp blades, shooting towards the tree dragon group. The tree dragons felt a huge threat, and they all roared shrilly, trying their best to dodge. But the speed of the light arrow was too fast, and they couldn't dodge at all. If they can't dodge, then attack. They manipulated countless vines to meet the sharp blades, but they were cut into pieces by the sharp blades like a storm. They just blocked it for a while, which didn't have much effect at all. The sound of bang 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 continued to ring. The sharp blades poured down on the tree dragons like a rainstorm. Countless sharp blades penetrated their bodies and smashed them into countless pieces. The tree dragons were defeated, and Ran and Chong-Jun finally won. The rest were dismembered and eaten by the ants and poisonous snakes. In this battle, Ran and Chong-Jun were the main force. The ants and poisonous snakes only picked up the leaks in the back. Although the two won, their magic power was completely consumed, so they had to stop for a while and replenish their magic power first. The feeling of having the magic power drained out of the body was not pleasant, although it was only the afternoon, and Ran did not plan to continue walking. They set up camp on the spot and stayed here today, without the threat, and Ran relaxed. While it was still light, she began to look for some food and materials that could be used. It was boring to just eat the explosions. Occasionally, you can change the taste and relax. The resources in the forest are extremely rich, and Ran wandered around the area and soon found some edible fruits and vegetables. Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui were responsible for making food, which were some mushrooms and wild fruits that Ran had just picked in the forest. They washed them and stewed them in a pot. After a while, a strong fragrance wafted out of the pot, which made people swallow their saliva. At dinner time, several people sat around the fire outside, eating stewed mushrooms and wild fruits. The atmosphere was very harmonious. In this forest, there was no hustle and bustle of the city in the past. The sky was full of stars, which was a rare good weather. However, there was a huge wind circle hanging on the moon, which was dazzling. It was estimated that the weather would not be very good tomorrow. Chapter 421 Typhoon is coming. The wind started to blow in the middle of the night. It was very strong. The branches whistled, the grass and branches spun in the air, and all of them smashed into obstacles in the way. And Ran was awakened by the sound of hitting the glass in the middle of the night. After getting up, she found that the weather had changed. Let alone the moon, the sky was as gloomy as the end of the world. The dark clouds were filled with thunder, and the thunder dragon kept rolling in the dark clouds. It looked like the weather was about to change. And Ran opened the panel, opened the weather forecast, thought there would be no forecast. But unexpectedly, there was a reminder this time. In the next half month, There will be typhoons, storms, thunderstorms, tornadoes, and other weather. Please take precautions. And Ren almost threw the panel away. How should they take precautions against tornadoes? However, this is not the first time that the system has caused extreme weather, so it is enough to get excited. Judging from the current situation, the first one should be a typhoon. When Ren finished reading the weather forecast and was about to go back to sleep, she suddenly heard a huge roar, followed by thunder and the sound of howling wind. The sudden thunder startled her. She immediately sat up from the bed, opened the door, and found that it was already windy outside, and the storm was pouring down. And Ren quickly put on her clothes and checked the windows. She had opened the windows to sleep, and now they were all closed, to prevent rain from coming in, and then she looked at the wind and rain outside the house. This typhoon came really fast. But her little broken house was just a wooden house without a foundation. Could it withstand the typhoon? Should she go back to Huanhai and wait until the typhoon and other extreme weather were over before going out? And Ran thought about opening it, but found that she couldn't enter. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Has the system invaded the fantasy sea? When she looked again, she found the problem. This extreme weather was a special mission issued by the system. There was no way to escape it. Everyone had to deal with it. It just used the rules to temporarily block Ran's way to the fantasy sea. After the mission period, Ran could still open the fantasy sea normally. Alright. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and thunder rumbled, as if the whole world was shaking. Lightning and thunder created cracks on the windows. The house was swaying in the strong wind, and Ren held on to the door frame tightly, waiting for the storm to pass. The wind was howling outside the window. Thunder and lightning were raging, and heavy rain was pouring. The trees were blown all over the place by the strong wind. Some trees were uprooted and fell to the ground. The raindrops hit the ground, stirring up waves of water. In the territory, countless large trees were blown all over the place without wooden dragons, and were blown all over the place by the strong wind. They were upside down in the storm, as if they would fly with the wind in the next moment. The wooden house creaked in the wind. After all, it was not a regular house, and it had no foundation, and Ram was holding it up to prevent it from falling. Following the direction of the wind, the house began to sway, as if it would collapse at any time. Suddenly, lightning flashed across the sky, and a strong light illuminated the entire night sky. With the roar of thunder, the wind became more violent, as if it was going to blow the whole world over. Raindrops hit the ground like hail, stirring up splashes of water. The trees were uprooted by the wind and fell to the ground. Raindrops hit the ground, splashing layers of water. And Ran took the wooden house back. As soon as the wooden house disappeared, she was splashed with water. Even a raincoat could not protect her from the rain. She simply put a light barrier on herself and wrapped herself up. The trees in the Wood Dragon territory were shaking. Sand and stones were flying, and there was no landing point. If she took out the Cloud Island, her house could withstand the typhoon. But the Cloud Island would definitely be blown away by the wind. After a series of extreme weather, she didn't know how far she would be blown away, and it would take time to come back. And Ran simply returned to the Stone Dragon's territory, and asked the tame pet Stone Dragon to build a stone house for her. The stone house was connected to the stones underground, and the whole house was extremely solid, and it would never be shaken in the wind again. And Ran went in, and then took out the wooden house, went in, and left Lao Lu to watch the door. And Ran went back to sleep. There was a violent storm outside the door, lightning and thunder, and the rumbling sound rang in her ears. And Ran shrank into the quilt, blocked her ears, and fell asleep. In the entire dragon territory, all dragons were avoiding the typhoon weather, and no one was going out for a stroll. Compared to the calmness of Ran's side, the rest of the territory was not so good, because extreme weather was not a monster, but normal weather. The territory shield did not prevent them from entering the territory. The strong wind blew the Cloud Island in the wind, and it drifted left and right. The buildings on the Cloud Island, if the level was too low, had their roofs blown off by the typhoon. Not to mention the crops and trees in the territory. These things were blown down by the wind and scattered everywhere. The storm was fierce, and water began to accumulate in low-lying areas. Cloud Island itself had no drainage system, and the accumulated water depended on gravity or evaporation. When the water reached the edge, it would flow down, and the system would be kind at this time, and would not regard the flowing water as littering, and would not lower the altitude. The animals raised in the territory also fled in all directions. They did not know what happened, but they only knew that the wind in the territory was very strong. So strong that they had to hide. The humans in the territory were already busy with their own affairs, so they naturally could not take care of them. The humans in the territory began to save themselves. After all, they were all strong. They were not likely to be frightened by a small typhoon. At most, they would lose some property. The roof had been blown off, so they just gathered materials to repair it. If they really didn't have any materials, they would stuff all the things in their homes into their backpacks and find good friends. They could stay in the house for one night. The typhoon was actually easy to deal with. What was difficult to deal with was the subsequent thunderstorms and other weather. The typhoon had been blowing for 3 days, and it had not weakened during that period. Heavy rains fell for 3 consecutive days, and water began to accumulate in the low-lying areas of the territory. The low-lying areas have turned into a swamp. The lords began to organize the people to carry out drainage work, hoping to drain the accumulated water as soon as possible and reduce the extent of the disaster. If he didn't care, then if something really happened, no one would care about him. Living in the territory, paying tribute and taxes, resisting monsters together, they have become a community of interests. At this time, of course, they should help each other. But in this situation, there are actually people who took the opportunity to steal from other people's homes, which is really disgusting and shameless. When others gathered together to deal with the accumulated water, someone entered his own house to steal, which was really bad. It stands to reason that the house given by the system, except for his family, others should not be able to enter, but this person really went in. Either he had special tools to commit the crime, or he had other means. At this time when unity is needed, he did this, and must be severely punished. Chapter 422 Today's Weather, Thunderstorm. The typhoon blew for about 5 days, and finally stopped. And Rand stayed in the house for 5 days. The water in the stone dragon's territory rose in the back, and Rand asked the stone dragon to raise the stone house, all the way to more than 2 meters. This cloud island is too huge, and there is no drainage system, so it is common to have waterlogging. The water has not subsided yet, and Rand flew out, and took a circle around. Most of the dragon territory was flooded, and the dragons were now only saving themselves, and had no time to trouble Rand. And Rand hovered in the sky. Looking around, he saw floods flooding a large area of land. In some places, even trees were submerged, leaving only lonely treetops. The dragons in the dragon domain were busy, and had no time to take care of other things. He thought they would give him some time to buffer. But the sky, which had just cleared up, became cloudy again in the blink of an eye. Dark clouds rolled, thunder roared, and thunder exploded from far and near. This was a thunderstorm right after the typhoon. The thunderstorm came, and the sky darkened in an instant. The originally sunny sky suddenly became overcast, and the wind blew violently. Bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky, hitting the ground with a crackling sound. The trees were blown to the ground by the strong wind, as if they were telling the anger of nature. The thunder in the distance was deafening, and each sound was announcing the power of nature. Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the whole world, and then fell into darkness in an instant. Lightning and thunder intertwined together, forming a spectacular and terrifying picture. And Rand quickly spread her wings and flew back. No matter what, she just wanted to go home first. Staying outside in this weather was just courting death. And Rand reached her highest speed, but still couldn't keep up with the speed of the thunderstorm. The lightning in the sky seemed to have eyes, aiming at Rand and striking down. And Rand instantly used her foresight and dodged before the lightning struck. But the lightning didn't strike all at once, but struck down densely. The purple lightning was like a line connecting the sky and the earth, illuminating the entire sky with flickering light. And Rand was forced to jump up and down by the thunderstorm, dodging left and right. She mobilized her elemental power to form a shield in front of her body to resist the attack of lightning. However, these lightnings seemed to have life. Even though Rand's shield had offset most of the attacks, some small lightning still penetrated the gaps in the shield and hit Rand's body. She felt numb all over, and her hair stood up. The armor on her body was actually conductive, which was really terrible. This was lightning released by the system, not the immature attack of the low-level dragon clan. So it was naturally powerful. And Rand endured the pain and gritted her teeth to persevere. But she still couldn't resist the attack of lightning. The lightning burned black marks on her wings, and the flying speed of her wings was also affected. The lightning behind her chased her and attacked her, one after another. Lightning struck the ground, and the water on the ground exploded dozens of meters high. Countless lightning rushed in the water, and countless silver snakes swam on the water. If you fall into it, you will probably be like the fish that was electrocuted, and your belly will turn white. And ran flying in the sky is like a mouse chased by lightning, dodging everywhere, but unable to get rid of it. But fortunately, there was a stone house in front of her, and Ran landed on the roof of the stone house, turned around, and entered the house through the wide open door. The lightning chasing her landed at the door of the house, and Ran breathed a sigh of relief. But having experienced the power of thunderstorms, she knew that the stone house might not be able to withstand the lightning. Therefore, when the first lightning hit the stone house, and Ran decisively built a protective shield for the stone house, the lightning struck the protective shield, destroyed it with great force, and landed on the stone house. It directly blew up a corner of the stone house. Fortunately, the outer wall of the stone house was made very thick when it was built, and the lightning did not break the stone house, leaving Ran facing the lightning directly. In this case, if a person is directly exposed to the outside world, even if Ran is not weak, it is a suicidal act. The thunderstorm raged in the sky, and countless lightning flashed through the dark clouds. Each lightning exuded a heart-pounding breath, which made people shudder. The stone house's defense shield was destroyed, and Ran set up another defense shield. The lightning came too fast and too densely, and she had no time to react. Call out Chonjun and pets that can use ice and earth, and let them set up defensive magic to resist lightning strikes. She searched in her backpack, but she didn't remember if there was a lightning rod. But a tall iron rod would do. Fortunately, there was no lightning rod in the backpack, but there was one in the wooden house warehouse, and Ran had long forgotten when she put it in. So who cares, as long as it's there. She took out dozens of lightning rods, and asked Cha Jun and the others to expand the defense shield. She entered the defense shield and installed the lightning rods. At that moment, lightning was everywhere, and a dazzling light shone at the tip of the lightning rod. The lightning rod seemed to be competing with the lightning, but the power of lightning was so strong that the lightning rod could not completely absorb all the lightning. The power of lightning was released to the ground through the lightning rod, and it instantly caused a violent explosion. The surrounding trees were split into charcoal, and the stones on the ground were blown to pieces, some of which even hit the stone house. There were lightning rods all around the Anran stone house, but the lightning was also extremely dense, and almost one after another fell on the lightning rods. The lightning that the lightning rod could not absorb went underground along the ground. Fortunately, the ground was not conductive. Otherwise Ran would have enjoyed the fun of dancing. But when she went out before, she was still struck by lightning. Everything else was fine, but the feathers on her wings needed to be replaced. Her hair was also afro-shaped, and her body was still numb, which was not good. As the lightning flashed outside, Ran made up her mind not to go out again and wait until the disaster was over. This lightning was not deliberately targeted at Ran by the system, but at all the creatures in the game world. Even the dragons in the dragon domain were struck and fled everywhere, screaming, except for a few powerful beings. There were many casualties this time. Other players also suffered casualties. They suffered heavy casualties. After all, they did not expect the thunderstorm to come so quickly. It was clearly a typhoon just now, and they were still executing those thieves. As a result, the next moment, the lightning struck. There was no buffer time at all. When the lightning came, some people were still outside, which led to heavy casualties. After all, they were not Ran, and they did not have such strong defense. If they were really struck by lightning, it would not be as simple as just numbness all over the body and a new trendy hairstyle. When lightning struck for the first time, many people died, but fortunately, they dodged quickly afterwards. Except for the first group, the rest hid in the house. However, they soon found that hiding in the house did not seem to work. Chapter 423: The Second Thunderstorm. The lightning hit the house, although it would not directly break the house, but the durability would drop like running water, and it would drop very fast. In less than half an hour, the durability of the house would drop to the bottom. At that time, no other external force would be needed. The house would collapse and break. The lightning would directly strike people. The players had to collect supplies, repair the house, repair the durability. But this was not a long-term solution, because the lightning attack would continue. If the players did not have enough supplies to repair the house, then they could only wait for death to come. But as long as the players have enough supplies, the houses can remain strong, so they don't have to worry about dying under lightning. To survive until now, everyone has a lot of supplies. But the lightning has been attacking continuously. It almost never stops, which makes it more difficult for everyone to fight against thunderstorms. Under the continuous attack of lightning, the durability of the house and the materials are consumed quickly. Every time the players repair a house, a new house will be smashed by lightning, and the players have to be busy repairing it again, which makes them miserable. During this period, some players did not even have time to eat. The players were busy, and the lightning continued to bombard. Almost all the players in the entire game were suffering from this torture. But they did not retreat at all. Instead, they fought more and more bravely, because they knew that only by surviving this thunderstorm could they survive. It was not certain whether everyone could see it, but Rand still set a solution to the chat area, which was to let everyone set up lightning rods. After all, there were people in the family who did not participate in the repair. After they knew about it, they told their families, if there is no lightning rod, metal rods will do. Every household has this thing, and there are many of them. Soon, there were countless metal rods everywhere, helping them to guide the lightning into the ground. At least, the first wave of lightning survived. The players survived the disaster, and collapsed on the ground one by one. It was not that they didn't know about lightning rods, but they forgot about them in the emergency. This crazy thunderstorm lasted until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The thunder was so loud that it suddenly disappeared, abruptly and crisply, and it came to an abrupt end, clean and neat. But it was obvious that there was a second wave of thunderstorms, because the dark clouds had not yet faded. On the contrary, the sky was even darker and more depressing than before, and it was pitch black without any light, except for the thunder and lightning that kept rolling in the dark clouds. There was no light between heaven and earth, which looked like the end of the world. This was probably the second wave of thunderstorms, which looked more terrifying, larger, and probably more lasting than the first wave. This was really the worst development. The players stared at the dark sky with gloomy faces, waiting for the arrival of the second wave of thunderstorms. Praying in my heart, I hope that the lightning rods and metal rods I have arranged can withstand this second wave of thunderstorms. During this period, some players have recovered their physical strength, some have eaten, some have collected supplies, and are ready to fight again. Time passes by, lightning flashes in the dark clouds, and deafening roars come from the sky from time to time. In this depressing atmosphere, everyone's heart is hanging in their throat, nervously waiting for the arrival of the second wave of thunderstorms. When the dark clouds in the sky become thicker and lightning becomes more frequent, everyone knows that the second wave of thunderstorms is coming. They began to act quickly, standing up from the ground one after another, preparing to fight again. This time, the players were no longer as flustered as they were the first time. They already had experience, and knew how to deal with this extreme weather more effectively. The family divided the work. Some were responsible for arranging more lightning rods, some were responsible for repairing the house, and Rand also inserted more lightning rods nearby. But when the first lightning struck, it hit the lightning rod accurately, and the lightning was not led into the ground, but directly blew up the lightning rod. Everyone knew that the lightning rod had failed this time, and was no longer useful. It was estimated that there would be a tough battle to fight next. The second wave of thunderstorms came, and all the players were extremely vigilant. And Rand looked at the lightning rod that exploded after being struck by lightning, and his face became extremely ugly. The lightning rod failed, so their situation would be even more dangerous. And Rand frowned, looking at the increasingly dense dark clouds in the sky, thinking in his heart, this thunderstorm is really annoying. It seems that the final means is to rely on everyone's magic resistance. The thunderstorm lasted only a dozen minutes. The lightning in the dark clouds became more and more numerous, more and more dense, and faster, which made all the players feel great pressure. And Rand looked at the lightning rods around her, that were constantly shattered by lightning. One after another, hundreds of lightning rods, and soon they were all burned out. If this thunderstorm continued, her small broken house would be completely destroyed, and then there would be nowhere to hide. Suddenly, a huge lightning bolt hit the house where Rand was. The lightning penetrated the wall of the house directly, flashing in the house. And Rand foresaw it in advance and quickly avoided it. The lightning blew a big hole in the ground, and black smoke was still coming out. And Rand had a dark face and asked everyone to set up a magic shield on the stone roof, made of ice and earth. In fact, up to now, the material of the shield is basically the same, because when the thunderstorm is fierce, it can strike anything. The shield formed by this mixed magic is estimated to not last long. With a crack, a big hole was blown in the shield that was more than 10 meters thick, and a lightning bolt quickly struck down. And Ran raised her hand and released a barrier to block the lightning from striking down. In this case, it would be even more dangerous without the stone house to cover the body. The outer defense shield was repaired immediately, and Ran piled up the blue potion on the ground, ready to replenish magic power at any time and input magic power to counter the lightning. Almost every time the lightning struck a layer, they repaired it. But every next moment, the entire defense shield was shattered by the crazy thunderstorm and fell on the stone house. But the lightning weakened by the defense shield eventually lost its strong power. Apart from blowing up part of the stone house, it was not too terrifying. Occasionally, the lightning that could penetrate the stone house and fall into the house also came in through the cracks in the stone house, and Ran asked Long to repair the stone house, and at the same time raise part of the stone house foundation. Because the thunderstorm was accompanied by a rising flood. It rose from 2 meters to 2 meters and 2, and it flooded the door. If it was not raised, and Ran would step in the water. Think about it. A thunder came in, and Ran stepped in the water. Was he trying to break dance? The stone house was reinforced, and there were no cracks, so the weakened lightning could not get in. Chapter 424. The thunderstorm is finally over, and Ran has more people on his side. If one batch fails, then switch to the second batch. At most, it will consume some medicine, but it can still go on. But the players are not so good. After all, most of them live alone or act alone. They can't support such a large defense area. The defense shield is too large and consumes too much magic power. After a long time, it will collapse sooner or later. The thunderstorm's attack is like a doomsday judgment, and the players are like prisoners in this judgment, unable to escape. They could only watch their houses being destroyed by lightning, and everything around them being destroyed by lightning. This feeling filled their hearts with despair. But they did not give up, and they continued to fight against the thunderstorm, looking for hope of survival. In this difficult environment, the players became more determined. They knew that only by persisting could they survive and find a way out. Some players, who originally thought the game was good and did not want to go back to Earth, no longer thought the game was fun. Now they just want the game to end quickly and return to Earth. Even if they live a mediocre life, it is much better than being in a situation where they could die at any time. The dark clouds are getting lower and lower, the lightning is getting more and more dense, and the players' shields are getting weaker and weaker. As time goes by, the shields can no longer hold up, and cracks begin to appear. But no one gives up, and they all grit their teeth and persevere. If they can't hold on, they will die. Some simply give up their houses. Now no matter how much they spent on the houses, it doesn't matter to them. They no longer insisted on defense, but covered themselves with a protective shield. Make a few more layers, try to make it thicker, reduce the area, like a thick hard shell, to protect themselves. Now they had to survive first, and the rest would come later. They knew that this battle would be a battle that would decide life and death. The protective shield finally couldn't withstand the attack of the thunderstorm, and with a bang, it broke apart. Countless lightning bolts, like a violent beast, rushed towards the players. The players had to repair the protective shield and struggled to hold on. However, the power of the thunderstorm was too strong, and their defense, like their magic, gradually became weak. Lightning struck through their defense, forcing them to repair the shield again and again. However, the speed of repair was far behind the speed of the thunderstorm attack. The blue potion was consumed rapidly, and the potion that had been accumulated in the past was almost exhausted. If this crazy thunderstorm did not end, once the potion ran out, it would be the end. And Ran and her pets withstood the attack of the thunderstorm, and they also gritted their teeth and persisted. Fortunately, their team was large, and there were enough medicines. Although it was not pleasant to have their magic power drained away again and again. But everyone knew that if they gave up at this time, they would die in this thunderstorm. At this critical moment, the players finally decided to put aside their previous fights and unite to fight against this thunderstorm together. Everyone, now we are all at the critical moment of life and death. Only by uniting can we defeat this thunderstorm. The Lord took the lead in calling for action, and also set an example himself, and supported a protective shield. By the way, assign tasks to everyone. Fortunately, in the face of life and death, this group of people finally listened to the command for once. The voice of the Lord pierced through the crazy lightning and clearly rang in everyone's ears. Very good, Now we have to cooperate with each other, share the defense tasks, and try to reduce everyone's pressure. Everyone get ready, I will start to arrange personnel assignments. The Lord began to command everyone. After assigning the defense tasks, they began to fight fiercely against the thunderstorm. Although some people were injured in the process, under the treatment of the treatment team, everyone received timely treatment. The shields were not large ones, but each one had several players with earth or ice magic. Based on this as the foundation, other magic was superimposed on it, and everyone worked together to support the shield and maintain their lives. In this difficult battle, everyone showed amazing perseverance and courage. However, the thunderstorm continued, and everyone was gritting their teeth and holding on. Their bodies began to tremble. The thunderstorm was still raging, with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, as if the whole world was in doomsday. The players were struggling in this catastrophe. Their defense shield was already shaky, as if it would break at any time. And Ran gritted her teeth. She had been drained of her magic power several times, and her head and meridians were throbbing. This was more tiring than fighting monsters for several days, especially this kind of procrastination, which was annoying and lengthy. It was more tiring than a quick and hearty battle. No matter how much she complained, she still tried to maintain the defense shield. They had to hold on, otherwise everyone would die in this thunderstorm. At this critical moment of life and death, she suddenly remembered the time she spent on Earth. It seemed that being an ordinary person was not so unacceptable. After an unknown period of time, and Ran felt dizzy. Her eyes went dark. Her body ached, and her legs and feet were shaking. She began to see double images in front of her eyes. The crazy thunderstorm finally ended. The originally dim sky began to brighten again. The dark clouds retreated, and the thunder and lightning dissipated. A ray of sunlight peeked out from the dark clouds and shone on everyone. The players looked at the sky. Although they were exhausted, they were filled with ecstasy. Great! It's finally over. The players cheered. Although their bodies were exhausted, their spirits were full of excitement. And Ren also breathed a sigh of relief. She looked up at the sky, and her heart was filled with emotion. It was finally over. If it didn't end, she would be exhausted. This time, she was exhausted both physically and mentally. She couldn't even stand. She just wanted to rest now, and didn't want to care about anything. She originally thought that everything was over. But the sky, which was fine just now, turned gloomy again. This system made everyone stressed. When they saw the sky turn gloomy, they did not despair, but cursed loudly. A group of people cursed together, saying whatever they wanted to say, which was bound to let the system learn what the national curse was. But this time, after the sky turned gloomy, it just started to rain. I don't know if the system had a change of heart or was afraid of being cursed by everyone. Seeing that it was just raining, the players who were already extremely tired finally stopped. Rain is better than another thunderstorm. After confirming that there would be no more thunder, everyone dispersed, started repairing the house, cleared the ruins on the ground, and Ran left the pets that did not participate in the battle to guard the door, fell on the bed and fell asleep, no longer caring about what would happen next. Wait until the sky falls, rest first. Chapter 425. I woke up in the middle of the night because of hunger. And Ran slept until 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, and woke up because of hunger. It was still raining heavily outside, and I didn't know when it would stop. The water outside was still rising, and I didn't know how high it would stop. And Ran took out her own cloud island. The previous island cloud had not been used yet, so she just filled it up and raised the height. It didn't lower much in the first place, and she filled up the missing part, and the height returned. In this way, even if the water in Dragon Domain rose higher, it would not flood her cloud island. As for when the tornado comes, she will have to take it one step at a time. After all, she doesn't know the specific situation. Going into her spacious house, and Ran's stomach rumbled like a drum, sending Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui to cook. And Ran went to the window. It was pitch black outside, with only lightning flashing in the distance. Fortunately, this was not the crazy thunderstorm before. Otherwise, she would have to experience that kind of despair again. And Ran touched her stomach, and the hunger became stronger. She had been holding on for a whole day without eating a single bite of food. It would be strange if she was not hungry. While waiting for the meal, and Ran took out a bunch of snacks, and asked Chang Jun and the others who were woken up to eat them first, and then have a good meal later. As for whether it was late at night, whether it was suitable for eating, was there any problem? The wind outside was strong, and the cloud island was shaking in the air. but it would not be blown away by the wind. She tied several corners of the cloud island to the stone pillars on the ground. It was not as exaggerated as a tornado, and it could not be blown away. Under the flash of lightning, the wind and rain outside the window looked very violent, and the trees swayed in the strong wind, as if they would be uprooted at any time. But Rand's cloud island remained in the air steadily, not affected by the storm at all. And Rand stood by the window, looking at the heavy rain outside, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Although her cloud island house was sturdy, but every time she saw this kind of weather, she would be reminded of that terrible thunderstorm. With that terrible attack, it was hard for her own fortress to withstand, and it was too big to support the protective shield. And it was too late at that time. The thunderstorm came so fast, and she had no time to buffer. The system is getting more and more excessive now. I was cursing the system in my heart. At this moment, the sounds of Xiaomei and Xiushui busying around came from the kitchen. Waves of fragrance drifted out from the kitchen, making Anren swallow her saliva involuntarily, and her stomach became even hungrier. Xiaomei, Xiushui, hurry up, I'm starving. Anren couldn't help but shout at the kitchen. Hearing her urging, the two puppets sped up. Not long after, Xiaomei and Xiushui came out with plates of delicious dishes. Xiaomei placed a large pot of steaming braised pork ribs in front of Anren. Her family has many people, so she cooks a large pot at a time. There are also steamed fish, braised pork, spicy chicken nuggets, pork vermicelli, a large and messy table. Anren looked at the dishes in front of her, and couldn't help but smile. Although the wind and rain outside were still strong, the good mood of seeing the delicious food made her forget everything else for a while. Everyone come to eat. Anren said, while picking up the chopsticks, picking up a piece of braised pork ribs, and putting it in her mouth. Chong Jun and the others turned into human forms, and helped her fill a large bowl of rice, and placed it in front of her. The braised spare ribs tasted very delicious, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. And the aroma was so fragrant that people couldn't help but eat one bite after another. The steamed fish was even more tender, and it tasted great, leaving people with an endless aftertaste. A group of people ate like they were at war, and in a short while, the table was cleared of dishes. After the meal, Anren rubbed her stomach and laid down on her soft bed with great satisfaction. Although it was still raining and stormy outside, with thunder and lightning, Anren felt an unprecedented sense of peace while lying in bed. She woke up at this time, ate a lot, and slept too long before, so she thought she would not fall asleep. But she yawned comfortably when she heard the sound of rain outside, closed her eyes, and fell asleep soon. Perhaps because of excessive fatigue, or because of too much magic power consumption and mental fatigue, Anren slept soundly. She woke up at about 9 o'clock the next day, and it was still dark outside, with thunder and lightning and heavy rain. After Anren got up, she first looked out the window. The trees around her were swaying in the wind. The water on Yundao was almost flooding the road. It looked like the rain would continue for a while. Anren put on her clothes and walked out of the bedroom. She saw Xiaomei and Xiushui busy in the kitchen. Anren also went over to help. She was bored and wanted to find something to do. Anren happily helped beat eggs, wash and cut vegetables. Anren was busy in the kitchen. She beat the eggs into a bowl and stirred them evenly. Then she poured the shredded potatoes into the bowl and stirred them evenly. Xiaomei was frying green peppers and shredded pork, while Xiushui was preparing other ingredients. The other puppets prepared the ingredients according to the two people's requirements. Several people were busy in the kitchen together, and soon they made a hearty breakfast. After dinner, Anren and Chong Jun chatted in the living room, talking about the weather outside and guessing when the rain would stop. The rain outside was still falling, with no sign of stopping, and the wind was getting stronger. The raindrops hit the house, making the sound of rain hitting banana leaves. When will the rain stop? If it continues, it will probably reach the height of a 2-story building. After chatting for a while, Anren felt bored and continued to study her magic. After all, she had not yet figured out all the space magic. She let Xiaohei out and let him release magic for her to see. Then she continued to study how to release it. Time passed in the sound of rain and idle chats until the evening, when Anren got up and stretched. The rain was still heavy. After being held back for a day, Anren covered herself with a barrier and went into the rain. The raindrops hit the barrier, making a rustling sound, and then rolled down from above. Anren, who was in it, didn't get wet at all. Anren originally planned to make a few holes to let the water flow down, but the water accumulated in the cloud island would be considered as debris and not allowed to be put down. The water that naturally flows down from the edge is considered natural rainwater, and the accumulated water is not counted. I hope that all the water in this game will fall into the abyss, drowning those monsters, and drowning the giant octopus at the same time. But thinking about the giant octopus, it seems that it is aquatic, and no amount of water can drown it. So Ran will not complain. Anyway, she is just complaining, and she doesn't really think that there is anything that can bypass the system to kill the giant octopus. After playing with water, Ran returned to the house. It seems that the rain will not stop in a short time. Chapter 426, Storms and Rains. This heavy rain lasted for half a month, and Ran couldn't help but wonder if the system had made them rain all the rain since then. The water in the dragon domain rose severely, but they were dragons after all, and they had ways to deal with it, and basically no one was lost. In the area where the players were, it was not so easy. The rainwater could not be drained out, and the living environment was too dense, so the water could not be drained out. And it was raining while the water was being drained, and the drainage speed was not as fast as the rain speed, so the accumulated water accumulated on the huge cloud island. As time went by, the water accumulated more and more, even reaching a depth of more than 3 to 4 meters, which has seriously affected the normal life of the residents on Yun Island. Many residents' houses began to collapse, and were even flooded, and countless people were forced to leave their homes. Moreover, the rain had not stopped, and even if the water was dried up now, it didn't seem to have much effect. And Ran asked Chong Jun to freeze the water on Yun Island, break it up, and put it in his backpack. There was no dirt in it, nor on Yun Island, so it was just right to be packed up and used as ice cubes. If the temperature rises again in the summer, there is no need to waste air conditioning and Chong Jun's magic. Their cloud island is small, and Chong Jun can use just one magic. But obviously, this method cannot be used in the territory. The Lord organized water and ice magicians to deal with the accumulated water. The water magicians manipulated the accumulated water to flush it down the toilet, and the ice magicians did the same as Chong Jun, freezing it and storing it. However, the water was too deep, and the rain was heavy, so the flushing speed of the toilet could not keep up with the speed of the accumulated water. They could only deal with the deepest waterlogging areas first, and the flooded houses and farmland could not be taken care of for the time being. There are numerous reservoirs built in the territory. With the magician here, it is not a matter of minutes to build a reservoir. First, get all the water up, clear the living area, at least the residential area cannot be soaked in water. On Yun Island, the residents are very busy. The Lord sent people to divide the residents on the island into several teams to deal with different places. The water system is responsible for draining the accumulated water, the ice system is responsible for freezing, and the rest of the people help to break it up. After all, the territory is too big. After Ran cleaned up his own territory, he also looked at the sky, still no change. It seems that the rain will continue. The rain lasted for half a month, and there was no sign of it decreasing. And Ran and Chong Jun looked at the ice cubes piled in their backpacks, and finally felt a little comforted. Suddenly, there was a huge roar in the sky, and then a dazzling light flashed, illuminating the entire game as bright as day. Everyone was startled by this sudden change, and some even collapsed to the ground, thinking that something bad was going to happen. But then, there were loud noises in the sky again, and the whole sky seemed to be shaking, and the earth was shaking, and Ran and Chong Jun immediately ran to the balcony, looking up at the sky, and saw lightning and thunder in the clouds. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire sky. It seemed that there was an even stronger storm, which was endless. And Ran was splashed with water, and went back home and went to the bathroom. It was unknown how long the rain would last. Was the system planning to flood the game world with rain? It was already a heavy rainstorm, but this time it was like the floodgates had been opened. It was either rain or a flood, and Ran gave the sky a middle finger, and retreated back home. The weather was humid, and it was hard to dry the clothes after washing, and Ran had a dryer at home, so she was not afraid. In fact, this rain was no different for Ran. At most, she was stuck at home and could not go out. The crazy flood aggravated the waterlogging in the territory, making drainage more difficult. And Ran looked at the waterlogging in Yun Island, and had to admire the power of the system. Although it would not drown people, it would harm crops and supplies. After the things were gone, the players would have to go out to fight monsters and find supplies. This will cause casualties, a good calculation. The current territory is like a vast ocean. New rainwater is constantly pouring in, new water is constantly being accumulated. And it is still rising. The Lord is also trying to find a way to deal with this rainstorm, but it is obviously impossible to stop it from continuing. In desperation, the Lord can only try to protect some important buildings, such as military camps, weapons manufacturing factories, and major processing plants. But the residents in the territory suffered, houses were flooded, farmland was washed away, and even some trees were washed away. Fortunately, the Lord did not give up. He organized a large amount of manpower and material resources, and ran around the territory, constantly dredging the accumulated water and clearing the silt. The residents in the territory also had the same idea. They were all actively involved in disaster relief and self-rescue. Under the attack of this rainstorm, the residents in the territory did not give up. They united as one and overcame the difficulties together. This heavy rainstorm taught them to work together, stop scheming, and learn to cooperate and help each other. It's like this. Still fighting. Are you tired of dying too slowly? This storm lasted for a whole month before it finally stopped. With the end of the rain, the weather gradually cleared up, and the long-lost sunshine finally shone on this land again. However, this rainstorm brought huge losses to the territory. The accumulated water in the territory has flooded most areas. Farmland has been destroyed. Houses have been washed away. And trees have been washed away. The entire territory seems to have been hit by a flood. Because of the heavy flood, the Cloud Island was even sunken inwards, and the ground of the Cloud Island was pressed very thin, as if it would be crushed at any time. This is why the rain did not flow down from the edge, and all accumulated in the central area. The Lord immediately organized people to carry out disaster relief work, organized a large amount of manpower and material resources, cleaned up the accumulated water, and repaired the damaged buildings and facilities. The residents also actively participated in the self-rescue action, working together to overcome the difficulties. And Ran and Chong-jun cleaned up the last bit of accumulated water, and straightened up facing the not-so-bright light in the sky. It finally stopped. I used to think it was good to rain, but now I am annoyed by the continuous rain. I just feel irritated. Looking down, the water in the dragon domain disappeared very quickly, almost as soon as the rain stopped. It was removed by the system. It was for the players to experience the tribulation, not for the monsters under its control. So the water was removed naturally to prevent them from drowning. After cleaning up the Cloud Island, and Ran calmed herself down. Now she was just waiting for the tornado it mentioned to come. As long as the tornado passed, it would be quiet for a while. It wanted to do other tasks. But Ran still liked it. After all, there was a reward after completing it. But this one, they didn't get any reward after completing it. They would probably get a sentence from the system. Hey, you are still alive? Chapter 427 Tornado. It took several days in the territory to repair the house, deal with the accumulated water, and reinforce the ground of Cloud Island. Originally, I was going to plant again, but thinking about the tornado mentioned by the system before, I temporarily gave up the idea. Let's wait until the tornado comes. And Ran is also preparing for the tornado. The tornado on Earth is scary enough. Not to mention the system. It is estimated that heavy trucks can be swept into the sky. Her house may not be afraid of tornadoes, but Cloud Island will definitely be swept into it. She also had to think of a way to fix it somewhere. But her Cloud Island was too big, and she couldn't protect it completely. In a tornado, the higher you live, the easier it is to be swept away. Should she dig a basement? It's not raining anymore, so she's not afraid of flooding. She put away the Cloud Island and went down to the dragon domain safely. On the stone mountain in the stone dragon's territory, she asked the stone dragons to build a rectangular basement 20 meters underground. It's about 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. This is the specialty of the stone dragon. It's very solid, and there's no need to worry about collapse. The opening is also a passage that goes down diagonally, leaving vents and windows for easy observation of the outside. The tornado came very quickly, and it arrived just when everyone was ready. The tornado quickly expanded in the clear sky, as if it was a black dragon in the sky. It came violently with the whistling of the wind. The originally clear weather suddenly became extremely dark, with dark clouds, howling winds, and it seemed that the whole sky was about to collapse. Moreover, this tornado was not just one, but countless. The terrifying sense of oppression made people's hearts beat like thunder drums and breathing difficult. I felt that this was probably the end of the world. The children cried and screamed in fear, while the young people hurried to build shelters. Some people hid in their houses, using furniture to block the doors and windows to prevent them from being blown down by the wind. The tornado swept across the entire area at an alarming speed, and wherever it went, houses collapsed, trees were uprooted, and the streets were in a mess. Roofs were blown off, and things that were not very solid were directly swept into the sky and kept rolling in the tornado. The torn clothes and trees were floating in the air, and the scene was like hell on earth. And Rand quietly looked at the storm outside through the observation port reserved outside. The entrance to the basement had been blocked by heavy stones to ensure that it was absolutely safe when the storm raged outside. Just as they were talking, a tornado suddenly hit and instantly overturned a large rock nearby. At that moment, the debris of the large rock flew everywhere, as if the whole world was shaking. And Rand sat on the sofa and looked out the window nervously. After the tornado passed, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, this was just the beginning. Tornadoes kept coming, and the whole world fell into panic and chaos. In this disaster, everyone was doing their best to survive. The stone dragons were also constantly reinforcing the basement to ensure that it could withstand stronger storms. The tornado seemed to be conscious and hovered over the stone mountain on top of her house, as if it wanted to destroy the stone mountain with its crazy destructive power. But Rand was too deep, and the tornado could not reach it at all. It could only unwillingly roll up a few large stones and pass away. As soon as this tornado left, the next one came, and each one was like a mangy dog, lingering on the roof and refusing to leave. And Rand went from being too nervous to being speechless, looking at these tornadoes with great destructive power. It was like seeing a naughty child. When the tornado swept away the rocks, the stone dragon would reinforce the rocks and pile them up. No matter how much was swept away, there must be rocks on top to be swept away. And Rand went from being alert to being bored, and finally lying flat on the sofa, and was pulled up by Chong Jun and the others to play cards. Outside was a roaring and terrifying tornado, and 20 meters underground were Rand and her friends playing cards. If the tornado was really conscious, it would probably be pissed off by Rand and her friends. I've never seen anything like this. Luckily, this tornado came and went quickly, unlike a storm, which was like an old lady's foot wrap, smelly and long. The tornado only lasted for about 2 hours, and then it stopped. But even so, it was enough to cause a lot of damage. Under the ravages of this terrifying storm, the territory suffered considerable losses. After the storm, the players began to clean up the ruins. After a catastrophe, the entire area had basically become a ruin. Houses, trees, and buildings on the streets were all destroyed beyond recognition. After resting in the basement for a while, Rand decided to go out and see what was happening outside. When she walked out of the basement and came to the ground, she was surprised to find that the dragon domain was much better than she had imagined. But on second thought, it was true. After all, it was the system's area. How could it be possible for a monster to harm her? The recovery process after a storm is a difficult task. In the process of clearing the ruins, you need to collect all the debris, including blown down trees, house debris, broken ground, etc. After the cleanup work is completed, players start to repair houses and roads. In order to ensure that the repaired buildings can withstand possible future storms, everyone is very careful during the repair process, using sturdy materials and structures as much as possible. After the repair work is completed, everyone starts to plant trees again, restoring the ecological environment. The trees and crops in the territory were seriously damaged. The crops were almost completely destroyed. The system's evil act almost destroyed their food supply for half a year. The players who were cleaning up the area cursed loudly while cleaning up the area. However, no matter how bad the curses were, the system would not take them seriously. When it wants to do something naughty next time, it will continue to do something naughty. Unless you have a way to cure it, you can only bear it. Fortunately, there is black soil and nutrient solution that accelerates growth. Otherwise, it would be really finished. It's just that crops cannot be grown by magic. And the food grown by magic is not delicious. During the repair and recovery process, everyone needs to cooperate with each other and play to their own strengths. The materials that are lacking in their own houses, sharing some of them with each other. Now we don't care about gains and losses, just repair the houses first. With everyone's joint efforts, the territory gradually returned to its former appearance. Although the houses and roads are still a little damaged, at least everyone can live normally. Everyone is more determined to leave the game. Stay, who knows when the system will go crazy again. When the time comes, treat them as snacks, and feed them to the octopus. The system suddenly went crazy this time. The Earth consciousness was already very weak, but it still supported and blocked it. Otherwise, how could the tornado disappear so quickly? It doesn't need to blow for a day. It would be enough for the players to bear if it blew for half a day. Chapter 428, The Repaired Medusa Shield. It's almost done. It's almost done. When the Earth's consciousness can no longer stop me, I can start the operation. The system was jumping happily. It seemed to have seen the dawn of victory. The tornado had passed, and Enran could finally continue her journey. She had been here for so long, and she hadn't even walked through 1/10 of the dragon domain. That was nonsense. But before she could continue walking, she suddenly remembered that the artifact Medusa shield should have been repaired. And Rant's raised foot fell again. Hey! She had forgotten her shield. If it weren't for the recent series of troubles, she should have taken it out long ago. She took out the artifact from the alien space. The Medusa shield has now completely restored its original appearance. But the golden shield with a little starlight is very beautiful. The shield is very heavy and big. About 1.5 meters. It stands upright and directly blocks Enrant's entire body, leaving only her head exposed. It looks like a mountain character. Very heavy. Weighing more than 100 kilograms. The shield is smooth and reflective. There is nothing else on the shield. Only a female demon with snake hair. Medusa's shield, artifact, defense 18,000, speed plus 5,000, attack plus 3,000, durability 100000. Durability can be repaired. Additional skill 1. Petrification, inject magic power, Medusa's eyes light up. Enemy who is directly looked at by Medusa's eyes will be directly petrified into a statue. Duration 3 minutes. If the value is too high than the holder, the petrification time will decrease in sequence. Cooling time 60 minutes. The petrification ability is ineffective against the own camp. Additional skill 2. 85% chance to trigger, attack rebound, can absorb 90% of the enemy's attack, convert it into double attack and rebound it back. More than 10 levels higher than the own level, can absorb attacks and reduce 10%. No skill cooldown time. Additional skill 3, immovable as a mountain, similar to the invincible golden body, passive trigger skill, there is a 65% chance to trigger. Once immovable as a mountain is triggered, the body will be unable to move, and all attacks will be borne. Note, after triggering, you will be invincible. So don't be afraid. Face the storm bravely. After the immovable is triggered, it will trigger the attached skills 2 and 4. Attached skill 4, there is an 85% chance to trigger the passive blood recovery function, absorbing the opponent's magic and skills to restore your own health and magic value. Additional, it can be enlarged or reduced, and can be embedded in the armor as an arm shield. In the reduced form, the probability of triggering all skills is reduced by half, and the defense is reduced by half. And Rand touched the shield lovingly. This thing is really good. It is worthy of being a divine weapon. Although I don't know who made it, the stats and skills are pretty good. A shield is a shield. Having the ability to counterattack is good enough. What else can you ask for? The shield itself is for protection, isn't it? But it also has durability. It won't be wasted when fighting low-level monsters. At least it doesn't have that feature. Because Enrant's own magic power is too low, it's good that she can't use all her skills. Fortunately, it's not an offensive artifact, otherwise. And Ram really can't use all of her skills. And Ram was happy for a long time before she put it away and continued to fight monsters to level up. Low-level dragons probably don't need it. But when they get high-level dragons, such as those at level 98, they probably have to use it even if they don't want to. With her pet army, and Ran continued to move forward. There was a large open plain in front of her, with wild grass and shade, and a gentle breeze. Countless low-level dragons moved back and forth leisurely. This was a group of Stegosaurus, short in stature, huge in body, covered with scales, and long thorns on their backs. Especially the circle on the head, which looked sharp, heavy, and extremely hard to mess with. They moved slowly on the grass, chewing fresh green grass in their mouths. It is unexpected that this thing is herbivorous. But Enran soon stopped thinking so, because she saw the data of this group of Stegosaurus. Intermediate Stegosaurus, level 86, attack 4700, defense 4800, speed 4400, HP 20,000. Immune to fire. Except special fire, wind, water magic, acts as a family group. Bad temper, omnivorous dragons, strong in both defense and attack, metal-type Stegosaurus, its attributes are easy to defend and difficult to attack. Note: the values of intermediate and advanced dragons only represent the general values, refer to the specific battle period. And Rand took the wrong path and entered the territory of the intermediate dragons, made a gesture, and retreated silently. Fortunately, this group of guys were not interested in enemies, who had not entered their territory, so they let Rand and the others leave. And Rand still couldn't directly fight against the intermediate dragons, after all. They were immune to a lot of magic, and her family basically had this type of magic. Now, facing the intermediate dragons, the poisonous snakes and ants are basically completely useless. And Rand, with only a few pets, cannot fight against 100 or 200 Stegosaurus directly. And Rand retreated to the edge. Her level was too low now, and she obviously couldn't fight them head-on. At least she could wait for her level to rise by 2 or 3 levels. Or for her pets to level up. If her pets were to be defeated again, she was afraid that when the decisive battle came, there would be no one to help her. After returning, she saw the domains one by one. The domains of the low-level dragons just circled the entire dragon domain. She just walked towards the central area. This time she met a wind dragon. The wind dragon is different from other dragons in that it has wings. It is also small in size and extremely fast. The wind dragon is a kind of dragon that can fly in the air. Its wings allow it to fly freely. At the same time, it is also a kind of dragon with powerful wind ability. Its wind magic can cause high damage to the enemy. The wind dragon also has a special ability, that is, it can control the airflow. It can gather the surrounding airflow to form a huge tornado, blowing away or directly killing the enemy. Although the speed dragon can also control the wind, it is obviously not as good as the wind dragon, because this wind dragon is immune to wind and fire magic. However, the wind dragon also has a weakness. That is, its defense is not very high. As long as you can find an opportunity, it is still possible to defeat it with magic or long-range weapons such as bows and arrows. However, the wind dragon is fast and has good insight. They must approach carefully to avoid being discovered by them. As a result, they were discovered just as they walked forward. This group of wind dragons collectively flapped their wings and flew up, looking down at Rand and the others, among a bunch of pets. Except for a small number of ants that can fly. The Hydra clan, the previous pets, and the newly collected dragons cannot fly. Chapter 429. The 9 snakes go to battle. Because the 9 snakes were injured before, they had not been used to fight. Now they are better, but like Chong Jun and the others, their level and strength are suppressed. Now they can finally go to battle. The 9 snakes can fly, or in other words, those above level 90, even without wind magic and wings, can stay in the air for a short time. A group of wind dragons surrounded them, opened their mouths, and invisible air currents flew over. If it weren't for the slight distortion of the air, it would be impossible to detect that they launched an attack. And Ram was surrounded by distortions, including the top of her head and behind her. And Rand couldn't teleport out. At the critical moment, Lao Lu came to the rescue. And Rand's feet were empty, and she fell into the shadow. Lao Lu took her to move at a high speed and landed in another place. The invisible airflow attack turned into countless fine blades, cutting the place where Rand was originally standing into pieces. It was too passive on the ground. So Rand also took off directly into the air. The disaster incarnation device, and the countless light arrows on the huge bow trembled slightly, aiming at the wind dragon surrounding her. And Rand let go, and countless arrows of light turned into a meteor shower, overwhelming the sky and earth. The wind dragons flapped their huge wings, creating a strong wind, blowing the arrows of light away. And Rand was not discouraged, and drew his bow and aimed again. The rain of arrows of light fell like a storm. But the wind dragons were not easy to deal with. They flapped their huge wings, and invisible air currents swept across, blowing away the rain of arrows of light. The wind blades turned into heavy snow, rushing towards him. And Rand in the air saw this, frowned, and drew his bow again, preparing to launch a more fierce attack. At this time, the 9 snakes suddenly jumped out from behind her, blocking Rand with its huge body. At the same time, black air currents wrapped around its body, forming a thick protective shield. The wind blades pounced on the 9 snakes, and were blocked one after another, turning into countless light spots and dissipating in the air. The wind dragons were also stunned when they saw the 9 snakes suddenly appear, but they soon reacted, and countless wind blades shot towards the 9 snakes like raindrops. However, the black protective shield blocked all the wind blades, and no wind blade could penetrate. The 9 snakes did not stop, but opened their mouths and spurted out a stream of black flames, instantly covering the group of wind dragons. The flames did not seem to be hot, but rather a little cold. Unlike the flames of the disaster, the flames of the 9 snakes were cold enough to penetrate the bone marrow. All the wind dragons that came into contact with the flames were directly frozen and turned into ice sculptures, falling from midair. And Ren finally understood why Chongjun and the disaster said that it had been released into the sea. With the help of the 9 snakes, and Ren got rid of the siege of the group of wind dragons, drew his bow and arrow again, and aimed at the wind dragons. Chongjun and Jiosha protected her on the left and right, and Qianyu protected her behind. Because this group of wind dragons were immune to fire magic, Xiaoyan did not go out. Jiosha just killed more than a dozen wind dragons with one strike, and the rest of the wind dragons all avoided it. Seeing their companions die, the remaining wind dragons screamed in anger, and invisible airflow gathered, forming a huge vortex. The vortex spun towards Amren and the others. A huge suction came from the vortex, sucking the people flying in the air so that their bodies were unstable and moved towards the vortex. And Ran's face changed slightly. She understood the power of this vortex. If she was caught in it, her life would be in danger. After all, it was a magic released by hundreds of wind dragons. It was not so easy to break. Chongjun and Jiosha also noticed this vortex. They immediately gathered their magic power and prepared to fight together. Chongjun immediately cast wind magic, which also formed a high-speed vortex. He threw it directly at the vortex, trying to use wind against wind to disperse the vortex. As a result, this magic was actually absorbed by the vortex, and the vortex became even bigger. This group of wind dragons is not like the previous ones. They charge recklessly and have no strategy. They are good at combo attacks and know not to attack separately. Each attack is very high. The attack power of this joint vortex is terrifying. And Ran drew her bow and shot arrows one after another, trying to stop the vortex from moving forward. However, the vortex seemed to have a strong swallowing power. After the arrows hit the vortex, they were instantly sucked in. Moreover, because they were pulled by the vortex's suction, their bodies were sucked in, and they could not leave. Even Ran's teleportation was useless. Seeing this, everyone launched an attack together, trying to see if they could get rid of the vortex with the reverse impact force. The 9 snakes immediately opened their mouths, released their magic power, and sprayed out a black flame, which rushed straight to the center of the vortex. The black flame encountered the vortex, and was immediately sucked in. The vortex was frozen and slowed down for a moment. Chongjun seized the opportunity, drained all his magic power in one blow, cast ice magic, and cast another freezing magic on the vortex. The speed of the vortex slowed down. Seeing this, and Ran immediately fired an arrow of light, which penetrated the ice layer and shot into the inside of the vortex. The arrow of light exploded inside the vortex, blasting the vortex into pieces. However, the vortex continued to attack, slamming into the defensive magic set up by several people, exploding, and Ran and the other 2 were blown away at the same time. They were only slightly shaken, and not injured. The vortex finally dissipated, and the wind dragons were shocked. They didn't expect that their trump card would be broken. And Ran, Chongjun, Jiosha, Qianyu and Zai Air first drank medicine to replenish their magic power, and then launched a fierce attack. Several people condensed magic again, and attacked the group of wind dragons. Countless magic lights flashed, forming a gorgeous light curtain in the air, smashing towards the group of wind dragons. However, those wind dragons seemed to be prepared for this. They flapped their wings and flew higher, avoiding the attack of magic, and Ran smiled and chased after them with wings. They bullied them for so long, and they ran away after they had their fun. No way. The 9 snakes suddenly opened their mouths, and a strong suction came out of their mouths, fixing all the surrounding wind dragons in midair. The wind dragons were in chaos. They struggled madly, trying to get rid of the 9 snakes' control. And Ran seized the opportunity, released the bowstring, and together with Qianyu, countless arrows of light flew out, shooting at the wind dragons. Chongjun spit out magic, ice and light magic, forming a large storm in the sky, sweeping towards the wind dragons. The wind dragons were attacked and screamed. They flapped their wings frantically, trying to escape from the area. However, The nine snakes' suction was too strong, and they could not escape at all. Bang! 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 The arrows of light kept hitting the wind dragons, nailing them in the air. The wind dragons finally couldn't hold on, and fell down one after another. And Rand didn't kill them. She still needed these wind dragons as pets to help fight, from the sky to the ground. And Rand happily subdued them one by one. Chapter 430, Poison Dragon. After dealing with the wind dragon, and Rand's good habit of picking up the spoils of others appeared again, and he directed the ants to search for supplies. However, there was nothing good in the wind dragon's territory. After searching for a long time, only some wind crystals were found. And Rand had no choice but to lead his team to the next territory. The next territory didn't look too special, it was just a calm lake, and Rand thought it was the water dragon's territory. This place was surrounded by a large lake, and groups of purple dragons were lying on the ground leisurely. But when I got closer, I saw that the water was not transparent, but very viscous, flowing very slowly, and emitting a pungent smell. And Rand did not get close, but picked up a stick and put it in. The stick was smoking and bubbles were floating around it. When he took the stick out, only the part above the water was left. This thing is very likely to be poisonous, and it is corrosive. It seems that we have reached the territory of poisonous dragons this time. The dragons in this dragon domain are really a hodgepodge, with all kinds of species. This poisonous dragon also looks strange. Have you ever seen a thing with a dragon upper body and an octopus lower body? It looks like this poisonous dragon. I don't know if it's weird or ugly. The venom filled the entire territory. The area is wide. It seems that if you want to get through, you can only go around or fly over. Speaking of which, and Rand hates poisonous monsters the most. I thought I wouldn't fight this one and just go around. As a result, before I left, the other party launched an attack first. The poisonous dragons moved the liquid in the lake, and a large area of the lake immediately turned into a smoky poisonous fog. And Ram was caught off guard and inhaled a large amount of poisonous gas, and immediately felt dizzy. She couldn't help coughing a few times, and quickly covered her mouth and nose, and retreated with her team. Chong Jun flapped his wings, blowing away the poisonous fog. But what was coming was a huge wave. The dark purple poison with a pungent smell pressed down overwhelmingly, and Rand teleported to avoid it. And Chong Jun froze it. The poisonous dragon in the lake was stunned, probably because it didn't expect that its previous killer weapon was directly solved by someone. Seeing and Rand escape from the poisonous fog, the poisonous dragon summoned purple tentacles from the lake. These tentacles spread into the air and wrapped around in Rand and her team. These tentacles were also highly toxic, and were formed by venom. The tentacles intertwined in the air to form a large net, densely packed, and covered in Rand and her team from all directions. As long as it was liquid, Chong Jun could freeze it in an instant, even if it was a large net made of venom. The large net covered them, and was instantly frozen by Chong Jun, and fixed in midair, and Rand casually cut it into powder. Seeing this, the poisonous dragons roared angrily. They seemed to be stimulated and became more violent. The venom kept pouring out from the lake. These venoms condensed in the air, forming countless poisonous dragons, and pounced towards and ran. Chong Jun immediately activated the wind element, condensed a wind wall in front, blocking the poisonous dragons outside. These poisonous dragons kept hitting the wind wall, trying to break through it. The 9 snakes spit out flames, again freezing the venom. The poisonous dragons probably didn't expect that the venom they were so proud of was almost ineffective, and was frozen again and again. They waved their tentacles in anger, and slapped the lake formed by the venom. At this moment, and Rand suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. She turned around and found a huge tentacle whipping towards her quickly. And Rand teleported directly to the air, and the disaster incarnation device. Countless long arrows turned into light rain and burst out. The next moment, the tentacles under the poisonous dragons shattered the attacking light rain. Since the venom is useless, then let's do it ourselves. The octopus under the poisonous dragons waved, and swayed towards this side. And Rand, who was in midair, looked at their funny walking posture and just wanted to laugh. The poisonous dragons waved their tentacles, and broke through Chong Jun's wind wall. They were about to pounce, but were blocked by Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan opened his mouth and spurted out flames, which directly burned the tentacles of the poisonous dragons, and a burning smell emanated in the air. The poisonous dragons howled, seemingly in pain, but they were very decisive. He directly broke off his burnt tentacles, and then continued to wave his tentacles, rushing towards and Rand and the others. Wherever he passed, Venom and poisonous fog filled the air, making people unable to open their eyes. And Ran held the disaster and fired countless long arrows, forcing the poisonous dragons to retreat. Chong Jun waved his wings, blowing away the poisonous fog, and then condensed a series of wind blades, cutting the skin of the poisonous dragons. The poisonous dragons were injured by the wind blades, roaring in pain, waving their tentacles, stirring up the venom in the lake, trying to stop Chong Jun's attack. However, Chong Jun's wind blades were endless, and they continuously penetrated the huge waves and attacked the poisonous dragons. The wind blades cut through the skin of the poisonous dragons, making them feel extremely painful. The poisonous dragons seemed to sense the crisis and wanted to escape, but found that they could not escape at all. Several people had formed a circle, surrounded a group of poisonous dragons with their strength, and beat them. Xiaoyan opened his mouth and sprayed flames again, setting the poisonous dragons on fire. The poisonous dragons were surrounded by flames, wailing and struggling, and plunged into the venom and could not come out. And Ran was dumbfounded. What should he do if his opponent ran away in the middle of the fight? This poison obviously could not penetrate. If it did, it would probably corrode even the armor. And Ran summoned the water-type pets and asked them to control the poison and get the cowards hiding underneath. Venom is also water, so it can be controlled. Seeing this, the poisonous dragons also started to go crazy. They roared and rushed towards Ran and the others. But the next moment, they were drowned by the overwhelming magic. The poisonous dragons were half dead floating on the venom, and Ran commanded the pets to transport the venom. Then, they were all turned into pets by Ran. Although the attack power of the poisonous dragon itself was not strong, the venom was indeed very strong. Ran casually threw a silver-level bracelet in, and in just a few seconds, it was corroded and had no durability. It was also corroded and had no trace. This venom is also a good thing. Can I take it away? If you meet someone who is difficult to deal with, you can just put it on his head. How great it is. The best way is to freeze it into ice cubes and take it away. It doesn't take up space and is easy to store. However, it needs to be thawed before use. However, it is not difficult with Chong Jun around. Ran commanded the ice pet to freeze all the venom and stuffed it into the backpack. After the venom was taken away, there was only a big pit on the ground. It was very deep. There were many bones at the bottom, which showed that this group of poisonous dragons had killed many. There were even the bones of their dragon clan in it. It was probably the defeated party who killed each other. Chapter 431 Winter came overnight. In the following days, Ran and the others continued to advance at the speed of clearing one territory a day. It took more than 3 months to clear the entire outer area of the dragon territory, and during this period, they subdued thousands of low-level dragons. Of course, most of them were killed. She needed to upgrade, but after killing so many, she still didn't have a chip. It can be seen that the chip is probably in the hands of the high-level dragons. If that's the case, she has to keep killing. It stands to reason that since Ran and the others made such a big noise, other dragons would definitely come to see them. But no one did. According to Xiaoyan, the dragons are all arrogant guys. They look down on the low-level dragons, and think that they are a disgrace to the dragons, and are not worthy of being called dragons. Naturally, no dragon cares about their life or death. To be honest, the low-level dragons are not pure, and most of them are hybrids with other species, and their abilities are also low. Therefore, it is normal that they are not considered dragons. But it also happened to be convenient for Ran, allowing her to let go of her work. After cleaning up the outer perimeter of the dragon domain in one breath, Ran planned to take a break. High-intensity battles every day. Even she couldn't stand it. She took out the Cloud Island and went into the house. Even if the King of Heaven came today, she couldn't be delayed from playing. After a round of the dragon domain, she was now 2 levels up, and she was about to reach level 90. But she found that the level was rising even slower. Player Ran, level 89,85,000/1900000 HP, 7490. Come on, the indestructible cockroach, you are the most tenacious. Strength, 3280 plus 300, you can compete with Tyrannosaurus Rex. Speed, 3287 plus 850, running towards the sun, you are the Kwafu defense. 3426 plus 850, you are as thick-skinned as a city wall turning a corner. Magic value, 7170, can be used for subsequent skill releases. Talent skill, S plus level foresight ability 4th level evolution, can actively foresee 27 seconds magic resistance, can be immune to all 60% of magic damage. Luck value, 10 territory bonus plus 3, personal luck value cap 10. Profession, weapon soul master. Light magician, independent of profession secondary profession, animal trainer. Professional skills, transform pets into tools, use light magic tame pets. Current pets, Chongjun, Qianyu, Xiaoba, Shuqi Laolu, Disaster, Jiosha, Wilson's Fire, Flame Marching Ant Queen, Ghost King, Xiaomei, Xiaoshui, Xiaoyan, etc. And Ran spread it out. She felt it was already good. Compared to herself on Earth, she had worked very hard. She changed her clothes, thinking about the hardships she had experienced on the road a while ago. Suddenly she realized that she was still wearing the same clothes. But because of the long battle, they had become tattered. She had been so busy recently that she forgot to change her clothes. She quickly ran to a lake outside the dragon territory, jumped in, and started playing. It was almost the cold season, and if she didn't play in the water, she would have no time to play. This lake was very clear, and Ran killed the low-level dragons in it. And now the whole lake was hers. There is a soft beach beside the lake, and Ran plans to set up a house here and sleep here tonight. In the clear lake water, her hair flutters, like black silk, drifting slowly with the water. On that delicate face, her eyes are bright and full of wisdom. She reaches out her hand and gently touches the lake surface, as if feeling the temperature of the lake water. The lake is very large, surrounded by dense trees, green leaves and clear water, and a gentle breeze. And Ran had enough fun, sitting by the lake, wiping her hair, looking up at the blue sky, enjoying the rare peace. During this period, Ran had been fighting at a high intensity, and had basically not had a good rest. It seemed like 3 or 4 months ago that she could stop and enjoy the tranquility like today. And Ran didn't know what her future would be like, nor did she know when the next battle would begin. But she thought, if one day she really fell down, would anyone care? Thinking of this, Ran couldn't help but laugh at herself. Her family was still alive, but they had never thought of looking for her. She had only these pets around her. Just then, a muffled sound came from behind her, and Ran turned around and found a huge bubble on the lake, tumbling upwards. Seeing this, she couldn't help but frown slightly. What was going on? Was there something else in the lake? With a splash, 9 snakes popped out 9 heads, and Ran laughed. She didn't expect that the 9 snakes also liked to play in the water, inviting everyone to sit on the shore. A group of people talked and laughed in the wind, eating and drinking. Time passed quickly, and Ran stayed up most of the night, yawning as she went into the house. The weather was still warm, and Ran didn't wear much clothes to sleep at night. In the middle of the night, the sky outside began to darken, and small snowflakes fell from the sky. And Ran didn't notice all this, and was still immersed in her dreams, until Chongjun woke her up. The air in the room was cold, and she sneezed 7 or 8 times in a row, shivering with cold. And Ran got up and pulled the quilt over her. It was still dark outside, and she was too lazy to heat the Kong. She turned on the air conditioner and fell asleep again. With the help of the not-so-bright skylight, she could see that it seemed to be snowing outside. This basically marked the beginning of winter overnight. At 8 or 9 o'clock the next morning, Ran got up from bed. Snowflakes outside slowly fell on the windowsill, and a thick layer of snow covered the lake and the beach. She stretched herself, got up, put on her clothes, and looked at the scenery outside the window. This was the first time she had seen such heavy snow. She couldn't remember. I don't remember how long I've been in the game. My days are so confusing. Although I've been working hard in one direction, it's been too long, and there's no end to my efforts. I'm always tired. And Ran felt like a clock that was fully wound up, running forward non-stop. She kept running, 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 and she didn't even know where the end was. And Ran walked to the window, opened it, and the cold wind blew in with snowflakes, making her shiver. But she didn't close the window. Instead, she stood there, feeling the snowflakes falling on her face and hands, looking at the snow outside the window. And her mood gradually recovered. If you don't have fun and don't comfort yourself, you will be depressed for too long. She walked out of the house and came to the lake. She found that the lake had a thin layer of ice. The snowflakes fell on it, like a layer of white gauze. The trees by the lake were also covered with a white coat. which looked very beautiful. Chapter 432. A passing dragon petrified for 3 minutes. After wandering around the lake for a while, she turned back to the cabin. Xiao Shui had already prepared breakfast, and the whole family was eating at the dining table. Before finishing the meal, a sense of crisis came over her, and Ran made a quick judgment and shouted, "Retreat, there is an attack." She moved and rushed out of the window. The next moment, the cabin where she had lived for several years was destroyed by an attack and completely became a ruin. And Ran frowned angrily, and went to see the culprit. There was a giant dragon flying in the sky. It was not a low-level dragon, but a high-level dragon of the dragon clan. The high-level dragon, with its huge body, blocked the sunlight, casting a large shadow, giving people a great sense of oppression. And Ran stared at the giant dragon, full of doubts. Wouldn't the high-level dragon clan not come to the territory of the low-level dragon clan? What was going on? And Ran probably didn't know. This dragon was going back to its own territory, passing by the territory of the low-level dragon clan, and then found in Ran and her friend's small house. The bored red dragon found something to do for himself, planning to kill the little bugs that invaded their clan's territory. Even if they don't recognize the low-level dragons as dragons, this is also their territory, and they can't let any little bugs come in and out at will. High-level dragons. Red dragon, level 90. Attack 6,500. Defense 6,500. Speed 6,500. HP 20,000. Red dragon is a lower-level type of high-level dragons, and can only use one type of magic. High-temperature dragon flame. Note, high-level dragons are immune to their own magic, and related magic. Fire. Thunder. Earth. The giant dragon roared, swooped down from the sky, and spit out a mouthful of hot dragon flames. And Ran's body shook, dodging the attack. And at the same time, she drew out a long sword, jumped up, and ran straight towards the dragon. The dragon saw and ran coming, and did not retreat. It waved its huge dragon claws, and grabbed and ran. And Ran quickly dodged, and at the same time waved the long sword in her hand, slashing at the dragon's claws. With a bang, and Ran was shot back several steps. And the dragon was also hit, but its claws just shrank, and there was no injury at all. And Ran went forward again. She knew that the dragon was powerful, and she could only rely on wits. She dodged while looking for opportunities, looking for the dragon's flaws. Finally, during a dodge, and Ran found the dragon's weakness. She thrust out a sword and headed straight for the dragon's neck. However, the dragon seemed to be aware of it. It turned its head at the critical moment and avoided Ran's attack. Seeing this, Ran knew that her attack did not work and could only look for another opportunity. The dragon pounced again. This time, it did not use dragon flames, but opened its huge mouth and bit Ran. Chong Jun stuffed a huge ice cone into its mouth. The dragon also knew that if it bit, its mouth would be finished. After all, its internal defense was not so strong. He threw the ice cone with a shake of his head, and grabbed and ran with his claws. And Ran quickly blocked the Medusa shield in front of him, inputting magic power. And all the green eyes on Medusa's head opened. The red dragon was caught off guard and met Medusa's eyes. Originally, its level was only 2 levels higher than Ran, and it was directly petrified for 3 minutes. The dragon fell heavily to the ground, and it would not move. Only a pair of eyeballs on its body that turned into a statue could move. Chong Jun, Huachi, everyone, fight quickly and kill. All pets were summoned, and they surrounded the dragon in layers in the air and underground. Following Ran's order, various magics were like brilliant fireworks, constantly hitting the dragon. The dragon's body was illuminated by the magic light, and the painful roar shook the sky. The red dragon was beaten to the point of being unable to fight back, and was furious. Even though it was petrified, it still tried desperately to break free from the restraints. But it was useless. It could not resist the absolute execution of the artifact. It roared angrily to the sky, and the whole sky seemed to tremble. Chong Jun instantly turned into a spear, and Ran held the spear handle tightly and swung it hard. A huge spear light slashed at the red dragon. The red dragon was startled by the sudden attack and wanted to dodge, but he couldn't and could only take the blow. Crack! The spear slashed the red dragon's body, leaving a deep wound, and blood gushed out. The red dragon twitched in pain, but still couldn't move, and could only roar in anger. The wounds on the red dragon's body became more and more, and blood was dripping. She held Cha-Jun tightly and began to accumulate power. The tip and tail of Cha-Jun's spear exploded, and wind magic burst out from two places. Erin's attack power burst out with all her strength, overdrawing Cha-Jun. And Ren added his own attack power to Cha-Jun's, making the entire spear shoot out like a meteor shower. The red dragon was frightened and kept struggling. It felt a strong threat from this shot, but it couldn't dodge. The shot directly penetrated its belly, pinning it to the spot. The red dragon's blood was directly reduced by 90%, leaving less than 1,000 blood points. And Ren called back the spear, taking away another wave of blood. The red dragon lingered on the ground, exhaling more than inhaling. And Ren pointed her spear at it, and said in a cold tone, "Be obedient and be my pet, and I will spare your life. If you agree, just roll your eyes." The dragon race is proud, but when their lives are at stake, they are not so mighty and unyielding. After rolling her eyes a few times, and Ren put her hand on its head and signed the contract. Since it has become her pet, there is no need to bully it. She asked Qian Yu to heal its wounds and threw it back into the pet space, looking at the wooden house that had turned to ashes. And Ren was helpless. There were not so many wooden houses in her backpack. Only tents. Living in a tent in this kind of weather, you will freeze to death. Fortunately, there are spare tents in the warehouse just in case. It is so cold. And Ren simply does not live in the wooden house, and goes back home directly. She is resting in the middle of the day, and her home is gone, which is really disappointing. Moreover, after defeating this red dragon, she has almost used up all her strength, and she is a little weak, so she simply does not continue to move forward. Anyway, the dragon domain is so big, and it will not escape if it is left here. And Ren went back to the house, washed off the stickiness, changed into a sweater, and snuggled into the quilt comfortably. Only by having a balance between tension and relaxation can you fight monsters and level up better. After returning to the Cloud Island, I saw the little cloud carrying supplies for the first time in a long time. And Ren found a fishing net among the messy objects and pulled the little cloud back. The little cloud was filled with a box of instant noodles, which was hijacked by Ren, and she had a big meal of instant noodles. The little cloud was taken away by Xiao Ba to play. He has been fighting recently, and Xiao Ba hasn't come out to hang out for a long time. Looking at Xiao Ba, who was having fun, and Ren suddenly thought of a question. Xiao Ba and the others are the creation of the system. If you kill the system, can Xiao Ba and the others still exist? Yes, as long as you can control the system, there is nothing impossible. Cha-Jun answered her leisurely. Chapter 433 Mud Dragon. Since we can keep them, that's good. She was most afraid that after working hard for a long time, there would be no important person around her, and only herself. Then what's the point of her working so hard? After resting for 2 days, Ran led the large army to continue to move towards the central area. The intermediate dragons in the central area, there are fewer foreign forms, and are close to the impression of the dragons. Oh, of course it's the western dragons. Because they almost circle the dragon territory, they return to the place where they first entered the dragon territory. Although there are some deviations, it's almost the same. The intermediate dragons here are actually similar to the low-level dragons, except that their levels and values are much higher than those of the low-level dragons. The low-level dragons sometimes have a maximum population of thousands, while the largest intermediate dragon population does not exceed 300. And Ran touched his chin, looking at the intermediate dragons bathing in the mud, and did not understand this hobby. This kind of dragon is covered with mud, which can also be turned into mud shells as armor. This mud dragon is huge, with thick skin, strong limbs, and a triangular head. This mud dragon is very close to the western dragon in appearance and size. From the dragons she met along the way, some dragons are huge, but their IQ is not high, while some dragons are extremely intelligent. They know how to cooperate, help each other, and jointly fight the enemy. And Ren thinks this may be related to their race. These mud dragons may not be intelligent dragons, but more inclined to power or defense. Mud dragon, intermediate dragon, level 85, attack 4000, defense 4200, speed 4100, HP 7500. Knowing magic, you can even assimilate with the same substance around you, and be immune to water, ice, fire magic. Assimilation, what does it mean? Without giving Ren much time to think, the mud dragon that was still playing in the mud had already discovered Ren and launched an attack in advance. Countless muds were fired at him, at a high speed, like a bullet in the air, bringing a strong wind. The mud was too dense, and it was impossible to dodge it completely by teleporting, so Ran set up a barrier, blocking it in front of him. But he found that these mud dots were actually corrosive, and they hit the barrier, instantly corroding the barrier into pits. And Ran frowned. These mud dragons' attacks were corrosive, which she had not expected. The next moment, she appeared behind the mud dragon, and swung the long sword in her hand quickly, cutting at the mud dragon's back. However, the mud dragon's back seemed to be extremely hard, and the long sword slashed on it, making only a muffled sound, and leaving no scars. And Ran frowned, and quickly teleported again, pulling the distance. At this moment, she suddenly found that the mud under her feet was gradually becoming loose, as if it was absorbed by something. If this situation continues, she will be trapped in the quagmire, and unable to escape. She must find a way to solve this problem as soon as possible. And Ran took a deep breath, teleported again, and appeared in front of the mud dragon. This time, she no longer tried to attack the mud dragon's back, but pointed the long sword in her hand at the mud dragon's eyes. The eyes are one of the most vulnerable parts of living things. Even the mud dragon is no exception. She was extremely fast, and she came in front of the mud dragon in an instant, and the long sword in her hand accurately stabbed the mud dragon's eyes. The mud dragon seemed to realize the danger, and immediately closed its eyes, trying to resist Ran's attack. However, Ran's swordsmanship was so exquisite that it would not be easily blocked by the mud dragon. She turned her wrist, and the tip of the sword suddenly changed direction, passing under the mud dragon's eyelids. The mud dragon's eyelids were immediately cut, and blood flowed. Roar! Chong Jun froze the mud pool. The mud dragon was immune to ice magic, but it didn't say that the mud pool was also immune to ice magic. The ice froze the mud pool into blocks, and froze their feet at the same time. And Ran released all the dragons that she had just collected, and let them attack other mud dragons. However, the higher level dragons have a natural suppression on the lower level dragons. These dragons were too cowardly to dare to go up, which made Ran so angry that she almost yelled. This natural suppression could not be broken even if they became Ran's pets. They could fight each other at the same level, but they would not challenge higher level dragons. If Ran had known that they were so useless, she would not have collected them. The ants and poisonous snakes were too low level, and they would be killed if they went up. So it would be better for them to go up by themselves. Drive them back, and Ran, Chong Jun, Disaster, 9 snakes, added most 1 Ghost King, small 7 and old 6 for assistance. This group of mud dragons is not large in number, only a little over 20, the value is a bit high, but at least they can still win. The mud dragons were fixed in the mud, but the next moment, they broke free with great strength. The mud under their feet was frozen, and could not be used. Several mud dragons glared at them, and even leaned down, half of their bodies turned into mud. Countless mud tentacles were thrown out, and Ran had not expected this to happen. He was startled. The tentacles were already in front of him, and Ran dodged left and right in the air. The tentacles he avoided hit the ground, and several cracks appeared on the ground instantly. And Ran held a long sword, and each swing could cut off a tentacle. Chong Jun continued to release wind magic in the battle, bombarding the mud dragon. The mud dragon was immune to ice, but not wind. The wind blade cut off the attacking mud tentacles, and the fallen tentacles fell to the ground, corroding the ice surface with countless large holes, and corroding the ice layer instead. The mud dragons used the power of corrosion to blast the mud open, and they melted into the mud like melting mud. A group of mud dragons, with a mud pool, attacked and ran, and the others, like a galloping horse. Chong Jun threw down the blue potion and opened fire again, freezing the mud pool and the dragons inside. And Ran, Disaster, 9 snakes and others took the opportunity to cast a wave of magic. The colorful magic exploded in the sky, with a strong impact, blowing away all the mud. The mud dragons inside were also blown out, falling to the ground one after another. Cha Jun and the other water-type pets maliciously drained the water in the mud pit, turning it into dry mud. A group of mud dragons stared at each other, and suddenly rushed towards and ran. It was like they were going to commit suicide. But the next moment, they knew they were wrong. A group of mud dragons turned into mud, and gathered together in clumps. Their bodies gradually grew larger, and actually gathered into a huge mud dragon. The level did not change, but the values changed. Strength, defense, and speed all increased by almost 1/3. It stood on a piece of ice, surrounded by countless muds, which completely wrapped it up. Chapter 434 Fighting Dragons. Awoo! The mud dragon howled to the sky, and its body began to swell, and a strong aura emanated from it. And Ran frowned. These mud dragons were actually evolving, which she had not expected. This was indeed an ability that low-level dragons did not have, multiple merged into one, really. Around its body, countless muds began to condense, forming a huge armor, which completely wrapped it up. This armor exudes a powerful aura, and seems to have extremely strong defensive power. The strength of the aggregated mud dragon has been raised to a very powerful level. But the intermediate dragons are still intermediate, and they have not been allowed to cross levels. And Ran and Chongjun attacked at the same time, and the magic power of the two gathered together, forming a powerful energy, bombarding the mud dragon leader. The mud dragon leader roared to the sky, and countless muds gathered together, forming a huge shield, blocking it. Boom! The two forces collided with each other, exploding a powerful impact force, shattered all the surrounding ice. However, the shield was not penetrated, and the attacks of Ran and Chongjun were completely blocked by it. And Ran directly used the disaster transformer to shoot it with an armor-piercing arrow, which, with a cold light, pierced through the shield and continued to move forward. It also penetrated the thick mud shell on its body, and nailed it directly to its body. And it triggered a skill for the first time in a long time, losing blood for the second time, and a big blood-red blood bar of -2,680 appeared on the head of the evolved mud dragon. Then it was overwhelmed by the magic of Ran and other pets. The gathered mud dragons were smashed apart by magic, and laid on the ground like flowers. The magic power of this group of mud dragons was almost exhausted. However, Ran and her friends drank blue potions, and they instantly became lively again. The mud dragons were about to make the final attack, but were overwhelmed by Ran and her friends' magic again. The geographical restrictions of mud dragons in combat were too great, and they could not exert their strength. Ran did not want them, and killed them all. This group of mud dragons gave more than 300,000 experience points, which is a drop in the bucket compared to the current experience points of more than 1 million. That means she needs to kill at least 70 of these intermediate dragons to level up. Fortunately, she had accumulated a lot of experience points when she killed low-level dragons before. When she defeated the high-level dragons, she should have reached level 90. Ran looked at her experience points. Her face was full of dejection. No wonder Chongjun and the others reached level 99. It took nearly 1,000 years. With this experience points, she couldn't get any higher even if she died of exhaustion. Not to mention that she was only at level 90. She hadn't even reached Chongjun and the others' level. There's nothing we can do about it. Chongjun sighed. After all, it's from a low level to a high level, and the experience points required are really huge. This is why many people choose to stay at a certain level after reaching a certain level, instead of continuing to upgrade. Ran nodded. She knew it was difficult, and she was just complaining. She had already come to this point, and it was impossible to stop now. There was no other way except to go on. Let's take a break first, and then go to the next stop later. After all, there are battles almost everywhere in the dragon domain, and there is basically no time to rest. Chongjun patted her shoulder, and Ran nodded, and a group of people found a place to sit down and rest, and took out blue potions to restore their magic power. After resting for a while, they began to look for other dragons. In the process of looking for other dragons, they encountered several waves of dragons. However, these dragons did not gather together, but acted alone, and their levels were generally not high. Most of them were mid-level dragons, and a small number were low-level dragons. They lived in unexpected harmony, without a fixed territory, wandering around in various territories, but they all liked to attack people when they saw them. It was not difficult for Ran and Chongjun to deal with these intermediate dragons. They quickly dealt with them. They walked until night, but they did not see the next group of dragons. Or maybe they entered the territory, but did not know it. So they just stayed there for the night. Her wooden house was destroyed, and the current hut was not in such good condition. It was not even 2-story. She just found a cave, and stuffed the house in it to block the wind. Otherwise, if it snowed in the second half of the night, it would definitely collapse. The weather was getting colder and colder. It was really not suitable for outdoor camping. It was more than 20 degrees below zero during the day, and more than 30 degrees below zero at night. At around 9 o'clock, snowflakes really began to fall from the sky. The white snowflakes fell one after another, decorating the whole world like a poem and a painting. A blanket of silver, It was really beautiful, but also really cruel. She still remembered the crazy drop in temperature before. It almost killed nearly 10 million players. Until now, the players have not been completely killed, which can only be regarded as their tenacious vitality. And Ran, wearing a thick cotton coat, stood in front of the cave to catch the snowflakes falling from the sky. Not far from the cave where they rested, several dragons were fighting. On one side was a large group of more than a dozen different dragons, including ice dragons, wind dragons, thunder dragons, etc. And on the other side was a small group of ice dragons, wind dragons, thunder dragons. The battle between them was very fierce. Each dragon was desperately casting its own magic, trying to defeat the other. Wind blades, ice arrows, fireballs, lightning, all kinds of magic were ejected from their mouths, destroying everything around them. And Ran saw this scene in the cave, watching it with great interest, and almost cracking some melon seeds. I wasn't bored before going to sleep. These dragons fight fiercely, the kind that fight to the death. And Ran flipped through the panel, found the live broadcast interface, clicked it, and started the live broadcast. She didn't have any other ideas, she was just bored, and wanted to let other players see that there are more powerful beings in the world. Let them unite, and stop thinking about fighting all day. As for the impact of the live broadcast, that's none of it Rant's business, and she can't do anything about it. Just let these dragons fight, and they won't stop fighting, and they haven't stopped fighting until 12 o'clock. The fight was so loud that the earth was shaking. The surrounding area was shaking. And so was the cave. Debris was falling down. The noise made Ran unable to sleep, so Ran wanted to make them quiet down, call out Lao Lu, and command him to attack. As long as one of them was defeated, the other would stop fighting. Lao Lu swam over obediently, hid in the shadow, and attacked. Under its disturbance, the group of dragons that had eaten their fill finally quieted down and stopped fighting. And Ran could sleep peacefully. Lao Lu continued to patrol the surrounding area, but in the second half of the night, the group of dragons started fighting again. And Ran opened her red eyes, and just wanted to kill them. Can't let me sleep, fight. Fight. Fight, what the hell, if you like fighting so much, she will accompany you tomorrow. Chapter 435 Dragons in Estrus. I will never let you fight again in this life. And Ran pulled Xiaoyan out of the space, with a serious expression. You are also a dragon, do you know why they fight? Xiaoyan hesitated for a while, and finally explained clearly under Ran's increasingly impatient eyes. And Ran was speechless. The cold season turned out to be the Estrus season for these dragons. A group of dragons were in Estrus, and were fighting for the female dragon. And Ran sat cross-legged on the bed. It was obvious that Xiaoyan was right, because the battle was only one tribe at first, but soon spread to the entire dragon tribe. Except for the high-level dragons. All the intermediate dragons participated, and Ran could only sigh helplessly. She believed Xiaoyan's words completely. Dragon creatures, in the mating season, are indeed prone to madness. And Ran stood up, frowned, and looked out the window. The sky outside was covered with dark clouds. It seemed that the battle was still going on. The roars of the dragons outside, the sounds of fighting, were densely transmitted to her ears, making her feel like she was in a disco with deafening music. At this moment, this dragon domain has become a battlefield. There are dragon roars, flapping wings and magic explosions everywhere. Dragon scales of various colors flash in the sun, which is particularly dazzling. And Ran took a deep breath. There are dragons fighting everywhere, and she can't stop them by herself. Soon, she found two dragons fighting fiercely. They were the most fierce. One of them was a purple dragon, and the other was a red dragon. The purple dragon was obviously at a disadvantage. It had many scars on its body, but it still resisted stubbornly. The red dragon seemed unstoppable, looking like it was going to completely defeat the purple dragon. The fight between the two was simply earth-shattering. Looking more closely, both had wings, and were not mid-level dragons, but high-level dragons. TSK, TSK, TSK. And Ram was watching the fun and pointed over there and asked Xiaoyan, "Look, those two dragons fighting, is one of them your relative?" Because one of them was also a red dragon, and so was Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan rolled his eyes. Neither of them. Do you think their ultimate moves will tear down the dragon domain? After all, one was level 95, and the other was level 96. If they really fought, the magic would be earth-shattering. And Ran, when these two high-level dragons fight, are there no other dragons to stop them? Are you really not afraid of destroying the dragon domain? Xiaoyan, during the mating season, No dragon will come to stop such a thing, and they haven't violated the rules of the dragon clan. Xiao Yin was captured thousands of years ago to guard the dungeon, but he was also a member of the dragon domain before he went there. And Ran, how do these dragons usually deal with this kind of thing? Xiao Yin, usually they divide their territory and keep their distance, but in this cold mating season, everyone is very impulsive, so it's hard to control. And Ran, how do these dragons finally deal with this? Xiao Yin, in the end, they may take the dragon that loses the fight as their partner, and spend the cold season together. And Ran's worldview was a little overturned. What if they are all male? Xiao Yin looked at her strangely. Of course they determine the gender before the fight. When dragons court, it's not about appearance, but about fighting power. And Ran patted her chest. It's okay. And Ran, so, are there any rules for these dragons to fight? They just fight randomly. Are they not afraid of hurting innocent people and killing the rest of the dragons? Xiao Yin, yes, they can't hurt innocent people, can't destroy the territory, can't destroy the environment. When will they end? Their fighting power seems to be stronger than usual during the estrus period, and their fighting power has skyrocketed. It depends on the situation. Should we hide in the fantasy sea first, and wait until they finish fighting? Xiao Yin, wait until all dragons find their partners. After all, their fighting power during the estrus period is very strong, no dragon can stop them, and no dragon is so idle, and they will do whatever it takes to pursue their partners. And Ran, looking at the smoky dragon domain, and Ran rubbed her eyebrows. She really didn't understand why these dragons were so crazy. She stood in front of the window, looking at the chaotic scene outside, and heard the roar of dragons, the flapping of wings, and the explosion of magic. What a disaster! And Ran murmured. She was also very curious how many dragons could successfully find a mate. It was just that this group of dragons was too noisy, which disturbed her rest. And the battle gradually spread to this side. The cave was shaking like a trampoline. And Ran took away the house she lived in, opened the illusion sea, and went in. Let these dragons fight on their own. In the world of the fantasy sea, I finally can't hear the earth-shaking sound of fighting. It's quiet enough here, and it won't affect her rest. Luo Luo and the others are used to running outside now, and they are not used to staying in the safe fantasy sea. This time, and Ran plans to hand over the ants and poisonous snakes to Luo Luo, and let her lead the team to upgrade. With her in the dragon domain, it is obvious that their level can no longer keep up with the current battle. It's safer to follow Luo Luo. Lying peacefully on the grass of the fantasy sea, looking at the clouds in the sky, the fantasy sea is calm and peaceful, without any noise and cruelty from the outside world. It is as beautiful as a paradise. Here you can't see fighting and survival, only a peace of tranquility. After staying for a long time, you will gradually forget the ups and downs outside, and just want to live here peacefully. If the law of survival outside is that the strong are respected, whoever is stronger will have more resources and power. Here is self-sufficient. That group of dragons was very good at fighting. And they could also toss and turn. They kept tossing and turning for a month before they finally calmed down. Luo Luo came back during this period, and happily took away the new combat power given by An Ran. She is now becoming more and more brave and good at fighting. And she almost led the army to sweep dozens of dungeons. The army as a whole is improving. Whether it is combat power, physical fitness, or combat experience. However, while improving, a lot of personnel were lost, and fresh blood was urgently needed. The pets brought by An Ran just replenished them. An Ran gave supplies and weapons, and gave the rest to Luo Luo. As for the dragon domain, she had never thought of taking Luo Luo and the others in, because it was too dangerous. Luo Luo and the others' current level would only be enough to make up the numbers in the dragon domain. She said goodbye to Luo Luo and the others, and watched them leave happily. A month later, An Ran returned to the dragon domain again, and it was already a mess. An Ran walked to the cave where she lived before, and found that the entrance had collapsed in half, and the cave was also in a mess. She couldn't help but sigh. Although she had expected this situation before, she still felt a little speechless when she saw it with her own eyes. Chapter 436, Digging a Pit to Attract the Stegosaurus. The destructive power of this group of dragons is really strong. Fortunately, the fight is finally over. Because they fought fiercely, some dragons were injured, which was a good thing for An Ran and the others. Injured or not, it does not affect the experience points and material gains. An Ran led Chang Jun and the others directly to the Stegosaurus area. This is the only group among the intermediate dragons, with nearly 200 heads. But they did not rush, because Enran's pets were basically left to Luoluo, and now, there are only 10 that are capable of fighting. Enran himself, Chongjun, Jiushi, Disaster, Qianyu, Xiaoqi, Lao Lu, Xiaoyan, barely count Ghost King and Xiao Ba. Intermediate Stegosaurus. Level 86, Attack 4700, Defense 4800, Speed 4400, HP 20,000. Immune to fire. Except Special Flame Wind, Water Magic, acts as a family group. Irritable, Omnivorous Dragon, Defense and Attack are equally strong. Metal Stegosaurus, its attribute is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Note: the values of intermediate and advanced dragons only represent the general values. Please refer to the battle period for details. I always feel that this attribute completely restrains their combat power. Especially Chongjun, who was suppressed so much that only the ice system was available. If it didn't recover its body, most of its abilities would be unusable, including its sharp claws and powerful magic. No wonder it said before that in its goose form, it was basically auxiliary. And Ren simply let it transform directly. As for the 9 snakes in Disaster, theirs were special flames, which these Stegosaurus were not immune to. It's just that there were too many of them, so it was not suitable for a head-on fight. It would be best to kill them separately, and lure them out one by one and defeat them one by one. However, the Stegosaurus always moves in groups. Although they are injured in the fight, it is not easy to disperse them. Besides, it is also a problem to lead them away. After observation, there are many small Stegosaurus mixed in the Stegosaurus. They follow the big Stegosaurus in front. And if you look closely, although the Stegosaurus moves in groups, they are not always together. Instead, there are 7 or 8 groups, with 2 or 3 small Stegosaurus among them. And Ren estimated that this is most likely a family. So he let Lao Lu stick his shadow out from the ground and secretly take the small Stegosaurus away from the ground while they are not paying attention. Lao Lu was familiar with this kind of thing. After his shadow touched the little Stegosaurus, it dragged it deep underground and left quickly. The big Stegosaurus didn't seem to notice anything wrong and continued to eat grass leisurely. And Ran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lao Lu was experienced. Otherwise it would be difficult to deal with. Next, Ran and Chongjun began to act separately. Lao Lu was responsible for leading the little Stegosaurus away with the big Stegosaurus. Ran and others set traps. Ran asked Chongjun to use his skills to create a fog and set up various traps in the fog. The 9 snakes knew 9 kinds of magic, and they were all mutated. It was easy to dig a big pit, and they dug a huge deep pit and buried sharp metal barbs and ice spikes in it. There were also various magic traps that could be launched around, ready to trap and kill the pursuing Stegosaurus. Lao Lu acted quickly. As soon as they finished setting up the trap, 7 or 8 Stegosaurus chased Lao Lu. Then they were led by Lao Lu into the trap in the fog. The fog blocked their vision, and they did not notice the enemy in the fog. But even if they knew, they would still chase after them. Although they had just finished fighting, the relationship between the tribes was still good, especially since the little Stegosaurus was still a child of the same family. It would be strange if they were not anxious. 7 or 8 Stegosaurus fell into the trap one after another, and fell heavily into the deep pit. The trap in the deep pit was directly broken. Yes, that giant body with thick skin and flesh. It was impossible for such an ordinary trap to kill it, seeing that the attack inside was ineffective. Ran took this opportunity to launch an attack with others. She used magic to create countless space blades, cutting towards the big Stegosaurus trapped in the trap. Chongjun's ice blade, the soul fire of Disaster, and the storm of the 9 snakes smashed down at once, facing the attack of Ran and his group. The group of Stegosaurus was immediately confused. Although they had thick skin and flesh, they still suffered considerable damage under such a fierce attack. Several Stegosaurus fought back, shook off the sharp thorns on their backs, and fired at Ran and others at the top of the pit. Unfortunately, there was one bottom of the pit, one top of the pit, too far away, and there was thick fog, so they couldn't reach Ran and the others. Several Stegosaurus rushed around at the bottom of the pit, but they couldn't leave the bottom of the pit, let alone break the pit wall. The long swords they fired were easily dodged by Ran and the others, and no one was hurt. Several Stegosaurus roared desperately at the bottom of the pit, and were drowned by magic. However, Ran didn't kill them, but subdued them as pets. Then he let them seduce other Stegosaurus and bring them to the trap. Ran and her friends continued to hunt Stegosaurus in the same way. one after another. And soon, 1/3 of the entire Stegosaurus tribe was captured by Ran and her friends. At this time, the leader of the Stegosaurus tribe noticed something was wrong, and he led the rest of the tribe to start looking for the lost tribe members. The Stegosaurus scattered and followed the smell to find their own tribe members. They found the place where Ran and her friends set the trap. But when the Stegosaurus tribe started looking for dragons, Ran and her friends noticed something was wrong and ran away in advance. The fog here has dissipated. The trap has been filled, and the pit is empty. The chieftain was furious, summoned the tribe with magic, and frantically searched for the enemy. However, the chieftain of the Stegosaurus could not find Ran and the others. So he had to leave with the tribe and return to the territory. Ran didn't go too far, hiding on a small cloud island, covering her whole body with an invisibility cloak, and also covering the smell. The Stegosaurus came with a bang, and left with a bang, stirring up a lot of dust. But it was useless. Ran chose a suitable time, quietly left Yun Island, and returned to the vicinity of the Stegosaurus territory. She found a very hidden cave and lived there. The Stegosaurus were still very alert, so it was not suitable to move for the time being. She would wait until they relaxed their vigilance. After a few days of silence, the Stegosaurus resumed their original activity patterns. They scattered in groups, eating grass on the grass, and the little guys ran around in front and behind them. Suddenly they ran a little far away, but they were still in sight. Seeing that they could still see the little guys, the Stegosaurus didn't pay much attention, but they just lowered their heads and ate a few bites of grass. And then, they couldn't see the little cubs anymore. The group of Stegosaurus reacted for a while, but they were a little slow to react, and it took a while before they started to look for the cubs. Lao Lu took the cubs farther and farther, leading them to the distance. Chapter 437 Kite Flying Tactics. It's just that there were fewer traps this time. It's very likely that the Stegosaurus gained experience from being trapped and didn't fall for it. Ran and her team were discovered after trapping only a few groups. But that doesn't matter. They have eliminated nearly half of the Stegosaurus through traps and tricks. There are still more than 70 Stegosaurus left. Facing these Stegosaurus, even Ran and her team didn't dare to fight hard. So, when the Stegosaurus chased after them, Ran spread her wings and ran away, using the kite-flying tactics. A group of Stegosaurus chased over the ground in a black mass, raising the ground with dust flying. Ran flew in front, and the Stegosaurus chased behind her. The mighty momentum reminded her of the animal world she watched when she was a child. At that time, in order to hunt antelopes, the African lions would run and chase on the grassland, making the antelopes exhausted, and then rush forward to complete the hunt. Now Ran felt that she was like that antelope, being chased by a group of Stegosaurus. Although the Stegosaurus were huge, they were agile and fast. Especially those smaller Stegosaurus, which were faster. If Ran hadn't been faster, she would have been caught up long ago. But one was in the sky, and the other was underground, so even if they caught up, they couldn't surround them. The Stegosaurus territory was probably the largest. Ran flew for a long time, but she didn't fly out. But Ran wasn't idle either. While running, she looked for opportunities to turn back and attack. She kept shooting long arrows. Although the attack power was not high because of the flying arrows, the group of Stegosaurus that were always harassing her were impatient. They wanted to fire their sharp thorns to attack Ran, but they couldn't catch up, and they couldn't even reach him. It was so frustrating. Ran led them in circles in the territory, and there were always some who fell behind in each circle. Then a large group fell away little by little, and only a dozen of them were still chasing. Ran led the Stegosaurus to circle the territory for dozens of times, and saw that the Stegosaurus were about to be exhausted by him. Ran stopped, spread his wings and floated in the air, looking at the exhausted Stegosaurus on the ground, and laughed in his heart. When the Stegosaurus saw Ran stop, they roared in anger, and then rushed towards her. Ran easily dodged the attacks of the Stegosaurus, then drew her bow and shot an arrow. The long arrow flew out and hit the eye of a Stegosaurus. The Stegosaurus screamed in pain, and the other Stegosaurus rushed towards Ran. Ran directly released Chong Jun and the others to join the battle. Ran continued to draw her bow and shoot arrows calmly. The light arrows mixed with the magic of Chong Jun, and the others pressed down overwhelmingly. The Stegosaurus were beaten badly, wailing continuously. Ran was like an elegant hunter, wandering among the Stegosaurus easily. He released light arrows from time to time, and cooperated with Chong Jun and others' magic to cause great damage to the Stegosaurus. No matter how strong your defense is, you can't withstand the continuous bombardment of magic. Soon, the attacks of several people blew countless holes in the Stegosaurus, causing their defense to decrease again and again. Seeing that Ran was unable to fight, the Stegosaurus began to look for a way to retreat. Seeing this, Ran smiled brightly. As expected, the Stegosaurus fell into a trap in a panic. If I had known they were going to run, I would have set a trap behind them. The trap was useless before. Now they have been beaten to half of their health, and their defense has also been reduced. If they fall into it, they will be half dead or half crippled. The trap is full of sharp thorns. The Stegosaurus rushed in without any defense, and blood splattered everywhere, and screams were heard. And Ran watched this scene with satisfaction, and commanded Chongjun and others to continue the attack. The Stegosaurus struggled in the trap, wailing in pain, and Ran saw that the time was right, and ordered Chongjun and the others to stop attacking. The Stegosaurus struggled in the trap, looking at Ran angrily, and Ran squatted beside the trap. How about being my pets and I won't kill you? The Stegosaurus responded with countless metal spikes rising from Ran's feet, and Ran flew up before they attacked, and was not hurt at all. Seeing that they were stubborn, Ran didn't hold back and killed them directly. After a rest, she continued to lure the Stegosaurus to kill them. But the Stegosaurus wasn't stupid. After a few times of luring, they were no longer fooled. Anyway, they had never seen anyone else besides her when they were luring. So Ran sent them one by one to lure the enemy. After a few times, the Stegosaurus also learned to be smart and were no longer fooled. There was no other way, so she had to enter the Stegosaurus territory. Fortunately, the Stegosaurus had been cleared out and only less than 50 were left. She could still win. As soon as Ran and her friends entered the territory, the Stegosaurus rushed over, and at the same time, various metal weapons flew over like crazy. Ran casually opened a space crack and sucked the attack in. He teleported to the top of one of the Stegosaurus and slashed it with a sword. The long sword slashed on the heavy metal armor of the Stegosaurus, making a sound of metal clashing, and then bounced back. Ran held the long sword in his hand, looking at the Stegosaurus, frowning secretly in his heart. Although Ran did not use all his strength in the previous sword, he also used a lot of strength, but it did not cause any damage to the Stegosaurus, but was bounced back. This Stegosaurus has a really strong defense. It's no wonder. Not only does the Stegosaurus have a strong attack power, it also has a heavy metal shell on its back. It's normal that her sword didn't penetrate it. When this Stegosaurus was attacked, a Stegosaurus behind it quickly fought back, lowered its head, and raised the sharp long thorns on its head, stabbing it. Ran took the opportunity to fly into the sky. The Stegosaurus's attack directly stabbed the Stegosaurus in the buttocks. It made it bleed, and Ran didn't have time to laugh. Several Stegosaurus suddenly opened their mouths, and a powerful beam of light shot out, hitting Ran directly. Bang! Ran was hit by the metal beam, and his body flew backwards and hit the ground heavily. Ran took a breath of cold air, which was really painful. Although Ran had a strong defense, he was unable to resist the attack of the Stegosaurus and was caught off guard. Fortunately, he was not injured. Roar! Several Stegosaurus roared, raised their front paws, and slapped Ran fiercely. Then Xiaoyan intercepted him, and Xiaoyan knocked the Stegosaurus away with one palm. Although Xiaoyan was of low level, he was a high-level dragon, and he was naturally class-suppressing the lower-level dragons. A group of Stegosaurus saw Xiaoyan coming out, and they subconsciously shrank. Stegosaurus are immune to ordinary flames, even high-temperature flames like Xiaoyan's. Ran didn't let Xiaoyan fight, but forgot that Xiaoyan had this function. He didn't let it go back either. Even if he couldn't use magic, he could still suppress and attack with his claws. Ran looked at the shrinking Stegosaurus, and smiled. My little darlings, I'm here. Chapter 438, Besieged by the Dragon Tribe. With Xiaoyan in the front to suppress them, the group of Stegosaurus had reservations when they attacked. There was always a pause when attacking. Ran took this opportunity, joined forces with Chongjun and the others to beat them hard, and directly killed more than a dozen Stegosaurus. At this time, they also reacted, although they still did not dare to attack Xiaoyan, but they were able to bypass him and directly attack Ran and the others. Just when the Stegosaurus began to focus fire again, Xiaoyan's figure flashed, appeared in front of Ran, and directly blocked the attack of the Stegosaurus. This time, It used all its strength to resist the attacks of the Stegosaurus with its body. Countless sword chi bombarded its body, cutting its scales and splashing blood. But its eyes were still bright and determined. At this time, and Ran and Chong Jun also rushed over and joined the battle. Xiao Yan was beaten back to the space and was handed over to Qian Yu for treatment. But without Xiao Yan's suppression, the Stegosaurus began to counterattack frantically. Dozens of Stegosaurus kept gathering magic, and a giant sword formed in the air. The eyes of the Stegosaurus flashed with madness and killing, and they stared at and ran with hatred. This kind of magic is basically a range attack, and Ran and the others could not avoid it. The only way was to fight hard. And Ran also began to condense magic directly, and various colored light balls gathered in the air, surrounding her like colorful meteors. And Ran's momentum continued to rise as the magic condensed. Countless sword chi whistled in, but they were all blocked by the wind pressure condensed by the magic ball in front of her, and could not hurt her at all. The magic of the Stegosaurus became more and more powerful, and the giant sword became more and more solid. Finally, with the combined efforts of the Stegosaurus, the giant sword was completely formed. It was like a pillar of heaven, piercing the sky, carrying endless pressure. And Ran no longer hesitated and released the magic directly. The huge magic ball collided with the giant sword, producing a huge explosion. The violent energy shock waves spread, blowing away everything on the ground. The Stegosaurus was knocked to the ground by the energy shock wave, and Ran also flew out before the energy shock wave, and activated her invincible golden body. Although she was blown back by the shock wave, she flew a long way and was almost out of the Stegosaurus territory. However, she was not injured, just a little embarrassed. She got up from the ground, patted the dust off her body, and looked at the location of the giant sword. She saw that the giant sword had been shattered by their magic ball, and turned into countless fragments, scattered on the ground. The Stegosaurus were also shocked by the energy shock wave, and had no strength to fight again. And Ran and Chong Jun took advantage of this opportunity, and rushed forward to finish off the Stegosaurus. The Stegosaurus had lost their ability to resist, and could only be slaughtered. And Ran and her friends beat them half to death, like cutting melons and vegetables. Then they continued to subdue them as pets, except for some who refused to obey and were killed. And Ran basically took away half of the Stegosaurus. A huge deep pit was blown up in the Stegosaurus territory. There was billowing white smoke in the deep pit, as if it had been blown up by a bomb. Countless magic elements were floating around, and other dragon tribes around also heard the violent noise here and rushed to watch, seeing that more and more dragons were coming. And Ran didn't want to fight anymore, and quickly took Chong Jun and the others away from the scene. Although the dragons wanted to chase, they were frightened when they saw the huge pit, and they didn't have the courage to continue chasing. And Ran and the others went back to the illusion sea directly. They made too much noise, and it was inevitable that they would be targeted by the high-level dragons. In order to avoid them attacking together, they should temporarily avoid it, and wait until they were sure that everything was fine before continuing to cause trouble. Xiao Yan was not seriously injured, just a flesh wound. And Qian Yu didn't even need to open his tail feathers to heal it. Next, they counted the spoils and checked the levels. They had become accustomed to it. But Ran and the others would always pay attention to the situation in the dragon domain. After all, there was too much noise this time. But after watching for a long time, they found that only one high-ranking dragon of a lower level went to take a look, did not find the enemy, and went back. As for the life and death of the Stegosaurus, the high-ranking dragons didn't care at all. Just like Xiao Yan said, they were all a group of proud and even arrogant guys. They didn't care about it even if they were from the same tribe. But it was good, it made it easier for Ran and the others to continue to cause trouble. The Stegosaurus was the largest among the intermediate dragons. As for the others, their numbers were not large, and they did not have such strong killing power. We still had to kill them slowly. But sometimes, things did not go as planned. When Ran and the others went back a few days later, they found themselves surrounded. They were surrounded by most of the intermediate dragons, including all kinds of dragons. Wind, fire, thunder, water, ice and other dragons, totaling more than 1,000. These 1,000 dragons did not care whether they were from the same clan or not, and they just cooperated. Xiao Yan explained that it was an order issued by the upper dragons, asking them to cooperate to kill the foreign invaders. There was no way to fight this kind of thing. And ran away, flying directly into the sky. A large group of dragons were chasing them frantically. and the rumbling sound resounded throughout the dragon domain. Those who didn't know would definitely think that there was a big earthquake. And Ran and her companions flew desperately to the distance. They knew that they were really in big trouble this time. Although there were many dragons, they were not afraid. Their levels and values were not low. And their combat effectiveness was also not low. But this time, there were too many opponents. They had to find a way to get rid of the dragon's pursuit. As for what happened next, we'll talk about it later. Just as Ran and the others were desperately flying into the sky, the dragons also began to attack fiercely. The dragons have various means of attack, including both magic attacks and physical attacks. The dragon's fire magic is very powerful. They can spit out hot dragon breath, burning the air. And the water magic falls from the sky, forming a torrential rain. And Ran and the others were flying while dodging the attacks of the dragons. She was too fast, and with her foresight turned on, the attacks of the dragons could not hit them at all. However, there were too many dragons, and they could not completely dodge. The whole sky was filled with magic fired by them, covering the sky. And Ran had to use teleportation continuously to escape the attacks of the dragons. The magic power was like running water, and it was falling. She didn't even have a chance to find a gap to get back to the fantasy sea. Until Ran opened the invincible golden body. Chongjun and the others set up a large protective shield, which briefly prevented a group attack. Only then did Ran find an opportunity to open the illusion sea and get in. As soon as they arrived at the illusion sea, they fell to the ground in a mess. Lying on the grass, looking at each other's embarrassed faces. They pointed at each other and laughed at each other. Chapter 439, Big Melee. Disaster asked the two men who were laughing wildly. What should we do now? It's hard to fight. Chongjun and Ran looked at each other. What's so hard about fighting? They have people. And we have people too. Disaster suddenly realized that. And Ran had a large army under his command. Although the level may not be as good as theirs, but they have more numbers. Since there is a solution, and Ran is no longer entangled, and does what needs to be done. Lolo has been out for a while, and he is expected to be back soon. And Ran and the others did not go out again, but waited for Luo and the others to come back. Their army, including the original people from Huan Hai, plus the later poisonous snakes, ants and some dragons, was close to 70,000 people. She still didn't believe that she couldn't win with 70,000 people against more than 3,000 intermediate dragons. After Luo came back to rest for a few days, she was taken to the dragon domain by Ran. As expected, the group of dragons were still waiting for her to appear. As soon as they saw them, they chased after them again. But this time Ran was not afraid, and directly dragged the army out. And the two sides formed a confrontation. It seemed that there was a Chuhan barrier in the middle. So we waited and watched for the time being. The huge dragon domain was silent at this time, with only the sound of the wind blowing. Although both sides did not move, the atmosphere was tense. If there was a little spark, it would ignite and explode directly. Suddenly, no one knew who launched the attack. A magic fireball exploded, which directly became the fuse. The melee was about to break out, and both sides rushed towards each other and fought. The sky was full of magic balls, brilliant light, and roaring explosions. And the entire dragon domain suddenly became filled with smoke. Disaster, Chongjun, Ran, etc., as well as the army under Luo were all involved, fighting with the more than 3,000 intermediate dragons. The powerful physical and magical attacks of the dragons caused heavy losses to Ran's army. But fortunately, they had the advantage in numbers. And for a while, the two sides were evenly matched. Ran and Qinyu shuttled across the battlefield, rescuing their injured companions. If they were too seriously injured, they would be sent back to the fantasy sea by Ran. They tried their best to ensure their lives. Since Ran asked them to fight, they could not be allowed to die easily. Chongjun and Luo led a troop each, and engaged in a fierce battle with the dragons. However, they were numerous, and the dragons were strong. So it was difficult to tell who would win, especially since they were too numerous. And some of them did not participate in the battle, and they could not even provide logistics. Seeing the fierce battle, Ran knew that this was not a solution. She and Luo immediately made adjustments, and asked the army to change its strategy. Ran, Luo, if we continue to fight like this, there will be no rules at all, and some of them will not even be on the field. We must change our tactics. Luo, Lord Ran, what good ideas do you have? We can divide the troops into 4 parts to separate the dragon army. One part is responsible for facing the enemy head-on, and the other 2 parts will attack from the left and right flanks. The last one will outflank from the rear. It is best to completely separate those with the same attributes and let them cooperate. In this way, we can reduce the damage caused by the dragons and distract their attention. Although Luo is very brave in charging, he actually does not know how to lead troops. Although this method is simple, it is also a good one. Good idea. I will arrange it now. And Ran and Luo quickly divided the army into 2 parts and carried out according to the plan. The dragons were really thrown off balance by this sudden change, and they had to split up several parts of their forces to deal with the attacks from the other 3 directions. On the front battlefield, and Ran and Luo led the elite troops and engaged in a fierce battle with the dragons. Although the dragons were powerful, under the leadership of Ran and Luo, the morale of the army was getting higher and higher, and they finally gained the upper hand. On the flank, the army led by Chong Jun quickly broke through the dragons' defense line and approached their center. The dragons had to allocate more forces to deal with the attacks from the flanks, which caused a sharp decrease in the number of dragons on the front battlefield. The entire dragon army had no strategy to begin with, and now it was divided into several parts. In particular, the dragons were separated and could not launch a joint attack with other members of the same tribe. Gradually, the dragons began to be tired of dealing with Enran's army, and their formation began to become chaotic. Seeing that the time was ripe, Enran immediately ordered a full-scale attack. Under Enran's command, the army's morale was greatly boosted. They all burst out with powerful strength and launched the final general attack on the Dragon Clan. Although the Dragon Clan was powerful, they began to retreat under such an offensive. The number of dragons was decreasing rapidly. The original number of thousands was now less than 1,000. Enran's army became more and more courageous, and pursued the victory and approached the center of the Dragon Clan. The army led by Chong Jun and Luo also quickly broke through the Dragon Clan's defense line and rushed into the center. The 4 armies met in the center of the Dragon group and completely killed the Dragon Clan. Enran looked at the situation on the battlefield and smiled with satisfaction. She knew that she had won this battle. The dragons were forced to retreat, wanting to return to their own territory in the Dragon domain. But how could Enran let them go? She led the army to continue chasing them. The army led by Enran, Chong Jun and Luo was unstoppable along the way, and soon forced the dragons to the border of the Dragon domain. One step further, it was the center of the Dragon domain, the territory of the high-ranking dragons. At this point, even if they were chased to a dead end, the middle dragons did not dare to move forward. On a mountain peak at the border of the Dragon domain, the dragons gathered together, and their eyes were full of anger. Enran didn't care whether they were angry or not. In her opinion, these were all copies of the system. If they didn't fight now, they would have to fight in the future. It didn't matter if they fought early or late. Since there was a chance to kill them, they would kill them. Otherwise, if they met on the battlefield in the future, it would not be so easy to solve. Seeing this, the dragons had no choice but to fight. A fierce battle began again, and both sides tried their best. The dragon army gradually retreated, and suffered heavy casualties. Seeing that the situation was not good, the dragons immediately ordered a retreat, and Ran led the army in pursuit, chasing and killing all the way. In the end, the remaining dragons agreed to become Enran's pets under Enran's coercion and inducement. And Enran also swept across the dragon territory with his army. After sweeping across the dragon territory, Enran began to reorganize the army and sent his dead companions back to the Fantasy Sea for burial. As for the part of the dragons that were captured, Enran threw them into the army again to expand the number of people. After this battle, the army led by Enran and Luo became much stronger. Although the number of casualties reached nearly 10,000, it also increased the combat power. By accommodating the dragons into the army, they obtained countless supplies. In general, it was a successful battle. Chapter 440. Let's have a party. This place is too close to the center of the dragon domain. Although it was said before that the high-ranking dragons don't care about the low-ranking dragons, it was later proved that they were too violent. For the sake of face, these dragons will come out to take care of them. After clearing out the middle-ranking dragons at once, even Enran felt that they needed to stay quiet for a few days. Without Enran's knowledge, the high-ranking dragons in the dragon domain were finally willing to move their nests to take a look at the dragons in other areas. Even though the fight was earth-shattering, they didn't move. Now I feel something is wrong. So I went to check. As a result, I found that the low-level and mid-level dragons were wiped out, although they were not considered as their own people. And Ran and the others were also invading outsiders. Ignoring their own people, they had to be killed just based on the pride of the dragons. I didn't care about the dragon domain anymore. But now that I'm back, I'll take a rest first. Luo's army needs to rest. And Ran and the others also need to rest. After all, they have been fighting for so long at a high intensity, and they have recovered physically. But they are still a little short of mentally. Huanhai is like spring all year round. Even in winter, it is not particularly cold. After a day of rest, Luo came over. Master and Ran, everyone asked me what you think. Luo looked a little embarrassed, and Ran looked at her strangely. What was wrong with her? Luo was awkward for a while, and then she spoke carefully. Everyone wants to have a banquet to celebrate. Although there were indeed many casualties this time. There are always casualties in war. It is better to die during the training than to be killed by the group in the end. Besides, they won the battle. The dead have been settled. So the remaining living people still have to live their lives. And Ran suddenly realized. And then laughed. You don't have to be so cautious. You are our hero. You led us to fight and upgrade continuously, which made us win the war. I will naturally agree to the hero's request. Even if you are not a hero, you are still my companion. If you ask, I will naturally agree. It's not a big deal. Luo's eyes lit up. Then I can hold a party. And Ran stretched out her hand. Let's go. Hold a party. If we don't hold a party, we can't get out. The dragons are still searching for Ran and the others. Luo happily called everyone over and began to prepare for the banquet. After a day of rest, and Ran came over. Luo, how are you preparing? And Ran asked, while walking towards them. At this time, in an open space in the Fantasy Sea, everyone was busy preparing for the banquet. The creatures in the Fantasy Sea also joined in to help them. Luo replied, My lord, we are preparing, and it will be ready soon. And Ran nodded. Okay, you guys keep busy. She said to others, Don't be idle. Go and help. Chongjun and others responded, and joined the preparations for the banquet with a group of puppets. And Ran randomly joined a team and helped prepare food. And Ran looked around. The scenery was beautiful, with flowers in full bloom and streams gurgling. She thought of the previous battle and was filled with emotion. This victory made their team stronger. This victory also made them more united and trust each other more. Suddenly, a fragrance came to her nose, making her feel relaxed and happy. And Ran turned her head and saw Luo coming over with a plate of delicious food. My lord, try this, Luo said with a smile, handing the barbecue on the plate to Ran. This time, we were going to have a barbecue party. There were too many people, and the puppets were too busy, so we had to work together. And Ran took the plate, took a bite, and it tasted great. I didn't expect Luo to be a master in fighting, a master in integrating the army, and a great cook. He is simply an all-round player. Delicious. And Ran praised and gave a thumbs up. Luo smiled even more happily. As long as my lord likes it. As time went by, the banquet was more and more fully prepared. Everyone was busy happily, chatting, playing, and the atmosphere was very lively. And Ran lay flat on the grass, quietly opened a corner of the Fantasy Sea, and poked his head out to observe the situation. A huge red dragon found in Ran's head and sprayed a mouthful of dragon fire. And Ran was so scared that he quickly retracted his head. The dragon's breath hit the air, causing ripples, but it did not open the barrier between the Fantasy Sea and this world. How could a mouthful of dragon fire blast open something that the system couldn't open, seeing that the dragons were still looking for her? And Ran decided not to go out for the time being. After the dragons had forgotten about her, she would find a chance to go out and cause trouble. The atmosphere at the banquet was very lively. A banquet in Huanhai started in the busyness. The whole banquet was very lively. At the banquet, everyone showed their talents. Some sang, some danced, some told stories, and some talked about their experiences and feelings. The dwarves looked for people to drink everywhere. They caught Chongjun and the others and drank them all. They were so scared that they quickly moved away from them. However, the disaster that had been silent all the time turned out to be a drinker. Drinking with the dwarves, I can never lose. The dwarves wanted to find and Ran to drink, but she hid, because she can't drink. Seeing everyone happy. And Ram was also very happy. She knew what this banquet meant to these warriors. A war ended, many people lost their lives, and this banquet made them forget their sorrow temporarily. When they woke up the next day, they had to fight hard for their goals again. Thinking about the invisible future, even with Ming K's accurate prediction, and Ran felt that she could not see the end. Shaking her head, she threw away the questions in her mind. She stood up and joined the banquet, singing and dancing with everyone, enjoying this rare relaxing time together. At night, a large group of people drank too much, and slept on the sand in all directions, each with a beautiful sleeping posture. And Ran covered Luo with a blanket, built a shed over her to block the dew, and then she laid down on the ground, looking at the stars in the sky. Chong Jun, if I really become a god, kill the system, can I still go back to Earth? There was no one she missed, but she couldn't let go of the convenient life on Earth. That's terrible. Your Earth consciousness is not strong to begin with. If you go back, the energy will exceed the limit. I'm afraid you will burst the Earth. What if I conceal the energy? That's fine, but you can't stay for too long. But why are you so persistent in returning to Earth? Before I came here, I was always busy. I finally went back, and I have money. I just want to enjoy myself. Chong Jun looked at her. When you really reach that point, you probably won't care about the things in the mortal world. Besides, the players have just returned. There is a lot of work to be done. It will probably take a long time to restore the Earth to its original state. Chapter 441 Green Dragon. Forget it, I won't worry about it in advance. It's too early to think about the future when the system hasn't been defeated yet. Chong Jun patted her head. We'll talk about it later. It's still unknown what the future holds, so don't worry about it in advance. And Ran originally thought that by killing the intermediate dragons, she would have accumulated enough experience points to reach level 90. But it was just a little short. But Ran was not discouraged. It was okay, as long as the numbers were strong. And Ran hid in the illusion sea, peeking outside every day. And finally one day, she found that the group of dragons were no longer blocking her. She took Chong Jun and the others with her, and quietly sneaked back to the dragon territory. And quietly moved deeper into the dragon territory. The center of the dragon territory is the largest area, which is even larger than the periphery. This is the separate territory of the high-ranking dragons. And the area of each territory is ridiculously large. It is simply a small world in itself, with mountains, rivers, lakes and so on. The border is vast. And if Ran did not rely on wings, it would probably take her 10 days or half a month just to find a dragon. Even with Xiao Yan's guidance, they still flew for 3 days before they found the first dragon on the outermost edge. It was a huge green dragon, which was coiled in its nest, sleeping soundly, and snoring from time to time. Its body was covered with emerald green scales, and each scale exuded vitality. And Ran landed gently on the edge of the nest, and observed it carefully. This green dragon was huge, and its body was even longer than Xiao Yan's. Its scales were extremely hard, and its claws were as sharp as knives. The green dragon is a plant dragon. Compared to attack, its ability to control the field is stronger. The vegetation in its territory is lush, and towering trees and dense weeds can be seen everywhere. Its growth is still very strong in this cold season. As soon as Ran and her friends stepped into the green dragon's lair, the green dragon sensed it and opened its eyes. Green dragon, level 90, attack 5000, defense 5000, speed 5000, HP 15,000. Good at plant magic, immune to wind, lightning, and poison magic. When the green dragon saw Ran standing at the entrance of the cave, his eyes became angry, and he opened his mouth, and a breath of dragon breath spurted out. The dragon's breath of the green dragon was countless thick vines, which were covered with sharp barbs, twisting like snakes, and rushing towards Ran. And Ran drew her sword, and sword energy flew towards the vines, cutting the dense vines into pieces. The green dragon roared, and the vines instantly turned into long green snakes, flying towards Ran and the others. Xiao Yan spread his wings and flew up, with sharp claws, and could cut off the vines with one claw. After the vines were broken, they quickly grew again and continued to attack. And Ran smiled. This vine is really powerful. It has the ability to repair itself. As long as there are plants, it can grow infinitely. Xiao Yan's attack power was not enough, and his claws could not completely cut off these vines. He directly blew a breath of dragon's breath at it. The high-temperature dragon's breath met the vines, and the vines directly ignited a raging fire. The green vines gradually turned black and turned into ashes in the flames. And Rand took the opportunity to rush forward and slashed at the green dragon with a sword. The sword energy was surging, and it directly pierced the green dragon's solid scales. The green dragon roared in pain, struggling to dodge. But Rand pressed on, attacking the green dragon continuously. Xiaoyan also circled in the air, waiting for an opportunity to attack the green dragon's back and neck. The green dragon whipped Xiaoyan away with its tail, and Xiaoyan rolled several times in the air, flapping its wings again, and pounced on the green dragon. The green dragon stomped its front feet heavily on the ground, and the vines around it swayed, rising from the ground, and arrogantly pounced on Ran and the others. And Ran's light blade, Chong Jun's eyes, the soul fire of disaster, Xiao Yan's flame, and the flame of the 9 snakes, spewed out together. Colorful magic directly covered the vines. The vines were like dry firewood that would catch fire at a touch. After several rounds of magic attacks, they were completely turned into ashes. And Ran drew out her long sword, and a sword energy slashed at the green dragon, tearing the green dragon's scales directly, and red dragon blood gushed out. The green dragon roared in pain, but Ran did not stop attacking. Her sword energy continued to slash at the green dragon. The green dragon felt threatened, and it twisted its body frantically, trying to get rid of Ran's attack. But Ran was too fast, and her sword energy could always hit the green dragon accurately. The green dragon's body was covered with wounds, and its health bar kept dropping. The green dragon couldn't help but fly out of the cave, and landed in the territory. In the vegetation, no one knew what it did, but the surrounding vegetation quickly withered, and its wounds quickly healed. It seemed to be a magic that extracted the vitality of plants to heal its own injuries. And Ran and others also followed into the vegetation. And then, they were attacked even more crazily. The vegetation in the entire territory seemed to be alive, twisting and rising into the sky, and rushing over crazily. The dense vegetation blocked out the sun, completely covering the figures of Ran and the others. The vegetation turned into countless tentacles, attacking them, under the control of the green dragon. The plants were like flexible hands and feet, and could attack in various ways. Some were entangled, some were surrounded, some were whipped, some were covered with barbs, and some were used as weapons to launch themselves. It was as if the entire territory was part of the green dragon, and they were the little bugs trapped in it. And Ran kept opening the space cracks, throwing the various attacks into it. Cha Jun and the others surrounded and ran, cooperating with each other in continuous attacks, leaving the plants to Cha Jun and the others to deal with, and Ran went to deal with the green dragon directly. She immediately teleported to the top of the green dragon, and stabbed the green dragon's eyes with a sword. The green dragon felt the danger, and it immediately closed its eyes, and the long sword directly blinded one of its eyes. The green dragon roared angrily, and it flapped its wings violently, and threw and ran out from above its head. And Ran rolled in the air, and spread its wings, and stabilized her body in the air. The green dragon roared in pain, controlling the vegetation to pounce on Ran, trying to submerge her in the vegetation. However, it was intercepted by Chong Jun and his men halfway, directly destroying the sweeping attack. And Ran teleported to its midair, waving her long sword, and sword energy came out from her hand, cutting the remaining vegetation that was rushing towards her. The green dragon saw Ran flying into the air, and it immediately flew up, and pounced on Ran. And Ran teleported again, and the green dragon pounced into nothingness, and crashed headfirst into the ground. The green dragon immediately stood up, and continued to chase Ran. And Ran teleported many times, and the green dragon moved with her, and the two started a chase in the air. The green dragon was angry, and it summoned countless vines, and rushed towards Ran in an overwhelming manner. And Ran kept teleporting, and she always disappeared before the vines arrived, and then appeared in another place. Chapter 442 Flame Dragon Territory. The green dragon was furious. It kept waving its claws, trying to attack Ran, while teleporting. And Ran kept waving his sword, and the sword energy slashed the green dragon one after another. The green dragon had more and more scars on its body, and its health was getting lower and lower. Seeing this, the green dragon flew and ran with one wing, and went into the territory. And Ran and the others looked at each other, and Ran gave an order. Chase! Several people flew into the sky, to chase the green dragon. They did not forget the green dragon's ability to absorb vitality to recover from injuries. The green dragon flew in front, and Ran and the others followed closely behind. They chased and attacked at the same time. Countless attacks were thrown at them, but they were all blown away by the green dragon's wings. The dragon and the others flew across the sky and quickly moved towards the depths of the territory. The green dragon kept stimulating plants to block the pursuers during its flight. Although they were not too powerful, they were troublesome. After Ran and the others cleared a batch of plants again, the green dragon disappeared, and Ran raised her body again, and saw that when she turned around the bottom of a mountain, the green dragon was madly absorbing the vitality of the mountain. And Ran casually rolled a light ball and threw it out. The light ball that burst out directly interrupted the green dragon's absorption of vitality. It roared loudly and turned its attention to Ran. The green dragon roared, and a strong dragon breath spurted out from its mouth, sweeping towards Ran and others. Seeing this, Ran and several people quickly formed a defensive magic to block the dragon breath in front of them. The dragon breath and the defensive magic collided, and a strong shock wave burst out, which shattered the nearby rocks. Ran and others were a little embarrassed by the shock wave, but they did not stop, but quickly adjusted their status and continued to attack the green dragon. Magic was like a gorgeous flower blooming in the sky, blooming on the green dragon. The green dragon manipulated countless plants to block the attack, roared, waved its claws, and fought with Ran and others. For a while, the magic light flashed in the sky, and the dragon breath and sword energy intertwined, and the fight was indistinguishable. In the battle, Ran relied on his sharp sword to continuously cause damage to the green dragon. The green dragon gradually lost, and his injuries became more and more serious, and his health became lower and lower. In the end, Ran chopped off his head with a sword, and it shattered into pieces all over the ground. This kind of dragon, which is not very powerful among the high-ranking dragons, is not difficult to fight, but it takes too much time. It took most of the day to kill it. After finally killing it, Ran sat on a stone and drank water. After resting for a while, Ran said to everyone, "Let's go. The green dragon has been killed. Let's go see if there are any good things in its nest." The group walked into the green dragon's nest. There were a lot of dry plants piled up in the nest, piled together randomly, which must be the nest of the green dragon. Ran walked in, and without even searching, she found a large number of gems piled up in the nest, and various items emitting sparkling light. Dragons, as a species, really like these things. These things are of no use to Ran, but Xiao Yan's eyes light up when he sees them, and Ran simply gave them all to him. Gems can't buy supplies here, and they are not as useful as some low-level weapons. After searching for a long time, they didn't find anything useful. So Ran and the others continued to move towards the next territory. They didn't make much noise when they fought, and their territory was far from the next one, so no dragons noticed. The boundaries of the dragon territories were clear. Below the green dragon territory was the fire dragon territory. The ground in the fire dragon territory was hot, and Ran and others felt a wave of heat coming at them as soon as they approached. "It's so hot. Why is it so hot in here? Is there a volcano in here?" This place seems to be a fire-attributed territory, so the temperature is very high, and the plants here are all fire-attributed. Chong Jun glanced at the flowers and plants beside him and explained. The group continued to move deeper into the fire dragon territory. The plants in the fire dragon territory are all fire-attributed, with bright colors, various shapes, and look very beautiful. But there are not many green ones. Most of them are red. Fiery red, dark red, deep red, and some are even black red. However, these plants are also very dangerous. Once you get close to them, you will feel a wave of heat coming at you, which is unbearable. Fortunately, they can all fly, so they don't need to touch the plants, and can just fly over. The scenery along the way was nice, except that the plants were all red, with no other colors. After a while, it hurt people's eyes. The ground was steaming, and Ran and others felt more and more hot. Ran fiddled with her wet hair, feeling a little cool, and everyone continued to move forward. Suddenly, a black forest appeared in front of them. The trees were unusually lush, but the leaves were black, as if they were burned by flames. What was this? It was like unburned coal, and even the leaves were black. The survival guide didn't give any information, just like this thing is just an ordinary tree. Everyone be careful, there may be something strange here. Ran reminded everyone. They circled the territory again, and found no trace of the fire dragon, nor any trace of the volcano. The only strange thing was the forest. And Ran and others approached the black forest carefully. The closer they got, the more they could feel a heat wave coming towards them, and even smell a burning smell. The forest was very large. The closer they got, the more they could hear the sound of bubbles rolling inside. It was like a boiling pot inside. And there was a strong smell of sulfur. When you walk in, you can find that there is an underground magma river in the black forest, which is constantly gushing out from the ground. And the high-temperature magma is constantly rolling, burning everything around it black. Near the magma river, there is a huge underground cave, and the entrance of the cave is covered by a thick layer of volcanic rock, isolating the magma from the outside world. Suddenly, Ran and others heard a low roar, which sounded like it was made by some huge creature. They carefully walked around the black trees, and found a huge fire dragon swimming in the lava river. The dragon was covered with fiery red scales, with wide wings, a long and thick tail, and a blazing flame spewing from its mouth. It swam in the lava river, and seemed to be swimming comfortably. Suddenly, the fire dragon seemed to notice something, and turned its head suddenly, widening its eyes, and looking in the direction of Ran and the others. Ran and the others subconsciously stopped and their breathing slowed down. They were not afraid, but Ran was preparing for a sneak attack, so they naturally could not be discovered. The fire dragon did not seem to notice them. It just looked at them in confusion for a while, turned back, and continued to swim in the lava river. Chapter 443, Pit the Lava Dragon. Lava Dragon, Level 91, Attack 6000, Defense 5700, Speed 5700, HP 20,000. It is blessed in the magma, and its attack is accompanied by the terrifying high temperature of the magma, adding attack. Note, immune to fire magic, lightning magic, and wind magic of the same attribute. I don't know who accidentally broke a branch under his feet. It was a very subtle sound, but it was still heard by the fire dragon inside. The huge head turned with a swish, with a fierce look in its eyes, and opened its mouth, and a mouthful of scorching dragon breath wrapped in magma sprayed over. Ran and the others flapped their wings and flew into the sky. A mouthful of magma flew into the air, and did not burn anyone, but completely burned the surrounding trees that were already as coal-like. Ran flew in the air, and swung her long sword, and the sword energy was like a crescent, and slashed at the magma dragon. The magma dragon's head shrank directly, and shrank into the magma. The huge sword energy only cut the magma, and did not hurt the dragon at all. The magma dragon roared, and spread its wings and flew up, and flew towards Ran and the others. Ran smiled coldly, raised his sword, and countless golden swords she gathered on the sword, and then condensed into a golden half-moon, and threw it towards the magma dragon. The moment the golden half-moon hit the magma dragon, a violent explosion sounded, and the golden light wrapped the magma dragon. The magma dragon in the golden light did not suffer much damage. Only the magma shell on the surface of the body that was exploded fell off, and the magma flowed on the ground, and high-temperature flames burned around it. Soon, the magma dragon rushed out from the golden light of the explosion, roared, and rushed up quickly. Ran and the others wanted to lure it out. After all, it was difficult to deal with it in the magma. But this dragon was also smart, and it would never leave the range of the magma pool. It clearly caught up, but it turned back and landed in the magma pool. Ran had no choice but to fly back with the others. Ran slashed down with his long sword, and countless sword energy attacked the fire dragon in the magma like rain. As a result, this coward dived directly into the magma pool, and the sword energy fell on the magma again. Only a splash of magma was thrown up. It seemed that in order to kill it, it had to be taken out of the magma pool. Otherwise, when they attacked, the dragon would drill into the magma, and they would be exhausted but still unable to hit it. They were still trying to figure out how to get it out, but the dragon attacked from under the magma. Countless magma columns shot up into the sky, turning into dozens of high-temperature shock waves, and suddenly rushed up. Ran flew directly upwards, but under the control of the dragon. The magma rushed up several hundred meters in one breath. Ran flew too close, and her wings were almost burned. At the critical moment, Chongjun and Jiosha cast magic together. Two different, but equally cold magics, froze the lava column directly into a pillar, and Ran kicked it to pieces. The lava column fell into the lava and turned back into lava. The dragon lay in it, with only a pair of eyes exposed above the pool. Knowing that Ran and the others were difficult to deal with, it simply did not come out. It was difficult, but at the same time, Ran and the others were flying in the sky. and the dragon could not do anything to them. It lurked in the magma pool, revealing only a pair of red eyes, as if staring at Ran and the others angrily. And Ran frowned. This fire dragon was indeed difficult to deal with. It thrived in the magma, not only had extremely high defense, but also had the scorching magma as a shield. Just as Ran was thinking about how to deal with the fire dragon, Disaster came up with an idea. Xiaoyan couldn't stand my soul fire at the beginning, so I'll use this to force it out this time. But it'll take a little longer. They are not afraid of wasting time. If this dragon is willing to waste time, then let's waste time with it. Disaster released magic, and spit out a breath of dragon's breath. It was also fire magic, but the color was black. The dragon in the magma pool looked down on it, and didn't take the soul fire seriously at all. It didn't know that the soul fire could burn everything, even magma and fire. And Ran and the others took out the Cloud Island directly, got into the house, and waited for the magma dragon to jump out by itself. As time passed, the fire dragon in the magma pool gradually felt something was wrong. At first, it thought that this small flame was just a little bit powerful, but gradually, it found that its body seemed to be weakened by the black fire. Moreover, the flames burned on itself, causing a great pain. The burning sensation of being almost cooked made it terrified. It was a fire dragon. It could be burned by the flames, which showed how high the temperature of the flames was. At this time, the magma dragon began to get anxious, constantly tumbling in the magma, trying to drive away the black flames that frightened it. The magma in the magma pool kept tumbling under its tossing, and wave after wave was rolled out of the magma pool and hit the shore. The trees were completely burned. However, it was all in vain. In the process, the body of the magma dragon gradually became weaker, like a flame that was about to go out. It felt that its body was getting weaker and weaker, and its vitality was rapidly draining away. This horrible feeling was like a shadow, and it could not be shaken off at all. This burning feeling made it extremely painful. The black flame burned on its body, like a maggot on its tarsal bones, and could not be extinguished until it was burned to ashes. It could only toss and turn with all its might, trying to get rid of this terrifying black flame. But it was all in vain. This terrifying black flame burned more and more fiercely on its body, and its vitality was rapidly fading away. It knew that it was about to be devoured by this black flame. The magma shell was originally to protect it, but now it has become a death warrant. It dared not take it off, because if it took it off, the black flame in the magma would burn it directly. Finally, after a struggle, the magma dragon could no longer endure this pain, and it jumped out of the magma pool and fell to the ground. However, at this time, the magma dragon no longer had the majesty it had just now. It took off the shell formed by the magma on its body, and the terrifying black flames fell off from it. The black flames were so terrifying that they just attached to the magma shell, and even burned through the shell for self-defense. However, it tried to take off the shell in the magma, but found that the terrifying black flames could not be escaped at all. They could continue to burn in the high-temperature lava, forcing it to break away from the magma and run outside. As the magma shell fell off, the terrifying black soul fire finally left its body. When it got outside, it lost the blessing of the magma, and before it had time to be happy, it met Ran's smiling face. And Ran smiled and raised her hand to greet it. Chapter 444 Kill the Fire Dragon. The magma dragon was tricked by Ran, and its eyes turned red with anger. It opened its mouth and spurted out a breath of dragon. It was a pity that after leaving the magma pool, it was not magma anymore, but at most a flame with a higher temperature. The temperature was not even as high as magma, just a little higher than Xiaoyan's. And Ran and the others easily dodged. It was not the first time for them to deal with this kind of dragon creature. They were experienced, and naturally would not be stupid enough to be hit by such a simple attack. That's all you can do? And Ran looked at the lava dragon with contempt, and said sarcastically, "It's really embarrassing. You're a fire dragon." The lava dragon was shaking with anger. It knew its current situation. Without the lava pool, it was just an ordinary dragon. It was no different from the dragon that became someone else's lackey. Even among the high-level dragons, there are still strong and weak ones. The dragons below level 95 are all dragons that can only use a single magic. They are not even immune to all magic. At least they cannot be immune to magic that is mutually exclusive. It knew, but it still decided to give it a try. After all, in this world, only by defeating the opponent can you have a chance to survive. Roar! The magma dragon roared and spurted out a terrifying flame again. But unfortunately, it still missed the target and ran. Chong Jun and others had been prepared for its attacks and could easily avoid them every time. After several attacks failed, the magma dragon was a little desperate. It knew that its strength had been greatly reduced, and it was difficult to defeat Ran and others. The dragon race is proud, but they can still tell whether the enemy is strong or weak. The few in front of them, each of them exudes a despairing strength, and the oppressive force can be felt even without attacking. Maybe they can still struggle in the magma. But now, the fire dragon looked back and saw that the black flames were still burning slowly. And it was even more uncertain. But if it doesn't fight, it will die. It's better to fight, or it may win, the fire dragon thought, and aimed its tail at Ran. And Ran did a backflip and landed on top of the fire dragon. And Ran snorted coldly. She drew her sword from its sheath, with a sharp chill on the tip of the sword, cutting off a small section of the fire dragon's tail. Her own attack power, the added attack power of her armor, and the attack power of her sword, directly penetrated the fire dragon's defense. At the same time, Ran leaped up and swept her sword across, leaving a deep sword mark on the fire dragon's wings. Roar! The fire dragon cried out in pain, and a flash of panic flashed in its eyes. It had not expected Ran's attack power to be so strong. But he reacted quickly. His mouth bulged up. Magic gathered in his mouth, as if he was accumulating power. Once the power was accumulated, this attack would surely not be simple. Ran narrowed her eyes slightly. She felt that the fire dragon's attack this time was completely different from the previous ones, and the power was much stronger. But she did not dodge, but went forward. The long sword in her hand danced with sword lights, slashing at the fire dragon's mouth. The fire dragon did not retreat at all. It opened its mouth, and a fiery red beam of light shot out, meeting Ran's sword light. The beam of light collided with the sword light, making a loud noise, and the terrifying energy fluctuations, which instantly turned everything around into ashes. Chong Jun and Jiosha took the opportunity to move forward, and covered the area with 2 spells of coldness. The magic began to spread from the bottom of the fire dragon's feet, and almost instantly froze most of its body. The fire dragon thought its body with a breath of dragon's breath, and flew high, and began to spit flames at the ground. As a result, Ran and the others also flew up with a flap of their wings, and the fire dragon was dumbfounded. It simply collided with them, trying to rely on its strong physical fitness, and fight Ran and the others head-on. Boom! The fire dragon's body hit hard, but was blocked by Xiaoyan. The 2 dragons collided, making a heavy sound of flesh colliding. Xiaoyan was knocked back a long distance by the fire dragon. His body was not as strong as others, and his head was dizzy from the collision. The fire dragon took the opportunity to spray a mouthful of dragon fire, and Xiaoyan also returned it with a mouthful of dragon fire. However, it also knew that its attack was not as strong as others. When the 2 flames collided, it ran away directly. The 2 flames collided, exploding, and Xiaoyan's flame was pushed back. The space crack that Ran pulled open was sucked in, and disappeared without a trace in the space. Ran took advantage of the situation and stepped forward, flipping his long sword, and directly cut off the fire dragon's right arm. The fire dragon screamed, and its eyes were full of pain. But Ran did not give it a chance to breathe. The long sword in his hand fell like a storm, and each sword was aimed at the fire dragon's vital points. Although the fire dragon fought hard, it suffered more and more injuries on its body. Its breath became weaker and weaker, and the spirit in its eyes began to gradually fade. Ran's sword was getting faster and faster. Each sword was as powerful as thunder, with the breath of destroying everything. The body of the fire dragon gradually disintegrated, and finally turned into a pile of fragments, dissipating in the air. Ran sheathed the sword, looking at the mess on the ground, felt a little emotional. She never thought before that she could kill a dragon, but now, even without Chong Jun and the others' intervention, she can kill a dragon by herself. She opened the panel and took a look. She was only a few hundred points short of experience points to reach level 90. 2 battles were fought in less than a day and a half. It was midnight when the fire dragon was defeated, and Ran did not move forward. He dragged his tired body and returned to Yun Island. He did not care about anything else. He took a rest first. He sent the puppets to cook, and Ran went into the bathroom. Chong Jun and the others lay down outside. They would go to the lake in the fantasy sea to take a bath. The bathroom at home was too small to accommodate them, And Rand's arms hurt because he used the sword too much in the past 2 days. He did not feel it when he was fighting. He felt extremely sore after the fight. She moved her arms. And after taking a shower, she would apply a plaster to relieve fatigue. She sent Lao Lu to watch the door, hoping that there would be no dragons running around at night to disturb her rest. Otherwise, she would not be able to resist the battle after fighting during the day, especially at such a high-intensity battle. After taking a shower, she changed into pajamas, as long as the temperature was not as cold as before, which was 70 or 80 degrees below zero. She would not feel cold in cotton pajamas at home. She came out to dry her hair, ate an apple, and returned to the bedroom. A and A had already prepared dinner, and Chongjun and the others had already sat down. But Anran hadn't come yet, and they hadn't picked up their chopsticks. It wasn't until Anran came that they started eating. You don't have to wait for me in the future. Just eat when you're hungry. There aren't so many rules. Anran took a bite of the steamed bun and said casually, "Today you are the main force, and we are just supporting. We are not really that hungry. Waiting for you won't hurt us for a few minutes. We didn't stop to rest and eat at noon today. We just ate a little bit while flying in the sky." We were indeed hungry at this point. Chapter 445 The Shadow Dragon Attacks in the Middle of the Night. Sit down to eat. The table is full of delicious food, and Anran doesn't need to lose weight, and doesn't diet, so she eats happily. After eating, she ate half of the durian, and found that her appetite is getting bigger and bigger, patting the abdominal muscles on her belly. Even if she eats a lot, she has no fat on her body. Contentedly crawling into the bed, Anran curled up in the quilt, and closed her eyes. Yuan Dao is tied to the stone, so it won't float around with the wind. I thought that high-ranking dragons would not enter other people's territories casually, so I didn't take any precautions, and asked Lao Lu to watch the door. Anyway, there is a protective shield on Yun Island. But I was woken up in the middle of the night. In the dark night, 2 dark figures were constantly attacking the protective shield. Lao Lu came out of the protective shield, and was fighting with them. These 2 are both high-ranking dragons, and they are of the same race. Dark Shadow Dragons. Their name is Twin Shadow Dragons. Their levels are both 92. But their values are not as high as those of the previous dragons. Because they are a pair. They attack in pairs. The 2 shadow dragons transformed into shadows, hitting the barrier harder and harder. And Ran did not go out either, but bent her bow and drew her arrows. And countless rays of light shot out like meteors with tail feathers. The 2 dragons were very agile, and quickly dodged, continuing to attack the protective shield, as if they would not stop until the barrier was broken. Lao Lu passed through the protective shield and continued to fight with them. And Ran did not slack off either. She drew her arrows and continued to shoot, and constantly used light magic, trying to control the 2 dragons. However, the 2 dragons moved very quickly, as if they had anticipated Ran's attack, and they were able to dodge it just right every time. And Ran was shooting while observing carefully, trying to find their weaknesses. The 2 were always flying around, never staying in the air, flapping their wings, and Ran's long arrows could not be aimed directly. And Ran simply let Chongjun and Jiosha deal with one, and the remaining one, the others dealt with it. They separated them directly, each dealing with one, and the values of these 2 were lower than the previous ones. I thought they were easy to deal with, but I found that they were harder to deal with than before, because they could turn themselves into shadows, sometimes virtual and sometimes real. Lao Lu turned into a rope and entangled the legs of one of the shadow dragons, making it unable to escape. And Ran took the opportunity to shoot his arrow. It was a sure hit, and Ran aimed very accurately. When the arrow shot in front of it, the whole dragon suddenly turned into a shadow, and Ran's arrow passed through the shadow and missed. Seeing this, Ran was not discouraged. She drew her bow and shot an arrow again, aiming at its eyes this time. The long arrow was shot again, but the shadow dragon turned into a shadow again and dodged Ran's attack again. And Ran did not give up. She planned to try again to see what was wrong with the shadow dragon. She shot an arrow again, aiming at the shadow dragon's tail. This time, the shadow dragon did not turn into a shadow again, but was hit by Ran's long arrow, and its tail was severely damaged. It was directly broken off. The shadow dragon roared in pain, but it did not give up. Instead, it attacked the shield more frantically. The shield kept shaking and creaking, as if it would break in the next moment. She gathered her magic power and prepared to launch a more powerful attack. At this moment, Lao Lu suddenly turned into a long snake, which wrapped around the shadow dragon's neck and tried to strangle it with its own power. And Ran's attack also came. This time, she did not have light magic and bows and arrows, but rushed up herself. A bright sword light cut through the darkness and instantly hit the shadow dragon. The shadow dragon turned into a shadow again, and Lao Lu and her attacks both missed. How did it calculate the time it took to turn into a shadow? It can be done for a while, and not for a while. And Ran, can the shadow dragon over there turn into a shadow for a while, and then become a physical body again? At the critical moment, Chong Jun sent a message. Yes, the time of transformation is extremely uncertain, and I don't know what's going on. You said that since these two are twins, do they have any skills that can be activated together? When it said this, and Ran's eyes suddenly brightened. How could she have forgotten this? Let's try. We attack here, and you guys attack at the same time, to see if one side turns into a shadow and the other side turns into a real body. Because the conversation between the two was in their consciousness, Shadow Dragon couldn't hear it. And Ran and the others immediately took action, and attacked together with Lao Lu. The sword energy and vines fell on Shadow Dragon, and the bone-chilling cold made Shadow Dragon's skin cold. The one facing and Ran changed its form instantly. Chong Jun and Jiosha also attacked at the same time. As expected, when this side becomes a shadow, the other side will become a solid. The thick ice cone accurately pierced into the wings of the Shadow Dragon, and the Shadow Dragon screamed and fell from the sky. Chong Jun and Jiosha also chased after it, and disappeared into the darkness together. The Shadow Dragon here was anxious and was about to go down to save it, but was targeted by An Rant's long arrow again. A rain of arrows fell from the sky, and the Shadow Dragon was forced to dodge, but was still hit by the rain of arrows, and the feathers on its body fell off piece by piece, revealing its black skin. The Shadow Dragon was extremely fast, but An Ran and Lao Lu were not slow either. Especially Lao Lu, whose body kept twisting in the air, sometimes turning into a rope, sometimes turning into a snake, making the Shadow Dragon spin like a gyroscope. When the Shadow Dragon dodged, it still observed An Rant's arrow with the corner of its eye. At the moment when the arrow was about to hit it, it suddenly disappeared and turned into a shadow. An Rant's arrow passed through the shadow and hit its own protective shield. Taking this opportunity, the Shadow Dragon flew down directly, trying to save his companion. As a result, the one below was being beaten by Cha Jun and Jiosha. It screamed in pain, but it didn't dare to turn itself into a shadow. Once it became a shadow, the one fighting with An Ran and the others would be injured. Seeing this, Cha Jun and Jiosha looked at each other and slowed down their strength. They also informed An Ran and asked her to show mercy. These days, beasts are more reliable than humans. An Ran chased the one that flew down and shot arrows all over its butt, reducing its blood by half. The two dragons collapsed on the ground together, screaming miserably. In the end, they were not killed by An Ran, but joined the pet army. It didn't take long to fight them. It was only after 2 o'clock in the morning when An Ran went back to sleep. After the fight, they were hungry again. They ate some bread casually, and went back to sleep in the quilt. The temperature continued to drop the next day, and there was heavy snow outside. When they got up in the morning, the house was half buried. Chapter 446: The Terrifying Metal Dragon. After sleeping until 8 in the morning, An Ran had breakfast and continued on her way. But her speed was much slower. She was either on the way to level up by killing monsters, or on the way to level up by killing monsters. This repetitive and boring life, even An Ran had enough of it. Can't the system give a simple and easy task that doesn't cheat people? Obviously not. Yuan Dao continued to drive forward. This time it took a bit longer, after passing through the territory of the Fire Dragon, then entered the territory of the Shadow Dragon. Because the Shadow Dragon had been killed last night, there were no obstacles today, which was enough for them to move forward safely. Since there were no obstacles now, An Ran could better appreciate the scenery of the Shadow Dragon's territory. This was a very strange place, which was very different from the Fire Dragon's territory. An Ran drove on the Cloud Island all the way, passing through a series of gloomy forests, which were covered with black vines, swaying gently in the breeze. As the sun rose, the black vines gradually became transparent, floating in the air like filaments, like some strange monster. On Yuan Dao, An Ran discovered a strange phenomenon. All the plants in the Shadow Dragon territory were a strange purple color. Even the water in the river was purple. It looked very uncomfortable. and no one knew where the purple color came from. Along the way, Yun Dao kept moving forward. The territory of the high-level dragons was silent, and there were almost no living creatures except them. I didn't know how they ate. Could it be that they were resistant to hunger and didn't need to eat? The snakes in the snake domain knew how to raise low-level monsters as food, but this group of dragons didn't. What Ren probably didn't know was that the dragons would kill each other. The high-ranking ones would eat the middle-ranking ones, and the middle-ranking ones would continue to eat the low-ranking ones. The low-ranking dragons were at the outermost edge, and they had to go out of the dragon domain to find food. The shadow dragon's territory was particularly large, and I don't know if it was because of the twins. Yun Dao walked for a day before he walked out of the shadow dragon's territory. He arrived at a high peak. This peak was not made of stone, but metal, reflecting light in the sun. At the top of the peak, there was a huge cave, which looked like it was cut by a knife or an axe. The shape of the cave was an irregular semicircle. Yun Dao passed through a metal cave, and countless metal swords were launched from the cave, heading straight for Aaron's island. Aaron frowned and immediately made a defensive response. She manipulated Yun Dao to make a sharp turn, avoiding the attacking metal swords. On the metal peak below Yun Dao, a familiar figure appeared, which was the metal dragon. It was covered with metal all over. Even its wings were made of metal, and it looked extremely hard. Metal Dragon, level 95. Attack 8000. Defense 8500. Speed 7500. HP 30,000. Good at metal magic. Immune to all magic except fire, thunder, and ice. Strong attack power. And has formed a domain. Be cautious when facing the enemy. Note, 4 monsters above level 95. The value only represents the approximate combat power, which cannot be calculated specifically, and often causes unpredictable changes due to external forces. This value is the second time Ren has encountered it in such a long time. The first time was the big octopus. It didn't need to see it. It knew it was absolutely powerful. The metal dragon began to roar as soon as it saw Yun Dao, and it seemed to be full of hostility towards Ren. She controlled the Cloud Island to land on the metal mountain, preparing to fight with the shadow dragon. The metal dragon pounced violently, and its huge body smashed towards Ren's Cloud Island. And Ren controlled the Cloud Island to dodge quickly, and at the same time, the 9 snakes fired a lightning bolt at the shadow dragon. The metal dragon was struck by lightning, and it was paralyzed by the lightning, but it was only for a moment, and its defense was too high, and the lightning had little effect on it. Just a moment later, it roared, and pounced on Ren again. And Ren controlled the Cloud Island to dodge continuously, and at the same time fired more lightning bolts at the metal dragon. The metal dragon seemed to be enraged. It opened its mouth and blew out a breath of dragon, attacking the Cloud Island. The dragon's breath of the metal dragon was a torrent of metal. Countless sharp blades rolled into a huge meat grinder, gushing out of the mouth of the metal dragon. This could not be avoided, and there was no way to avoid it even by teleporting. And Ren gathered his magic power by force, and opened a space door abruptly, taking away the Cloud Island. After avoiding the dragon's breath of the metal dragon, the dragon's breath hit the metal mountain peak, which cut off a large piece of the metal mountain peak and created a huge deep pit. And Ren was terrified. If she was hit by this dragon breath, Yun Island would probably be destroyed. Although the 9 snakes' attack power was not as good as in Ren's. They were 9-headed snakes, and each snake had different abilities. When they attacked together, they also caused a lot of trouble for the metal dragon. The metal dragon dodged the attack while spitting out dragon breath, trying to fight back. And Ren shuttled through the air, flexibly dodging the metal dragon's attack. At the same time, she continued to attack the metal dragon, trying to weaken its power. But this guy's defense is too strong. And Ren and the others launched their attacks, but they were all blocked by the metal dragon controlling the metal wall. These metal walls are on those mountains, but they are controlled by the metal dragon as if it were its arm, and they are very obedient. It's like this metal mountain is also a part of it. And Ren took the time to ask Chongjun, is the domain something like a field? It can assimilate the objects and environment around it. Although she had never seen it, she had read novels, and she was not stupid, so she could naturally make the connection. Yes. Although it was confirmed that it was indeed a domain, there was no time to care about it now. And Ren released the newly captured shadow dragon, and let the 2 of them entangle it. Directing the Chongjun Huachi, and Ren dodged the flying weapons, turned in midair, and stabbed at the metal dragon. One gun stabbed the metal shield released by the metal dragon. The gun and the shield collided, making a fierce roar, and Ren only felt a strong force coming, making her whole body fly out. The metal dragon was not hurt at all, and its eyes were full of ridicule. And Ren felt that her arms were almost numb, and Chong-jun was dizzy from the recoil. This metal shield was so hard. The tip of her gun had scratched the metal shield, leaving a long mark. But it still couldn't pierce it. This guy is simply invincible. And Ren retreated with a gun, and the metal dragon on the opposite side stomped heavily on the ground. And countless metal spikes emerged from the ground, like countless stalagmites that suddenly emerged. They rushed to Ren's feet, and Ren flapped her wings and flew up. But the underground spikes twisted and wrapped around Ren's limbs, and Ren teleported directly, avoided the restraints, flashed to the side of the metal dragon again, and stabbed it with a gun. Chapter 447 Metal Domain. The metal dragon had a bulge wherein Ren was about to stab it. The spear pierced it, leaving only a white mark, without any scars. The combined attack of the disaster and the 9 snakes, a powerful attack of high-temperature soul fire and lightning flames, flashed in the air, and arrived in front of the metal dragon. Perhaps this magic made it a little cautious, and the metal dragon launched a counterattack. It flapped its wings, and countless metal weapons launched towards the magic. The metal spikes and magic collided, making a sharp explosion sound, and then, the residual power of the 2 attacks, spreading in all directions like a storm. The metal spikes and magic mixed together, turning into a huge ball of light, which continued to expand in the air, and finally exploded. As the explosion sounded, an invisible force also swept everything around in an instant, including Disaster and 9 snakes, and the metal dragon in front. Disaster and 9 snakes, whose bodies were instantly covered with a thick layer of frost, flickered to both sides. The metal dragon was also hit by the aftermath of the explosion, but it only took a few steps back. Calamity looked at the metal dragon, and it roared. The elements gathered again and merged into a huge firebird. The black flame bird swooped down, like a bomber, and rushed straight towards the metal dragon. The metal dragon didn't care about anything else, but it was still a little afraid of Calamity's flames. It didn't dare to let it burn itself. The metal dragon spread its wings, and the metal wings expanded several times again, and slapped the flame bird. The flame bird was blown away by one of its wings, and the remaining half was blocked by the metal shield. The black flames burned everything, and the remaining flames burned the metal shield at a steady and slow speed. The falling flames continued to burn on the metal mountain, and were dug up by the metal dragon and thrown aside. The 2 shadow dragons controlled their shadows to attack, but were cut off by the sword transformed by the metal dragon. The 2 shadow dragons and the 9 snakes rushed forward together, and the 4 sharp claws and the 9 snakes' hard fangs were blocked before they could get through. All the people and their pets attacked once, except for causing a little damage to the metal dragon. There was almost no substantial impact. The metal dragon still stood there leisurely, with contempt and arrogance in its eyes. As for Xiaoyan, its magic had no effect at all. So Ren simply threw it together with a shadow dragon to cause trouble. Although their attacks were useless, it was annoying after a long time. The metal dragon stepped on the ground with its claws, exuding a strong pressure, forcing Ren and others to retreat. Suddenly, the entire metal mountain seemed to come alive, twisting and turning. The metal dragon controlled the changes of the metal mountain, and countless metal spikes emerged from the ground, stabbing at Ren and others. And Ren hurriedly waved his spear to resist the attack of the metal spikes. The metal dragon continued to control the metal mountain, and countless metal spikes emerged continuously, attacking Ren and others like a rainstorm. Disaster and the 9 snakes were also trying their best to resist the attack of the metal spikes. They continuously released high-temperature soul fire and lightning flames to melt or burn the metal spikes that approached. Shadow Dragon and Xiaoyan circled around the metal dragon, trying to find an opportunity to attack. But the metal dragon's defense was extremely tight, and they had no way to get close. Time passed by, and Ren and the others struggled to hold on under the attack of metal spikes. The metal dragon's attack became more and more fierce, as if there was no end. The metal dragon's domain was activated, trapping Ren and the others in the metal world. There were metal spikes everywhere, like a perpetual motion machine, one after another, and the attacks were crazy and continuous. And Ren and Chong-jun were so exhausted that they couldn't even fight back. They knew the domain was powerful, but they never thought it would be so powerful and invincible. This domain could assimilate everything around it, forcing Ren and the others to be powerless. They could only fight back against the attacks that came out, smash them, and prevent them from hurting themselves. Their magic power and physical strength kept draining away. They didn't even have time to drink the potion. This was not a solution. And Ran wondered whether to open the illusion sea and call Luo and the others out. This domain is too terrifying, they can't get out. Chongjun, what should we do? Can you break through this domain? Yes, you and them hold on for 10 seconds, I'll turn back to my original form. And Ran responded. As soon as Chongjun left, the pressure increased again. A white dragon spread its wings and soared from the void, and the dragon's roar shook the world. The metal dragon looked at the white dragon, and a trace of shock and vigilance flashed in its eyes. The white dragon forcefully broke through the metal dragon domain, flew to Ran and the others, and used its huge body to bring Ran, Chongjun and others out. The metal dragon saw the white dragon and roared, rushing towards it. Chongjun was not to be outdone. He opened his huge dragon mouth, and a beam of white light shot out, colliding with the metal dragon. The two powerful forces collided in the air, creating a huge explosion. The metal dragon was knocked back dozens of meters by this attack. The white dragon was unharmed, and was still guarding Ran and the others. The metal dragon roared angrily, and attacked the white dragon again. The white dragon opened its huge mouth again, and a beam of white light shot out, colliding with the metal dragon. This time, the metal dragon's attack was blocked by the white dragon's beam of light. The two shock waves dissipated directly into the air. Seeing that its attack had no effect, the metal dragon rushed towards Chongjun again. Chongjun was not to be outdone, and rushed towards the metal dragon. The two dragons collided fiercely in the air, and each collision would cause a huge explosion and shock wave. And Ran, Chongjun and others watched the battle in the air, and their hearts were filled with shock. They didn't expect that the metal dragon would have such a strong power. However, they couldn't intervene in the battle between the two dragons. They could only pray silently in their hearts, hoping that Chongjun could defeat the metal dragon. The battle in the air became more and more intense, and the two dragons kept colliding, and biting. And Ran, Chongjun and others watched the battle in the air nervously, fearing that Chongjun would be injured, especially since Chongjun had a time limit to return to his original form. However, as time went on, Chongjun gradually gained the upper hand. After all, there is still a level gap. The metal dragon began to retreat step by step, and the wounds on its body became more and more. Finally, Chongjun seized the opportunity and bit one of the metal dragon's thighs. The metal dragon screamed and fell to the ground helplessly. Chongjun let go of the metal dragon's thigh, slowly landed on the ground and turned back into a big white goose. Since it was already injured, its defense, speed and attack power were reduced. There was no need for him to continue to transform. Chapter 448. Conquer the Metal Dragon. He needs to continue to save the time for transformation, and wait until the real battle. And Ran can also open the domain when he reaches level 90. After level 90, it is a duel between domains. Without a domain, it is really passive, and it is also difficult to fight. He thought it would take some time to meet a high-level dragon who has comprehended the domain, but he didn't expect to meet this metal dragon in advance. The metal dragon's defense dropped to 5,000. Because of the battle with Chongjun, a lot of magic power was consumed, and opening the domain requires a lot of magic power. After such a consumption, its domain could not be opened. Without that troublesome and terrifying domain, and Ran and the others' attack would be effective. And Ran raised her spear again and stabbed at the metal dragon. The metal dragon's defense was reduced, and it had to start defending. But it defended the front, but not the back. Its side was hit by the soul fire of disaster, the 9 snakes and lightning, the shadow thorns of the shadow dragon, and the flames of Xiaoyan. The magic fell heavily on the metal dragon, leaving a huge wound on its body. The metal dragon screamed miserably. They attacked together again, and started a fierce battle with the metal dragon. For a while, the battlefield was filled with swords and explosions. As the battle progressed, the metal dragon's physical strength gradually decreased, and it began to look for a way out. However, Ran and Chongjun had already seen through its intentions, and they chased after it, and continued to consume the metal dragon's magic power and physical strength. The metal dragon finally couldn't hold on, and it jumped back, trying to escape from the battlefield. However, disaster had already expected the metal dragon to escape, and it waved its claws, and a huge wall of fire fell from the sky, blocking the metal dragon's way out. The 9 snakes sprayed lightning, which spread all over its body, and made it tremble and stop in place. When Shadow Dragon and Xiaoyan attacked together, it had no time to dodge, and was hit by the magic power, and was instantly knocked dozens of meters away, and fell heavily to the ground. The metal dragon panted, and stared at Chong Jun and ran, with unwillingness in his eyes. Xiao Qi, who had been waiting, took the opportunity to plant a wave of parasites on it. The parasites grew rapidly in the metal dragon's body, and spread all over its body. Countless vines and green leaves spread out from its metal scales, crawling all over its body. And Ran shot it in the cheek, twisting its face. The metal dragon was beaten to death, and had to beg for mercy. And Ran took it under his command as a pet, and named it Xiao Jin. He asked it to teach him the domain, but Ran's level was not high enough, so he couldn't open it. He would wait until he killed another dragon next time, and had enough experience points, and reached level 90. However, the 90 level opening is not actually a domain, but a simulation. It was the ability used by the first two dragons she encountered. The domain coverage was low, the range was small, and it could not be closed into a small world. It was extremely easy to be broken. No wonder it was not difficult to fight the first two. Is it because their domains were incomplete? It was just that she was too tired today. She consumed her magic power and physical strength to a terrifying degree. She was sore all over, and her magic power was exhausted. I don't know if it's because she hasn't fought like this for a long time, since she became stronger, and she became pretentious. Fill the bathtub with hot water, let the puppet cook, and Ran comfortably got into the bathtub. In order to avoid being disturbed halfway, she returned to the fantasy sea, rested here first, and then went back to continue conquering the dragon domain. The experience points were only a few hundred points away from leveling up, but she hadn't killed monsters recently. Or else let Luoluo help bring back a few low-level monsters, kill them to replenish the experience points. It seems to be a good idea. According to what these dragons and Chong Jun said, level 90 is definitely a watershed. After reaching level 90, it seems to be very different. As for what the difference is, she will have to level up first, after taking a shower. And Ran came out and asked Chong Jun, "Do you know the domain?" Chong Jun, who was always considered by Ran to be omniscient, was embarrassed this time, and didn't know how to explain. After hesitating for a long time, Disaster gave her the answer considerately. "We both know it naturally. In fact, we don't know how to teach you how to use the domain. It's like it's innate. You know it when you reach a certain level." And Ran was speechless. "Aren't these two Versailles? They are advanced Versailles." Then she would ask Jiosha. But she got the same answer from Jiosha. Her pets were all Versailles guys. So she should wait until the metal dragon was well before asking Xiao Jin. Because she was shocked, Anren ate several more bowls of rice at dinner. After she finished, Cha Jun handed her a cup of warm water. "You don't have to be so anxious. Although the domain skill is a huge help to you, you are already excellent in other aspects. You don't need to push yourself so hard." Anren took the cup of water, drank a sip of water, and said, "I know. But the domain skill is very important. I want to master it as soon as possible. Above level 90. It is basically fighting domain. If she doesn't master it as soon as possible, she will be very passive. But this is obviously not something that can be mastered in a day or two. And there is no rush. Her top priority now is to raise her level first. And she also needs to find the chip." Jiosha said that the chip is in this dragon domain. But she has not killed many dragons yet. And she doesn't know if there will be chips in those dragons. Jiosha dispelled this concern. "According to the information I found, the chip is very likely in the hands of the Dragon King and the Dragon Emperor. And other dragons will not have it." Hearing these two names, and Ran knew that it was not simple. She turned her head and smiled stiffly on her cheeks. "So, what are their levels?" A trace of pity appeared on Jiosha's face. "Although not level 99. 2 are level 97, and 1 is level 98. And Ran fell flat on the bed with a pop. "I'm kidding. After level 90, each level is a hurdle. Look at the fight between Jiosha, Disaster and Chong Jun. It was earth-shattering and powerful. She had no right to intervene. If you let her fight against the Dragon King and the Dragon Emperor now, she will definitely not die. There is a time limit for them to restore to their original form. Isn't this fatal?" And Ran almost performed a foaming at the mouth show to Geosnake. Geosnake patted her with amusement. "Don't worry, it's probably too early for you to fight them, and we are here, don't worry. Besides, who told you that you have to kill them all at once? We can harass them repeatedly, until we can kill them completely." And Ran glanced at him. Okay, this is the only way. There are 3 chips in Dragon Domain, add them up to 95 chips. I don't know what will happen when they are all together. She is looking forward to it. It would be great if the 95 chips could control part of the system. Chapter 449. Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin teamed up to beat up the Shadow Dragon brothers. But Chong Jun had no idea what would happen, because almost no one had ever collected more than 90 chips before. After a day of rest, and Ran planned to go out and cause trouble for the dragons again, but Luo Luo came to complain about her 2 pets. And Ran listened to Luo Luo's complaints in a daze. Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin and the Shadow Dragon brothers turned into human forms, and fought fiercely on the Mirror Lake. And Ran's first reaction was not why they fought, but whether Xiao Jin's injury had healed so quickly that Qian Yu was really awesome. The second reaction was, why did the 4 of them fight? Lolo flattened her eyes, pulling dead fish eyes, speaking of the reason for the fight between the 2 of them. She couldn't help laughing and crying. The 2 brothers of Yinglong wanted Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin to be their wives, but they refused, so they teamed up to beat the 2 brothers. Now the fight is not over yet, still fighting on Jinghu Lake, but it was Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin teaming up to beat the 2 brothers. Those 2 guys deserved to be beaten. And Ran suddenly realized. That was too light a beating. Let them do whatever they want. They insisted on having them be their wives even though they didn't want to. What else do they want to be beaten? But Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin, who looked mighty and domineering, were actually girls, which she didn't expect. There is really no way for the Dragon Clan to tell whether it is a male or female based on appearance. Luo Luo continued. I really admire those 2 brothers. They piss people off. And they still had the nerve to cry. And Ran laughed. She didn't expect to be beaten to tears. And Ran laughed enough and wiped her tears. But they are really something. They actually pissed Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin off. Isn't this asking for a fight? Knowing that the Dragon Clan is the law of the jungle. Finding a wife is to conquer by force. But if you can't beat them, you can only be beaten. They deserved it. Luo Luo was speechless. That's right, so this fight was caused by the 2 of them insisting on Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin being their wives. Now that it has come to this, Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin will not give up easily. And Ran sighed. But it's good this way, they should be more restrained in the future, and won't provoke others again. There are too many battle pets, and there are too many troubles. Luo Luo agreed. They will definitely learn their lesson this time. As she spoke, and Ran's Cloud Island continued to shake, she was in midair. Naturally there would be no earthquake, so apart from the 4 people fighting outside, she couldn't think of anyone else. And Ran leaned out of the window, and saw that 4 people had already fought here. All 4 of them had transformed into their original forms, with the Shadow Dragon brothers flying in front, and Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin chasing behind. Xiao Jin was a person who could fight with Chong Jun. When they fought at the beginning, the Shadow Dragon brothers could not do anything to him. Even if he was injured now, he still couldn't win, and was beaten up. When the 4 of them flew over the sky of Yin Island, and Ran casually gave them a few instructions. Don't destroy the things in the fantasy sea. If you do, I will pluck your scales. Then she continued to fight with them. Seeing this, the 4 dragons flew up to the sky for a distance again, to make sure that their ultimate moves would not damage the things below. Then they continued to fight. Seeing that they were quite obedient, Lolo let them do what they wanted, and later on, he followed and ran to watch the fun. He also cheered for the 2 girls. Come on! Come on, beat them! Beat them hard, and see if they dare to do it again next time. Then, they fought farther and farther away, and Ran took out a telescope to watch the fun, and was originally going to go out to find trouble with the dragons, but was delayed. However, Xiao Jin's injuries have not healed yet, so there is no rush. Following Luo Luo, he hovered over them, and shouted, Beat them hard. I will take you to eat delicious food after that. Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin heard this, and attacked the Shadow Dragon brothers even harder, with each move full of fierceness. Although the Shadow Dragon brothers were inferior in strength, they could barely hold on, with the strong vitality and recovery ability of the dragon race. The 2 sides fought fiercely, and the sound of dragon roars and explosions continued to be heard in the sky. And Ran and Luo Luo cheered on the side, watching the fun without minding the trouble. Finally, Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin seemed to be tired of fighting. They turned into human form and landed on the ground. The Shadow Dragon brothers were covered in wounds, and were on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, they knew what they were doing, and did not kill them. They just looked at it seriously. But it was not a big deal. At most it hurt a little. The Shadow Dragon brothers were very frustrated. But they did not say much. After all, they were not as skilled as others. So they could only accept it. Besides, they were the ones who started the trouble. So they deserved to be beaten. Luo Luo looked at this scene and couldn't help laughing. You two should not provoke Xiao Jin and Xiao Yan again. This lesson is profound enough. Right? The Shadow Dragon brothers nodded, indicating that they would never dare to do it again. And Ran took them to eat meat as promised. Luo Luo rested for a long time and led the team out again, because the ants and venomous snakes were taken away together. And Ran also leveled up when they killed monsters. This is regardless of distance. But Ran forgot it. So, when she suddenly reached level 90, she was a little confused for a moment. Player Ran, level 9010,000/2000000 HP, 8590. Come on, the indestructible cockroach, you are the most tenacious. Strength, 3450 plus 300, you can compete with Tyrannosaurus. Speed, 3387 plus 850, running towards the sun, you are the Kwafu defense. 3526 plus 850, you are as thick-skinned as a city wall turning a corner. Magic value, 8170 can be used for subsequent skill releases. Talent skill, S plus level foresight ability 4th level evolution, can actively foresee 30 seconds magic resistance, can be immune to all 60% of magic damage. Luck value, 10 territory bonus plus 3, personal luck value cap 10. Profession, weapon soul master. Light magician, independent of profession. Secondary profession, animal trainer. Professional skills, transform pets into weapons, use light magic, tame pets. Current pets, Chongjun, Qianyu, Xiaoba, Xiuqi, Laolu, Disaster, Jiosha, Wilson's Fire, Flame Marching Ant Queen, Ghost King, Xiaomei, Xiaoshui, Xiaoyan, Xiaojin, etc. I checked the panel and found that all her values had changed drastically. The health and magic points increased by 1000. And the other values increased by 100. The foresight increased by 3 seconds. Although this value is still not as good as the monster. The values added by various protective gear and armor are enough to make up for the difference. It's just that the health value is a bit low. And you need to protect yourself well. Otherwise you will die if you are too aggressive. Since she has reached level 90, she has to put her study plan on hold. Just in case she encounters someone who knows the domain again. It will be difficult. Chapter 450 Obstacles and Learning Domains. Since we need to learn how to use domains, we need Xiao Jin's help. Unlike the Versailles people in her family, Xiao Jin learned it by herself. To be honest, Xiao Jin and Xiao Yan's humanoids are really beautiful women. One has golden curly hair, and is tall and plump, and is an exaggerated 1.85 meters tall. Xiao Yan is about the same, and most a few centimeters shorter than Xiao Jin. Standing next to them, Ran felt a little inferior, because she was more than 20 centimeters shorter than them. Forget it, I won't bother with it anymore, I'll just learn the domain from Xiao Jin. The domain is to use one's own magic power to communicate with the same elements between heaven and earth, and then mobilize the same elements to form a space controlled by oneself. You can even force the rest of the magic power to be transformed into the same magic power as yourself, forming a domain. This is the third step of the domain, forced assimilation. The first step is to communicate the same magic, forming a small domain first. This step is also assimilation. It's just that what is assimilated is one's own magic power, and external magic power. At present, complete the first step first. After reaching a higher level, you can actually use other magic. Use coercive means, but most of the magic that can be used is low level and intermediate, which is not very useful for now. It is better to specialize in your own magic, and you will not be able to chew too much. In the domain, you are the master of everything, and you can control the elements in the domain. To use the domain, not only does it require strong magic as a foundation, but it also requires a deep understanding of the elements. Only in this way can you better control the domain. And Ran followed Xiao Jin to learn the domain. At the beginning, she didn't feel much, because she could easily control the magic elements in her body, but couldn't control the outside world. After all, the game is not real. In the game, as long as you think about it, you can mobilize magic attacks without even controlling the elements. It's as easy as pressing a button. But to really learn the domain, it's no less difficult than letting Ran learn from scratch. But fortunately, Ran has enough understanding, patience, and is not afraid of wasting time. Xiao Jin patiently taught and ran, allowing her to gradually sense the existence of the elements. And Ran began to try to control the magic power in her body. She could feel her magic power gradually transmitting messages to the elements around her. And those elements also began to gradually respond to her. As time passed, she could feel the surrounding elements began to gather around her. She seemed to have become the center of the elements. And all the elements were moving closer to her. And Ran first learned the light field. After all, she was most familiar with this. And it was easier to get started. The magic power in Ran's body began to spread around, forming a huge light curtain. The light curtain contained rich light elements, which wrapped and ran in it, forming a huge light ball. In the light ball, light elements continuously gathered towards and ran, making her feel extremely comfortable. The light elements around her body became more and more, and became stronger and stronger. The light ball became more and more dazzling, like a sun, emitting endless light. The light ball was now full of light elements. But the light elements could not reach a balanced state. There were more on this side and less on that side. More on the top and less on the bottom. Not only was it unbalanced, but it could not be spread out. The domain was a small world surrounding her. Her light ball could only wrap herself and could not expand outward. It was useless. Not to mention pulling the enemy in. And it only lasted less than 3 minutes before the light ball shattered. And Ran was sweating profusely. It took a huge amount of magic power to maintain a small domain. The magic consumption was too exaggerated. Jiosha and Qianyu have been by her side, preventing her from getting into trouble, so that they can rescue her in time. One of Jiosha's magics is healing. Seeing her lying on the bed, Jiosha spoke. Anren, are you level 90? Anren nodded strangely. I just arrived yesterday. Before learning the domain, you should first learn how to mobilize the magic power from the outside world, otherwise, even if you learn the domain, you will not be able to maintain it for too long if you do not have enough magic power. To maintain the domain, you cannot rely solely on the magic power inside the body. You also need to call on the magic power from the outside world to maintain it. Otherwise, in a field with high magic power consumption, you can only maintain it for a few minutes at most. It won't be very effective. And Ran was annoyed. Why didn't you say it earlier? Jiyoshi slapped his tail and smiled embarrassedly. I forgot that you upgraded through the game, not by yourself, and no one taught you. And Ran, go away. Although he complained, Jiyoshi still taught people conscientiously. To mobilize the magic power of the outside world, you need to keep your heart calm first, and get rid of distracting thoughts. This step is mainly to focus on the surroundings of the body, because the magic power comes from the surrounding environment. Then, you need to withdraw your consciousness from the body and enter a wider field. This process may be a little difficult, because it requires you to completely empty yourself. After entering the wider field, you need to extend your consciousness to the surroundings and feel the surrounding environment. You need to feel every molecule, every atom, and even every particle in the air. In this way, you can find the magic you need. After finding the magic, you need to transform your consciousness into actual actions. You need to bring your consciousness closer to the magic, guide them, and make them obey your command. Finally, you need to guide the magic into your body and let it merge with your body magic. Let your magic form a bond to communicate the magic inside and outside. In this way, the magic forms a cycle, and it will eventually be inexhaustible. The whole process of mobilizing external magic power may take some time and practice. But as long as you persevere, you will succeed. However, this step caused Ran to crash directly, because she found that she had no magic power in her body. So how did she use magic? And Ran fell into infinite panic. But fortunately, Chong Jun solved her confusion. Because Ran was a game player, all magic power was actually controlled by the system, and was stored in a fixed place. When Ran wants to use it, she only needs to start it with one click. And the execution program will extract magic from the magic pool to form magic. If the system suddenly withdraws one day, and no longer gives players the ability to start skills with one click, everyone will be paralyzed. Therefore, the system is never afraid of their rebellion. Because no matter how much they jump, they can't jump out of its palm. This little bit of magic that has increased bit by bit, to put it bluntly, is actually given by the system, although it cannot be easily withdrawn. Chapter 451 Learning. But without the system to automatically start magic, the players are just a bunch of useless people. Without the game and the system, they are nothing. And Ran breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the magic power is still there, she really has to learn from scratch now. Not to mention the domain, she also needs to learn from scratch how to release moves without relying on one-button activation. But fortunately, she already has a foundation in releasing magic and moves, so she hardly needs to learn from scratch. Her body and hands are already used to how to release. In the Fantasy Sea, everything in the system, except the backpack, she can't even use magic. She remembered that when she conquered Huan Hai, she did not use magic, and she used weapons throughout the whole process. Magic could not be used, but her body data was real. Just like magic power, it also existed. It depends on how she calls it. How to master it after not using the one-button start. And Ram recalled the release process. Almost after thinking about it, the magic power was quickly mobilized. It seemed that they really did not mobilize the magic power themselves. But since the panel and other things could not be used, why could the backpack be used? And Ren said that it was a mess now. And her mind was not very clear. She thought so, and asked the same question. How should I put it? It is not easy to explain. The backpack is real. There are entities that can be stored on it. Just like your weapons. Once it is made, it cannot be recovered. The game world is too huge. The system cannot control everything. So, each of you actually has an auxiliary system around you. It controls everything about you. It is the panel you often see. In fact, the backpack does not exist on the panel. And the entrance is not on the panel either. So everything controlled by the panel will be blocked after arriving at the Fantasy Sea. But the backpack will not. Although Jiosha was almost confused by her question, he still thought about it carefully before giving such an answer. Eren touched his chin and asked, then why can Chongjun and others use magic power? And Luoluo and others can too. Luoluo spoke awkwardly. In fact, except for ordinary people in the human world, our races can practice before coming to the game world. What's more, they were all fantasy beasts before. And this game system was originally developed to assist them in practice. Feelings, only humans are weaklings. I also asked about the time it would take for the rest of the world to be devoured. Most of them would take decades to 100 years. And humans have already been devoured by half. On the surface, humans are the most useless of all races, but they are also the race with the most potential. Because the other races have more or less defects or biases, only humans are average in all aspects, but have the greatest potential. It must be said that the contradiction is somewhat reasonable. And Rand flattened it out. Forget it, if it's not clear, then don't explain it. She should still work hard to learn how to use magic, how to communicate with heaven and earth, and then control the domain. The body already has muscle memory. It's not difficult to control. In the following days, and Rand kept practicing how to use magic. Something happened during her practice that made her very happy. She found that her long sword and long spear, after being remade by the dwarves, had the ability to enchant. She could use the long sword or long spear to cast magic directly, without changing hands to use magic. Within Rand's hard practice, she gradually mastered the skills of releasing magic and moves, and could even release them continuously for a long time. While consuming magic power, she washed away magic power from the outside world to replenish the consumed magic power. She finally understood the meaning of the system's frequent notes under high-level monsters. The values of high-level monsters only represent the approximate combat power, and cannot be calculated specifically. A big reason is that they can extract magic power from the outside world. This is why the metal dragons fought with them for so long even though their attribute value seemed low. Because of persistence. It took about 2 months. She was used to how to draw magic power to release magic and connect with the magic power outside. After these 2 steps were completed, she began to study the domain. She was used to how to draw magic power to release magic and connect with the magic power outside. After these 2 steps were completed, she began to study the domain. Sitting quietly and calming her mind, she slowly merged with the world, as if she was a part of the world. Gradually, she seemed to see everything around her, and she felt a force flowing around her. And Rand slowly guided this force, letting them gather around her, forming a circular domain. And Rand slowly expanded the domain, wrapping herself and everything around her inside. And Rand felt everything around her, felt the connection between herself and the surroundings, felt the connection between her power and the world. And Rand felt a wonderful feeling. In that small world, she was the controller. She was the god who dominated everything. Is this the feeling of the domain? And Rand slowly withdrew her power and opened her eyes. The domain has been roughly mastered. And the next step is to consolidate and master it. And Rand stood up and began to practice the domain around her. She continued to expand the domain, shrink the domain, adjust the scope of the domain, and control the power within the domain. If the domain is too large, she will not be able to control it, and the power will be too thin, and it will not be able to kill the enemy. If the domain is too small, the enemy can tear it apart with just one tail, and it will be useless. She needs to try again. And Ran is slowly exploring, and with the guidance of others, the size of the domain has gradually stabilized. Gradually, she has mastered the basic use of the domain. The next step is to improve her proficiency, and Ran continued to practice. And gradually, she could use the domain proficiently. She could expand and shrink the domain at will, control the power in the domain freely, and change the environment in the domain at will. In the domain, she is the master. And Ran stood in the domain, feeling the connection between herself and the surroundings, and feeling the connection between her power and the domain. At this point, the first step of preliminary assimilation is completed. This is the low-level domain used by the low-level dragons. This is an incomplete version of the domain. Later, it can force assimilate the deep domain of other elements. And Ran is not capable of this yet. This requires the level and magic power to continue to improve. And Ran continued to practice. 2 months had passed without her noticing. During the practice, she didn't know the sun and moon. Anyway, there was no news about Enran again. Rumors began to spread that Enran was dead. However, not many people believed it this time. It was enough to believe this rumor once. If it happened a few times, it would be stupid to believe it again. However, she had only mastered the primary domain of the light system. As for the space system, it was much more difficult than the light system. Chapter 452 Experimental Field. She had not studied space magic thoroughly, and now it was a bit difficult for her to master the field. She finally mastered it, and she wanted to give it a try, but Chonjun and the others were unable to attack her due to the contract, so she had to find monsters to help her experiment. She thought she had been in a fantasy sea for long enough, and could go out to continue looking for dragons. And Ran brought Chonjun and the others out again. It was not suitable to fight against the powerful dragons now, so Enran went to find a practitioner below level 95. If she couldn't beat her, she could use other methods. Besides, as she reached level 90, Chonjun and the others also reached level 90 or above. This time, they did not rush forward recklessly. Instead, they went to the cave and asked Lao Lu to go in and check the situation. She said that she was looking for a dragon to practice with, not to fight. So she naturally had to find one that was similar to herself. Fortunately, this time, she did not encounter a dragon as abnormal as Xiao Jin, but a water dragon. Lao Lu let it out directly. This water dragon was only level 90, and it went all out as soon as it came up. Countless water currents surged wildly, rolling over and trapping and ran in it. And Ran herself came to the experimental field, so she would not retreat. The other party activated the domain, and she also activated it. A ball of light spread out with her as the center point, and Ran's light domain spread out in the other party's water domain. However, both of their domains were low level, and they were both rookies. Their domains were just about to take shape, and it was unknown who would defeat whom. The two domains collided, and the light domain was surging wildly in the water. When the water dragon saw that Enran's domain was only half the size of its own, it immediately felt confident. Its water flow began to shrink, trying to wrap Enran up. And Enran also knew that as she was wrapped by these water flows, it would be difficult to get out. Enran manipulated the domain, which was like a big pot, hovering under her feet. The edge of the pot rose, blocking the huge water flow, which could not rush into the light domain and kept hitting the domain. She was very safe in the domain, and even if the opponent's domain was powerful, it could not penetrate the cauldron. Seeing this, the water dragon was angry. It mobilized a large amount of water and used water columns to continuously hit the domain, trying to break through. And Ran was very calm, and manipulated the domain to change constantly, making it impossible for the water dragon to break through. Suddenly, the water dragon roared, and spewed out a huge water column, which was dozens of meters thick, and swept towards the domain. And Ran immediately manipulated the domain to rotate, and used the centrifugal force to throw out the power of the water column. The water column hit the domain, but was blocked by the constantly rotating domain, and could not move forward. Seeing this, the water dragon became even more angry, and it spewed out a thicker water column again. And this time, the power was even more amazing. And Ran immediately manipulated the domain to slowly rise. The domain was originally semicircular, but now it became a circle, wrapping and ran inside. It formed a situation where a water ball wrapped a huge light ball, and neither could do anything to the other. This person and the dragon were just two noobs fighting each other. If Ran was proficient in domain manipulation, she could even assimilate the water dragon's domain and make it part of the light. But unfortunately, she was just a noob and could not assimilate it, so she could only passively resist. At this moment, Ran suddenly manipulated the domain, gradually expanding it, trying to break its domain. Once the domain is broken, it will not have the magic power to support the domain again. Although it can use the magic power from the outside, the magic power in the body is limited, and it is impossible to borrow it all the time. The more powerful the magic power is, the more external magic power can be borrowed. The less magic power is, the less external magic power can be used. Seeing this, the water dragon immediately counterattacked. It controlled the domain to continuously compress, trying to compress Ran in the domain. Ran immediately controlled the domain, and the domain expanded instantly, breaking the opponent's domain. The water dragon was shocked and tried to condense the domain again, but Ran's domain had already covered it, and the light ball was emitting a dazzling light. Ran smiled and manipulated the domain to take the water dragon into it. The next moment, the light domain turned into countless chains and tied up the water dragon. Just when she was about to pierce the water dragon's body, her magic power ran out. In the end, she had to use weapons to kill the water dragon, and Ran squatted down with her head covered. She and the water dragon had just fought for less than 3 minutes. She drained her magic power. Because she consumed a huge amount of mental power to control the field, her head was throbbing with pain. Ran was grimacing in pain, and she didn't want to do anything else. She just opened the illusion sea and left. She fell asleep as soon as she returned to the illusion sea. She slept until noon the next day. When she opened her eyes, she found that Chong Jun and the others were not there. She quickly got up and went outside. Ran looked at the bright sunshine and the warm spring breeze outside, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The head was still throbbing with pain, but the magic power in her body began to recover little by little. Her stomach was empty, and her mental strength, magic power, and strength were all exhausted. Ran rubbed her still aching temple, found a chair to sit down, and slowly sorted out her thoughts. Last night, she fought the water dragon with all her strength to win. Although she won in the end, she was also uncomfortable. Now she is not only exhausted physically, but also has almost no mental strength. I didn't expect that the domain is so difficult to deal with, and the consumption is so great. No wonder Xiao Jin doesn't use it easily, because once he uses it, it means that he has almost given up the battle. Domain against domain, once you lose everything. She can replenish her magic and physical strength, but her mental strength cannot be restored. Ran closed her eyes, took a few deep breaths, trying to calm her aching head. Just as she was about to find some food to fill her stomach, a familiar figure appeared in her sight. It was Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei, who were holding food in their hands, and put them on the table one by one. Following them was Xiao Jin, who smiled when he saw that she had woken up. I knew that you would wake up soon. Master, let's eat first. This is the first time to use the domain, and it consumes a lot. Ran looked at Xiao Jin gratefully, and said with a smile, thank you. Xiao Jin, I'm hungry. She picked up a piece of braised pork, took a bite, and the aroma of the meat refreshed her. After eating, Ran felt that her physical and mental strength were gradually recovering. This battle made her deeply aware of her own shortcomings. The use of the field really consumes too much energy. Not only does she not have enough magic power, but she is also not skilled enough. She can only defend. When she really wants to fight back, her magic power supply is directly cut off. In the end, she relied on weapons to kill it. Otherwise, she would probably be beaten by others. She is still not skilled enough. Chapter 453 Continue to improve the field. After dinner, Ran continued to learn from Xiao Jin. Her current field is still the first stage, and can only assimilate magic with the same attributes. Xiao Jin pointed out the shortcomings of her field. Light system is a fast-speed magic, which is more suitable for attack than defense. And Ran's field is obviously more inclined to defense. The field is divided into many categories. Most of them are based on their own magic. There are attack and defense, pure attack, pure defense, and even medical system. Qianyu's light ability is more inclined to healing. So, in the future, its domain will be more inclined to healing. As for Chongjun and Disaster, and Ran has never seen them. After all, they just upgraded and unlocked their levels within Ran. Like Xiao Jin's domain, it is actually an attack and defense at the same time. When they were trapped in the domain, the endless attacks were continuous, and they hardly had a chance to breathe. Especially since the domain was like a thick shell. They still relied on Cha Jun to restore his original form to fight their way out. Otherwise, and Ran alone, and Chong Jun, who had not recovered their original form, would not be able to get out. But at the same time, and Ran also knew that the domain was indeed powerful. But once there was a stronger force, it would still be broken. She not only needed to master the domain, but also needed to be stronger. She felt that her magic power was not enough until now. Especially when Xiao Jin's magic value was 13,000. And Chong Jun's magic value was as high as 15,000. These values were not shown in the survival atlas. Asking the two Shadow Dragon brothers again, their magic points are both as high as 11,000 points, she was depressed. Although she was comforted that the dragon race itself has more magic points than other races, it was still a big blow. Looking at herself again, she is also about level 90, and has only a little over 8,000 magic points. No wonder the domain is maintained for such a short time. But what is the magic point of the water dragon whose domain she blew up? Xiao Jin roughly estimated that it should be about the same as in Ran. Water dragons are the weakest group in the dragon race. Regardless of magic points, the combat power is the lowest. And Ran was a little depressed. But she was not too disappointed. She knew her own situation. Don't compare yourself with people you can't beat, or you will get angry. Since you don't have enough magic power, you should find a way to increase it. After all, she is still a novice in the field. If she wants to compare with Xiao Jin and Chong Jun, she is still far behind. Okay, Master, let's leave it at that for today. Xiao Jin saw in Ran's depression and comforted her. Let's continue studying tomorrow. Let's get our bodies back in shape first. Her head still hurt, so she should have a good rest. And Ran nodded. No way, just take it slow, you can't get fat in one bite. It took a long time for others to learn to use it proficiently, so it's impossible to achieve it in one go. On the third day, and Ran's brain finally got better. After breakfast, she continued to find Xiao Jin as a teacher, and practice the domain. Even if it was to break the situation, she had to master the domain proficiently. Once she was trapped by the domain, if there was no more powerful force to break it, she could only rely on the domain to fight each other. This time, Xiao Jin began to teach Ren how to control her magic power more subtly, so that she could better control the domain. And Ren listened to Xiao Jin's instructions, concentrating on how to better control her magic. She was no longer the rookie who knew nothing about the field before. Although she could not reach Xiao Jin's level of proficiency, she had made significant progress in just a few days. Xiao Jin carefully observed her every move and corrected her mistakes from time to time. And Ran sat cross-legged, quietly closed her eyes, abandoned all distractions, and concentrated on communicating with the free magic in the outside world. The magic power that forms the domain is partly her own, and most of it is from the outside world. Once her own magic power is exhausted, the domain will collapse. Also, when her own magic power is insufficient, it cannot reach a balance with the incoming magic power, and the domain will also collapse. To maintain a domain, it requires extremely subtle mental control, and it is also necessary to maintain a balance between the two magic powers, which is extremely difficult to maintain. In this way, day by day, and Ran's familiarity with the domain is constantly improving, and her ability is also constantly improving. During the familiarization process, and Ran did not rush ahead. When she needed to fight, she would temporarily go to another dungeon to experiment. She carefully grasped and controlled the situation bit by bit, trying to control every change in the domain. She was fighting the tree demon now. Although it was a waste of talent to use the domain to fight the tree demon, she aimed to control the subtle changes in all aspects of the domain. And Ran used her domain to cover herself and the tree demon. The tree demon rushed left and right in the domain, but was bounced back by the domain every time, and could not even launch an attack. Looking at the domain he had set up, and Ran nodded with satisfaction. Now this domain is much more stable than before. It is not like before. Missing a piece here, a piece there, a hole there, a gap here. Seeing that the tree monsters were rushing left and right, but couldn't get out of the domain, and Ran's mouth curled up slightly. With a move of mental power, the light inside the domain quickly turned into countless light arrows. stabbing the tree monsters into a sieve. This time the consumption was not great, and Ram replenished his magic power and physical strength. Opened the domain again, and this time trapped a group of tree monsters in the domain. Although this domain is not large, with a range of only about 10 meters, it has already met Rand's expectations. She can feel that as she gains control of the domain, it will become more powerful, and even a stronger opponent can be easily trapped. Of course, she still needs to work hard now, as she is still far from that level. In this domain, Rand can not only control everything, but also clearly feel the movements of the tree monsters. Even without using her eyes, she can grasp the opponent's every move, and no matter how subtle the movement is, it cannot escape her eyes. It was as if everything was displayed in front of her, very clear. And Rand manipulated the domain, and fought them for a while, and then killed them directly. The domain consumed too much magic power after killing them, and Rand did not continue to use it. Instead, she took out her weapon and continued to fight. She manipulated the domain correctly this time. At least at the end, she didn't have a headache like a needle piercing her head. This is a copy that Luo told her. Didn't Rand say before that she had too little magic power? The tree cores produced by the tree demons here can increase magic power. Although it is small, but a small amount adds up to a large number, that is also a large enough number. There are tens of thousands of tree demons here. And Rand is responsible for the south, and Luo leads people to take charge of the north. Everyone's fight belongs to themselves. Chapter 454. Find a wind dragon to practice with. These tree monsters are not difficult to fight, and their levels are low, but the things that explode are coveted, otherwise Rand would not lead the team to clean up. And Rand chopped down the tree monster in front of her with a sword. Looking at the spoils in front of her, she smiled with satisfaction. It seems that the harvest of this cleanup is not bad. Although the levels of these tree monsters are not high, the things that exploded are all what she needs. Take out the tree cores from the backpack. Each one is like sugar cane, and tastes tasteless, like drinking water. But each tree core gives a lot of magic points. Each gives 2 points. So far Rand has accumulated more than 300 points. And Rand chewed them like sugar cane, and didn't even have lunch. The magic points increased by 620 points, almost close to 9,000 points. These tens of thousands of tree monsters only gave this much, but it's not bad, after all. They are not abyss creatures, they have given a lot. If you want to increase magic points and other values, you still have to fight abyss creatures. But those abyss creatures are under the control of the system, and I don't know where to fight them. After stretching, Rand continued to lead the team back to the dragon domain. She should come back to continue to hone her domain. She was still stumbling at the moment, and without a reference, it was even harder to control. The previous encounter with the metal dragon also made Rand certain that the central dragon domain also had a circle. The outermost part of the circle was the relatively less powerful dragon clan, and the most central part was the mountain in the dragon domain. There was also a huge building on the mountain, and it was the place where a thunder struck and ran down. Driving along the cloud island for a while, I spotted a wind dragon that was rolling leisurely in the air. The dragons all looked the same, except for the color. This wind dragon was light blue, but had 2 pairs of wings. When it saw Rand coming to the cloud island, it flapped its wings and several storm magics swept over, and Rand was well prepared. She had already released her domain. When the storm magics approached her, they were blocked by a powerful force and then dissipated, and Rand controlled her domain to cover the wind dragon. The domain turned into a huge cover, trying to cover the wind dragon. The wind dragon reacted very quickly. It flapped its wings immediately to avoid Rand's domain. At the same time, countless wind blades spewed out of its mouth and shot straight at Rand's head, facing the countless wind blades pressing towards her. And Rand responded quickly, and Rand's domain instantly wrapped her up, and the domain formed a small protective shield around her. When the wind blades hit Rand's domain, it was like hitting a copper wall and iron wall, and it disappeared instantly. The domain stretched out like an unfolding petal, and then under Rand's control, it chased after the wind dragon. It wanted to cover it. The wind dragon flapped its wings again, trying to escape from Rand's domain, but Rand would not give it a chance. She controlled the domain to continue approaching the wind dragon. Just when the domain was about to touch the wind dragon, it flicked its tail, flew over from the side of the cloud island, and fled into the distance. And Rand was not in a hurry. She knew that the wind dragon would not leave too far, so she controlled the domain to move slowly, and at the same time constantly adjusted the shape of the domain. The domain gradually changed from petal shape to a large net. Approaching the wind dragon. The wind dragon seemed to notice the change in the domain, and it immediately sped up, trying to escape from Enran's domain. But Enran would not let it escape so easily. She teleported directly to the front of the wind dragon, and the domain enveloped it again. She had to use the dragon domain to capture it today. Seeing that the domain was about to cover him, the wind dragon knew that if he did not take any measures, he would probably be caught by Enran. So it gritted its teeth, released a large storm again, took the opportunity to flap its wings violently, and instantly flew in another direction. Enran immediately adjusted its direction, and chased after the wind dragon. The wind dragon was extremely fast, and flew out of the coverage of Enran's domain in the blink of an eye. Seeing that it had disappeared, Enran temporarily put away her domain, teleported a few times, and chased after it again. It fled, she chased. It couldn't fly away even if it had wings. The key is that these two really have wings. Seeing that Enran was catching up again, the wind dragon used all his strength, added wind-type acceleration magic to both pairs of wings, and in almost an instant, got rid of Enran. Feng Long was relieved when he saw that he had gotten rid of Enran. But he did not dare to be careless, because Enran was too fast, and he had to be alert at all times. At this time, Enran suddenly sped up and quickly chased Feng Long. Feng Long was shocked when he saw this, and he quickly turned around, trying to get rid of Enran. But as soon as he turned around, he found that Enran had appeared in front of him and was approaching him quickly. Not good. Feng Long was shocked and quickly flapped his wings, trying to avoid Enran. But it was too late. Enran's domain had already enveloped it. Looking at the wind dragon being enveloped, Enran smiled slightly. The domain gradually closed, finally trapping the wind dragon in it. Seeing this, the wind dragon roared to the sky and also activated its domain. A swirling wind grew from small to large, from nothing to something, and the vortex of the wind expanded rapidly, blocking the contraction of Enran's domain. Enran was a little excited looking at the wind dragon in front of her. She wanted the other party's domain. Without the domain, how could she continue to control the domain? Enran increased the magic power of her domain again, trying to take the wind dragon in. The domain continued to shrink inward, trying to form a siege. The wind dragon seemed to feel threatened, and its domain was gradually strengthening, trying to fight against Enran's domain. The power of the two domains continued to collide, and the energy fluctuations generated spread in the air. The entire wind dragon territory was shaken by this energy fluctuation. Enran felt that her domain could not hold up. After all, she had maintained it for a long time. The magic power consumption of the domain is simply terrifying. Now her magic power is almost exhausted. Enran directly drank 7 or 8 bottles of blue potion. The wind dragon's domain continued to strengthen. Its domain has changed from the initial small whirlwind to a huge tornado. But Enran's domain was gradually compressed and shrunk, finally shrunk into a ball less than 100 meters, and was wrapped in the wind dragon's domain. Enran lost her domain. She felt dizzy all over. She knew she failed this time. The wind dragon's domain continued to shrink, and finally completely destroyed Enran's domain. Enran also realized at this moment that his control over his domain was still too weak, and that he had dragged on for too long, consuming too much magic power. After the wind dragon devoured Enran's domain, it seemed to have consumed a lot of power, and the frequency of its wings flapping slowed down, and its speed also slowed down a lot. Chapter 455, Wind Dragon as a Sparring Partner. When the wind dragon completely devoured her domain, Enran spat out a mouthful of blood, and her eyes went dark. Seeing this, the wind dragon rushed over to kill Enran, but was slapped away by Xiao Jin with one wing. Enran opened the illusion sea and went in. If the domain was broken, she would suffer a backlash and be seriously injured. She had known this for a long time, but she still used it without hesitation. As for why she didn't let Xiao Jin kill the wind dragon, because she would continue to look for others to fight later, it was impossible to kill it so early. The backlash was really uncomfortable. The mental power in my head was drained, and I felt pains. My magic power was also drained, and I felt weak all over. Enran lay drowsily on the bed. Since she became stronger, she hadn't felt so bad for a long time. If she didn't use the domain, she might not be so embarrassed, but she was going to get familiar with the domain. So how could she retreat? Based on the pets around her, Chang Jun and the others all had it when they reached a higher level. If she didn't have it, she would be beaten like that day in Xiao Jin's domain, so no matter what, she had to master it. Enran lay in bed for a long time. until her consciousness slowly recovered. She knew that she was seriously injured this time, but she did not regret being so reckless. If you don't try, you will never learn. There are no fixed moves in the magic in the game. If you want to fight, you can only learn it yourself. And Ram was also glad that the system could not keep an eye on her all the time, which allowed her to learn the domain. Otherwise, she would have no chance to learn. And Ram struggled to sit up, and she found that her magic power had recovered a part. And Ran staggered to her feet, walked to the door, and opened it. She saw Xiao Jin standing at the door, looking at her with concern, and Ran smiled at her, indicating that she was fine. Then, she walked out of the room and came outside. Before she came out, she asked Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui to cook for her. She urgently needed to replenish a lot of food. The sun shone on the cloud island, and Ran felt the warm breath. This is the good thing about Huanhai. No matter how cold it is outside, it is spring-like here all year round. It is a paradise with a pleasant climate. And Ran had just learned how to practice from Xiao Jin. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged on the ground quietly, meditating quietly. She absorbed the magic elements in the surrounding environment to restore her magic power, and emptied her mind, allowing her mental power to gradually recover. Xiao Jin was silently guarding Ran. It knew that Ran needed time to adapt to all this, and it only needed to guard her until she recovered. On the cloud island, there was silence, with only the busy voices of Xiao Mei and Xiao Shui, and the rustling sound of leaves in the wind. And Ran closed her eyes tightly, meditating constantly, absorbing the magic elements around her, and gradually recovering her mental power and magic. And Ran's mental power gradually recovered, but she did not open her eyes immediately, but continued to use her mental power to make her state more stable. Meditation is really useful, and it is very effective for recovering her mental power. After all, she couldn't recover on her own when she was uncomfortable in the past. It was not easy to learn the method from others, so she naturally had to use it. And Ran spent a day to recover her spirit and ate half of the table of food. He went out energetically to cause trouble for Feng Long again. When Feng Long saw this person coming back again, he was afraid of the metal dragon beside her, but when he didn't see it, he became bolder. Seeing Ran using her domain to attack it again, it also released her domain and fought with Ran. One person and one dragon, each surrounded by a domain that covered them. One wind and one light, the fierce collision between the two made the surrounding space shake constantly. And Ran's eyes flashed with determination. Her domain continued to attack, trying to smash Feng Long's domain. However, the wind dragon was not to be outdone, and its domain was also fighting back. The two powerful forces kept colliding, causing the space to tremble. The domains of the two began to erode and swallow each other, and the surrounding space began to distort. And Ran and the Wind Dragon continued to consume their magic and mental power in this fierce battle. But neither of them was willing to admit defeat. Unfortunately, neither of them could do anything to the other, and Ran gritted his teeth, constantly mobilizing his mental and magic power, trying to defeat the Wind Dragon in front of him. The Wind Dragon also fought desperately. It constantly mobilized the wind elements around it, trying to stop Ran's domain from expanding. The battle lasted for several minutes, and the magic and mental power of both of them were on the verge of exhaustion. And Ran felt a sharp pain in her head, and she knew that she was almost at her limit. And Ran took a deep breath and tried hard to mobilize her mental and magic power. Her domain suddenly erupted with a powerful force, slowly swallowing up the Wind Dragon's domain. The Wind Dragon felt the crisis, and it fought desperately, but its power was almost exhausted, and it could not resist Ran's attack. Finally, Ran's domain successfully swallowed up the Wind Dragon's domain and rolled its body into it. The Wind Dragon wailed and was completely defeated by Ran's domain. And Ran breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that she had finally succeeded in defeating the Wind Dragon. She put away her domain, feeling that her magic power and mental strength were almost exhausted, but she still smiled triumphantly. However, she still did not kill the Wind Dragon, but let it go. She still needed this tool dragon to help her improve her domain. The Wind Dragon fled very fast, and disappeared in a flash. And Ran opened the illusion sea and went back, and began to meditate to restore her mental strength and magic power. Then she continued to look for the Wind Dragon after she recovered. As a result, the Wind Dragon ran away as soon as he saw her. But he didn't run away, and was caught by Xiao Jin. The Wind Dragon fought with and ran desperately, and Xiao Jin was watching from the side. If it didn't want to fight, it would be beaten up. It had to do it even if it didn't want to. The wind dragon and Ran entered the domain to fight again. Although it couldn't run away, it would have a passive confrontation. Although the domain was released, it didn't fight with Ran. Nor did it resist. It was particularly bad. Seeing this, Ran was amused. Xiao Jin went up and beat it up again. Then Feng Long reluctantly fought with Ran. Ran and Feng Long fought for no less than 10 times. She had worn out the other person's patience. The 11th time, the Feng Long left the dragon domain overnight. No one knew where it ran to. It was really afraid of Ran's difficulty, and even more afraid of Xiao Jin's beating. The system did not stipulate that it was not allowed to leave the dragon domain, it was just that they were used to it here. When Ran and Xiao Jin went to look for it the next day, they searched all over Feng Long's territory, but they didn't see it. Ran probably guessed that it had been tossed away by Ran. The man and the dragon looked at each other, and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are they that scary? It ran away, then there was nothing to do. Ran had to find another dragon to practice with. Find a dragon that was similar to her, and could resist beatings. Practice with a dragon that was similar to her, and could resist beatings. Chapter 456 Sword Bone Dragon. Ran was not very happy, but there was nothing she could do. The person had run away, and she could not pull him back. She had to go to the next dragon's territory. This territory, there were dead bones everywhere, and countless dead bones of various animals were piled up everywhere. The white bones piled up into a mountain, and crows circled above, making unpleasant hoarse cries. There was not a single living thing in the entire territory. It was silent, and only the humming sound of the wind blowing through the dead bones. It looked eerie and scary. But Ran, who had seen the ghost town, said that this was nothing. There were no ghosts everywhere. This dragon has sharp barbs all over its body, and is covered with thick scales, and the bones of its wings are also covered with barbs. If it touches you, you will probably be pierced into a sieve. Sword Bone Dragon, Level 94, Attack 7800, Defense 8300, Speed 8100, HP 20,000. Special Dragon, Immune to Wind, Fire, Lightning Magic. Note: the values of high-level monsters only represent the general data, and cannot represent the specific combat power, so be cautious in the battle. The values of high-level monsters will change with various factors, and the values are for reference only. Before I finished reading, I saw the body of the Sword Bone Dragon tremble, and the sharp thorns on its back shot out. Ran looked at the flying sharp thorns, and was not panicked. She was used to the opponent's opening remarks. There were too many bone thorns, and she couldn't avoid them even if she teleported, so she simply teleported while holding up the shield to block them. The shield blocked all the flying sharp thorns. Ran teleported again, and appeared beside the bone dragon. Chong Jun poked his head out, and quickly released an ice magic, shooting it at the Sword Bone Dragon. The ice arrow drew a beautiful arc in the air, and landed on the Sword Bone Dragon. However, Chong Jun's attack did not cause much damage to the Sword Bone Dragon. The Sword Bone Dragon's scales were very hard, and the ice arrow shot at them, and only made its body tremble, and did not penetrate its scales. But it also interrupted its attack, and stopped the bone thorn. The Sword Bone Dragon roared, and the sharp spikes on its body were fired again, aiming directly at Ran. Ran opened a space crack and took in the attack. Seeing that its attack could not hurt Ran, the Sword Bone Dragon became even more angry. It leaped up and pounced on Ran. It had hard and sharp claws, and grabbed towards Ran. Ran didn't want to try how powerful its claws were. A long sword appeared in her hand, and she chopped at the Sword Bone Dragon's claws. Crack! The long sword and the sharp claw collided with each other, making a crisp sound. The sharp claw of the Sword Bone Dragon was cut by the long sword, and blood spurted out. You should know that her current long sword plus armor attack, plus her own attack power, is enough to easily break the Bone Dragon's body defense. The Sword Bone Dragon felt pain, and roared, and swung its body violently, and threw Ran out. Ran adjusted his posture in the air, and flew steadily. The Sword Bone Dragon glared at Ran, and rushed over again. The thick tail covered with barbs lashed out at Ran, with a fast and urgent speed, and with a strong wind. It almost instantly reached Ran. Ran was not panicked, as she did not need to worry at all with her current strength. Ran teleported away again. At this moment, the Sword Bone Dragon's tail slammed into the air, causing the air to burst. But it did not hit Ran. The angry Bone Dragon roared loudly, and turned around. But Ran was already in front of it. The Bone Dragon was actually startled, and Ran was not so easy to deal with. She steadied herself, then raised her long sword, and slashed at the sword bone dragon. The long sword slashed at the sword bone dragon, making a crisp sound. The sword bone dragon's scales were extremely hard, but Ran cut a hole in its scales directly. The sword bone dragon did not dodge or evade, nor did it stop attacking. Its tail slashed again, faster and faster. But Ran was prepared. She teleported, dodged the sword bone dragon's tail, then raised her long sword again, and slashed at the sword bone dragon. But this time, the long sword was attached with a magic attack, wrapped with a layer of twisted space. With this sword, a part of the skin and flesh of the sword bone dragon must be twisted off. The frightened bone dragon flapped its wings, quickly moved away, opened its big mouth, and spewed out a breath of dragon. Countless bone spurs, bone swords, and sharp and broken bone fragments turned into a torrent and sprayed towards Ran. Generally, this kind of high-level monster has the ability to lock, and in fact, Ran also has it. A mysterious G-lock that can only be used by people with high combat power. The locked person usually cannot react, the body is stiff, and the heart is filled with fear. Of course, this is limited to high level versus low level. The same level G-lock is basically not that oppressive. Ran directly took out the Medusa shield and blocked the attack. The powerful attack force hit the shield directly. Although the shield resisted the attack, the huge impact force still pushed Ran far away. The dragon breath that hit the shield was completely blocked by the shield. Just like Moses parting the sea, the dragon breath separated from both sides and dissipated in the air. The bone spurs and bone sword hit the shield, and were bounced back by the shield. The bone fragments behind were directly bounced back and turned into bone powder by the dragon's breath. Seeing that the sword bone dragon missed the attack, it roared, flapped its huge bone wings, and raised gusts of wind, blowing towards Ran. The gusts of wind were mixed with sharp bones, like steel needles, stabbing at Ran. Facing the gusts of wind and bone spurs, Ran resisted while waving the long sword in his other hand. Sword lights flew out from the sword, blocking all the gusts of wind and bone spurs. Not only did it block the attack, the sword light also flew towards the sword bone dragon. The sword bone dragon flapped its wings, and then flapped its wings, and flew up with its huge body, avoiding Ran's attack. Countless bone spurs broke away from its body and came crashing down, like a sudden flood in the air. Ran raised his shield again, blocking the sword bone dragon's attack, and then swung his sword, and the sword light was like a meteor, slashing directly at the sword bone dragon. Ran's speed was too fast, and the sword bone dragon could not dodge at all. It was hit on the front paw by the sword, and blood gushed out. The sword bone dragon let out a shrill scream. It felt like its body was about to be cut off. The sword bone dragon roared angrily, flashed its wings, and a sharp bone spear shot out from the void and flashed in front of Ran. Ran swung the long sword in his hand. A sword light flew out and directly split the bone spear. At the same time, Ran's body flashed and appeared in front of the sword bone dragon again, and then swung the sword. This sword, with a terrifying momentum, seemed to be able to cut through the sky and earth, went straight to the sword bone dragon's head. The bone dragon dodged again, and Ran took the opportunity to activate Medusa's petrifying eye. Dragon Practice. Chapter 457 Bone Dragon Domain. The bone dragon seemed to know how powerful this thing was, and directly manipulated countless bones to form a thick bone wall, blocking the petrification. This was the first time that Ran encountered the eye of petrification being blocked, and she was somewhat surprised. While Ran was surprised, Chongjun, Disaster, and Xiao Jin used a big move on the bone dragon. Seeing that it could not resist, the sword bone dragon launched the domain without hesitation, and enveloped a person and several pets. The domain was full of bones, and the bones under Ran's feet were even buried up to their knees, and even the barrier of the domain was a high wall made of bones. Ran and Chongjun were trapped in the bone dragon's domain, and they seemed to be somewhat restrained. Ran now knew that the other party's domain was much stronger than her own. In this bone dragon's domain, her own domain seemed a little weak. Even if she created a domain, she would still be beaten. And she couldn't break the bone dragon's domain, so it was better not to use it. This bone dragon's domain was not only powerful, but also had additional functions. It could restrict and hide, which limited Ran's speed and flexibility. Since the bone dragon entered the domain, it has completely disappeared. Ran simply flew up, transformed the long spear into a weapon, and the light of the long spear fell in all directions like rain, trying to find the trace of the bone dragon. But it was useless. On the contrary, it seemed to anger the bone dragon hidden in the dark, and it controlled the domain to start counterattacking. The dry bones in the domain kept shaking, and then climbed up from the ground, forming countless skeletons of various monsters. They rushed towards and ran, and the others like a tide. Disaster opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of soul fire. The soul fire that could have burned the soul, but it could only burn on the skeleton, and could not directly destroy the soul. This shows that this is not a group of undead, but just a skeleton army that has temporarily risen because of the magic of the bone dragon. Xiao Jin flapped his wings. Countless metal weapons rushed out frantically, smashing the skeletons. The white flame of the 9 snakes froze a piece of it in one breath, and Ran held the spear, slashed left and right. Those skeletons that popped out could be easily smashed with one shot. The spears were flying in the field, and countless afterimages appeared in the air. Each afterimage would take away several skeletons. Xiao Jin and Jiosha kept killing the approaching skeletons. Each of them protected and ran, and released magic as if it was free. Jiosha's ice and Xiao Jin's metal magic defeated the skeletons, giving Enran more space and time. However, Enran was somewhat puzzled about how this bone dragon could easily cover herself and others. When the field was covered, they actually ran away. But they didn't run out. Moreover, the field was deployed very quickly, and they had almost no time to react. Obviously, this bone dragon is only slightly stronger than me. I think it's because I'm not familiar with the field. But it's also possible that it's more than just a little stronger, because I can't see the opponent's magic value, and he may be much stronger than me. And Ran can think while swinging the weapon in his hand, which is also amazing. It doesn't affect himself at all, which shows that improving mental strength has many benefits. The weapon transformed by Chong Jun danced in the air, drawing a series of brilliant streams of light, and wherever those streams of light went, the skeletons shattered into bone fragments, and were blown away by the wind rolled up by Chong Jun. And Ran and Chong Jun and the others killed a lot in the bone dragon's territory. But the bone dragon never appeared. The skeletons in the bone dragon's territory seemed endless. After killing one batch, another batch came. In the bone dragon's territory, skeletons kept getting up and rushing towards Enran and the others, as if they were endless. Enran and the others kept smashing these skeletons, while also constantly consuming their own magic power and physical strength, although Jiosha and Xiao Jin helped. Such a battle also made Enran a little tired, and her body kept consuming magic power. Moreover, the long and intense battle also made her a little anxious. They needed to find the bone dragon as soon as possible, otherwise they would be exhausted sooner or later. To break through the domain, there are 2 ways. First, use the domain to defeat the opponent's domain. Second, kill the owner of the domain in the domain. Currently, because Enran's level is too low, everyone's level has been reduced to Enran's level. To open a domain, it is indeed possible to open it, but no matter how many small domains there are, they are still not as good as a medium-sized domain. It would be better to find the bone dragon. Enran was fighting, thinking about how to find the bone dragon. She couldn't find it herself, and the others were fighting, so she had no choice, but she still had professionals. She called Xiao Ba out, and asked him to help find the bone dragon. Xiao Ba saluted with his thin arms, closed his eyes, and began to carefully sense everything in the field. Every detail, every element in the field, was captured by Xiao Ba. Suddenly, it found a slight fluctuation. The fluctuation came from the depths of the domain. The fluctuation was very weak. If it weren't for Xiao Ba's strong mental power, it would be difficult to detect it. Xiao Ba's mental power was higher than everyone present, but it was not a combat type, so Enran basically didn't use it in battle. But no one could deny that Xiao Ba was also very useful, especially its auxiliary and detection abilities. After Xiao Ba finished reporting to Enran narrowed his eyes slightly. Enran threw the spear in his hand into the depths of the domain, and a powerful force burst out from the spear. The spear streaked through the air like a meteor, heading straight for the place Xiao Ba had discovered. Enran led Chong Jun and the others, following the spear into the depths of the domain. Deep in the domain, there was still a pile of pale skeletons, but Xiao Ba could feel that the fluctuation was just ahead. Enran recalled the spear in her hand and thrust it out again. A sharp light penetrated the layers of skeletons and stabbed directly at the source of the fluctuation. Suddenly, a huge bone dragon appeared in front of him. It opened its huge mouth and roared. The bone dragon was enraged by Enran's attack. It pounced on and ran, grabbing and ran with its huge claws. And Ran avoided the attack with a teleportation, and activated the magic on Chong Jun's spear. The storm was wrapped with endless wind blades and ice blades. The blades inside turned into a meat grinder while rotating at high speed, blowing away all the skeletons that blocked the way. The storm tornado rolled up the skeletons in the sky, completely cleared the holes that blocked the way, and swept all the way towards the bone dragon. The bone dragon stacked countless skeletons in front of it, hoping to block the attack. But when the tornado was halfway through, the disasters added fuel to it. The sticky flames as black as ink, the white flames as frozen as frost, the sharp and hard metal, and the sharp blades of light flashing with golden light. They gathered into a huge tornado that connected the sky and the earth. Chapter 458 Rock Dragon King. The huge tornado swept past with overwhelming force, rolling countless dry bones into pieces along the way, and rushed towards the bone dragon with a roar. The bone dragon's huge pupils shrank into a line, and it had no choice but to directly release the domain. The huge bone dragon flapped its wings and flew away from the original place. However, it did not seem to escape the range of the huge tornado, and the bone dragon still could not escape the fate of being swept into it. At the moment when the bone dragon flew away from the original place, the tornado actually caught up with it in a short time. The huge body of the bone dragon was surrounded by the tornado, and it was unable to escape. Then, as the tornado rotated, cracks began to appear on the bone dragon's hard outer skeleton, and its body was covered with scars. It was covered in blood, and it could no longer be seen as majestic as before. The bone dragon roared in pain and tried to struggle, but it could not escape the control of the tornado. Finally, as the tornado spun wildly, it was severely injured and fell heavily to the ground. This bone dragon didn't want to be safe, and it was killed directly. And Ran took out some water and filled half a cup. Chong Jun and the others also sat down to drink water and rest. These dragons are really powerful. They just killed the bone dragon and consumed a lot of magic and physical strength. They didn't move forward. They planned to rest for a while and go back to the fantasy sea. As a result, the sky and the earth shook, and countless barbs rose from the ground, like a big open mouth, surrounding the people sitting on the ground. And Ran teleported, and Chong Jun and the others flew out directly. But before they landed, countless stone slabs covered with sharp barbs fell from the sky. The stone slab has a large area, and is covered with densely packed hard stone pillars. The tips of the stone pillars glow with cold light, and you can tell at a glance that the attack power is very strong. The stone slab covered with stone spikes covers an area of several hundred meters. As the stone slabs fall, countless thick stone spikes rise from the ground. The giant stone spikes move up and down, and move very fast, forming the fangs of giant beasts, trying to catch Ran and the others in one fell swoop. Chong Jun spits out a mouthful of ice, and the terrifying low temperature directly freezes the stone spikes on the ground. The frozen stone cones were as brittle as paper, and Ran swept them away casually, scattering all over the ground. The two stone cones were too long, and they could not get out of the gap, so they had to kill the stone cones first. After clearing the ones on the ground, the 9 snakes struck several lightning bolts and smashed the stone cones that were pressing down from the sky. The 2 staggered stone cones finally came together, and Ran and Chong Jun and the others propped up a magic barrier just in the clear gap. No harm. The attacks from both sides were heavily intertwined, and countless fangs intertwined, forming a staggered attack. If there were people inside, they would have been bitten to pieces by now. The huge stone slab hit the ground heavily, raising dust and scattering gravel, and Ran and the others cleaned up an area in time before the stone slab landed, and they did not suffer any damage. However, the impact force between the stone slab and the ground still caused the ground to tremble, making them unstable. It shook for a long time before it stopped. However, at this moment, the ground suddenly shook. As the ground shook, the ground around began to crack, revealing a huge hole. In the cave, a black mist rose up, covering the entire cave. In the black mist, a huge monster could be vaguely seen rising slowly. As the black mist dissipated, its true form was revealed. It was a giant dragon with a black body and 2 sharp horns on its head, which seemed to be able to pierce the sky. The dragon's body was covered with sharp rocks, shining with metallic luster in the sun, showing its hardness. It had no wings and belonged to the dragon clan on the ground. But it was huge, even bigger than the dragon clan with wings. and its body was exaggerated to reach 200 meters. It was several dozen meters tall. And Ran and the others standing in front of it looked extremely small. This dragon was a huge monster. Although it was not as big as the giant whale Changyi, it was considered large among the monsters Ran had seen. After all, the high-level dragons she had seen were only several dozen meters long. It roared, carrying a strong pressure, sweeping across the entire space. And Ran, Chongjun and the others could all feel the powerful aura emanating from this giant dragon. And their faces turned ugly. This guy is even more powerful than Xiao Jin. The dragon twisted its body and attacked Ran and the others at an extremely fast speed. It slapped with one claw with amazing force, as if it was going to tear the entire sky apart. And Ran's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared behind the dragon and stabbed with a sword. The dragon's scales were extremely hard, and Ran's sword stabbed on them, but it only produced a spark and did not cause any damage. The dragon turned around and slapped with one claw at Ran. Chongjun and Jiosha attacked immediately. A huge lightning bolt struck down and hit the dragon's claw. The dragon's claw was hit by the current, but the rock armor on its body completely blocked the current, causing no damage. This did not stop the dragon's attack, and its claws still grabbed Ran. And Ran was unable to dodge, and was slapped away by the dragon's claw. In midair, and Ran directly spread his wings, and did a few backflips to resolve the impact, and landed steadily in midair. I have only had time to look at this dragon's data now. Rock Dragon King, Boss, Level 96, Attack 11,000, Defense 12,000, Speed 10,000, HP 50,000. A powerful Dragon King, arrogant, insolent, can use dual-element magic, so be careful when fighting. Immune to lightning, earth, wind, and fire magic. Note: the values of high-level monsters only represent the general combat power, so be sure to follow the actual combat every time a powerful monster comes. This comment is made, but this one is obviously more powerful, especially since this was a boss. And Ran did not dare to neglect it, and directly took out the Medusa shield from her backpack. Xiao Jin, Xiao Yan, Chongjun, Jiushi, Disaster, Qianyu, Lao Lu, and Xiao Qi were also released. This guy was so powerful. It was worth Ran's full effort, especially since she had just confronted the Bone Dragon and her magic power was exhausted. The Rock Dragon King tilted his head, as if he looked down on these little bugs. He opened his mouth wide and blew out a breath of dragon's breath. Its dragon's breath was actually high-temperature magma, which was probably another kind of magic. Scatter! With Ran's order, everyone quickly dispersed to avoid the lava. But this Rock Dragon King was very agile, and it turned its head and swept the lava in its mouth. The range of this dragon breath was extremely wide, and it swept almost everyone. And Ran teleported again, avoiding the lava, and the rest of the people avoided it in various ways. Chapter 459. The Ghost King was burned. But the Ghost King was not so lucky. It was originally of low level, and could not play a big role in such a high-end battle. It was a little slow to dodge, and half of its body was burned directly. And Ran took it back into her backpack with pity, and it was probably just to block the attack, and then it died. The Ghost King had been with her for a long time, and now it was burned, which was a bit of a pity. The Rock Dragon King forced everyone back with a breath of dragon, and his cheeks bulged again, and another breath of dragon breath was sprayed out, which was even thicker than before. This time, he didn't beat around the bush, and just swept across. Seeing this, and Ran immediately ordered the 9 snakes to use lightning magic to strike at the high-temperature magma. A thick lightning column instantly struck down from the sky, heading straight for the high-temperature magma. With a loud boom, the high-temperature magma was hit by the lightning column and immediately splashed everywhere, splashing on the ground around it, instantly burning the ground into a charred black. The Rock Dragon King snorted coldly, and blew another breath of dragon's breath towards the 9 snakes. The 9 snakes themselves were multi-system magic, not just lightning magic. Seeing this, he and Xiao Jin worked together to set up a huge metal shield. The high-temperature magma collided with the metal shield, and a sizzling sound was heard instantly. The metal shield was constantly eroded by the high-temperature magma, and soon became riddled with holes, and was about to collapse. Seeing this, and Ran immediately asked Xiao Yan to attack the Rock Dragon King with fire magic. Xiao Yan immediately condensed a huge fireball, and spit out the magma dragon breath of the Rock Dragon King. It was not to attack the magma with fire, but to use the powerful momentum to push the dragon breath magma away. The dragon breath was pushed away by the huge impact of the fireball, and directly broke away from the metal shield. The magma burned everything it passed through. Chong Jun sprayed out a storm, heading straight for the Rock Dragon King. Although the Dragon King's body was immune to many kinds of magic, it didn't say that it was okay for the armor on his body to be attacked. Countless wind blades instantly rose from the ground, cutting towards the Rock Dragon King. The Rock Dragon King couldn't dodge for a while, and could only let the wind blades cut the armor on his body. The sound of bang 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 was endless. The wind blades kept cutting the Rock Dragon King's body, and countless cracks appeared on the Rock Dragon King's armor immediately. Seeing this, Ran immediately ordered Disaster and Xiao Yin to attack the Rock Dragon King together. Disaster and Xiao Yin immediately condensed two huge fireballs and threw them at the Rock Dragon King. The two fireballs hit the Rock Dragon King and exploded instantly, and the flames wrapped the Rock Dragon King in them. Disaster's flames, even as powerful as the Rock Dragon King, did not dare to try easily. The Rock Dragon King let out an angry and unwilling roar, and took off the outer layer of rock armor. Then he opened his mouth again, and the magma mixed with countless stone spikes sprayed towards Disaster and Xiao Yin. The two of them flew into the air to avoid it, and the dragon breath sprayed directly onto the opposite mountain, burning most of the mountain. The high temperature directly melted most of the mountain. It can be seen how terrifying this high temperature is. Seeing that the attack failed, the Rock Dragon King lowered his head, and the two thick and long sharp horns on his head rushed towards Ran. Ran tried to dodge it, because this thing was so sharp that if it hit him, he would be half dead if not dead. Ran teleported in the air, and this guy had no wings, so he couldn't reach Ran and the others in the air. Seeing this, everyone flew into the sky and fought it in the sky. Countless magics of various colors fell from the sky, like countless meteor showers, bombarding the Rock Dragon King. Seeing this, the Rock Dragon King was not to be outdone. It opened its mouth, and magma mixed with countless stone spikes spewed out magic falling from the sky. The attacks of both sides met in the air, and a strong explosion broke out instantly. The air wave generated by the explosion blew away everything around. Trees were uprooted, the ground was turned upside down, and countless rocks rolled down, smashing the ground into potholes. The attacks of both sides lasted for half a minute before they finally subsided. Neither side could do anything to the other, and neither side caused any damage. The Rock Dragon King even put on his rock armor, which made it even harder to fight. Ran and the others were in the sky, and the Rock Dragon King was on the ground. He didn't have wings yet. If Ran and the others didn't come down, the Dragon King couldn't do anything to them. The Rock Dragon King exhaled a hot breath from his nose, and stopped dealing with Ran and the others, and went straight to the domain. The moment the domain was opened, the domain spread rapidly, at a fast speed. In just a moment, Ran and the others were enveloped. The huge stone cone was 100 meters long, falling from the sky, with a huge pressure, directly pressing Ran and the others into the domain. Once they entered the domain, they were like meat on the chopping board, and there was nothing they could do except abide by the rules set by others. Although they did not lose their ability to fly, the domain was full of barbs made of various hard stones. They covered the sky and the ground, and even the front, back, left, and right, completely blocking their way out. The domain roared, and endless stone weapons turned into thousands of troops, broke away from the ground, and kept attacking the people trapped inside. The attacks were endless, continuous, and almost endless, without even giving them a chance to breathe. Ran danced with her sword tightly, smashing the stones that attacked from all directions. Her left hand continuously released light blades and space blades, and used the sword to smash the various incoming weapons. She was a little busy, and didn't care about the rest. Chong Jun and Disaster surrounded Ran, using all their magic to help resist the attacks. But they were also a little exhausted. However, the Dragon Clan's domains were similar, and they all won by numbers. They had seen it several times, so they wouldn't be forced into a bad situation. However, just when I thought of this, I saw the ground covered with sharp barbs under my feet suddenly soften. Then, countless magmas came out of the ground with a gulp. Like a blowout, they erupted after Ran and others. Ran and her friends had to deal with attacks from all over, and magma like geyser eruptions, which was a bit overwhelming. At the critical moment, Xiao Jin opened her domain again in the domain of the Rock Dragon King. Then came Chong Jun, Disaster, 9 snakes, and Ran followed closely, and opened her domain directly. Although the domain is not large because all the pets are suppressed, but with their own domain to protect themselves, they are not so passive. At least they will not be chased by the magma. The next step is to expand their own domain and try to break the domain of the Rock Dragon King. Their current form is a large domain with several small domains. When the Rock Dragon King saw that they opened a small domain, his sharp attack could not hit them. He got angry and erupted a sea of magma in his domain. Chapter 460 Explosion. The magma sea directly submerged the rock domain, and Ran and her domain floated on the sea surface, but never reached the bottom. The Rock Dragon King was so angry that he kept hitting the ground. However, Ran and her friends could not do anything to the Rock Dragon King, and the Rock Dragon King obviously could not do anything to Ran and her friends. The Rock Dragon King saw that their domain was very similar to a balloon, and stretched out countless stalagmites from all directions to poke several small domains. Several people increased their magic power to maintain the domain, but this was obviously not a solution. After a long time, this small domain could not be maintained, and was pierced by the Rock Dragon King. We still had to find a way to break through. The domain can only be broken by a strong force, or find the owner of the domain. But unfortunately, there is magma everywhere on the ground, and there is no time to find it. The 9 snakes are now supporting the rock domain, which is the only one that is not destroyed by magma. Xiao Jin is now staying in his domain. As soon as his metal domain came out, it was corroded too quickly, and Ren brought the domain close to the 9 snakes and discussed with the others in his mind. Let's all go to the 9 snakes territory, and then gather all the magic power to blow it up. Several people nodded. This is the best way to use it when the disaster can't restore its true form. After all, Ran's invincible golden body has not been used yet. They go back to the space, and Ran has the invincible golden body to protect him. So it's okay. Several people all jumped into the 9 snakes territory. The 9 snakes closed the territory, and the Rock Dragon King could not see them. And Ran directly drained his own power, and gathered a huge ball of light. Chongjun's wind and ice dual magic ball, Xiao Jin's metal ball wrapped with countless sharp spikes. Qianyu put his light ball on Anren's light ball, further merging the attack, Xiao Yan's fireball. Because Jiosha needed to maintain the domain, he only drew half of his magic power into it, and the 2 brothers Yinglong also contributed. Several huge magic balls floated in the air, and were controlled by Anren to be forcibly blended together. The huge magic ball containing energy, even if it was floating in the air, you could feel the heavy weight. It was very heavy to hold in the hand. The other pets returned to the space. The 9 snakes opened the domain, and Ran directly put the magic ball into the domain of the Rock Dragon King. The magic ball collided, crushed, exploded, and the huge energy quickly filled the domain of the Rock Dragon King, destroying his domain in an instant. With a deafening roar, the place where the Rock Dragon King was swallowed by the huge energy generated by the explosion of the magic ball, and dust filled the sky. The domain collapsed, shattered, and the entire space was collapsing. The magic ball broke through the domain, and the rest all fell on the Rock Dragon King. The Rock Dragon King roared, and his whole body was covered by huge and terrifying energy. When Ran was in the domain, he had already opened the invincible golden body, and now he was directly rushed far away by the huge impact force. The space where the Rock Dragon King was located began to collapse, and cracks began to appear on the body of the Rock Dragon King. It struggled in pain, but it was irreversible. The whole space was shaking, and the Rock Dragon King finally exploded with a loud bang, and was seriously injured, lying on the ground half dead. And Ran poured potions into her invincible golden body to restore her magic power. She flapped her wings and rushed back. She originally planned to keep the Rock Dragon King, but Jiosha told her that it might have a chip. She had no choice but to kill it. Just as she returned, the Rock Dragon King sprayed countless magma in her face. Each magma ball was as big as a basin, covering a large area of the sky above. This was the last struggle of the Rock Dragon King, and Ran's invincible golden body time had not yet expired. She had turned it on for a while before, and after resisting the shock wave, she turned it off. Now countless magma rains fell, and Ran teleported directly with his invincible golden body, avoiding the falling magma. The magma fell on the ground to form lava lakes, and some fell on the previously collapsed Bone Dragon Mountain. The body of the Rock Dragon King had been blown to pieces by the explosion, but it still existed tenaciously, as if waiting for Ran's arrival. And Ran did not hesitate to see this, and teleported directly in front of the Rock Dragon King, raising his hand and bombarding him with a strong light explosion. Bang! The light ball exploded, and the body of the Rock Dragon King was blown away again, and fell heavily on the ground in the distance. The Rock Dragon King struggled for a few times, and seemed to have completely lost the power to resist. And Ran stepped forward, took out the long sword, and prepared to put an end to it. However, at this moment, the Rock Dragon King's head suddenly turned, opened his mouth wide, and bit and ran. And Ran reacted very quickly, and quickly raised his sword to block. The Rock Dragon King's teeth collided with the long sword, making a crisp sound, and sparks flew. And Ran turned his wrist, and the long sword passed through the mouth of the Rock Dragon King, bringing up a blood flower. The Rock Dragon King howled in pain, but still refused to let go, biting the long sword tightly. And Ran's eyes condensed, and he increased his strength, and swung his sword violently, throwing the Rock Dragon King out, and hitting the ground heavily. The Rock Dragon King struggled to stand up, but he was seriously injured and couldn't stand up at all. The Rock Dragon King's eyes were full of hatred, and his eyes were full of viciousness when he looked at and ran. Suddenly, the Rock Dragon King's whole body swelled up, like a huge ball. At the center of the ball, the energy increased sharply. Seeing that the field could not kill and ran, it planned to self-destruct. The Rock Dragon King burst out with fierce light all over his body, and his body swelled to the extreme. The whole space was strongly impacted, and countless broken stones flew everywhere, and dust flew. At the moment when the Rock Dragon King's body swelled up, and Ran opened the door of the Illusion Sea and went in, the shock wave of the self-explosion exploded, clearing the Bone Dragon's territory in an instant. The shock wave broke through the rocks, mountains, and gravel, creating a huge deep pit on the ground. And Ran hid in the Illusion Sea, and saw the situation outside, and was secretly scared. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and did not hesitate. The power generated by the Rock Dragon King's self-explosion was so powerful that it could destroy the world. The entire Bone Dragon territory was shattered by this powerful force. The body of the Rock Dragon King was also shattered in the explosion, turned into countless fragments, scattered on the ground. After the explosion, the entire territory became a ruin. And Ran walked out of the Fantasy Sea space, looking at the scene in front of him tooted. This power is really exaggerated. This space was destroyed very thoroughly. There were ruins everywhere, and countless broken stones and magma on the ground. This was originally the territory of the Bone Dragon, but now it is completely destroyed. She fought 2 games in a row in one day, and now her magic power has been completely drained, and her head hurts. I can't fight anymore. Seeing that there is nothing left here, I turned around and went back to the Fantasy Sea. Anyway, the things given by the Rock Dragon King have been put into the backpack, so there is no need to stay any longer.